Chapter 1: The Heartless Woman. In July 2000, the city of Jinghai swellte regen der Skorking soon, with temperature soaring to a blistering 40 degrees Celsius. Ataten Thievening within a three-store Privatevela, Lialisian, a member of the Standing Committee of the Jinghai Municipal Politic Committee and Minister of the Organization Department, Satonezo Fayant Haterd floor, intently observing two young men standing before her. Both men, in firelight 20s and standing at an impressive 8 of 6 feet, possessed the Kinderflux Kudi Salisikorathi leading role seen in a popular drama of 2024. Now, Bothafaya, performadens for Memekaitas Rabakadavis possible, Lialazen commanded. The two young men began to move their denseveling the top professional performers in a nightclub. After watching them for a moment, Lialigen could not but clap her hands, laughter escaping her lips, yet, this lauter sunter nettoteres, cascading down her cheeks. Bowing her head, she began to sob. The sight that left that women utterly bewildered. They halted thirdency and addressed her leader. What's wrong, did we not dance well? It's no of your concern, Donotask, Lializen snapped. Suddenly she lifted her head, covering her face with hair and stow up away her tears before lowering theme again. She then commanded that women, come here, stand before meetings. The approached her immediately, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. Turn around. That women immediately turned around. Lialigen observed their muscular physiques for a moment before racing to her feet and from Lyslapen Jakov their thighs. She then sit back down, gazing at their retreating figures, and instructed, return to your previous position and remove your clothing. Once the men had stripped off their garments, Lialigen displayed no physiological reaction. Instead, she reached for two bundles of cash from Thestakanthanir Bikafite Blind addressed them, come here, this is for ya. As the men accepted the money, Lialigen waved her hand dismissively, saying, hurry, puty our clothes bakan and leaveth this place. Watching Thembris, a profound sense of despair washed over Lialigen, and Tersen Sigain streamed down her cheeks. After that woman departed, she glanced at the cash and thitaba and to the loud, mirthless law, scattering the bills into the air. In no time, the approximately 80 square meter hall was strewn with fluttering banknotes. At that moment, Agnakachoed from outside. It was Jolingfeng, her driver, who had heard the commotion from downstairs while smoking on Grukencern and Frolializenswelbing. Hoisit, didn't I tell you to leave, why are you back? Lialigen shouted toward the door. Committee member, it's me, Jolingfeng replied. Unlethended Lialigen rise and stride toward the door, opening it. Themament Jolingfeng stepped inside. She swiftly closed the door behind him, wrapping her arms around him and pressing her lips against these. This was not a first time Jolingfeng had experienced such an encounter. Hakwakli grasped her hand Sanjin Lipushed Haraway, asking, committee member, what's wrong, did the sit woman hasia? Lializen remained silent, her head bowed. Ignodio still feeling upset, but had Steniastone Ulwakando is facing it bravely. Jolingfeng consolidator. Please don't push me away, let him hold you for a moment. Alright, Lializen suddenly Luketa Pat Jolingfeng Gan spoke. Jolingfeng remained silent, and they said with hair outstretched arms, Hekasanatarisis this time. Lializen Sembris was firm, Haram plebisum pressing against them, allowing Jolingfeng to distinctly feel softness and elasticity fair form. I want Litsumin get away with this, that bastard, that scoundrel. If it weren't for him, Myson wollen thaved deed, I will make him pay, Lialigen exclaimed passionately, her body trembling as he spoke. Jolingfeng longed to say something, yet after a moment's reflection, he decided it was best to remain silent, for thighs weigh a matter deeply personnel to Lialigen. As a driver, his duty was to transport eaters safely, ensuring they arrived at their destinations without incident. Beyond that, he felt it was not this place to interfere. His earlier words of comfort had stemmed from a genuine concern for Lializen's unstable emotions, compounded with the fact that she had always treated him well. Looking down at the scattered 100 Ayuan bills strewn across the floor, Jolingfeng understood that this woman was profoundly heartbroken. Nuna could treat such cherished money with such disregard unless they worry overall. Of course, Lialigen was not lacking in financial resources. Her presenter, and a request for Jolingfeng to arrange Fort Womala models, were clear indicators of her emotional turmoil. She sought to not let for her anguish if this particular arrangement that failed to provide the release she craved for. Some service cannot be alleviated through transactions with strangers. Just a week prior, Lializensen Suhong had tragically lost his life in a car accident while driving a luxury vehicle gifted by a private entrepreneur. Suhong was the son of Lializen and her expand, summing who had taught him to drive with us. Lialigen found herself blaming Suming for her since in time Lydiath. For many women, the love they bestow upon their children becomes all-consuming, and when tragedy strikes, their world collapses in an instant, often leading to extreme irrational thoughts and actions. Zhou Feng was uncertain whether Su Hong's death was connected to assuming, but was acutely aware that Liao Lijun had been in a state of extreme emotional instability since receiving the news of her son's passing, engaging in many bewildering behaviors. One particularly shocking incident occurred at the entrance of the municipal building, where Chevy Himont liberated Secretary Yang Xiaoyang, labeling him a corrupt official and a lecherous man. To Liao Lizen's tirade, Yang Xiaoyang offered no response, merely waiting for her to finish before walking away. After a considerable time, Liao Lijun's motions began to settle, prompting Zhou Feng to release her hands and gently suggest, "Please sit down and rest for a moment, I will pick up the money from the floor and then take you home." "Taketh his money for yourself," Liao Lizen replied. "No, it's yours," Zhou Feng insisted. Just as Shattered to leave, Liao Lijun embraced him once more, her voice burly above whisper, "I want you please to satisfy him, alright?" Chapter 2 Emotional Desires. Zhou Feng had long been aware of Liao Lijun's feelings towards him, although she had consistently managed to suppress those emotions. Nonetheless, Harikshin shut off and hinted at her true intentions. The moment she embraced him and suffocated him, however, she laid bare that desires that had been festering within her. As a veteran, Zhou Feng prided himself on his exceptional discernment. Recently, he had been engrossed in literature concerning the political arena, and he recognized that this woman was far from ordinary. Otherwise, she would not dare to confront the municipal secretary in public, who, in turn, had refrained from retaliating. Should he become involved with her, his future would be secured. Yet, he understood that the situation was far from simply woman of her caliber was notoriously managed, and a misstep on his part could lead to direct consequences. Furthermore, he was aware of her peculiar inclinations, including a penchant for masochism. Although he had encountered similar individuals and scenarios, he felt a deep-seated resistance to such dynamics. "Comrade, our relationship is inappropriate," Zhou Feng stated, grasping Liao Lijun's in an attempt to disengage. "No, Iwantiano, I demand ya, if you refuse him, you can forget about being me driver," Liao Lizen threatened. Zhou Feng hesitated to regarded woman how was the older than him. Despite her age, she retained a captivating gallery and an enviable figure, but did he truly wish to engage in such a relationship with her? Before him late Wakoisanu Wastokwiasi toward his and become intimate with her, as the saying goes, Ayunman doesn't know to appreciate the terms of a mature woman, mistaking a girl for treasure. Zhou Feng was Natanavas engaging with an older woman held no fear for him. Theother option waste or fuse her and walk away, thereby relinquishing his position as her driver. If losing his job were Ethian like consequence, Hemit accepted, but will Chitrula let him go? Zhou Feng found himself doubtful. Liao Lijun released her grip on his back and stepped back, fixing her gaze on him. Zhou Feng, do you think you're Simeone special? Do you have any idea how many people would willingly offer themselves to him, whom I custo ignore? In Javinjuan Ellis chance will you obey him, or will you leave this place immediately? Liao Lijun glared him. Zhou Feng gaprachet hual, pressed the switch to turn off the lights in the hall and then walked back toward her. Soon, Liao Lijun, caught up in his skilled movements, forgot their sorrow when the death offerson, becoming entranced with them and how was kissing her. For Zhou Feng, this night would forever remain etched in his memory. Ashalan the floor strewn with money, experiencing gata stuff the so-called opulence, thought it was not true a debauchery, it was soon deniably intertwined with wield and desire. Didiano, from the very first time I saw you I was drawn to you, it was just. You were a driver, so I foresaid Mijolf nodded well in it, Liao Lijun confessed. Zhou Feng gazed at the ceiling, feeling the bills clinging to his body, and in the hazy of indulgence, he replied, "Rest assured, this matter will remain between us. I am still your driver, should I wish for me to continue in the troll." This was an art of language, for at that moment Zhou Feng's words conveyed far more than they explicitly stated. "Fool, you are no do I understand, how cold do you allow you to remain my driver?" Liao Lijun said, turning her facet to plant a kiss in his cheek. "Comrade, you truly need not worry, what transpired today will remain a secret. Why can't you understand me words? Do you think I don't trust ya? After having you as a driver for over a year, how cold didn't I trust ya, including the arrangement of tosit women just now?" Liao Lijun interrupted, reproaching him. "But I'm just a driver, I lack skills and abilities. Whether you have a skills or capability is not for you to decide, but for him, do you understand?" Zhou Feng fell silent, realizing that any further words would be superfluous. Indeed, often when a person ascends to a certain position, it's a to be matter of ability it becomes a question of influence. Eierlich this feelingit brings me such relaxation ye have been under immense pressure and distress lately, without you, I might have truly lost my mind. Ash spoke, Lialich hans motions begintas paralyncigame. Jolingfing reached out, gently caressing her face, offering comfort, do not dwell in unhappy thoughts what matters is that we're together nover a thingilsis inconsequential. You must treat mul from now on, Forio Orethion Leona Trustno, Lialas insidiously, in her dealings with other officials, she found them to be hypocritical, presenting any facade publicly while harboring Ganather privately. Lialas value Jolingfeng deeply because year prior during Garrow visit she had been attacked by villagers. It was Jolingfeng's timely intervention that had spared her injury. In that encounter he had sustained a cut and hishend, yet he had continued to confront the villagers, undeterred by the blood flowing from his wound, ultimately to calthyration behavior he had been forced to retaliate, subduing several villagers and employing fierce words to restore calm. Women are often moved by heroic acts, and Lialas was no exception. At the time she had been divorced from Suming, and it was then that she began to harbor feelings for her driver Jolingfeng. As a former soldier, Jolingfeng differed significantly from any of a spirituous avaricious learner, passionate lit of all manner of literature, and he harbored a penchant for writing. He had become a driver due to the preferential policies afforded to veterans, which had secured a dim position within the Bureau of Administrative Affairs. Didiano, Eversency intervened with that villager wielding a knife he have harbored feelings for you, Lialas and reminisced. Really, I had forgotten. I would more no wish to explore a different kind of experience, can you fulfill my desires, Lialas asked, shifting her body closer and initiating a kiss with Jolingfeng. Chapter 3, The Midnight Thieves. Two individuals lay on the bed in the room. Lialas had fallen into a deep slumber, while Jolingfeng found himself wide awake. He stepped onto the balcony, retrieved a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and was about to light it when he heard some commotion below. Peering quietly over the edge, he spotted two men wearing hats and masks stealthily approaching the front door of the villa. What could this mean? Why were there visitors at such a late hour? Could they possibly be burglars? To avoid being followed and to keep Lialas's presence in the building concealed, Jolingfeng had deliberately parked his car elsewhere, creating a facade of emptiness. Consequently, the parking space outside the villa was devoid of vehicles, and all the lights in the building had been extinguished. Thus, the arrival of thieves at this hour was not entirely unfathomable. Of course, this was merely Jolingfeng's conjecture. Whether these two men were indeed thieves or had ulterior motives remained uncertain. Before long, the front door of the villa swung open. Jolingfeng did not ponder how they had managed to unlock it. He understood that he must remain vigilant and prepare for any eventuality. After lingering briefly on the ground floor, the two men began their ascent up the staircase. You take the second floor. I'll head to the third, one of the men instructed. All right, let us divide the tasks. Jolingfeng stationed himself at the top of the third floor stairs, awaiting the intruder's arrival, provided that they were unarmed. He was confident he could subdue the first man who ascended before confronting the second. Time was of the essence. Should any noise arise during the apprehension of the first, the second man would undoubtedly be alerted. And it was uncertain whether he would flee at the first opportunity. The man leisurely began to ascend the stairs, whistling a tune rather than act immediately. Jolingfeng concealed himself to the side, waiting for the intruder to pass. The man, evidently unaware of Joe's presence, shone a flashlight around, and upon spotting bills scattered across the floor, he paused in astonishment. After surveying the area with the beam of light, he quickly called out to his accomplice on the second floor, "Hurry up, there's a lot of money here, we can pocket it before searching for the items the boss wants." Is there really such a good fortune? The man on the second floor inquired. You'll find out once you come up. Once the second man joined him, they contemplated whether to turn on the lights in the living room, reasoning that it would enhance visibility and ease the collection of the money on the floor. With no one else in the house, they figured no one would suspect it was not the homeowner who had turned the lights on. All right, let us turn on the lights. Having made this decision, the lights flickered on, illuminating the room and revealing Jolingfeng standing before them, startling the two men as Zhou addressed the pair, who were armed only with flashlights. "Are you two here to search for something? What is it that you seek? Why you? Who are you?" one of the men stammered, still shaken. Any burglar caught in the act would instinctively react with shock before contemplating an escape. However, the other thief appeared unfazed. A seasoned individual, he maintained a calm demeanor and bent down to pick up two bills from the floor, stuffing them into his pocket. Afterward, he turned to his anxious companion and said, "No need to be nervous. He is alone, and there are two of us in a fight. He wouldn't stand a chance against us, especially since we're armed." As he spoke, he brandished a knife before Jolingfeng, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the driver of that female executive, which means she is still here, isn't she? In the room, perhaps? Yes, she is in the room. What do you want? I can have her handed over. Zhou Lingfeng replied, his expression calm, undeterred by the knife. Whether you call her out or not is irrelevant. What truly matters is whether she has what we seek. The knife-wielding man stepped closer, resuming his search for cash. And what exactly do you want? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. A document. One that our boss deems extremely significant. At that moment, Liao Lizhan emerged from the room, clad similarly to Zhou Lingfeng, wearing only a pair of undergarments on her lower half. Her upper body exposed. She had risen to use the restroom and, upon hearing noises outside, assumed Zhou was on a phone call, prompting her to come out. However, upon noticing the presence of the two men, she quickly covered her chest with her hands and retreated into the room. As the two men's attention was momentarily captivated by Liao Lizhan's alluring figure, Zhou Lingfeng seized the opportunity to charge at the man wielding the knife. Before the assailant could react, Zhou had grabbed his wrist, exerting force that elicited a pained cry as the knife clattered to the ground, followed by a powerful punch to the man's face. The other man, still in a state of alarm, only realized the danger after witnessing his companion fall, and he too was met with a heavy blow from Zhou Lingfeng, having retired over 2 years ago. Zhou Lingfeng had maintained a routine of morning runs and performed 100 push-ups daily, keeping his physique in prime condition. Coupled with his natural quick reflexes, subduing the two intruders was hardly a formidable challenge. After incapacitating both men, Zhou Lingfeng delivered several fierce kicks to the one who had held the knife, each thrust met with agonized cries. Retrieving the fallen knife from the floor, Zhou Lingfeng presented it before the remaining conscious assailant, demanding, "Tell me, who is your boss?" "The boss." "The boss is Wu Xiong." The man replied, his anxiety palpable. Wu Xiong. Zhou Lingfeng had never heard this name before and pressed further, "What kind of person is Wu Xiong?" A businessman. That's not helpful. Be direct. What kind of businessman?" The owner of a bathhouse. Liao Lizhan, now dressed, emerged from her room and upon seeing the two men sprawled on the floor and Zhou Lingfeng brandishing the knife at one of them, her expression darkened. She swiftly approached Zhou Lingfeng. To Zhou's astonishment, Liao Lizhan delivered a swift kick to the head of the man on the floor, nearly rendering him unconscious. Thankfully, she refrained from striking a second time. "I ask you, is Wu Xiong the one from the Sunshine Spa?" Liao Lizhan queried the man. "Why yes." He nodded vigorously, terrified of another kick. Liao Lizhan then turned her attention to the other man, delivering a similar kick to his head before making her way to the sofa. Once seated, she addressed Zhou Lingfeng. "Let them rise. I have further questions for them." Zhou Lingfeng instructed the two men. "Get up." The pair slowly got to their feet, now bruised and battered, their eyes filled with fear as they regarded Liao Lizhan. Zhou Lingfeng, still clutching the knife, positioned himself between them, awaiting Liao's next command. Dressed in a loose nightgown, Liao's countenance was grim, a stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor she had exhibited earlier in bed. "Call Wu Xiong and inform him that you have located the item he requested and that you will deliver it immediately," Liao Lizhan commanded. This is quite difficult," the man stammered. Do you believe you have any choice left? "If you refuse to call, I will ensure you both meet your demise here," Liao Lizhan declared fiercely. With no other option, the man reluctantly glanced at the knife in Zhou Lingfeng's hand before complying. Retrieving his phone to make the call, "Boss, I have the documents you requested. Where are you? I will bring them to you." After a brief pause, he continued, "All right, I will deliver them to you right away." After ending the call, he informed Liao Lizhan, "The boss is at the Sunshine Spa and wants me to bring it to him now." "Very well, I shall prepare the documents for you to deliver to Wu Xiong." With that, Liao Lizhan rose and entered the room. Retrieving a document folder from the safe, she scribbled 2 lines on a piece of paper, inserted it into the folder, sealed it, and exited the room. Handing the folder to the man, she instructed, "Take this to Wu Xiong. When you see him, tell him it's from me." Once the two men departed, Liao Lizhan returned to the sofa, her expression still grave. Deep in contemplation, Zhou Lingfeng, now dressed, approached her and asked, "Are you all right, comrade?" "Yes, I'm fine. I'm unharmed, but their fate is uncertain," Liao Lizhan replied, still appearing lost in thought. Not long ago, Zhou Lingfeng pondered the reason behind the two men who had approached him, questioning what they sought and why Liao Lizhan had surrendered the desired items to them. However, considering his mere role as a driver, he refrained from pursuing the matter further for the time being. It's best not to inquire too much. Given your current position, the less you know the better. Once you attain a status akin to mine, many things will naturally come to light, Liao Lizhan remarked, extending her hand toward Zhou Lingfeng. He grasped her hand and settled beside her. At this moment, Liao Lizhan had emerged from her previous contemplative state, her face adorned with a smile that once again exuded the remnants of charm characteristic of a middle-aged woman. Shall we do it again? Liao Lizhan asked Zhou Lingfeng with a gaze full of affection. Though Zhou Lingfeng remained non-committal, having already rested for nearly an hour, he felt sufficiently recharged to face the next encounter. Albeit with a tinge of ennui, he inwardly lamented, women in their 30s are like wolves, while those in their 40s resemble tigers. The most effective way to conquer a woman is in the bedroom. This time, the experience proved rather satisfactory, at least for Liao Lizhan, who felt thoroughly fulfilled, and that sufficed for Zhou Lingfeng, whose current obligation was to ensure her happiness and enjoyment. I will expedite your transition from a driver's position to that of a civil servant. Soon you shall report directly to the organizational department, Liao Lizhan stated, resting a hand on Zhou Lingfeng's chest, savoring the sensation of his firm muscles. I have but one request of you, you must absolutely comply with my demands. No matter what they may be, can you manage that? She continued, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Yes, Zhou Lingfeng replied with a slight nod, aware of the formidable nature of this woman, yet feeling compelled to acquiesce to her wishes. With no alternative available, I need a definitive answer from you. Tell me, can you do it? Liao Lizhan suddenly sat up, her expression serious as she questioned him. Reluctantly, Zhou Lingfeng also sat upright and replied earnestly. I will certainly comply with your requests. Satisfied, Liao Lizhan nodded and opened her arms, saying, embrace me. Zhou Lingfeng obliged, though he felt no interest at that moment, instead experiencing a subtle sensation that was not quite repulsion, but something akin to it. For the following week, Zhou Lingfeng maintained his role as a driver responsible for Liao Lizhan's daily transportation. After picking her up at the municipal building, he was informed that he could report to the organizational department the following week. Before Zhou Lingfeng could respond, Liao Lizhan's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, she answered, I'm busy tonight, just say what you need over the phone. Her expression turned somewhat sour as she continued. Su Ming, is it only now that you come to seek my help? Is it not a tad too late? Where have you been all this time? Don't say I didn't give you one last chance. Come to my office tomorrow, Neil, and plead with me. I might consider letting you off. After concluding the call, Liao Lizhan gazed out the car window, exhaling deeply. Let us go to Longting International, I'm hungry. Zhou Lingfeng nodded and picked up his phone to call. Minister Li, could you please prepare a private room, as per our previous specifications? Upon arriving at the hotel parking lot, Zhou Lingfeng promptly exited the vehicle, opened the back door, and watched as Liao Lizhan stepped out. Following closely behind her, he quietly remarked, Standing committee member, I will wait for you here, you should accompany me. Have you forgotten your current status? Liao Lizhan retorted, striding forward with an air of arrogance, her high heels clacking sharply against the ground. Zhou Lingfeng observed her retreating figure, contemplating how she appeared more like an executive than a municipal standing committee member. In the private room, a round table was set with 8 dishes and a soup, a feast previously enjoyed by Liao Lizhan and others. Today marked Zhou Lingfeng's first opportunity to dine alongside her. Take your time to eat, Zhou Lingfeng, Liao Lizhan, but if you need anything, just call me, said Li Fanghua, a beautiful minister in her early 20s, who had received Zhou Lingfeng's earlier call with her sweet appearance and easygoing personality. She often brushed off the advances of officials who would take liberties with her during drinking sessions, fully aware that without their patronage, her position would be precarious. Aren't you going to correct her? Liao Lizhan asked Zhou Lingfeng, momentarily taken aback. He contemplated before responding, I haven't yet. Let her start getting used to it from now on, Liao Lizhan insisted, her tone leaving no room for argument. Initially puzzled, Li Fanghua, being astute and having dealt with numerous officials and businessmen, quickly interjected, Brother Liao, are you getting a promotion? Congratulations, may I call you leader from now on? Oh, it's hardly official yet, and this isn't really a promotion. I am merely, Zhou Lingfeng replied, his expression slightly awkward. From now on just call him Director Zhou, Liao Lizhan interjected. Understood, I'll remember that. Li Fanghua promptly began addressing them as standing committee member Liao. Director Zhou, please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just let me know. Before turning to leave the room, Zhou Lingfeng quickly shook off the awkwardness. Standing up to serve Liao Lizhan some food, she regarded him with a serious expression. And after he sat down, she did not immediately pick up her chopsticks. Confused, he asked, Standing committee member, have I done something wrong? No, I believe your future is promising, as you surpass many individuals in the current political arena in various aspects. Liao Lizhan finally spoke, everyone has their own personality. My disposition isn't particularly suited for the political realm. Had I not been recognized for my diligence by my superiors, I wouldn't have reached this position. She continued, finally picking up her chopsticks. Zhou Lingfeng followed suit, but his gaze frequently drifted to her bowl, and whenever he noticed it empty, he would promptly rise to refill it. Enough, you needn't serve me anymore. You should eat too. After we finish, we'll return to the villa, Liao Lizhen stated, glancing at him intentionally. Zhou Lingfeng nodded, resumed his seat, and began to eat. As a driver, particularly one for a municipal standing committee member, he had limited opportunities to interact with many officials. However, his eagerness to learn and quick reflexes, coupled with his ability to adapt, made him quite adept at serving in this capacity, executing his duties with a natural grace. At the villa, after their intimate encounter, Liao Lizhen nestled against Zhou Lingfeng, her demeanor reminiscent of a delicate bird. You may take the money back with you, leaving it here serves no purpose, she said. That money is yours, I cannot accept it, Zhou Lingfeng replied. I've already told you, I'm not short on cash, why are you so disobedient? Liao Lizhen expressed her discontent. Moreover, it's not a large sum. You could take it to show filial piety to your parents, perhaps buying them something they like. Zhou Lingfeng could only nod in agreement, saying, all right, I understand, I will take it back shortly, although Zhou Lingfeng was reluctant to accept the 30,000. A considerable amount for many, including himself. Liao Lizhen perceived it as trivial, indicating her substantial wealth. Zhou Lingfeng silently surmised the origins of her fortune, and despite his internal resistance to such ill-gotten gains, he recognized that his life was no longer solely in his own hands after becoming entangled with this woman. After bringing the money home, Zhou Lingfeng locked himself in his room and poured out the contents of the box. Examining the cash before returning it, he then took 6,000 and exited the room. Mom, this 3,000 is for your grocery shopping this month. Dad, here is 3,000 for you to take Mom out shopping. Buy whatever you wish, he said, distributing the cash to his parents. His father, however, hesitated, asking, where did this money come from? Is it ill-gotten gains? No, I won the lottery, a total of 20,000. Zhou Lingfeng fibbed. Only then did the father reach out and take the 3,000 yuan from his son's hand. Yet there remained a glimmer of skepticism in his gaze. Zhou Lingfeng, however, dared not meet his father's eyes any longer and promptly turned away to leave in a roadside late-night food stall located in the old district of Jinghai City. Zhou Lingfeng sat face to face with Lin Yi, a childhood companion and later comrade in arms, who now also worked as a driver. Brother, your life is indeed better than mine. You are not just that woman's driver now. I've heard you have become her lover as well, Lin Yi asked, deliberately lowering his voice. Who told you that? Zhou Lingfeng countered, a sense of shock rippling through him, for he had only recently begun his liaison with Liao Lizhen. I happened to see you visiting her villa a few times, Lin Yi replied. Oh, you know why I was there too? Why? Zhou Lingfeng feigned curiosity, though he had already surmised Lin Yi's forthcoming revelation. Because my boss also owns a villa there, and he has been frequenting it lately. You know, my boss is quite the playboy. Every woman he entertains is under 25, never exceeding that age, and once there were even 2 women at once. As he spoke, an expression of profound envy crossed Lin Yi's face. The boss Lin Yi referred to was Zhao Minghui, the then director of the Jinghai City Finance Bureau. A man in his early 50s, notably short with a prominent belly. Are you envious? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. Yes, I truly am, for I currently have no idea where my girlfriend is, Lin Yi confessed. What is there to envy? Once you reach his position, I assure you, you'll have even more fun than he does. The two continued their conversation until they were interrupted by shouts from a nearby table, followed by a woman standing up and smashing a wine bottle over a man's head. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, and blood began to flow from the man's wound. Who the hell do you think you are? I want you dead, and you better understand that. How dare you speak so brazenly in front of me? Did I give you the right to act so tough? The woman hurled the remaining piece of the bottle to the floor and directed her ire at the man. The man merely sat there, dumbfounded, not even attempting to cover the gash on his head. You thought I liked you for real. If it weren't for your somewhat handsome face, I would have kicked you out long ago. Get lost. I don't want to see you again, the woman added, kicking him in the leg. It was only then that he stood a head downcast and walked away. And now that's ruthless. It's clear we are witnessing a true spectacle, Lin Yi remarked, pulling a cigarette from his mouth and exhaling a cloud of smoke. She is quite beautiful, but as a woman, she is truly ferocious. Zhou Lingfeng concurred. How could she not be vicious? Have you considered who her father is? If your father were as powerful as hers, you might be even more ruthless than she is, Zhou Lingfeng replied, withdrawing his gaze from the woman to look at Lin Yi. The two were of similar age, but in terms of appearance Zhou Lingfeng had the upper hand with more refined features. A brother, do you think that woman has ever killed someone? After all, if she did, she wouldn't have to worry. Her father would certainly help her cover it up, Lin Yi speculated, lowering his voice significantly, his gaze drifting back to the woman at the table. Surely not, even if her father is the police chief. It can't be that lawless, can it? Zhou Lingfeng responded. It's hard to say. Don't you know that absolute power provides absolute protection? Some leaders, in order to keep their unsavory secrets hidden, may discreetly eliminate anyone who knows them, making them suddenly vanish from existence, Linny asserted. Have you been reading too many novels? Zhou Lingfeng chuckled, raising his glass to clink with Linny's before downing its contents. Hey, what do you think would happen if one of us became her boyfriend? Wouldn't it open doors for promotion? Even if not, there would certainly be plenty of opportunities to make money. Linny continued his fanciful musings. Did you not see how she treats her boyfriend? If you want to be a dog, then by all means, go ahead and be her boyfriend. As for wealth and position, do you think you could pass her father's scrutiny? Who can say? There are many ways to win over a woman. As the clock struck 11:30 at night, Zhou Lingfeng had just settled the bill and was preparing to leave when he received an unfamiliar phone call. Hello, who is this? Zhou Lingfeng placed the phone to his ear. Are you Zhou Lingfeng? Came the voice of a middle-aged man. Yes, I am. Who are you? Zhou Lingfeng replied. That you'll find out shortly. Where are you right now? I have someone coming to pick you up. You haven't even told me who you are, and you're sending someone to pick me up. What does this mean? Zhou Lingfeng asked, perplexed. Rest assured, I mean no harm. I just need to trouble you with something. Please tell me your location. Sorry, but I'm going to bed now. With that, Zhou Lingfeng hung up the phone. Upon returning to the municipal government after driving the bus, Zhou Lingfeng headed toward his motorcycle, intending to ride back to his dorm. However, upon reaching the parking lot on the first floor of the dormitory building, he noticed someone approaching a parked car in front of him. The individual directly addressed Zhou Lingfeng. Hello, are you Zhou Lingfeng? Who are you? Zhou Lingfeng asked, realizing that this man was the one who had called him earlier. I'm just like you, a driver, but my boss is a businessman, not a government official. I wonder if you could accompany me for a brief trip? It won't take much of your time. I'll handle your transport. In the dim light, Zhou Lingfeng observed the man, who appeared to be around 40. He suspected that the reason for this man's visit might be related to Liao Lishan, so he inquired, is there something that cannot be discussed directly? Let me put it this way. There are certain matters that we, as subordinates, are not privy to. We will never have the opportunity to know what we're not supposed to, considering that the man had personally come to seek him out. Zhou Lingfeng realized that if he did not accompany him, this matter would likely remain unresolved. Thus, he climbed into the man's car, after driving for about half an hour on the main road. They finally arrived at a massage parlor named Sunshine City. Zhou Lingfeng immediately suspected that the person he was to meet was Wu Xiong, the man who had previously sent two thieves to Liao Lishan's villa to steal something. He was unaware of the specific item, but he already had an inkling of Wu Xiong's purpose in wanting to see him. Indeed, on the 8th floor of the 10-story building, Zhou Lingfeng encountered Wu Xiong, a middle-aged man clad in black trousers and a white short-sleeved shirt. Wu Xiong approached Zhou Lingfeng with a courteous demeanor, extending his hand. Hello, I am Wu Xiong, the owner here. Zhou Lingfeng shook his hand and asked, Wu Xiong, what can I do for you? Please speak plainly. I still need to return to rest as I have to wake up early tomorrow to transport the leaders. Please have a seat. A few minutes won't make a difference. Wu Xiong smiled, gesturing for Zhou Lingfeng to sit down. Zhou Lingfeng settled onto a nearby sofa, surveying the expansive room that resembled an office yet lacked the starkness of one, featuring mahjong tables and arcade machines. Mr. Zhou, you are quite handsome. Just looking at you makes me feel a certain fondness, Wu Xiong continued, maintaining his smile and gazing intently at Zhou Lingfeng. Wu Xiong, can you speak now? Zhou Lingfeng inquired, uninterested in flattery. Alright, if you prefer straightforwardness, then I shall be straightforward, Wu Xiong declared. I know you are currently the driver for Comrade Liao Lishan, so I would like to ask you for a favor. This favor involves you keeping an eye out for a document at Comrade Liao's residence or in her briefcase. It contains some very important information. If you can help me retrieve this document, I will reward you with 500,000. Can you tell me what the document contains? Zhou Lingfeng asked. Of course. But once I disclose the contents to you, you will have to accept this task. Are you willing to assist me? Wu Xiong asked seriously. Forget it. I cannot assist with this. As Liao Comrade's driver, taking anything from her would be against the rules, not to mention what would happen if she discovered it. Even the act itself is something I cannot condone. With that, Zhou Lingfeng stood up, preparing to take his leave. Do you think we brought you here just to hear your refusal? Wu Xiong spoke again. What do you mean by that? Zhou Lingfeng retorted. Since you want me to be straightforward, then listen carefully. This favor, you will help whether you want to or not. Of course, if you truly assist us in obtaining that document, I will reward you handsomely. However, if you fail to acquire it, do not blame me for being inhospitable. The other party's words were a blatant threat. Zhou Lingfeng was no pushover. He had always adhered to the principle of not offending others unless provoked. Thus, after scrutinizing Wu Xiong, he responded, I am curious to see how you intend to be inhospitable to me. Are you planning to eliminate me right here? With that, Zhou Lingfeng turned and walked toward the door. Just as he reached it, Wu Xiong's voice rang out again, "You may leave, but heed my warning. Starting tomorrow, if anything happens to your family, do not hold me responsible." Zhou Lingfeng, besides his parents, had a younger sister who was currently studying at university in Beijing. Now in her sophomore year. Wu Xiong's words indicated a clear understanding of Zhou Lingfeng's family situation. Zhou Lingfeng turned back to face Wu Xiong, then glanced at the other two individuals present, aside from the driver who had brought him here. There was a larger man sporting tattoos on his arm. A thought crossed Zhou Lingfeng's mind, prompting him to stride over to Wu Xiong, standing directly in front of him and asking, "Are you threatening me?" "Indeed, I am threatening you. Will you obediently help me steal that document in exchange for 500,000 and the safety of your family?" Wu Xiong's sentence was cut short as he received a sharp slap across the face. With a resounding crack, Wu Xiong found himself momentarily stunned. Before he could regain his composure, a heavy fist struck his abdomen. At that moment, the tattooed man realized the situation was dire and rushed toward Zhou Lingfeng. Only to be met with a swift kick from Zhou Lingfeng. With a muffled grunt, the tattooed man was sent sprawling to the ground. To prevent him from rising quickly, Zhou Lingfeng moved swiftly to his side, delivering a flurry of powerful kicks that elicited cries of pain from the man. Afterward, Zhou Lingfeng returned to Wu Xiong, seized his collar, and declared fiercely, "Listen well, I will not be coerced into doing things I do not wish to do. Especially such despicable acts. If anything were to happen to my family, you would be the first I come for. Of course, if you possess the capability, feel free to eliminate me first." With that, Zhou Lingfeng shoved Wu Xiong forward. Wu Xiong stumbled back a few steps before collapsing onto the floor. As Zhou Lingfeng made his way toward the exit, another voice interrupted, "Don't go. Did I permit you to leave?" It was the driver who had come to fetch Zhou Lingfeng. Brandishing a gun aimed directly at him, Zhou Lingfeng turned to face the driver, feeling not fear in the face of the weapon, but rather a surge of excitement. "Quite impressive. I didn't expect anyone here to be armed." He remarked to kneel and apologized to President Wu. The driver barked, "If you want to shoot, then do it." Zhou Lingfeng ignored him, pivoted back to the door, opened it, and stepped outside. Only after the door closed did the driver lower his weapon. They still lacked the audacity to eliminate a municipal committee member's driver. Zhou Lingfeng was acutely aware of this, which assuaged his fears. After all, Wu Xiong and his associates were the ones seeking his assistance. Now that he had refused, they were powerless against him. As for what measures they might resort to against Zhou Lingfeng's family following this encounter, he felt no concern, for he had Liao Lizhan by his side. Wu Xiong's demands stemmed from their ignorance of Zhou Lingfeng's relationship with Liao Lizhan. Once they discovered that Zhou Lingfeng and Liao Lizhan were intimate partners, they would no longer harbor any hope of relying on him. That morning, after Zhou Lingfeng picked up Liao Lizhan from her residential complex, he noticed her engrossed in her phone and asked, "Committee member, I have something to report." "Go ahead," she replied. "Last night, Wu Xiong sent someone to find me and brought me to the Sun City." Liao Lizhan lifted her gaze to Zhou Lingfeng, awaiting his continuation. "He asked me to steal a document from you, but I refused," Zhou Lingfeng elaborated, and then, Liao Lizhan inquired, "They threatened me, saying they would harm my family. I ignored them and attempted to leave, only to find myself threatened with a gun." "How audacious!" Liao Lizhan exclaimed angrily. "What should I do about this?" "Whatever you command, I will carry out," Zhou Lingfeng replied. Glancing at Liao Lizhan in the rearview mirror, he asked this to ascertain whether she would ensure a proper resolution to the situation. If this matter was not handled appropriately, Zhou Lingfeng would inevitably worry for his family's safety. He believed in Liao Lizhan's capabilities. After all, she had confronted a municipal secretary in public without flinching, demonstrating her exceptional prowess. "You need not concern yourself with this. I will handle it. They wish to play games with me, but they are woefully unprepared. I will ensure they pay a steep price," Liao Lizhan coldly asserted. Zhou Lingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, Liao Lizhan could manage this situation. In Liao Lizhan's office, a man knelt before her, none other than her ex-husband, Su Ming. "Are you truly so foolish? Did you have to bring it to this point? If you had come to me sooner, would I have let it escalate to this?" Liao Lizhan remarked. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, she answered, "All right, I understand. Yes, I will comply with your request." After finishing her conversation, Liao Lizhan did not immediately hang up. Instead, she cast a meaningful glance forward for a moment before placing the phone down and addressing the still kneeling Su Ming. "I have a task for you. Complete it, and I will resolve this matter for you." Chapter 8, Newcomer Orientation. Liao Lizhan assigned Su Chang a highly perilous task, yet he found himself with no alternative. After much deliberation, he begrudgingly agreed. "Remember, you have no choice left," Liao Lizhan warned. "If it weren't for the fact that you are the father of my child, I would have already seen you off. I will go handle it right away." "But what if Wu Xiong discovers it?" he stammered. "That is your concern. If he finds out, what can I do about it?" I will be cautious. I will leave now, Su Chang replied, rising and exiting the office. Liao Lizhan watched the door close, her eyes flashing with determination. After Su Chang's departure, Zhou Lingfeng was summoned to Liao Lizhan's office. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her sultry gaze radiating desire as she said, "Lock the door. I want you to be with me here now." Zhou Lingfeng was taken aback but felt compelled to comply. Turning toward the office door, meanwhile, Liao Lizhan picked up her phone and called her secretary, instructing, "For the next half hour, do not let anyone enter my office." After hanging up, Liao Lizhan rose from her chair and approached Zhou Lingfeng. Wrapping her arms around him and gazing deeply into his eyes, "You know, I once thought I would never feel anything for anyone again. I believed my heart was dead until I met you." Liao Lizhan whispered sweet nothings to Zhou Lingfeng, but he silenced her with a kiss, igniting the flames of passion that had already been kindled within her. In the office's reclining chair, Zhou Lingfeng embraced Liao Lizhan. Both of them naked and basking in the afterglow of their shared ecstasy. "You must report to the organization department by the day after tomorrow at the latest. If you have any questions, just ask your older colleagues," Liao Lizhan instructed, caressing Zhou Lingfeng's face. "Is this truly appropriate? I am merely a veteran. What is inappropriate about it? I say it is appropriate, and it is. I want you to be the most liberated person in the department. You will still be my driver, but you won't need to rest at the Bureau of Administration anymore. You'll rest directly in the department." Zhou Lingfeng nodded, realizing the immense influence of the woman he held. The extent of her power was unknown, at least to him. Finding such a formidable ally was a dream come true for many. Zhou Lingfeng felt incredibly fortunate, for as long as Liao Lizhan remained unscathed, he could continue to bask in her radiance, and the future undoubtedly held promise. My possessiveness is quite strong. Henceforth, your heart must harbor no other women. Do you understand? My heart contains only you. I shall not cast even a fleeting glance at another woman." Zhou Lingfeng asserted. As a passionate young man of 25, even he found it hard to believe his own words. When lies become a habitual part of one's speech, individuals cease to feel shame for the falsehoods they utter. It was during his 2 years as a driver that Zhou Lingfeng learned the art of deception, along with countless other lessons. His thirst for knowledge, coupled with a clear vision for the future, coupled with his relationship with Liao Lizhan, led him to believe that his plans could undergo a significant transformation. Previously, his life's ambition was to save a modest sum of money through his driving job, leveraging those funds to cultivate connections in hopes of securing a position within the Bureau of Administrative Affairs. He envisioned treating his bureaucratic role as a side endeavor while embarking on his primary career, business. Throughout history, the collusion between officials and merchants has been a norm. A merchant's success is often intertwined with the backing of power. Zhou Lingfeng had long recognized this reality. Now, however, his aspirations had shifted. He felt compelled to set a goal for himself, a target to ascend towards. While striving for this ascent, he began to contemplate the most favorable path to entrepreneurship. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Liao Lizhan had already charted this course for him. As her subsequent words would fill him with a blissful, almost bewildering, sense of happiness. By the way, if you find yourself bored in the evenings, you can visit one of my shops. I intend to transfer ownership of one of my establishments to you." Liao Lizhan continued, "I cannot accept. It is your store. Listen to me first. I recognize that your character is unlike others, and that is one of the aspects I admire about you. If you were like everyone else, I would not have taken an interest in you." Liao Lizhan elaborated. "I own 3 shops. 2 are managed by my brother, and the third has been under my ex-husband's management, but I have reclaimed the keys." "What exactly will I need to do?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired. "You will be responsible for assessing which brands and types of products need to be stocked, and then ensuring timely procurement. As for the procurement process, I will have my brother teach you." Indeed, what more could one desire? At least in Zhou Lingfeng's mind, he felt that this woman, despite being a decade his senior, could offer him opportunities that many could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. His previous plans now seemed utterly naive and laughable. As long as one possesses sufficient connections and power, many opportunities will present themselves without the need for pursuit. Zhou Lingfeng bid a brief farewell to his familiar colleagues at the Bureau of Administrative Affairs, departing amidst their envious gazes, and proceeded to the Human Resources Office of the Municipal Party Committee. Upon entering, he discovered only one individual at work, a woman of similar age, quite beautiful. Zhou Lingfeng recognized her. The municipal building and the government building were merely separated by a street, and many faces were familiar. His impression of this particular woman was not due to the frequency of their encounters but rather the unique aura she possessed. "Comrade, hello. I am here to report to the organization." Zhou Lingfeng greeted her with a smile. The woman looked up, smiled back, stood, and extended her hand. "Hello, you must be Zhou Lingfeng. Welcome to our organizational family. My name is Su Ziru. I look forward to your guidance, as I am quite unfamiliar with organizational work. Zhou Lingfeng shook her hand, displaying humility. You were rather candid. Such honesty is rare these days, Su Zero remarked with a curious gaze. Zhou Lingfeng, it truly is you. You have finally joined our department. Do you know how long I have awaited your arrival? A voice, unmistakably exaggerated, called from the doorway. Chapter 9, Unique Colleagues. Zhou Lingfeng turned to see a portly man, approximately 5'7", with a receding hairline, beaming at him. Welcome to our department. With you on board, many tasks will become significantly easier. This was Zhong Minghua, the office director, who, still smiling, extended his hand. I am the office's Zhong Huaming. I have been anticipating your arrival. Hello, Zhou Lingfeng replied, shaking his hand, well aware that this enthusiasm stemmed from Liao Lizhan. Your office is this way. Please follow me. Zhong Minghua continued with unwavering warmth, leading Zhou Lingfeng to the office. The office featured 4 desks, one of which was pristine and devoid of clutter, designated for Zhou Lingfeng. What are you two still doing seated? Don't you see we have a new colleague? Stand up and welcome him. Zhong Minghua instructed the remaining 2 seated colleagues, giving them a pointed look. The man and woman promptly rose, introducing themselves and shaking Zhou Lingfeng's hand. The man, Li Hong, in his 30s, was quite handsome, while the woman, Sun Li, slightly older, sported curly hair and a prominent beauty mark on her right cheek, which somewhat marred her otherwise appealing appearance. Both welcomed Zhou Lingfeng warmly, watching as he approached his assigned desk. Zhou Minghua, akin to a sycophant, approached the clean desk, pulled out a chair, and smiled broadly. Here, this is your desk. Welcome to our team. I hope you will guide us as well. Zhou Lingfeng felt overwhelmed by the attention but refrained from dwelling on it. Responding, Director Zhong, you flatter me. As a newcomer, I should be the one asking for your guidance. Zhou Minghua smiled, placing a hand on Zhou Lingfeng's shoulder. Please take a seat. Let us converse further. Feeling unable to refuse such hospitality, Zhou Lingfeng sat down, and almost immediately a cup of tea was placed on his desk by Sun Li, who wore a smile. Here, please enjoy some tea, she said. Thank you. Zhou Lingfeng nodded, observing the 3 colleagues still standing. He realized that their deference stemmed from the esteem bestowed upon him by Liao Lizhan. He resolved to express his gratitude to her later. It seemed that unless he invited them to sit, they would remain standing, so he said, please, resume your work. Do not let my presence disrupt your tasks. Zhou Minghua echoed, yes, please sit down and continue your work. Once Li Hang and Sun Li were seated and working, Zhou Minghua took a seat as well, intentionally shifting his chair closer to Zhou Lingfeng, whispering, Lingfeng, henceforth we are family. We do not speak as strangers. I hope you will look out for me. How would you like me to assist you? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. Indeed, he had attached himself to Liao Lizhan's formidable influence, but what the future held remained uncertain. Zhou Minghua was clearly a flatterer, and Zhou Lingfeng believed it prudent to maintain a cordial relationship with him. I hope you can speak favorably of me before the standing committee. Rest assured, I will not neglect you. As evening approached at 6 o'clock, Zhou Minghua called Zhou Lingfeng again, reminding him to attend the welcome banquet specially arranged for him that night. Brother, you must come. If you don't, this gathering will not materialize, as it was specifically organized for you. Alright, I will head over now. To foster better relations among colleagues moving forward, Zhou Lingfeng felt he could not decline this invitation. Upon arriving at the Fudo Hotel and entering the private room, he found it filled with colleagues from the organization. As he stepped through the door, Zhou Minghua immediately commanded, everyone, please rise. All seated individuals promptly stood. Turning to face Zhou Lingfeng, most gazes were friendly save for one that radiated disdain. Colleagues, this is Zhou Lingfeng, our new addition to the organization. Some of you may have met him before, while others have not. To ensure our department's future endeavors run smoothly, I deemed it necessary to host this banquet today, both to welcome our new colleague and to encourage us all, Zhou Minghua proclaimed, maintaining a mechanical smile throughout. Zhou Lingfeng was being treated in such a manner for the first time, yet he felt no discomfort, as he was acutely aware that in order to ascend to a higher platform in the future, such occasions would inevitably become commonplace. Moreover, he firmly believed that he would certainly have the opportunity to rise to loftier heights. Zhou Minghua insisted on having Zhou Lingfeng occupy the seat of honor, but Zhou pressed his hands on Zhong's shoulders, compelling him to take a seat instead. This position was not one he was entitled to occupy. As a newcomer, what qualifications did he possess to sit at the head of the table? After all, it was not even his turn yet. A woman's voice interjected. Zhou Lingfeng turned to regard the speaker. It was Shu Qi, her face resembling an oval, quite beautiful though her words were somewhat acerbic. At that moment, Shu Qi wore a look of utter disdain. Having concluded her statement, she lowered her head to peruse her phone, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact with Zhou Lingfeng. Comrade Shu Qi, how can you utter such words? Such remarks could jeopardize the harmony amongst our colleagues. I will forgive you this time, and I trust Comrade Zhou Lingfeng will not hold it against you, but I must insist there be no recurrence. Zhong Minghua remarked. Being a person of the office, Zhong managed to smile and articulate these words despite the awkwardness of the situation, a testament to his adeptness as the office director. At least in this context. His demeanor evoked a sense of admiration in Zhou Lingfeng. This was a quality worthy of emulation, or so Zhou thought. For those who contest your presence, one must utilize magnanimity to sway them. Prompting a sense of remorse for their initial behavior, the waitstaff began to serve the dishes, and once everything had been arranged upon the table, it was Zhong Minghua who spoke up again. Come. Everyone, let us begin to eat. Do not be shy, of those seated here are all family. Family does not speak in two tongues. Let us enjoy our meal and drink well, as it is only right to honor our diligent organizational efforts. With that, Zhong Minghua picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Zhou Lingfeng's bowl, smiling as he said, Here, enjoy this dish. It is their signature item, and I order it every time I come here. Thank you, Director Zhong. You should eat as well. Do not keep serving me, or some of the female colleagues might grow envious. Zhou Lingfeng replied. If they wish to feel envy, let them, as Zhou enjoyed his meal. He began to observe his colleagues seated around the table. There were 10 individuals present, while the entire organization department comprised roughly 50, meaning that 1/5 of the department was gathered here, predominantly ordinary cadres. With the highest ranking being Zhong Minghua as the office director, the presence of colleagues at similar levels to Zhou Lingfeng at this banquet was evidently a carefully considered arrangement by Zhong Minghua. If individuals of higher rank were invited, the phrase welcoming our new colleague would no longer apply. In a banquet where all the cadres were merely ordinary, the presence of a leader of superior rank meant the gathering was solely organized for that leader's benefit. Li Hong and Sun Li, who shared an office with Zhou Lingfeng, were also present, earnestly enjoying their meal, displaying decorum as there were no leaders in attendance. Zhou Lingfeng's gaze fell upon Shu Qi, who was lifting a piece of green vegetable to her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. At that moment, Shu Qi's eyes met Zhou Lingfeng's, and a moment of mutual gaze ensued. Suddenly Shu Qi's expression soured, and Zhou Lingfeng found it amusing. Prompting him to speak, Comrade Shu Qi, did we not know each other previously? With 2 seats separating them, Shu Qi could hear Zhou Lingfeng's words clearly. She set her chopsticks down and retorted. I have no interest in knowing you. However, now that we are colleagues, we are indeed acquainted. I believe you should regard me with a more favorable attitude, as your current demeanor places a considerable amount of pressure on me. It leaves me wondering if I have erred in some way. Zhou Lingfeng responded, feigning innocence. Are you finished? Is there anything more you wish to add? Shu Qi asked expressionlessly. Zhong Minghua sensed the tension and quickly interjected. Comrade Shu Qi, what did I just say? Have you forgotten my words so soon? Zhong Minghua, you should never have invited me to this gathering, for I do not wish to see someone who disgusts me. You have successfully caused me to see him. With that, Shu Qi abruptly stood and turned toward the door of the private room. Chapter 10, The Driver's Perspective. Why does Comrade Shu Qi harbor such disdain for me? Zhou Lingfeng inquired of Zhong Minghua after Shu Qi's departure. She is not just disdainful of you, she holds a general contempt for everyone. She has her issues, Zhong Minghua replied, pointing to his head. The other colleagues continued their meals, seemingly indifferent to Shu Qi's exit, as if such behavior was not uncommon for her. What is her background? Zhou Lingfeng pressed. I've heard she has an uncle in the provincial committee, but no one knows who he is or his name. It's merely hearsay. Perhaps that explains her audacity. Zhong Minghua continued. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to avoid her whenever possible, as she seems to genuinely dislike you. Zhou Lingfeng nodded slightly and placed a piece of meat into Zhong Minghua's bowl, smiling. Director, please eat more. I appreciate your efforts for this meal. How can you serve me? Zhong Minghua replied, looking somewhat embarrassed. From now on, you will be my director. It is only right that I serve you. By the way, does no one in our unit drink? Zhou Lingfeng asked, puzzled. Oh, it's because everyone has agreed to save drinking for the second half of the evening. They'd rather not become inebriated now and miss out later, Zhong Minghua explained with a smile. In that case, I shall toast with tea, hoping that all the colleagues present today will look after this newcomer in the future. With that, Zhou Lingfeng stood, offering a tea toast to each person at the table while also noting down their phone numbers. The colleagues, seeing Zhou Lingfeng's thoughtful gestures, wore amiable expressions. First impressions held significant weight. Given Zhou's handsome appearance, the female colleagues would naturally respond positively, while the male colleagues would not resent his humble approach of toasting them. The second half of the event was also hosted at the same hotel but on a different floor. Specifically in the KTV area. Zhou Lingfeng asked Zhong Minghua for Shu Qi's phone number, which left the latter perplexed. Do you intend to call her? Do you believe you can persuade her? Yes, I believe I should at least try. After all, though I am uncertain why she bears ill will towards me, we will be colleagues moving forward, and having one more friend is certainly preferable to having one more foe. Zhou Minghua nodded. Feeling a sense of admiration for Zhou Lingfeng, the young man seemed to possess a knack for navigating social situations. It was worth noting that Zhou had discreetly settled the bill for the earlier meal. "Director, please proceed inside to enjoy yourselves. I will join you shortly." With that, Zhou Lingfeng pushed open the KTV room door, waiting until Zhou Minghua entered before he stepped away. The call connected swiftly, and Shu Qi's voice came through. "Hello? Who is this?" "Shu Qi, it's me, Zhou Lingfeng. I apologize for calling at this hour. I hope I have not disturbed you." Zhou spoke softly. "Why are you calling me?" Shu Qi was taken aback, having given Zhou a frosty reception during the earlier gathering. "I wish to express my apologies for any discomfort my presence may have caused you. It was never my intention. I understand you may not have taken a liking to me from the outset. But now that we are colleagues, I hope you can voice any grievances you may have. I will certainly strive to accommodate your wishes." Zhou Lingfeng maintained his even tone. This thoroughly bewildered Shu Qi. For her animosity towards Zhou stemmed from the fact that he, on his very first day at the organization department, was afforded a welcome banquet that she herself had never experienced. However, that was not the crux of her disdain. The fundamental reason for her contempt lay in the knowledge that Zhou Lingfeng was merely the driver for standing committee member Liao Lizhen. How could a driver suddenly be assigned to work in the organization department? A place she deemed unsuitable for someone of his background? What qualifications did he possess, as the only cadre in the organization department with a degree from a nationally recognized key university and connections to the provincial committee? Shu Qi felt a natural sense of superiority and confidence, thus she found Zhou Lingfeng's status as a mere connected individual intolerable. When Shu Qi remained silent, Zhou Lingfeng continued, "As long as you are willing to share what it is about me that makes you uncomfortable, I promise to make every effort to amend it." No, I was just," Shu Qi stammered, taken aback by Zhou Lingfeng's unexpected demeanor. Under normal circumstances, one would be furious after being humiliated at a dinner party. Yet Zhou Lingfeng had the audacity to call her. "We are still at the hotel preparing to sing and drink. Would you like to join us? I can apologize to you in front of everyone. I hope you can grant me this opportunity." Zhou Lingfeng continued, speaking with remarkable humility. This left Shu Qi utterly speechless. "Where are you now? Should I come pick you up?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired once more. Shu Qi moved the phone away from her ear, took a deep breath, and a bold idea struck her, prompting her to place the phone back to her ear and say, "Sure, come pick me up. I am at 85 Donghua Road. Alright, wait for me. I'll be there shortly." After ending the call, Zhou Minghua returned to the KTV room, glancing at his colleagues who were already joyfully singing before approaching Zhou Minghua and whispering in his ear, "Director Zhou, you all carry on. I'm going to pick up Shu Qi." Zhou Minghua stared at Zhou Lingfeng in disbelief, questioning the validity of what he just heard. On the drive to 85 Donghua Road, Shu Qi wore a mischievous smile as she muttered to herself, "I knew you couldn't be that kind-hearted. You think I don't realize that you might even be contemplating killing me? Yet, you still come to pick me up." In Shu Qi's mind, she believed that a retired soldier could not possess such a broad vision, given the circumstances where she was clearly in the wrong. It was unfathomable that he would not only call her but also offer to pick her up. This was simply impossible. Her perception stemmed from the belief that all soldiers were brutish. And her greatest disdain was for such individuals, whom she viewed as physically strong yet intellectually simple and uncultured, embodying all the traits she loathed. When Shu Qi's phone rang again and she saw that it was Zhou Lingfeng calling, she immediately thought, could he really be coming? With a mix of anxiety, she answered the call, hearing Zhou Lingfeng's voice. "Hello, I've arrived. I'm downstairs at 85. You really made it?" Shu Qi asked, quickly making her way to the window. Upon seeing a car parked below, she realized that her own perspective was indeed far too narrow compared to Zhou Lingfeng's. "Yes, I'm downstairs. Take your time, I'll wait for you." After hanging up, her heart raced, leaving her puzzled as to why she felt this way. Chapter 11, Cultivated Conquest. "Sorry to keep you waiting." After approximately 15 minutes, Shu Qi finally descended from her room, now dressed in a pair of fitted jeans and a snug white t-shirt that accentuated her alluring figure perfectly in front of Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng smiled and remarked, "It's alright, waiting for people is one of my specialties." Shu Qi chuckled, her previous distaste for him dissipating entirely. "You look stunning, the most beautiful girl I've seen in the municipal government." Zhou Lingfeng complimented as he opened the passenger door, offering her the courtesy befitting a star-rated hotel. Shu Qi had many admirers, yet not a single one was to her liking, as she had always been a proud woman. However, Zhou Lingfeng's gestures left her devoid of any repulsion. Once the car was in motion, Zhou Lingfeng initiated the conversation. Now, you can tell me where I need to improve, though I shall begin making changes from this moment on. No, I doubt that behavior of mine was indeed inappropriate, Shu Qi stammered, feeling a bit flustered. Not at all. I find you quite distinctive compared to those colleagues who are solely focused on their meals. I much prefer someone like you. Why do you say that? Shu Qi asked, surprised. Because I like to observe. I've noticed that the majority of people at work are rather, how to put it, let me think, they lack a certain spark, which makes them quite dull. Are you saying you find me intriguing? Shu Qi replied, even more astonished, unable to fathom that a retired soldier would discuss such a concept. Yes, I see something in you that I don't find in others. A unique aura. How come you speak so eloquently? Aren't you a soldier? Indeed, I am, but I believe I differ from other soldiers. I am quite studious, and while it may sound arrogant, I genuinely enjoy reading. Shu Qi gazed intently at Zhou Lingfeng, his words challenging her previous perceptions of first his character, and now his affinity for literature. Could he be exaggerating? Shu Qi pondered, continuing to look at Zhou Lingfeng. What are you currently reading? Share with me. I'm reading a foreign classic, Camus the Outsider. Is that true? Don't deceive me. I absolutely despise being lied to. Yesterday, my mother died. Zhou Lingfeng recited the opening line of The Outsider, and Shu Qi fell silent. Turning her gaze away from him to the window, a tumult of emotions surged within her. Ever since Zhou Lingfeng had called, she felt a growing fondness for him that made her heart race. I believe Camus' style suits me better than Sartre's, as I have also read Sartre's Nausea and found The Outsider superior. Zhou Lingfeng continued. Have you read Duras the Lover? Shu Qi inquired, as it was one of her favorite novels. I have. The author's emotions are very nuanced. Her writing reflects her character, delicate and soft, evoking a dreamlike yearning for love. After hearing Zhou Lingfeng's thoughts, Shu Qi turned to look at him, her eyes fixed and her demeanor reminiscent of a marionette. What's wrong? Are you alright? Zhou Lingfeng asked, glancing at her before refocusing on the road. I'm sorry. After a prolonged silence, Shu Qi finally spoke, her apology heartfelt as she acknowledged her previous behavior. Are you okay? Don't scare me. Why are you suddenly apologizing? Zhou Lingfeng's eyes widened as he looked at Shu Qi. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I hope you won't hold it against me. Silly girl, how could I possibly blame you? If I did, I wouldn't have come to pick you up. You are the most extraordinary man I have ever met. Shu Qi couldn't help but express, her cheeks flushing as she turned her gaze to the windshield. Zhou Lingfeng smiled, for it was the first time since his discharge that a woman had referred to him as a man. While it felt somewhat odd, it was undeniably pleasant. The car came to a halt in the hotel parking lot, where many hotels from the year 2000 lacked underground parking, as compact cars were not as prevalent then. Unlike 20 years later when they became ubiquitous, making parking a significant issue, especially in large cities, the two exited the vehicle and walked towards the hotel entrance. Shu Qi, standing nearly 1.70 meters tall and wearing high heels, matched Zhou Lingfeng's height of approximately 1.75 meters. Judging by their appearances, they resembled a couple. What do you think they will say when they see I brought you here? I bet they will mock me. Shu Qi remarked. Not at all. How could they mock you? If anyone dares to, I'll knock their jaws off. Zhou Lingfeng replied earnestly. Honestly, I don't care if they laugh at me. I was indeed in the wrong earlier. What I care about is your opinion of me. As she spoke, Shu Qi paused, prompting Zhou Lingfeng to stop in confusion and look at her. You wouldn't have condemned me to death for my previous actions, would you? How could that be? Don't overthink it. If it weren't for your stunning beauty, which makes me feel inferior just looking at you, I would have pursued you myself. Shu Qi's face flushed crimson. Captivated by Zhou Lingfeng's aura. As they entered the private room, everyone was momentarily stunned, especially Zhou Minghua, who thought to himself, it seems this guy truly has a way with people. Not only did he win over the committee member, but now he has also captured our department's beauty. His future is limitless. Chapter 12. Trapped in a dilemma. After several rounds of beer, Shu Qi had taken the microphone and started singing Undercurrent by Fei Wong. Under the kaleidoscopic glow of the flickering lights in the KTV room, Shu Qi's figure was undeniably enchanting. Coupled with her impressive singing, several colleagues could not help but gaze at her intently. Unbeknownst to them, the song she sang was a reflection of her innermost feelings, as her eyes occasionally darted towards Zhou Lingfeng. At that moment, Zhou Lingfeng, too, would occasionally glance at Shu Qi, though his attention was primarily focused on the dice game and drinking with a few colleagues. His demeanor was markedly different from that of his peers. While they erupted with excitement and boisterous shouts upon revealing their scores, including the female colleagues, Zhou Lingfeng remained remarkably composed, never raising his voice. Moreover, he displayed admirable sportsmanship, promptly downing any drink he lost. Zhou Lingfeng, I shall not grant you any leniency simply because you are the new colleague. this time I shall declare a score of 7-1. Declared Li Hang, a colleague seated next to Zhou Lingfeng, with a mischievous grin. Alright, I'll raise that to 8-1. Zhou Lingfeng replied calmly, gesturing accordingly. I'll call your bluff, Li Hang shouted, reaching to unveil the lid of Zhou Lingfeng's dice cup. Only to be halted by Zhou Lingfeng, who said softly, no need to reveal. I concede, I will drink. Li Hang would never have anticipated that Zhou Lingfeng had rolled 5-1s had any three of the remaining colleagues rolled a 1. He would have emerged victorious, yet he chose to forego revealing his cup, opting to concede immediately and down a glass of beer in one gulp. Most individuals, upon entering such a game, would become wholly engrossed. But Zhou Lingfeng maintained his reason and composure at all times. Even with a high probability of winning, he surrendered, simply to grant his colleagues a fleeting sense of satisfaction, while simultaneously refining himself. After Shu Qi finished singing 2 consecutive songs to thunderous applause, Zhou Lingfeng joined in the applause without exception. May I join in the fun? Shu Qi approached Zhou Lingfeng and inquired. Of course. You may, Li Hang quickly interjected, making space for her to sit between him and Zhou Lingfeng. Once the game commenced, every time it was Shu Qi's turn to call out a number, Zhou Lingfeng would simply add 1 to her count. Never revealing her dice cup. Of this behavior, while seemingly ordinary, was rather unusual, as soon enough, a colleague bypassed Zhou Lingfeng entirely and called for Shu Qi's cup. Zhou Lingfeng, Shu Qi has called such a high number. Why do you not reveal her cup? Are you involved with her? Asked a colleague seated to Zhou Lingfeng's right, evidently emboldened by drink, for he would not have dared to utter such words otherwise. Given Shu Qi's formidable reputation, surprisingly Shu Qi showed no signs of distress. Instead, she asked, are you truly going to reveal my cup? Yes, I intend to. Now, reveal it, and let us drink, Shu Qi said nonchalantly, lifting the lid of her cup. Indeed, when the others opened their cups, the numbers added up perfectly. At that moment Zhou Lingfeng's phone rang, prompting him to tell everyone to continue playing while he stepped outside to take the call. It was a call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end stated, Zhou Lingfeng, our boss wishes to see you. You have half an hour. You must come to the Sun City immediately. Is it Boss Wu who wants to see me? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. You'll find out when you arrive. Hurry, or you will face the consequences. The call ended abruptly. Setting down his phone, Zhou Lingfeng was perplexed. He had confided in Liao Lizhan about being threatened by Wu Xiong, and she had promised to resolve the matter. Why then was Wu Xiong seeking him out? Under the circumstances, Zhou Lingfeng could not call Liao Lizhan. As he felt he lacked the standing to question her about why the issue had not been resolved. He decided to go to Sun City first, just as he was about to return to inform his colleagues. The door swung open, and Shu Qi emerged. I'm feeling tipsy. Will you take me home? She asked, her complexion flushed, indicating she had consumed quite a bit. Are you in a hurry to leave? Zhou Lingfeng asked. No, not at all. Why? Is it inconvenient for you? Not at all. If you're not in a rush, then please accompany me to a certain place first. Alright, wait for me a moment. I need to inform them. Zhou Lingfeng replied, pushing open the door to the private room and stepping inside. Where are you headed? Shu Qi asked curiously as she watched Zhou Lingfeng steer the car in a different direction. To the Sun City bathhouse, he responded. Are you taking me for a foot massage? No, the boss of Sun City wants to see me. I'll be back shortly. You can wait in the car. Very well, Shu Qi nodded, intrigued by Zhou Lingfeng's acquaintance with the owner of Sun City. Rest a bit. I'll go inside first, afterward, I'll take you home, Zhou Lingfeng assured her before exiting the vehicle. After approximately half an hour of waiting in the car without seeing Zhou Lingfeng return, Shu Qi could no longer contain herself and sent him a message. Why are you taking so long? However, after sending the message and waiting for a considerable time without receiving a response, she decided to exit the car and walk towards the entrance of Sun City. At that moment, Zhou Lingfeng lay on the floor, bloodied and battered. Well, are you still defiant? Have you considered who Wu Xiong is and who you are? Wu Xiong stood before Zhou Lingfeng, sneering coldly. You're quite capable, but what era are we living in? No matter how skilled you are, can you deflect a bullet? Wu Xiong remarked, touching the bruises on his face, the pain inflicted by Zhou Lingfeng. Just 3 minutes prior, Zhou Lingfeng had once again rejected Wu Xiong's demands and was preparing to leave when he was immediately blocked by several individuals, leading to a brawl. Despite facing 4 opponents, including Wu Xiong, Zhou Lingfeng managed to take down 2 of them, but a pistol was soon aimed at his head. Stop immediately, Wu Xiong commanded, forcing Zhou Lingfeng to freeze in place, leading to a brutal assault by the remaining 3. Boss, should we eliminate him? One of Wu Xiong's underlings inquired. Are you foolish? If we kill him, do you think we can escape? He is Liao Lizhan's driver. If he dies, she will surely suspect us, Wu Xiong contemplated. What about his current state? Didn't you say a woman came with him? Have that woman come up and take him to the hospital? When Shu-Chi saw Zhou Lingfeng lying on the floor, bloodied and battered, she was immediately taken aback. To everyone's astonishment, Zhou Lingfeng managed to push himself up, staggering to his feet after glancing at Wu Xiong. He silently vowed, "I will ensure that you all pay a heavy price for this." Turning to Shu-Chi, he managed to smile and said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, let us go. I'll take you home." Yet Shu-Chi remained rooted to the spot, still in shock at Zhou Lingfeng's terrifying appearance. "Miss, why are you still here? Surely you don't intend to stay with us?" One of Wu Xiong's underlings taunted. This snapped Shu-Chi back to reality, prompting her to quickly exit the room, maintaining a safe distance as she followed Zhou Lingfeng. Upon reaching the car, she hurriedly opened the rear door, urging, "Please get in. I'll take you to the hospital." Do you know how to drive? Zhou Lingfeng asked. "Yes, I can drive," Shu-Chi replied. "Then please take me to my dormitory." "I am fine, I'll be alright after a nap." Zhou Lingfeng, using the car for support, struggled to stay upright. "No, you look like this." Shu-Chi expressed her concern. "Trust me, I'm really fine, just take me back to my dormitory." Zhou Lingfeng insisted, opening the door and getting in. After the car parked in front of the dormitory, Zhou Lingfeng exited and told Shu-Chi, who had also stepped out, "You can drive home. Come back tomorrow to see me." "No need, I can just take a taxi," Shu-Chi responded, her eyes scanning Zhou Lingfeng with deep concern. "It's quite difficult to hail a taxi at this hour." Zhou Lingfeng seemed to regain some strength, his speech becoming less fragmented. "It's alright, I have a car, but you look like this," Shu-Chi worriedly remarked. "I'll head up now. Be careful on your way back," Zhou Lingfeng said before turning toward the stairwell. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Lingfeng first stripped off all his clothes. He then picked up a mirror and gazed at his reflection, unable to suppress a smile. Afterward, he entered the bathroom and began to wash himself. Once he had rinsed away the blood that stained his body, he turned to the faucet and filled his mouth with water. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged from his stomach, prompting him to vomit the congealed blood from within. After letting out a few loud shouts, he finally exited the bathroom. At this moment, Zhou Lingfeng stood completely unclothed, revealing a physique adorned with perfectly defined muscular contours and artistry of strength honed over 3 years of military service. Complemented by his ongoing regimen of over 100 push-ups and running each day, despite his body being marred by scars, to Zhou Lingfeng, it was of little consequence, for he had endured far worse injuries in the past. It was a chapter he preferred not to revisit. He retrieved the medicine box from beneath the bed, took out some bruising ointment, and applied it to his contusions before picking up his phone. After a moment's contemplation, he began to compose a message, which he promptly sent to Liao Lizhen. "Esteemed comrade, I hope you are not asleep. I was just summoned by Wu Xiong. Initially, I had no intention of going, but he threatened my family, leaving me no choice. They reiterated their previous demands, which I refused, and they resorted to violence. I am now injured and may need a day to recuperate before returning to work." Before long, Zhou Lingfeng received a reply from Liao Lizhen. "Are you alright? Have you gone to the hospital?" Zhou Lingfeng responded, "I'm fine. I've returned to my dormitory. A day's rest will suffice. Good night." At that moment, Liao Lizhen had just settled into bed. Upon replying to Zhou Lingfeng's message, a surge of anger welled up within her, prompting her to rise from her bed. After a moment of contemplation, she immediately made a phone call. Once the other party answered, she spoke without delay. "Wei Biao, I have an urgent task for you. You must execute it at once." "What task?" inquired a middle-aged man's voice from the other end. "You know Wu Xiong, the owner of the Sunshine City. I need you to bring him here immediately. Is he doing something inappropriate to you? That is not your concern, just ensure he is brought here. I will explain everything tomorrow, but I'm aware of your reservations regarding Yang Xiaoliang. You need not worry about him. If I am asking you to apprehend someone, I have sufficient justification. That if he inquires, simply state that Wu Xiong committed intentional harm." "Very well, I will arrange for it right away." The following day, Zhou Lingfeng awoke to find it was already 9 in the morning. Just as he attempted to rise, he was met with an all-encompassing pain. A discomfort that made even the slightest movement unbearable, contorting his face in agony. A phone call interrupted him, and he hastily grabbed his phone. Upon seeing it was Liao Lizhen, he quickly answered, "Can you still walk?" Liao Lizhen asked. "I can," Zhou Lingfeng replied, wincing as he spoke, for his face had swollen grotesquely. "Prepare yourself. I will arrive at your dormitory in approximately half an hour." With that, Liao Lizhen ended the call. Zhou Lingfeng wondered what Liao Lizhen's intentions could be. Surely she did not plan to take him to her villa for a showdown while he was in such a battered state. The thought of even attempting to fight seemed daunting. However, he also considered a more significant possibility, that Liao Lizhen intended to help him seek retribution. When Liao Lizhen laid eyes on Zhou Lingfeng's battered form, particularly his face swollen like that of a pig, Her heart ached, she reached out toward his face but hesitated midway, retracting her hand as the driver was still present. This is outrageous, Liao Lizhan exclaimed. Do they truly believe they can trifle with me? Liao Lizhan, very well, I shall show them the consequences of their folly. Zhou Lingfeng remained silent. At this moment, his mere presence spoke volumes. Observing Liao Lizhan's furious demeanor, he felt that the beating he had endured the previous night was worth it. Not only did it garner her heightened concern for him, but it also left a lasting impression on Shu Qi. The car came to a halt at the detention center, and Zhou Lingfeng promptly exited. Moving to the other side to open the door for Liao Lizhan, however, she opened it herself and stepped out. Follow me, she commanded. I am taking you to confront that scoundrel. He must learn that crossing me bears severe consequences. Inside the detention center, Zhou Lingfeng trailed behind Liao Lizhan. As they walked past the aging buildings, he felt no particular sentiment. Rather, the overpowering stench of urine assaulted his senses, inducing nausea. Liao Lizhan covered her nose with her hand and quickened her pace in her high heels. Soon, they encountered a man in a police uniform. He addressed Liao Lizhan. Comrade Liao, you have arrived. Director Wei is unavailable today due to a task. He sent me in his stead. I am aware, he has already informed me. Please lead us inside, the stench here is unbearable. Do you not maintain cleanliness? Liao Lizhan replied, her face twisted in disgust. At last, they arrived at a small room where a man sat on the floor behind iron bars, none other than Wu Xiong himself. Liao Lizhan glanced at Wu Xiong before leaning close to Zhou Lingfeng and whispering, do as you wish, just do not kill him. I will wait for you in the car. Understood. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. Liao Lizhan then stepped forward, addressing Wu Xiong. Mr. Wu, your repeated attempts to acquire that document from Yang Xiaoliang through me have been quite persistent. As a businessman, you seem to lack discernment, for you have chosen the wrong adversary. She pointed to her head and swiftly turned to exit the room that reeked of urine. Wu Xiong, shackled, suddenly stood up, glancing at Liao Lizhan's retreating figure before shifting his gaze to Zhou Lingfeng. So you have come here to seek vengeance, have you? The nearby officer interjected. Who permitted you to speak? Silence yourself. He opened the iron door, glanced at Zhou Lingfeng, and then exited, shutting the door behind him. Zhou Lingfeng regarded Wu Xiong. Realizing that if he did not act, it would be a sign of disrespect to Liao Lizhan, who had orchestrated this encounter for his benefit, you are at my mercy now. I have nothing further to say. Wu Xiong remarked. In truth, we have no enmity between us. We should not be adversaries. Your initial approach was misguided. Zhou Lingfeng replied. Why waste breath? Let us get on with it, Wu Xiong urged, his eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. For he had indeed struck hard the previous night. Zhou Lingfeng stepped through the iron door, looking at Wu Xiong. I have already stated that we are not enemies, while last night's confrontation nearly cost me my life. That is now behind us. However, I must provide an account to the comrade, and I hope you can understand. With that, Zhou Lingfeng delivered a powerful kick to Wu Xiong's abdomen, eliciting a muffled groan. As Wu Xiong straightened, Zhou Lingfeng followed up with a punch to his face before turning to leave. Wu Xiong watched Zhou Lingfeng's retreating figure, a sense of admiration blossoming within him. Upon returning to the car, Liao Lizhan promptly instructed the driver to depart and then turned to Zhou Lingfeng. How do you feel? Have you vented your frustrations from last night? Yes, I have. Thank you, comrade, Zhou Lingfeng replied, nodding. Their audacity is astounding. They fail to recognize who I am, Liao Lizhan. They dare to lay a hand on my people. It's utterly reckless, Liao Lizhan exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. Zhou Lingfeng observed Liao Lizhan, noting the palpable hostility that emanated from her. He found himself curious about how someone like her could ascend to the position of a municipal committee member. It was a question he resolved to explore further, for the experiences of others can often illuminate one's own path in life. You should refrain from coming to work for the next few days, rest well in your dormitory, and once you have fully recuperated, you may return, Liao Lizhan instructed. Thank you, comrade, but I don't require such an extended break. I can return to work tomorrow, Zhou Lingfeng replied. That is not negotiable, just look at your condition. Your face is swollen beyond recognition. You will return next week. That is an order, Liao Lizhan asserted, her tone leaving no room for argument. Very well, Zhou Lingfeng conceded with a nod. After returning to his dormitory and watching Liao Lizhan's car drive away, Zhou Lingfeng proceeded forward. As he had yet to eat breakfast, he intended to buy some ingredients and prepare meals for the day ahead. In the bustling vegetable market, Zhou Lingfeng encountered several familiar faces. He frequented this place to purchase ingredients for his cooking, thus forming a rapport with the vendors. Upon seeing Zhou Lingfeng, these old acquaintances were taken aback. For the swollen visage he bore had inflicted a nearly catastrophic blow to his previously handsome features. Auntie, may I have a pound of scallions? Zhou Lingfeng addressed the woman at the vegetable stall. Noticed Zhou Feng, who was in her early 50s. After scrutinizing him closely, Zhou Feng could not help but inquire, Are you the handsome Ling Feng? Auntie, it's me, Ling Feng. I had a little mishap and fell yesterday, which caused my face to swell like this. You wouldn't refuse to sell to me just because of my appearance, would you? Zhou Lingfeng replied with a smile. Oh, poor child, how clumsy of you, look at you. You're hardly the handsome lad you once were. With that, Zhou Feng promptly began selecting the finest scallions, placing them into a bag and handing them to him, saying, Here, take these scallions, I won't charge you. Considering how you used to let me keep the change. Zhou Lingfeng did not reach for the bag but instead asked, Auntie, how much are the scallions per pound? I must pay you, if you refuse to accept my money. Then I shall go buy them elsewhere. Zhou Feng, with a resigned smile, informed him of the price. Zhou Lingfeng paid her, expressed his gratitude, and continued on to the next stall, intent on treating himself well. After all, he could not be certain when his injury would fully heal. After wandering the market for about half an hour, Zhou Lingfeng returned to his dormitory, his hands laden with bags of groceries. At that moment, he felt a sense of joy despite the lingering pain throughout his body. Upon arriving back at his dorm, he received a message from Shu Qi. Zhou Lingfeng, how are you feeling now? He promptly replied, I'm fine, just a couple of days of rest will suffice. Why not visit a hospital? I believe you may have internal injuries, which could become troublesome if left untreated, Shu Qi messaged back. At that moment, she was seated in her office, yet Zhou Lingfeng's image persistently occupied her thoughts. This was the first time she had felt such uncontrollable emotions for a man. I'm alright, thank you for your concern. I must get back to work. We can chat later. After sending the message, Zhou Lingfeng placed his phone down and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Chapter 15, Revising the Speech Draft. What is life? Is it the unwavering love for existence even after confronting its harsh truths? This so-called theorem applies somewhat to Zhou Lingfeng, though not entirely, as he does not perceive life as cruel, he merely endured a beating. After preparing a simple breakfast, Zhou Lingfeng began to eat. Once finished, he picked up the book on his bedside, Animal Farm, and began to read. Meanwhile, Shu Qi, after reading Zhou Lingfeng's message, found herself lost in thought. She pondered what kind of person Zhou Lingfeng truly was. He was merely a driver, yet he had suddenly transitioned to a civil servant, a feat undoubtedly aided by Liao Lizhen's influence. What, then, was the nature of his relationship with Liao Lizhen? She dared not dwell too long on this thought, for she did not wish to tarnish the favorable impression Zhou Lingfeng had left on her. This was the first time since her university graduation that she had developed an interest in a man. As night fell, Shu Qi found herself unable to resist reaching for her phone, yearning to message Zhou Lingfeng, yet uncertain of what to say. Furthermore, she was reluctant to always be the one to initiate contact. As she was not typically assertive, after 2 days of silence from Zhou Lingfeng, she felt a tinge of disappointment. It suggested his disinterest in her, as he had not taken the initiative to message or call. At 10 o'clock in the evening, she set her phone down and forced herself to pick up the novel 100 Years of Solitude, one of the few books she wished to reread due to its exceptional writing. However, she barely managed to read 2 lines before her mind wandered back to thoughts of Zhou Lingfeng. Just then, her phone chimed with a new message. Grabbing her phone, she felt a surge of excitement upon seeing it was from Zhou Lingfeng. His message read, Are you asleep? Do you have a habit of night reading? I'm reading Animal Farm. After reading his message, a smile involuntarily spread across Shu Qi's face. After a moment of thought, she replied, Not yet, I'm reading 100 Years of Solitude. How is your recovery going? Zhou Lingfeng had also read 100 Years of Solitude, and replied, I'm nearly recovered. I should be able to return to work tomorrow. It's rare for a girl to appreciate 100 Years of Solitude. It's impressive that you can engage with it. Thus, through their exchange of messages, they subtly contributed to the telecommunications industry, as at that time messages were limited, and exceeding one's plan incurred a fee of 15 cents per message. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, Zhou Lingfeng suggested it was time for bed, bringing their conversation to a close. After setting his phone aside, Shu Qi found herself lost in daydreams about a potential romance, while Zhou Lingfeng quickly fell asleep. Upon returning to work in the organizational department, Zhou Lingfeng was scrutinized by his 3 colleagues. Finally, Zhong Minghua, representing them, asked Zhou Lingfeng, I heard you were injured, are you feeling better now? We were all quite worried about you and wanted to visit. But the day after Zhou Lingfeng was assaulted, Liao Lizhen had summoned Zhong Minghua to her office, informing him of Zhou Lingfeng's injury and that he would not be returning to work for a week, advising them not to disturb him during his recovery. Thus, even if Zhong Minghua wished to visit, he had to quell that notion. I'm fine, I just have a few superficial wounds. Zhou Lingfeng smiled as he took his seat. Looking around, he noticed he seemed to have nothing to do, so he asked Zhong Minghua, Director Zhang, since I'm officially back to work, are there any tasks that require my attention? You've just recovered. Take it easy for now, there are no pressing assignments, Zhong Minghua replied with a smile. I can't just sit around doing nothing, can I? I have hands and feet. I should be able to contribute just as you all do. Even if I can't manage initially, I can always seek your guidance. So please assign me some work, Zhou Lingfeng insisted. Zhong Minghua regarded Zhou Lingfeng skeptically, thinking that were it not for Liao Lijian's influence, someone with his qualifications would never have had the opportunity to join the organizational department. What could he possibly be competent at? A former soldier might be suited for physical labor, but when it came to written tasks, he was akin to a blind man groping an elephant. Zhong Minghua held absolute doubts regarding Zhou Lingfeng's capabilities, but out of deference to Liao Lijian, he found himself compelled to flatter Director Zhong. Why the skepticism? Do you doubt my abilities? Zhou Lingfeng noted Zhong Minghua's silence and pressed on. Could you please share what tasks I might be capable of handling? Well, tell me what you can do, and I can assign you specific tasks, Zhong Minghua replied. I can attempt to write official documents. As I have always had a habit of writing, Zhou Lingfeng stated. This revelation startled Zhong Minghua, as he had only ever known Zhou Lingfeng as a driver, and could hardly fathom how he might possess the skills necessary for written work. If there are any documents needing my attention, please hand them over now. But if I'm uncertain about anything, I will seek your guidance and hope for your advice, Zhou Lingfeng added. Zhong Minghua could only nod and instructed Li Hang, seated nearby, to pass a document requiring attention to Zhou Lingfeng. Take a look at this document. It's a speech draft. See if there is anything that needs revision, Li Hang said, handing Zhou Lingfeng the draft. This was a speech assigned to him by Zhong Minghua, intended for the standing committee. Zhong Minghua was taken aback that Li Hang would assign such an important task to Zhou Lingfeng and was about to reprimand him. But Zhou Lingfeng was already intently reviewing the speech draft. This fellow merely putting on an act. Very well, let him pretend. After all, he has a powerful patron backing him, Zhong Minghua thought to himself. His eyes revealing a glimmer of disdain. Time trickled by. Approximately half an hour later, while Li Hang was still engrossed in other documents, Zhou Lingfeng placed the revised speech draft before him and said, Li Hang, I've made some modifications to this speech draft, please take a look. My skills are limited, so I would appreciate your guidance. Li Hang nodded slightly, took the speech draft, and began to read it. Upon noticing the numerous revisions marked on the document, his pupils instantly widened in surprise. He continued to scrutinize the contents with great seriousness. Chapter 16, The Relationship Between Officials and the Masses. After Li Hang finished reading the entire speech draft that Zhou Lingfeng had revised in one breath, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He then stood up and turned to Zhou Lingfeng, questioning, Is this really your work? The draft, which had been modified by Zhou Lingfeng, not only showcased exquisite handwriting but also presented content that was significantly improved compared to the original. Observing the astonished expression on Li Hang's face, Zhong Minghua, an adept at speechwriting, quickly reached out, saying, Let me have a look. After reviewing the revised draft, Zhong Minghua was equally incredulous and felt a renewed admiration for Zhou Lingfeng. Lingfeng, I never expected you to possess such talent. This speech is intended for Deputy Minister Lin Ming, and you managed to achieve this level on your first attempt. Truly remarkable, he exclaimed. Zhou Lingfeng chuckled and replied, Please do not flatter me. I have no extraordinary skills. I merely adapted some formulas I've learned from previous speeches. Zhong Minghua examined the revised draft once more and concluded it could be finalized as the official version. He then instructed Li Hang, please print this version that Lingfeng has revised, and have him personally deliver it to Deputy Minister Lin Ming. Is that appropriate? Zhou Lingfeng inquired, feeling uneasy about being a newcomer in the organization. Especially since it was his first task involving a speech. He thought it might be improper for him to present the document to a superior. Absolutely, Minister Lin is quite approachable. When you go over, simply tell him it's your work, Zhou Minghua reassured him. Reluctantly, Zhou Lingfeng steeled himself and made his way to Lin Ming's office. However, when he placed the revised speech before Lin Ming, the latter did not look up but rather coolly stated, All right, you may leave now, I will review it shortly. Zhou Lingfeng turned and exited, clearly taken aback by the lack of engagement, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. Upon returning to the office, Zhong Minghua immediately inquired, What did Minister Lin say? Did he compliment your writing? No, he was busy and simply mentioned he would look it over later and asked me to leave. Zhou Lingfeng replied honestly. Oh, I see. We'll wait for his feedback. No need to rush. Zhong Minghua nodded slightly. 3 days later, during a meeting, Lin Ming read aloud Zhou Lingfeng's revised speech word for word, acknowledging its commendable quality. After the meeting, Lin Ming specifically called Zhou Lingfeng into his office. Once seated, he asked, Was the draft you submitted truly your own work? Not entirely. the original draft was not mine, but I made some modifications. Zhou Lingfeng clarified. Your revisions were quite impressive, keep up the good work. It is evident you possess a certain flair for writing. Remember to seize opportunities to practice your writing skills, Lin Ming encouraged. In government offices, the ability to write formal documents can lead to two entirely different career trajectories. Zhou Lingfeng nodded attentively as he regarded Lin Ming, who appeared to be in his 50s, exuding a warm demeanor. He seemed somewhat lean, and his appearance suggested a kind temperament. Moreover, you now possess a foundational network. So, once you achieve some success in document writing, your future will be bright, Lin Ming added. Looking at Zhou Lingfeng, Lin Ming couldn't help but think of his daughter, who had recently passed the civil service examination and entered the bureaucratic ranks. Lingfeng, as a newcomer, your performance is truly commendable, keep pushing forward. I have high hopes for you, Lin Ming reiterated his encouragement. He refrained from inquiring about Zhou Lingfeng's relationship status, deeming it inappropriate. Some matters are best approached gradually. This principle also applies to career advancement. Those who rise quickly often face equally swift declines, sometimes plummeting into the abyss. On this day, Zhou Lingfeng, Shu Qi, and Li Hong shared a government vehicle to a rural area. Tasked with accompanying the municipal government in land acquisition efforts. Li Hong seemed perceptive, opting to sit in the passenger seat, while Zhou Lingfeng and Shu Qi settled in the back, despite the presence of others. Shu Qi felt compelled to hold back her desire to converse with Zhou Lingfeng. Upon arriving at the land acquisition site, they found it teeming with people, where government representatives were locked in a standoff with the local populace. A government representative was engaged in dialogue with a representative from the crowd. Observing this scene, Zhou Lingfeng recalled articles he had read on managing collective incidents. For the people, their primary concern was the protection of their rights. As long as their interests were safeguarded, they would not instigate trouble. However, the government's actions during land acquisition inevitably infringed upon the interests of certain individuals. In such scenarios, should the government exhibit any extreme behavior, it could easily provoke a collective incident. In the year 2000, the relationship between officials and the masses was exceedingly strained, with officials and citizens often positioned in opposition. What led to the resentment towards officials and the wealthy? While corruption among officials played a role, the fundamental issue lay in the attitude of officials towards the populace. A similar principle applied to the disdain towards the wealthy, impoverished citizens, who were initially calm, could be provoked by the arrogance of some affluent individuals who looked down upon them. If all officials and wealthy individuals treated the masses with kindness and humility, would the animosity towards them still exist? Zhou Lingfeng, if you were to address these citizens, what would you say? Shu Qi, standing beside him, curiously asked while glancing at the crowd wielding shovels and hoes. Previously, Zhou Lingfeng had left a profound impression on her, and she was eager to understand his perspective during this critical moment, as an individual's view often reflects their values and beliefs. I'm not well versed in the specifics, so I lack the authority to speak. Zhou Lingfeng responded, suppose the government has promised a certain amount of compensation for the land, but the citizens are unwilling to accept it and demand a higher price, while the leadership stands firm. If you were tasked with persuading the citizens, how would you approach it? Shu Qi pressed on, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng surveyed the surroundings. There were nearly 100 government personnel present. While the crowd numbered no less than 200. Should a violent incident arise, it would spell disaster for both sides, likely resulting in injuries. I believe the first step is to calm the citizens' emotions before slowly reasoning with them, essentially providing them with a form of persuasion. Zhou Lingfeng articulated. Chapter 17. Survival comes first. As soon as Zhou Lingfeng finished speaking, the crowd began to stir. No way, if you don't meet our compensation demands, you can forget about taking this land, shouted a representative from the crowd. Please, remain calm and let me explain. We have already communicated your concerns to the city leaders, and this is the most significant concession we can offer. Consider that this amount is already higher than previous offers. You can't be greedy, the government representative implored. I've said it before, if the price doesn't go up, there is nothing to discuss. Don't think I'm unaware of your ulterior motives. The money belongs to the government, not you. By suppressing the price, someone is bound to profit here, retorted the crowd representative, a man in his 40s with a somewhat dark complexion and a resolute gaze fixed on the government representative. Zhou Lingfeng glanced around again, his attention drawn to the police officers lined up in front of the crowd, forming a barrier between them and the government officials. Oddly enough, there were no armed police present, only a handful of regular officers. Likely from the local precinct, and not all were equipped with firearms. What can we three possibly do here? Li Heng remarked, stepping aside to light a cigarette. Noticing Li Heng's withdrawal, Shu Qi moved closer to Zhou Lingfeng and quietly asked, "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Zhou Lingfeng found the question somewhat abrupt but still responded, "Yes, I'm fully healed, well enough to start a romance with you at any moment." This statement is evidently laced with a teasing undertone. Yet it caused Shu Qi to blush immediately upon hearing it. With her head lowered, she took a moment before looking up and responding, "Zhou Lingfeng, you truly give me a distinctly different impression." Zhou Lingfeng chuckled and inquired, "What is different? Do you feel that I meet your standards for a boyfriend in certain aspects?" "Yes, that is indeed the case," but before she could finish her thought, Shu Qi pouted. "But what?" Just as Zhou Lingfeng posed the question, a chaotic scene erupted nearby. The crowd surged past the police barrier, followed by anguished cries, as some individuals wielding hoes and shovels swung them forcefully at the officers and other public servants. Outnumbered and armed with such tools, the public servants instinctively chose to flee. Zhou Lingfeng seized Shu Qi's hand, pulling her towards a nearby vehicle. Suddenly, the crack of gunfire pierced the air. An officer had shot at a member of the crowd, bringing him down, and this single act incited the crowd into a frenzy, launching an assault on the public servants. As the officers rushed toward the vehicle, collisions ensued among the throng. Observing this, Zhou Lingfeng tugged Shu Qi in the opposite direction. At that moment, a young man in his early 20s, tattooed and bare-chested, rushed towards them brandishing a long knife. Zhou Lingfeng glanced back, then released Shu Qi's hand, instructing her, "Keep running ahead, don't stop." I can't run anymore." Shu Qi gasped. Zhou Lingfeng had no choice but to confront the knife-wielding man directly, as it was the only way to protect Shu Qi. "You two were running quite swiftly, why have you stopped?" The tattooed man taunted, quickening his pace toward Zhou Lingfeng. Spotting a brick nearby, Zhou Lingfeng swiftly picked it up. Shu Qi turned to look at him and froze upon seeing the armed man advancing. The man halted upon noticing the brick in Zhou Lingfeng's hand, now only a mere 3 meters apart. "Put down the brick if you dare," the tattooed man challenged. Zhou Lingfeng smirked and replied, "If you have the courage, drop your knife." Through the chaos behind the tattooed man, Zhou Lingfeng observed some public servants already down, with blood staining the ground. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he surmised that this was likely a premeditated incident, orchestrated by someone with intent. "Do you believe I could rush over and kill you and your girlfriend right now?" The tattooed man growled menacingly. "We have no grievances with you, you've received your payoff and should leave immediately. If you harm someone, you won't escape the consequences, you are merely being used," Zhou Lingfeng warned. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who says we're being used?" the tattooed man retorted, stepping forward. At that moment, gunfire erupted again, suggesting more casualties among the crowd. Seizing the opportunity while Zhou Lingfeng was distracted, the tattooed man lunged at him. Zhou Lingfeng hurled the brick at the assailant, hitting him in the chest, eliciting a pained cry as he staggered backward. Zhou Lingfeng seized the moment to charge at the man, swiftly disarming him of the long knife. After securing the weapon, he kicked the assailant in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Then raised the knife above his head, ready to strike. The sight terrified the tattooed man, his eyes widening with fear, rendered speechless by his terror. Instead of plunging the knife into the man, Zhou Lingfeng struck the ground beside him. He then forcefully threw the long knife into a nearby cornfield. At this moment, Shu Qi regained her composure and hurried to Zhou Lingfeng's side, asking, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine," Zhou Lingfeng replied, addressing the now erect tattooed man. "You lot." Before he could finish, the tattooed man bolted away. Just then, the armed police finally arrived, followed by several more gunshots, swiftly restoring order to the chaotic scene. The crowd, despite their previous foolishness, now recognized the urgency of preserving their lives. Zhou Lingfeng glanced at the crowd, now huddled down, while others lay motionless on the ground, likely having ceased to breathe. This was an incident of exceedingly grave nature, undoubtedly orchestrated by unseen masterminds. "What is your perspective on this incident?" Zhou Lingfeng asked Shu Qi. "I believe most of the crowd was incited by others," she replied. "Were you frightened earlier?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired again. "Not at all, because you were by my side," Shu Qi responded. Pulling out her phone upon seeing the caller ID, a look of distaste crossed her face. "I asked that your boyfriend calling," Zhou Lingfeng asked. "No, just a suitor. I have no interest in him," Shu Qi replied, disconnecting the call. "Shall we return?" Zhou Lingfeng suggested, making his way back into the crowd. Upon rejoining the throng, he noticed that all the individuals had been surrounded by the police, crouched down with their hands clasped behind their heads. The deceased had been laid out in a row, while the injured were being loaded into ambulances for transport to the hospital. Zhou Lingfeng surveyed the crouching crowd, noting they were predominantly male, with the eldest appearing to be in his 70s and the youngest in their 20s. In their eyes, he discerned a multitude of emotions: helplessness, manipulation, greed, and ignorance. If this incident was indeed premeditated, many among the crowd must have received some form of compensation. Otherwise, they would not have risked their lives to partake in such a dangerous event. Alternatively, they might have been persuaded by friends or relatives to gather here, unaware that matters would escalate to such a tragic outcome. Zhou Lingfeng chose not to dwell further, his mind concluding a singular thought: this is a world constructed by humanity, and to avoid being manipulated, one must possess strength so formidable that no one dares to manipulate you, nor possesses the ability to do so. As for whether one chooses to manipulate others, that remains a matter of personal freedom. In this world, the notion of sufficient strength equates to either possessing considerable wealth or wielding significant power. Often, power proves to be even more potent than money. Li Hong was also unharmed, and thus on their return journey, the three began to discuss the unexpected incident. Damn, that was truly terrifying. Who the hell thought they could come here to requisition land and nearly get buried alive? Li Heng exclaimed. Weren't you scared? Shuqi asked, glancing back at him from the passenger seat. Of course I was scared. Life is only lived once. I'm not even married yet, Li Heng declared loudly. I was scared too, but Shuqi wanted to express her relief that Zhou Lingfeng had been there. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. Just then, her phone rang again with the same number. After glancing at it, she answered impatiently, "Hello, just say what you need to." Shuqi, why have you been ignoring my calls? Do you know how worried I am about you? I heard about the bloody incident at the land requisition site, and I'm really concerned for your safety. A male voice spoke, but it was not the one Shuqi wished to hear. This was Chen Keming, the director of the publicity department in Jinghai City, who had just turned 30. From the moment he first laid eyes on Shuqi, he had deemed her his destined partner. Consequently, he frequently sent her messages or called. Shuqi had initially intended to disregard him, but due to her close friendship with Chen Keming's sister, she felt it inappropriate to sever ties outright. However, now, in Zhou Lingfeng's presence, Shuqi thought it was time to clarify matters. Chen Keming, let me ask you, do you truly have feelings for me? Indeed, I have always held affection for you. I have long wished for you to be my girlfriend. I am aware that you may not be inclined to accept my feelings at this moment, yet I shall not relent. I will persist. Before Chen Keming could finish his heartfelt confession, Shuqi interjected. Chen Keming, listen closely. I will never develop feelings for you, not now nor ever, for we inhabit entirely different worlds. Moreover, I am already fond of someone else. Therefore, I kindly request that you refrain from calling or messaging me again. That is all. Having said this, Shuqi hung up the phone and fixed her gaze out the windshield. Feeling a warmth spreading across her cheeks, a sensation akin to the stirrings of spring love, the conversation had been her way of conveying to Zhou Lingfeng her affection for him, though she remained uncertain whether he would grasp her intent. Zhou Lingfeng glanced at Shuqi, who occupied the passenger seat, and remarked, Shuqi, let me share a tactic with you. In the future, when confronted by suitors you do not fancy, you can simply send them a message to ensure they will no longer pester you. Ah, what message? Shuqi turned to Zhou Lingfeng, her curiosity piqued. Li Heng chimed in, hurry and tell us what the message is. I would like to use it on any girls I am not interested in. Zhou Lingfeng feigned mystery and replied, I am a man of misfortune. Every man I have previously dated has met an untimely demise. Upon hearing this, Li Heng nodded thoughtfully and said, that message is indeed clever. I shall employ it with the women I do not fancy, compelling them to withdraw. Shuqi chuckled softly and remarked, I doubt that message will prove effective, for love is often blind. Some individuals are willing to embrace ruin for the sake of love. Are you one of those people? Li Heng inquired, gazing at Shuqi. In truth, he harbored feelings for her but recognized the futility of such hopes, knowing she would never regard him in that light. I do not know, Shuqi responded. Zhou Lingfeng, choosing to ignore their exchange, answered a call from Liao Lizhen, placing his phone to his ear. Hello, comrade, good day, he began once the call connected. What is it? Is it inconvenient to talk now? Liao Lizhen's voice inquired. Yes, I am currently with colleagues on my way back. Zhou Lingfeng replied candidly, you need not speak, simply listen to me. I have heard that your writing skills are commendable, even to the point of revising speeches. How about becoming my secretary? However, I must conduct a brief assessment. After dinner tonight, meet me at the municipal building, and we will proceed to the villa. With that, Liao Lizhen ended the call. Upon returning to the office, Zhou Lingfeng had scarcely taken his seat when he received a message from Shuqi. Lingfeng, I almost forgot to thank you. Had it not been for you today, I do not know if I would have escaped being one of the victims. Are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner. After reading the message, Zhou Lingfeng could only respond, I apologize, but I cannot tonight. The comrade has assigned me a task that requires me to accompany her to a certain location. Shoot, she replied, no worries, work takes precedence. We can reschedule, but next time, it is your treat. Zhou Lingfeng agreed. Regarding his relationship with Liao Lizhen, Zhou Lingfeng had never harbored any expectations, recognizing the age difference between them. Yet, he found himself drawn to the power she wielded, which fulfilled certain desires of his, thus their encounters at the villa had at times become a source of anticipation. Chapter 19. The character of a man on the villa's sofa. Liao Lizhen's extravagant attire made Zhou Lingfeng feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to ask, "Comrade, is that outfit new? It looks beautiful." Such disingenuous compliments, when expressed frequently, lose their initial awkwardness. Zhou Lingfeng had grown quite adept at this. Despite the sweltering heat, and although the air conditioning was running, Liao Lizhen wore a dramatic cloak, which appeared quite excessive. However, when she rose from the sofa, Zhou Lingfeng realized he had misjudged her. She intended to surprise him, revealing a more sensual side of herself. As Liao Lizhen opened her cloak, Zhou Lingfeng beheld her mature figure enveloped in alluring lingerie, a captivating sight indeed. This visual stimulation ignited an immediate response within him. "Do you like it? Do you think it looks even better this way?" Liao Lizhen inquired. "Yes, it looks wonderful. I truly like it." Zhou Lingfeng approached her, wrapping his arms around her and kissing her forehead, which bore the marks of time. As passion escalated before their rendezvous, Zhou Lingfeng skillfully maintained control of the moment, causing Liao Lizhen to soon cry out in desire. After both were left breathless, they lay quietly on the bed, their breathing gradually returning to normal. Liao Lizhen spoke, "Do you harbor secrets from me?" While speaking, she caressed Zhou Lingfeng's face, and at that moment, he felt as if he were the one being courted. While Liao Lizhen assumed the role of the pursuer. "Comrade, you are my superior. How could I possibly conceal anything from you?" Zhou Lingfeng replied, somewhat bewildered. "You are a driver, yet you possess many skills, including speechwriting, which you have never mentioned before." Liao Lizhen playfully chided, "Comrade, I am not skilled in everything. I merely had an interest in official document writing and have read a few books on the subject." Before Zhou Lingfeng could finish, Liao Lizhen placed her hand over his mouth, turned around, and perched herself on his abdomen, releasing her grip to whisper, "Zhou Lingfeng, remember this, you are mine now. You must always be honest with me and never hide anything. Do you understand? If I discover you have concealed something from me, I will make you regret it." Zhou Lingfeng nodded, feeling a mix of irritation and intrigue. Were it not for her alluring power, he might have wished to push her away, as her final words had rubbed him the wrong way. "I have already mapped out your future. You will start by being my secretary. This role will provide you with invaluable experience for your future career." Liao Lizhen asserted earnestly, "But my previous job was driving. I know nothing about being a secretary, and I fear I may cause you trouble." Zhou Lingfeng protested. "Who starts off knowing everything? As long as you are willing to learn, you will master it all, and you are a smart person. I believe that if you apply yourself, you will excel beyond many others." Liao Lizhen gazed at Zhou Lingfeng, convinced of her judgment. She was no ordinary woman. Any man who shared her bed could not be just an average individual. After leaving the village, Zhou Lingfeng felt fatigued yet profoundly satisfied, as he perceived a clear path unfolding before him, one that held the promise of an uncertain yet enticing future. On this day, while Zhou Lingfeng perused the newspaper in his office, he was suddenly drawn to a woman's voice crying out from outside, "Lin Ming, you lecher. After using me, you intend to renege on your promise. Do you? Let me tell you, I will not let this go. If you do not help my son secure a job, I will not rest until I have my revenge." The woman possessed a certain charm. Though she lacked Liao Lizhen's allure, her attire was still quite impressive, which explained why Lin Ming, who otherwise exuded an honest demeanor, had found himself entangled with her. The woman stood at the entrance to Lin Ming's office, but as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ming swiftly pulled her inside, and their voices were no longer audible. However, the commotion had been sufficient to shatter the perceptions of many who had overheard it. Of course, this would depend on who was listening, as one could never truly know the extent of the sordid affairs occurring within a government building. Zhou Lingfeng resumed reading his newspaper, while several colleagues began to stir. "I never imagined Minister Lin had such tastes. It's quite surprising," Li Hong remarked. "What is so strange about it? Aren't all men the same? They tire of the old and chase after the new." Sun Li retorted immediately, "Sun that may apply to other men, but not to me. I consider myself quite devoted. Since my marriage, I have not entertained thoughts of other women." Zhong Minghua chimed in defensively. Zhou Lingfeng continued to focus on the newspaper, having been keenly following the news in recent days. As expected, there had been no coverage regarding the collective incident that had transpired at the land requisition site. Why was that? Although Zhou Lingfeng was merely a junior staff member and not even an official, he possessed an unusual political sensitivity, understanding that this matter would never see the light of day in the news. Regarding those who perished in this matter, whether they will receive proper treatment, such as whether their families will be compensated as they ought to be, has become inconsequential, at least for those who are not kin to the deceased. Zhou Lingfeng, you are quite handsome. Do you think you will end up like those other men, falling for every woman you meet? Sun Li inquired, turning to face Zhou Lingfeng. That he set aside the newspaper and replied, I do not know, as I currently have no girlfriend. What I do know is that if I were to have a girlfriend, I would not engage in flirtations with other women. I feel that Shu Qi seems to have an interest in you. What do you think of her? Li Heng asked. I dare not entertain such thoughts, for Shu Qi is an exceptionally talented young woman, both capable and beautiful. How could I possibly aspire to her? Zhou Lingfeng responded with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, an unfamiliar call came through. He placed the phone to his ear and heard a man's voice say, Are you Zhou Lingfeng? Yes, I am. Zhou Lingfeng replied, Are you at the office? Would it be convenient for you to step out? I'm in the parking lot on the first floor of the municipal building. Zhou Lingfeng felt perplexed and asked, Who are you? You'll find out when you come down. Rest assured, I am not here to cause you trouble, as I also work in a government agency. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingfeng immediately thought of someone. Chapter 20, Personality and Preferences. In the parking lot, Zhou Lingfeng encountered Chen Keming, who extended his hand and said, Hello, I am Zhou Lingfeng. Chen Keming reciprocated politely, introducing himself. You must know why I am here to see you. Chen Keming stated, I asked about Shu Qi. Zhou Lingfeng retorted deliberately, Exactly. I am aware that you are now our colleague, but remember, you were merely a driver before. I do not understand what she sees in you. It is impossible for anything to develop between you two, Chen Keming asserted with unwavering certainty, as if he were Shu Qi's father. I believe you should refrain from telling me such things. As your words hold no significance, Shu Qi's affections are her own prerogative, and whether she likes me is also her decision, Zhou Lingfeng replied. Moreover, she has made it abundantly clear to you that she does not harbor feelings for you. Why continue to waste your time on her? What does it matter to you? Whom I choose to like or pursue is entirely my affair. I advise you to keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you may find yourself in an undesirable situation. With that, Chen Keming turned and walked away. Zhou Lingfeng observed Chen Keming's retreating figure, realizing that there were reasons why Shu Qi did not favor him. He indeed appeared rather ordinary, lacking any advantage in looks compared to himself, and his earlier demeanor indicated a rather average character. One must ponder, how could Shu Qi possibly be attracted to such a person? Upon returning to the office, Zhou Lingfeng noticed two speech drafts on his desk, one from Lin Ming and the other from Su Yan. Lingfeng, since you did an excellent job revising the last speech draft, I would like you to revise these two as well. The initial drafts were prepared by Li Hang. Zhou Minghua said, Alright, but I cannot guarantee that the leadership will be satisfied with my revisions, so I hope you can take a look after I'm done. Zhou Lingfeng replied, You can be assured that the leadership will be pleased, for you possess that caliber. Zhou Minghua smiled. After Zhou Lingfeng completed the revisions on both drafts, Zhou Minghua instructed him to first deliver Su Yan's version to her. Zhou Minghua did not take the drafts himself to avoid seeking credit, as he lacked the boldness. After all, Zhou Lingfeng was a member of the standing committee, not someone he could afford to cross. Zhou Lingfeng approached Su Yan's office and knocked on the door. Upon receiving a response, he entered. When Su Yan looked up and recognized Zhou Lingfeng, she set aside the document in her hand. Hello, Minister Su, Zhou Lingfeng greeted, slightly bowing. You are the new addition to our office? Su Yan inquired. Yes, Zhou Lingfeng nodded. I in her early 40s. Su Yan appeared somewhat older than her actual age, with a rather ordinary appearance. She reached for the speech draft Zhou Lingfeng held and invited him to sit down, indicating she would review it now. Zhou Lingfeng chose to stand by, waiting. Su Yan remained silent, engrossed in the draft. After reading the entire speech, she picked up a pen and began making modifications in several places. Zhou Lingfeng watched as her pen swiftly filled the pages with densely packed black ink. Internally reflecting, it seems I still have much to learn. My previous success with Lin Ming's draft was merely a stroke of luck. Su Yan took half an hour to revise the 6,000-word speech before calling Zhou Lingfeng to her side. As a newcomer, your level is commendable. However, this draft is truly lacking. Observe the areas I have corrected. There are indeed issues, Su Yan remarked, looking at Zhou Lingfeng. You are destined to be a secretary for a member of the standing committee, so you must begin honing your writing skills now, she continued. Writing speeches follows a similar pattern. As the saying goes, all essays are largely derivative. This is an unwritten rule among government agencies, as any speech, regardless of the audience, tends to contain similar content. Su Yan spoke animatedly, and while Zhou Lingfeng listened, he found her words immensely beneficial. He understood that there is no such thing as a prodigy in the realm of official writing. Official documents adhere to established formats, and to excel in such writing, one must first grasp these fixed templates. Naturally, different leaders have varied requirements. Perhaps my standards are particularly high, and your submitted draft did not align with my expectations. Therefore, it is paramount to understand the preferences of your superior. If one attempt fails, try again, but by the third attempt, it must succeed. No leader can tolerate repeated misunderstandings of their expectations. After leaving Su Yan's office, Zhou Lingfeng walked back to his office, scrutinizing the speech draft filled with numerous revisions. He discerned that many of the changes were merely Su Yan's personal preferences, as the issues addressed were not significant. Thus, her earlier admonition to understand a leader's inclinations was indeed crucial, otherwise writing could very well be in vain. After placing the heavily revised draft back on his desk, Zhou Lingfeng visited Lin Ming's office. Dropping off the draft, Lin Ming instructed him to return home, demonstrating the varying styles of leadership. When Zhou Lingfeng later presented the revised draft, printed anew to reflect Su Yan's suggestions, she carefully reviewed it and proposed 2 additional modifications before returning it to him. In contrast, Lin Ming did not summon Zhou Lingfeng, suggesting that his submission had likely been accepted as is. Through these 2 drafts, Zhou Lingfeng gleaned an important lesson: every leader possesses unique personality traits and preferences. If one can discern these, many tasks become significantly easier. This applied to Liao Lizhan as well. Her affection for Zhou Lingfeng stemmed from his youth, charm, and intelligence, while Zhou Lingfeng merely needed to ensure her happiness. Demonstrating an understanding of her character. Chapter 21, Political Ambitions. In a Western-style restaurant, Zhou Lingfeng sat across from Shu Qi. As the waiter placed 2 menus before them, they both leaned in to peruse the selections. Shu Qi was casually dressed, sporting form-fitting jeans and a snug black t-shirt that accentuated her alluring figure. She had returned home after work to change outfits, underscoring her regard for the state with Zhou Lingfeng. "Feel free to order whatever you like. No need to hold back." Shu Qi smiled, glancing at Zhou Lingfeng. He set down the menu and suggested, "How about we order a couple set, that way, we won't have to deliberate too much." "Sounds good." Shu Qi readily agreed. Setting her menu aside, Zhou Lingfeng then signaled the waiter, requesting a couple's set meal. "I am curious, why did you invite me to dinner?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired. Because I find you quite special. And I wanted an opportunity to converse with you face-to-face. Do you find this reason acceptable?" Shu Qi smiled, her face radiating an unmistakable expression of joy. Zhou Lingfeng could sense Shu Qi's affection for him. However, his acceptance of her invitation was not rooted in any particular fondness for her. Rather, it stemmed from her captivating background and her undeniably graceful demeanor, making her a delightful companion for friendship. Finding someone to converse with is not particularly difficult, yet discovering someone with whom one can genuinely enjoy a fulfilling dialogue proves to be quite a challenge. "Wouldn't you agree?" Zhou Lingfeng remarked with a smile. "Indeed, that was my very thought, which is why I wished to invite you to dinner." Shu Qi nodded in agreement. In fact, if we wish to converse, we can do so through our phones. It is not always necessary to meet face-to-face for a meal." Zhou Lingfeng suggested. "Why, do you not wish to see me?" Shu Qi inquired, her expression shifting to one of confusion, the smile fading from her face. "No, it's simply that I do not want to give rise to any misunderstandings that might lead others to act inappropriately towards me." Zhou Lingfeng replied, pursing his lips slightly. "What do you mean? Did Chen Keming approach you? What did he say?" Shu Qi's expression darkened, not due to Zhou Lingfeng, but because of Chen Keming. "Yes, he did approach me, urging me to steer clear of you. I was quite bewildered at the time, as we are colleagues now. How could I possibly distance myself from you?" Zhou Lingfeng shrugged. "That's outrageous. How dare he approach you?" Shu Qi's face was aflame with indignation. "I believe you need not be angered by his actions, as he is not worth your ire, although I am unaware of the nature of your relationship with him. I do know that you do not harbor any fondness for him. Since that is the case, there is truly no need for you to be upset by his behavior," Zhou Lingfeng stated. While he spoke these words, he felt a sense of joy watching Shu Qi's furious demeanor, knowing she would surely call Chen Keming shortly. Taking a deep breath, Shu Qi turned to Zhou Lingfeng and said, "I apologize. If not for my involvement, that shameless individual would not have troubled you. Rest assured, I will confront him about this. It's nothing. He likes you, so his behavior is somewhat understandable. It is not understandable, for I do not like him." Since Zhou Lingfeng had mentioned Chen Keming, Shu Qi found little enjoyment in their meal, and their conversation dwindled. After finishing their meal, Shu Qi expressed her desire to leave. On the drive back, she immediately dialed Chen Keming's number. Once he answered, she struggled to suppress her inner fury and asked, "Chen Keming, did you approach my colleague Zhou Lingfeng?" "Yes, I did. Did he tell you?" Chen Keming replied. No, I sought him out. I just had dinner with him, which I invited him to. Do you know why I asked him to dinner? Shu Qi continued to restrain her emotions. I know. You like him, don't you? Chen Keming was not foolish, yet he would not let such matters provoke his anger towards Shu Qi. His affection for her allowed him to forgive her actions. Indeed, I do like him. And we will soon be in a romantic relationship, so I kindly ask that you refrain from contacting me in the future and do not pursue Zhou Lingfeng either. Our matters are of no concern to you. He is not suitable for you, he is merely a driver. Although his status has changed, he remains just that, and there will be no further. Be quiet, Shu Qi interrupted, finally losing her composure as she angrily exclaimed. Chen Keming, let me make myself clear. If you approach Zhou Lingfeng again, I will not let you off easily. With that, she hung up the phone. After setting down his phone, Chen Keming did not feel anger but instead called someone else. Hello, Brother Ji, it's me. Where are you right now? I have a matter I need your assistance with. What is it? Speak plainly. Upon returning to the dormitory building on his motorcycle, Zhou Lingfeng encountered 4 men standing before him. One of whom approached. Our boss has a few words for you. Come with me, the man said, gesturing towards the 3 others standing nearby. Zhou Lingfeng surmised that these individuals were likely sent by Chen Keming. Their arrival in a group of 4 indicated they were prepared for confrontation, and at this moment, escaping was no longer an option. Even if he managed to evade them this time, there was no guarantee he would escape in the future. Thus, he chose to walk forward. The man, clad in a white t-shirt with tattoos around his neck, scrutinized Zhou Lingfeng from head to toe and remarked, "Indeed, a handsome fellow. No wonder you could steal my brother's heart. If I am not mistaken, you were sent by Chen Keming, correct?" Zhou Lingfeng replied. "Since you are already aware of our purpose here, we can only apologize," the man said, preparing to strike. Zhou Lingfeng quickly interjected. "May I finish speaking?" "Fine, you have 1 minute," the tattooed man conceded. "I believe it would be far more beneficial for you to befriend me rather than oppose me, for as friends, I could guide you towards profitable ventures." Zhou Lingfeng stated calmly. "Oh, profitable ventures?" the tattooed man inquired, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he gazed at Zhou Lingfeng. "Indeed, although I am currently just an ordinary civil servant, I have ambitions for advancement. And I already possess an excellent method for making money. Do you know what we are involved in? And what are you? If you wish to expand your business, it is essential to collaborate with those in power. Only then can you grow and thrive. From what you say, there seems to be some merit to your argument, but why should I work with you instead of my brother Chen Keming?" "Because he lacks my ambition." "And what ambition do you possess?" "I aspire to become the city's mayor." Chapter 22. The winery owner. The reason Zhou Lingfeng revealed his political aspirations to these thugs was that they were utterly ignorant of the concept of political ambition, making them susceptible to persuasion. To convince those not on the same wavelength, one must employ alternative methods to instill confidence in them. Once they begin to believe in what you say, many challenges can be easily resolved. Zhou Lingfeng understood that these thugs intended to give him a beating as retribution for their friend Chen Keming, and whether they had considered whether it was worth such actions was a question. Zhou Lingfeng aimed to bring this question to the forefront of their minds, prompting them to re-evaluate their intentions. "The city's mayor, you mean the highest-ranking official in our city?" the tattooed man asked. "Indeed, though I need not serve in Jinghai City," Zhou Lingfeng replied indifferently. "Ha!" The tattooed man suddenly burst into laughter, then issued a command: "Attack!" Beat him to a pulp. His companions lunged at Zhou Lingfeng. Realizing that his previous words had fallen on deaf ears, Zhou Lingfeng remained unfazed, considering it a mere rehearsal for future encounters with individuals of this ilk. With a swift kick, he sent the tattooed man sprawling to the ground. The other 3 men, slow to react and lacking the physique of a robust opponent, fell just as quickly before Zhou Lingfeng. To instill a sense of fear in them, Zhou Lingfeng approached the tattooed man and stomped on his knee, rendering one of his legs incapacitated. The tattooed man emitted a piercing cry of agony. Once he regained his composure amidst the pain, Zhou Lingfeng addressed him. "I told you, we could have made money together. You chose to be my enemy, and this is the fate you have brought upon yourself. Regret is futile now. You likely have a bigger boss behind you, for genuine bosses seldom involve themselves in such matters. Return to your boss and inform him that if he seeks to trouble me again, I welcome it, but know that I, Zhou Lingfeng, am not to be trifled with. Of course, if anyone wishes to collaborate with me for profit, I would be even more welcoming." With that, Zhou Lingfeng made his way towards the staircase. At this moment, a call from Shu Qi came through. Upon answering, Zhou Lingfeng immediately stated, "Shu Qi, please do not contact me again. Are you aware that Chen Keming has sent someone to trouble me?" This Shu Qi was taken aback, as she had not anticipated Chen Keming's audacity to act after her warning. "Let us leave it at this. We shall remain merely colleagues. We can discuss work matters, But let us refrain from anything beyond that. With that, Zhou Lingfeng hung up and glanced at his phone before placing it on the table. Knowing that Shu Qi would undoubtedly send him an apologetic message, Shu Qi in turn dialed Chen Keming, expressing what she felt were the harshest words she had ever uttered. Chen Keming, heed my words carefully. This is your final warning. Should you dare to cause trouble for Zhou Lingfeng again, I will ensure that both you and your uncle can no longer work in Jinghai City. Shu Qi. What do you mean by this? Chen Keming asked, his face a mask of confusion. He had only heard rumors of Shu Qi's connections within the provincial committee, but the specifics remained unknown to him. Just as to others. My meaning is abundantly clear. I absolutely despise individuals like you. If it weren't for your sister, I would have severed ties with you long ago. I am extending you a courtesy. Yet you have the audacity to disregard it. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Feel free to attempt causing trouble for Zhou Lingfeng once more. With that, Shu Qi hung up the phone. Once she had calmed down, Shu Qi began drafting a message to Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng, I sincerely apologize. I truly did not expect Chen Keming to be so shameless. I have already given him his final warning. If he dares to trouble you again, I will not let him off lightly. My word is my bond. Upon reading the message, Zhou Lingfeng couldn't help but ponder. It seems her connections are indeed substantial. This implies she must have ties to the provincial level, otherwise how could she possibly stand up to Chen Keming? After all, Chen Keming's uncle is a standing member of the city committee and the secretary of the political and legal committee. To exert influence over such high-ranking officials, one must have connections at the provincial level. A thought began to form in Zhou Lingfeng's mind, and as it solidified, a sense of worry crept in. Once a romantic relationship with Shu Qi was established, he would have to tread carefully. If he were to confirm a relationship with Shu Qi, it was imperative that Liao Lizhan remained oblivious. The moment she found out, it would not only jeopardize his position in the organization but could also lead to dire consequences. Given Liao Lizhan's ruthless nature, she was the type capable of anything. Zhou Lingfeng promptly dialed Shu Qi's number and inquired, Shu Qi, I wish to know if you have feelings for me. I do have feelings for you, but it hasn't yet reached the level of love. Shu Qi replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, taken aback by Zhou Lingfeng's forthrightness. I too have feelings for you, as I find you quite special. However, I feel unworthy of you due to your exceptional qualities. Therefore, let us refrain from such contact moving forward. Zhou Lingfeng stated, employing a strategy of feigned detachment. When a woman harbors feelings for you, displaying self-doubt will only intensify her desire to draw closer. That won't do, Shu Qi interjected. We have not yet established a relationship. We can take our time to develop it, getting to know one another better, and then see if there is potential for romance. Wouldn't that be preferable? Alright, I will follow your lead, Zhou Lingfeng agreed. Now tell me, who is your favorite author? Shu Qi suddenly asked. As an artistic soul, it was Zhou Lingfeng's literary charm that attracted Shu Qi. Particularly his passion for literature. My favorite author is Kafka. Zhou Lingfeng replied sincerely, as this was indeed his preferred writer. I don't believe I have read any of Kafka's works. Do you think I am unworthy of you? Not at all. There are so many authors in the world, it is impossible for one to have read every work. The two continued to converse for nearly half an hour before concluding their call. Just as Zhou Lingfeng set his phone down, Liao Lizhan called, instructing him to come to the winery immediately, as her brother was waiting for him there. Upon his arrival at the winery, Zhou Lingfeng found 4 individuals seated, 2 men and 2 women, engaged in a game of poker. The 2 women were strikingly beautiful, clad in short skirts that revealed their fair thighs, creating a stunning visual tableau. Liao Chang rose to his feet and scrutinized Zhou Lingfeng before speaking. You must be Zhou Lingfeng? Yes, that's me. Are you Liao Chang's elder brother? Zhou Lingfeng asked quietly, uncertain whether he was indeed addressing Liao Lizhan's brother. Indeed, I am Liao Chang. Come, let me explain the details of this winery to you. With that, the 2 proceeded towards the tea table, while the other 3 resumed their poker game. My sister must have informed you. This winery will soon belong to you, as all the necessary formalities have been completed. However, before you officially take over, I feel it is essential to offer you a word of caution, Liao Chang said to Zhou Lingfeng. Please go ahead, Zhou Lingfeng replied, adopting a humble demeanor. Liao Chang rubbed his shiny bald head, and after a moment, spoke earnestly. Do you believe you can remain loyal to my sister? Zhou Lingfeng had already contemplated this question. In terms of physical fidelity, he knew it would be difficult to remain faithful to Liao Lizhan. As she was over a decade his senior, however, he was determined to be loyal in his responsibilities. What kind of loyalty are you referring to, Brother Chang? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. Will you maintain a relationship solely with my sister? Yes, good. I hope you can uphold that. But if you cannot, your fate will be dire. This is my warning to you, for you are not aboard an ordinary vessel. In short, tread carefully. Liao Chang then began to explain the specific operations of the winery. The so-called operational matters were simply about procurement and sales. Zhou Lingfeng would not need to concern himself with procurement. He was only required to conduct a weekly inventory check, noting the types of stock needed and submitting this information to Liao Chang, who would then replenish the inventory accordingly. Zhou Lingfeng surveyed the winery, which spanned nearly 100 square meters, noticing that every shelf was filled with an array of liquor, both domestic and imported. Is this sold through retail? Zhou Lingfeng asked. There is some retail, but it constitutes a small fraction. The bulk of our sales come from government consumption. You need not worry about sales, as there will always be individuals coming to collect liquor weekly. I will provide you with a list of contacts from the government. When they arrive, they simply need to show their identification and sign their names. Government purchases are settled at the end of the year, so we must initially cover the costs ourselves. However, once we receive payment at year-end, it will amount to a significant sum, allowing us to resolve many issues, Liao Chang elaborated, adding, do you understand what I mean? Yes, I comprehend. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. Kailin Zilin, come over here and meet your new boss. Liao Chang snapped his fingers, calling the poker players. The two women approached, wondering if they would be tasked with managing the store in the future. This is Zhou Lingfeng. He will be the owner of this winery from now on, and you two will be working for him. Liao Chang introduced them. Hello, boss. We hope for your guidance in the future. The two women chimed in unison. Chapter 23, The Standing Committee Meeting. Zhou Lingfeng nodded at the two women, shaking their hands. They were both attractive, and their fashionable open attire conveyed a sense of allure. Zhou Lingfeng distinctly sensed an undercurrent of flirtation in their gazes. Consequently, he began to entertain a troubling thought. Perhaps these two women were deliberately arranged by Liao Chang, intending to breach his defenses. If he were to engage in any inappropriate relations with them, it would undoubtedly leave him vulnerable to Liao Chang's leverage. The consequences of such a misstep were all too predictable. Starting tomorrow, these two will take turns working at the winery. You will come in after your shift, and if you have no other engagements over the weekend, please check in on the store. If possible, grant them some time off. Liao Chang instructed Zhou Lingfeng. Their salaries will be covered by me, so your only responsibility is to manage the winery. Other matters need not concern you. Understood. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to instruct me. I have no experience in running a winery, so I would appreciate your guidance. Zhou Lingfeng replied, nodding. Liao Chang handed Zhou Lingfeng the keys to the winery, stating, this is the key to the front door, hold on to it. After we leave, make sure to lock up. Zhou Lingfeng accepted the keys, responding, thank you, I appreciate your help. Liao Chang then turned to the two women. Alright, you two wait outside with Li Bo. I will be out shortly. Once the two women and a man of similar age to Zhou Lingfeng exited the winery, Liao Chang handed Zhou Lingfeng another key, saying, this is your car key. The car is parked outside a crown. You will use it for transportation from now on. This Zhou Lingfeng hesitated to accept such a lavish gift, knowing it must be Liao Lijian's intention. Receiving such valuable presents all at once left him feeling uneasy. Just take it, this isn't from me, so you need not feel embarrassed. Moreover, how many people desire it, yet no one offers it? If someone presents it to you, seize the opportunity without hesitation. With that, Liao Chang placed the key upon the coffee table and rose to his feet. After fixing a gaze upon Zhou Lingfeng, he smiled and said, should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to call me. Upon finishing, Liao Chang set a card before Zhou Lingfeng and turned to exit through the door. Once Liao Chang and his companions departed in their vehicle, Zhou Lingfeng began to leisurely admire the winery, akin to a connoisseur appreciating the beauty of a captivating woman, examining each bottle, every corner, and each mural with earnest attention. An intriguing thought crossed his mind. Since this winery belonged to him, might he indulge in a bottle to commemorate the occasion? Yet, considering it was merely his first day overseeing the winery, Zhou Lingfeng deemed it prudent to refrain from sampling any wines, for he was uncertain which were genuine and which were counterfeit. Just as he prepared to close the door and leave, a disheveled woman with unkempt hair approached him abruptly. Is Liao Chang here? I am looking for Liao Chang, she declared to Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng scrutinized the woman. Her features were striking, qualifying her as a beauty, but her disarray and unkempt locks considerably diminished her initial appeal. After all, a handsome beggar would hardly attract attention due to his unfortunate circumstances. Hello, may I inquire what business you have with Liao Chang? Zhou Lingfeng asked. I am searching for Liao Chang. I must find him. The woman murmured. It was then that Zhou Lingfeng noticed a dazed expression upon her face, reminiscent of someone unhinged. What is your relationship with Liao Chang? Zhou Lingfeng inquired further. The woman suddenly began to shake her head, muttering incoherently, her words devoid of any discernible clarity, leaving Zhou Lingfeng utterly perplexed. At that moment, a man rushed towards them, swiftly grasping the woman's arms, and said, "Why have you come back here again? I have told you he will not pay you any mind." With that, the man nodded to Zhou Lingfeng and led the woman away, after watching them disappear into the distance. Zhou Lingfeng turned to close the door. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, Zhou Lingfeng arrived at the campus of the first high school of the city, commencing his morning run after completing 10 kilometers. He made his way back to the dormitory. This had long been a steadfast habit of his, as he firmly believed that without a healthy physique, the path ahead would lack its most fundamental safeguard. Furthermore, he was now a man engaged in intimate relationships, and should he neglect his fitness, the quality of his life in that regard would inevitably suffer. Without assurance of quality, it was likely Liao Lizhan would come to resent him. Thus, he was not without pressure. He too bore his own unique burdens. The standing committee of Jinghai City convened punctually. In the meeting hall, Yang Xiaoliang occupied the chair, surveying the 10 members present before his gaze ultimately settled upon Liao Lizhan. She was a woman he loathed deeply yet felt utterly powerless against. Had it not been for the compromising information she held over him, he would have orchestrated her demise long ago. Today's meeting had 3 agenda items, the first concerning the bidding for construction land at Chang'an Square in Jinghai City, inviting everyone to share their thoughts and opinions. I will begin, Yang Xiaoliang stated. I am generally satisfied with the companies preliminarily selected for this project, and under normal circumstances, I would accept any of them winning the bid. However, he paused, scanning the faces of the committee members once more before continuing. There is one company whose qualifications I find questionable, and I believe they should be excluded from the bidding. Which company are you referring to, Secretary Yang? A committee member inquired. This was Chen Wan, the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, who asked out of concern for his own interests. I will not disclose the name just yet, as I suspect some of you have investments in that company. If I reveal it now, I fear today's meeting will devolve into a quarrel, which I wish to avoid. Yang Xiaoliang's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Liao Lizhan, recalling that she had instigated the last argument. Secretary Yang, if there is a company you find unsatisfactory, you should disclose it immediately so we can all be aware and avoid affecting subsequent work, chimed in the mayor Zhang Kai. Indeed, I concur, it should be stated outright, echoed another voice, that of Deputy Secretary Wu Wei. Liao Lizhan's expression shifted significantly. She fixed an intense gaze upon Yang Xiaoliang. Very well, since everyone is eager to know, I shall reveal it. Yang Xiaoliang reluctantly agreed. Aware that naming the company would undoubtedly spark contention, the company I deem lacking in qualifications is Hongshan Group Limited. As expected, the mere mention of the company's name caused several committee members to change their expressions dramatically. Secretary Yang, could you elaborate on why you consider Hongshan Group Limited's qualifications insufficient? Deputy Secretary Wu Wei asked, his demeanor seemingly calm though internally he was greatly unsettled. Hongshan Group Limited has previously been associated with negative news. A construction site they managed not only experienced a fatal incident but also faced severe water leakage issues in the buildings they completed, leading to a public outcry, Yang Xiaoliang articulated clearly. Casting a furtive glance at Liao Lizhan, he had anticipated Liao Lizhan would be the first to respond, but to his surprise, she remained silent. It appeared she had no retort, as the company in question bore no ties to her interests. From what I understand, those events are in the past. Historically, which infrastructure company has been free of issues? It is merely a matter of scale, and Hongshan Group has made significant strides in recent years, chimed in Chen Jian, the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. However, before he could finish, Yang Xiaoliang interjected, Secretary Chen, some matters need not be overly clarified, do they? I am only expressing my dissatisfaction with this company's qualifications and voicing my opinion. Yet it seems there is considerable disagreement with my perspective. Does this imply that as the city party secretary, I wield no authority before you? Must any opinion I express be countered, leaving me to acquiesce to your views? With that, Yang Xiaoliang slammed his hand forcefully on the table. Despite the intensity of his action, the other members remained largely unfazed, as another committee member soon began to speak. This was Liang Chang, the minister of the propaganda department, who straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and addressed Yang Xiaoliang. Secretary Yang, I would like to share my perspective as well. You mentioned that we should all express our thoughts and opinions. Thus, I believe you should allow us to finish our points rather than abruptly displaying your emotions. Yang Xiaoliang suddenly felt a wave of shame wash over him. Ever since Liao Lizhan had obtained leverage over him, He felt as though a time bomb had been affixed to his role as city party secretary, one that could detonate at her whim. I apologize for interrupting Secretary Chen's remarks. I hope he will not hold it against me. Yang Xiaoliang conceded reluctantly, knowing that failing to appease Liang Chang could lead to further complications, given Liang Chang's close alliance with Chen Jian. Among the 11 committee members, 4 distinct factions emerged, leaving Yang Xiaoliang isolated as a lone entity. Unless the matters discussed did not infringe upon the interests of any faction, he was unlikely to have the final say in any decisions made during the meetings. Secretary Yang, your words are rather severe. As the city party secretary, you hold a position of authority, and it would be inappropriate for me to demand an apology from you, Chen Jian replied with a smile, thus diffusing the tension. Following this, Liang Chang continued, aligning with Chen Jian's viewpoint, asserting that Hangshan Group met the qualifications to participate in the bidding process. Once Liang Chang concluded his remarks, the room fell silent, with no one willing to speak further. Yang Xiaoliang managed a wry smile before saying, since several of you believe Hangshan Group is qualified, I shall refrain from further objections. Let us proceed with the list of companies approved for bidding. Does anyone else wish to raise any issues regarding this project? Yang Xiaoliang scanned the room once more, this time avoiding Liao Lijian's gaze. I have a point to make, Liao Lizhan finally interjected. However, Yang Xiaoliang dared not meet her eyes, for to him, Liao Lizhan was a woman capable of determining his fate, a formidable adversary indeed. Many members of the standing committee harbor a palpable fear of Liao Lizhan, for they feel utterly outmatched by her. She is a formidable woman, and one who has endured the profound sorrow of losing a child. Who would dare to provoke her? I believe that among these companies, one must be expunged from the list of bidders, Liao Lizhan articulated with measured emphasis. This company is known as Dongtai Hongmen Company. As soon as Liao Lizhan concluded her statement, 3 pairs of eyes fixated upon her with unwavering intensity. Their faces contorted in expressions of deep discontent, yet, for the moment, these 3 individuals remained silent, aware that Liao Lizhan had not yet finished her discourse. Why do I advocate for the removal of this company from the bidding list? The reason lies in the fact that this company, in terms of qualifications and its owner, is fundamentally unfit to. I shall refrain from delving into the specifics of their qualifications, as that would require a level of technical language that may elude your comprehension. However, I can certainly shed light on the owner of this company. Liao Lizhan then grasped the cup before her, leisurely sipping from it before continuing. The owner of this company is named Lai Muyang. I am uncertain how many of you present are familiar with this name, but it should not be unfamiliar to many. This individual possesses significant moral shortcomings. Why do I assert this? After another sip of water, Liao Lizhan resumed, stating, most of you may be unaware, hence I find it imperative to inform you, to preempt any future dealings between our government and this company. Lai Muyang is an exceedingly twisted individual, perpetually seeking arrangements for children under the age of 12. He is a pedophile. As far as I am aware, there have been over 20 children who have fallen victim to his predations. I ask you, does such a person have any rightful place on this list? Upon concluding her remarks, Liao Lizhan surveyed the assembly, her gaze ultimately resting on Yang Xiaoliang. Chapter 25, The Difficult Path of Officialdom. At this moment, Yang Xiaoliang's complexion was ashen, for he was ensnared by the incriminating evidence that Liao Lizhan had against him regarding his unsavory associations with Lai Muyang. The other 3 members of the Standing Committee, although not directly implicated in Lai Muyang's perverse schemes, had nonetheless accepted benefits from him, naturally wishing to keep his company from even entering the bidding list. These 3 members included Wu Wei, the deputy secretary of the city, Zhao Zongming, the head of the armed forces, and Chen Wan, the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. They belonged to the same faction, yet were not aligned with Yang Xiaoliang, as his dealings with Lai Muyang were driven by personal gratification, devoid of any professional exchanges with the other 3. Lai Muyang, recognizing Yang Xiaoliang as a valuable ally, sought to cultivate relationships with the other 3 members, aware that he was in Liao Lizhan's crosshairs and needed to identify alternative leaders for support. As a businessman, Lai Muyang was acutely aware that even if he himself had compromising evidence against him in Liao Lijian's possession, she could not touch him, for he was not a public official. Moreover, he had issued a stern warning to Liao Lizhan. Should she reveal his indiscretions, he would not hesitate to endanger her family's lives. Secretary Yang, I would like to hear your opinion. Do you believe this company still merits a place on the bidding list? Liao Lizhan inquired of Yang Xiaoliang. Yang Xiaoliang remained silent, overwhelmed by the weight of the pressure upon him. Previously, Lai Muyang had expressed a desire for his company to secure the bid, if they were now to be excluded from even the bidding list. It was easy to foresee Lai Muyang's fury should Lai Muyang descend into madness. Yang Xiaoliang knew he would suffer the consequences. Conversely, if he acquiesced to Liao Lijian's demands and kept Lai Muyang's company on the list, he would not escape her wrath either. At that moment, Yang Xiaoliang harbored a desire to flee the venue, convinced that his appointment as city party secretary had been a grave error. Yet he found himself with no retreat. Secretary Yang, we seek to understand your stance. You are the foremost authority in Jinghai City. Many matters must be decided by you. Another voice interjected, that of Zhong Kai, the city's mayor and a member of Liao Lizhan's faction. Yang Xiaoliang recognized that he had no alternative but to placate Liao Lijian's mood, thus he reluctantly declared, very well. Since Comrade Liao believes that Lai Muyang's character is questionable, then his company shall not be included on this list. I will proceed to remove his name. Following this, the second agenda item was introduced. Yet Yang Xiaoliang had long since lost any enthusiasm, merely reciting the meeting notes like an automaton. The reason for addressing this cadre was that the Discipline Inspection Commission had already gathered irrefutable evidence of his misconduct. Thus the Standing Committee must initiate the process for Zhao Gangqiang's dismissal from public office. Yang Xiaoliang's gaze remained fixed on the script, his heart weighed down by anxiety as thoughts of the impending pressure from Lai Muyang began to swirl in his mind. Liao Lizhan observed Yang Xiaoliang's demeanor, suppressing a desire to laugh. To stifle her amusement, she retrieved her phone and composed a message to Zhou Lingfeng. What are you up to? Are you at work? At that moment, Zhou Lingfeng was engaged in composing a document. Upon receiving her message, though puzzled, he promptly replied, yes, I'm at work writing a document. After reading Zhou Lingfeng's response, Liao Lizhan nodded with a slight smile before crafting a reply. You've picked up document writing quite quickly. It seems you are truly a diligent learner. Keep it up, I have faith in you. Zhou Lingfeng, bemused by her message, could only respond, I can't just sit idly in the office, can I? Therefore, I believe it's best to keep busy and learn what I don't know. At this point, Liao Lizhan had ceased to pay attention to Yang Xiaoliang's words. When the meeting commenced with a show of hands for a vote, she remained engrossed in her phone, oblivious to the fact that she was the only one not raising her hand. Consequently, Yang Xiaoliang was compelled to inquire, Comrade Liao, do you hold any objections? Liao Lizhan was jolted back to reality, and upon noticing the raised hands of everyone else, she too lifted her own. Afterward, she set her hand down and messaged Zhou Lingfeng, bring a bottle of wine to the villa tonight. Let us share a drink to celebrate. Celebrate? What are we celebrating? Though puzzled, Zhou Lingfeng could only respond, alright, I understand. What type of wine would you like, comrade? This time Zhou Lingfeng did not receive a reply from Liao Lizhan, as she was now receiving a call from someone named Zhang Hong. Upon seeing the name, Liao Lizhan swiftly rose from her seat and made her way to the door. Her abrupt departure left everyone in stunned silence, for it was not only a sign of disrespect towards Yang Xiaoliang but also towards the other committee members present. Such behavior was unprecedented in their experience, as the Standing Committee represented the highest level of governance in Jinghai City. Despite the incredulity surrounding Liao Lizhan's actions, no one dared to voice their objections. Once outside the conference room, Liao Lizhan addressed her phone. Leader. She listened intently to the conversation, nodding in acknowledgement at intervals. Yes, I understand. Alright, I got it. As evening approached, at 5:30 Zhou Lingfeng arrived at the wine shop, first glancing at the sign above the entrance, which read Yongxiang Liquor. He thought to himself that if given the chance, he would choose a more representative and memorable name for the establishment. Upon entering, he was greeted by the charming Zilin, who approached him with a smile. Boss, you've come? Yes, I'm here to pick up the wine. Zhou Lingfeng replied. Just an hour prior, Liao Chang had called him to inform that the wine was ready for collection. Please wait a moment, Zilin said with a smile as she hurried to the cash register, retrieving a paper bag and returning with it in hand, still wearing a warm smile. Boss, here is your wine. Zhou Lingfeng accepted the wine, nodded appreciatively, and turned to leave the shop. At that moment, he found himself pondering whether he could withstand the allure of beautiful women, as Zilin's captivating looks and figure, coupled with a hint of perfume, had his hormones surging uncontrollably. It seemed that the path ahead would not be an easy one. Chapter 26, Inescapable Fate. In the villa, Zhou Lingfeng sat across from Liao Lizhan, each with a glass of red wine and a high-stem glass before them. Two individuals clinked their glasses and, after downing the wine within, Liao Lizhan spoke first. Lingfeng, are you prepared? Prepared for what? Zhou Lingfeng inquired, puzzled and uncertain of her meaning. You need to start preparing right now. Before I retire, I intend to elevate you to the highest position possible. Liao Lizhan declared, extending a hand toward Zhou Lingfeng. He grasped her hand, replying, Lizhan, you needn't concern yourself so much with me. I am already quite content to be working in the organization department. Is that all it takes to satisfy you? Liao Lizhan retorted coldly, releasing his hand and pursing her lips before continuing, as a man, if you lack ambition, then what kind of man are you? I detest those without ambition. Do you wish to become the kind of person I despise? Zhou Lingfeng felt at a loss for words. Indeed, the heart of a woman is notoriously difficult to decipher. Was it appropriate to express his great ambitions in front of Liao Lizhan? Certainly not. For she was no ordinary woman, and her current kindness could abruptly turn into hostility. At that moment, his so-called ambitions would amount to nothing. Why are you not answering me? Speak up. Are you going to be the kind of person I dislike? Liao Lizhan pressed on. I will set a goal for myself starting now. I aim to climb higher. Zhou Lingfeng could only respond in a way he thought would please her. Very well, now tell me. What is your goal? Liao Lizhan asked. City Party Secretary, Zhou Lingfeng stated candidly, recognizing that this was indeed the highest aspiration he could entertain at this stage, despite its seeming impracticality. Excellent, although this goal may not be exceptionally lofty. You are merely a minor cadre at present, not even a department head, so having such aspirations is commendable, Liao Lizhan affirmed him wholeheartedly. Thank you for your recognition, comrade, Zhou Lingfeng quickly responded. I have already told you. Do not call me comrade when it's just the two of us. If you do so again, I shall punish you. And what kind of punishment do you desire, comrade? You scoundrel, I shall punish you now. Kneel and help me remove my clothing. Zhou Lingfeng complied with her command. Kneeling beside her, Liao Lizhan stood, grasping a glass of red wine, and poured it over Zhou Lingfeng's head. After their passionate encounter came to an end, Liao Lizhan instructed, from this moment on, you must learn to be ruthless, not only ruthless but also cunning. In the political arena, one cannot advance far without sufficient ruthlessness and cunning. Pausing to gently caress Zhou Lingfeng's youthful face, Liao Lizhan continued, of course, if you prefer to remain in one position until retirement and do not seek advancement, you may choose to be a relatively uncomplicated person. Zhou Lingfeng nodded in response. What must I do to meet your expectations? You need not meet my expectations, for I have none for you. You must ask yourself, if you truly wish to become the city party secretary. You must strive toward that goal starting now. As she spoke, Liao Lizhan slapped Zhou Lingfeng across the face, leaving him bewildered. This slap is to remind you, remember, as long as you are devoted to me while I am in office, I will not mistreat you, but if you dare to betray me, your fate will be dire, Liao Lizhan warned him. Unbeknownst to Zhou Lingfeng, his phone on the bedside table received several messages from Xu Qi. Had Liao Lizhan seen those messages, his political career would have met a swift demise that very day. Fortunately, he had set his phone to silent, leaving Liao Lizhan unaware of any unread notifications. However, her next words startled Zhou Lingfeng nonetheless. I have heard you have been getting close to a beautiful female colleague in our department. Is that true? No, we are merely colleagues. Some work-related interactions are entirely normal. Zhou Lingfeng explained. As long as there is no relationship that is acceptable, should I discover otherwise, I will not spare you, nor her, for you belong solely to me. With that, Liao Lizhan embraced Zhou Lingfeng tightly. Liao Lizhan's ex-husband had been severely beaten by Wu Xiong after being caught in an affair with Wu Xiong's wife. Now, Wu Xiong had returned from detention, and upon sneaking back home, his wife, believing him still incarcerated, was lost in a reverie with Su Chang. Thus, the two adulterers were caught red-handed by Wu Xiong. Liao Lizhan had tasked Su Chang with seducing Wu Xiong's beautiful wife. Yet he had brazenly stolen her away instead. This showcased Su Chang's prowess in seduction. Moreover, he possessed remarkable audacity to pursue Wu Xiong's wife in her own home. Standing over the bloodied Su Chang sprawled on the floor, Wu Xiong placed a foot on his head and exclaimed, "You really have some nerve, daring to touch my woman. I didn't want it. I was ordered by Comrade Liao Lizhan to approach your wife." Su Chang stammered, his voice barely audible as he lay half-conscious. "Liao Lizhan, that woman again. I seem to encounter her everywhere. Whether I see her or hear of her, it's as if fate conspires against me," Wu Xiong declared, stomping hard on Su Chang's back, prompting a muffled cry and a spurt of blood from his mouth. "Call that wretched woman Liao Lizhan and tell her you are in my grasp. Ask her if she wishes to come and retrieve you," Wu Xiong commanded. From his pocket, Su Chang retrieved his phone, propping himself on the floor to dial Liao Lizhan's number. "Hello, Comrade Liao, it's me. Su Chang's face was etched with despair, aware that this call would likely yield no favorable outcome. "I know it's you. What's the matter, Su Chang? Is that a hint of injury I detect in your voice?" came Liao Lizhan's voice from the receiver. Su Chang longed to weep, for had it not been for Liao Lizhan, he would never have pursued Wu Xiong's woman, and now it was too late for regrets. I'm in Wu Xiong's hands, and he is about to beat me to death. Isn't that splendid? You will die at someone's hands regardless, right? Well then, cherish the days you have left. Do not contact me again. With that, Liao Lizhan hung up. Chapter 27, The Secretary's Suicide. Setting her phone down, Liao Lizhan bore a triumphant smile, for this was the outcome she desired. Ever since her son's death, she had channeled all her resentment onto Su Chang. Believing his demise was closely linked to him, when a call came in, Liao Lizhan immediately picked up her phone, placing it to her ear, awaiting the other party to speak first. Liao, tell me, what must I do to secure my release? Came Yang Xiaoliang's voice. Let us discuss this in person. I will determine the location, just arrive on time, and I will explain what I require of you, Liao Lizhan replied. She had been waiting for this day. In truth, she had long anticipated Yang Xiaoliang's call. However, he had previously held on to false hopes of retrieving the leverage Liao Lizhan held over him by other means, yet she had never afforded him that opportunity. Even without the leverage in her possession, he was still at her mercy, for she had a powerful ally within the provincial committee, a standing committee member no less. Yang Xiaoliang, unaware of Liao Lizhan's connections, would likely not have dared to entertain such illusions had he known the truth. In a private room at the Guanghua Hotel, Yang Xiaoliang met with Liao Lizhan. Upon seeing the file folder in her hand, he instinctively thought it contained what he so desperately sought. Secretary Liao, I know you have longed to reclaim what is rightfully yours, but remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I can return these items, but what do you believe you can offer me in return? Liao Lizhan inquired. What do you wish for me to provide? Yang Xiaoliang retorted. I have two specific requests. Fulfill these, and I shall return your belongings at once, Liao Lizhan stated with unwavering confidence. Why should I trust you? How can I be certain you haven't made copies of these items? Yang Xiaoliang challenged. By conventional reasoning, if Liao Lizhan had brought what he needed, she would have anticipated being deprived of it, raising the question of how she could have failed to prepare backups in such a scenario. Rest assured, although I, Liao Lizhan, am a formidable individual, I am unequivocally a person of my word, Liao Lizhan commenced, stating, once you hear the two matters I am about to present, you shall ascertain whether I have prepared for contingencies. You may proceed. Yang Xiaoliang gestured for Liao Lizhan to divulge the two matters directly. The first issue I require your assistance with involves the elimination of two individuals, one being Lai Muyang, and the other the current director of the Finance Bureau. Liao Lizhan spoke in an unperturbed tone. I do not wish for you to kill them, rather, I desire you to employ alternative methods, regardless of the means, such that both are sentenced to at least 7 years of imprisonment. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoliang was taken aback, as he had never anticipated that Liao Lizhan would make such a demand. This is my first request, and given your capabilities, I am confident you can accomplish it. However, whether you choose to assist is entirely your own decision, Liao Lizhan continued. My second request is that after you have secured the incarceration of the aforementioned individuals, you will resign from your position as the secretary of the municipal committee. Provided you acquiesce to these two requests, I assure you that you shall remain unscathed. As she spoke, Liao Lizhan pushed the file bag before Yang Xiaoliang. May I have 2 days to contemplate this? Yang Xiaoliang inquired. Yes, certainly, but I must caution you, your ultimate choice will significantly influence your future. With that, Liao Lizhan rose, casting a glance at the now-dazed Yang Xiaoliang, and added, Yang Xiaoliang, this is a game that only those with considerable prowess can navigate. If you believe you lack such capability, it would be prudent to withdraw from the game sooner rather than later. Yang Xiaoliang lingered in the hotel suite, ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, until a call from Lai Muyang jolted him back to reality. Hello, Secretary Yang, have you had your meal? Lai Muyang initiated the conversation. I have, Yang Xiaoliang replied tersely, refraining from inquiring if the other party had eaten. Secretary Yang, I heard that during your standing committee meeting. The name of my company was removed from consideration. Is this true? Lai Muyang pressed further. It is true, but there are numerous details you are unaware of. Would you like me to elucidate? Yang Xiaoliang deemed it necessary to provide clarification. No, I merely wish to know if my company can be reinstated on the list and continue participating in the bidding process. Lai Muyang showed no inclination to hear Yang Xiaoliang's explanation. The outcome is likely difficult to alter, Yang Xiaoliang admitted candidly. You are the secretary, you can change it. I trust in your capabilities, Lai Muyang persisted. Give me some time, and I shall endeavor to rectify this. After hanging up, Yang Xiaoliang opened the file bag before him, emptying its contents onto the table alongside several unsightly photographs. Lay a VCD, which without doubt, contained recordings of his own sordid deeds. Gazing at the items, Yang Xiaoliang offered a bitter smile before sweeping them aside. The following day, at 9 in the morning, on the rooftop of the municipal building, Yang Xiaoliang dialed Liao Lizhan's number. Once connected, he began. Liao Lizhan, I bear no animosity towards you, and I fail to comprehend why you have chosen to target me. However, I find myself in a compromising position, indicating that I am indeed not a virtuous individual. Thus, I am at your mercy. My only plea is for you to spare my family. Upon finishing, Yang Xiaoliang leaped forward and plunged, resulting in a muffled thud upon impact with the ground. The news of the municipal secretary's suicide swiftly spread through all governmental agencies. Upon learning of Yang Xiaoliang's demise, Zhou Lingfeng's immediate reaction was one of furrowed brows, pondering, could his death be related to Liao Lizhen? After all, Yang Xiaoliang had persistently sought a document from her, and she had audaciously berated him in front of others, yet he had not dared to retort. Regardless of the reasons behind Yang Xiaoliang's leap, one undeniable truth remained: the political arena is a battleground rife with overt and covert strife. And navigating this treacherous landscape to emerge as a true victor is no simple feat. The challenges Zhou Lingfeng faced were only beginning, for that very evening, after meeting Liao Lizhen at her villa, she presented him with an almost impossible task. Chapter 28, a high-risk assignment. Before we commence, I must assign you a task that only you can execute. I have no faith in entrusting it to anyone else, Liao Lizhen stated, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng refrained from responding immediately, waiting 3 seconds until he discerned that she had no intention of continuing before he said, "My dear, I appreciate your trust in me. Whatever the task, I shall endeavor to fulfill it. Do not merely speak of effort. It is imperative that you accomplish it," Liao Lizhen replied sternly. "Understood, I shall see it through." Zhou Lingfeng affirmed with a nod. "And now, pay close attention. I require you to place 5 kilograms of flour in a certain individual's vehicle, and once you have done so, you must call the police immediately." Liao Lizhen continued, her eyes fixed intently on Zhou Lingfeng. "Flour?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired, perplexed. "It is cocaine," she clarified. Zhou Lingfeng was momentarily stunned. This was illegal. Why would Liao Lizhen instruct him to undertake such an act? Perceiving his silence, Liao Lizhen recognized his trepidation and reassured him, "Fear not. This matter will not implicate you. You need only assist me in placing the substance in that person's vehicle, regardless of its location." "Who is this individual?" Zhou Lingfeng asked, already regretting his entanglement with this woman and the benefits he had accepted from her. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and this task seemed perilous. "Lai Muyang," Liao Lizhen uttered calmly. Zhou Lingfeng nearly leapt from his seat upon hearing the name, for he recognized it. Lai Muyang was the CEO of Dongtai Hongmen Company, a ruthless figure with a notorious reputation and a legion of loyal followers. To prevent Liao Lizhen from detecting his fear, Zhou Lingfeng maintained a calm demeanor as he asked, "May I inquire as to why we are framing him?" For Zhou Lingfeng, this was an exceedingly dangerous endeavor. Should he be discovered, his life could very well be forfeit. Considering Lai Muyang was no benign character, he felt it prudent to understand Liao Lizhen's motives for targeting such a prominent figure. "Very well, if you wish to know, I shall divulge. Lai Muyang is a scoundrel. Do you understand why I can command Yang Xiaoliang to remain silent in my presence? It is because I possess evidence of his collusion with Lai Muyang. They have been procuring children under the age of 12 for their own depraved pleasures." As she spoke, fury etched itself across Liao Lizhen's face. While this was a compelling justification, Zhou Lingfeng still perceived it as a nearly fatal undertaking. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "I will undertake the task you have assigned. However, if I encounter any misfortune, I hope you will not hold it against me. Should I perish, I would appreciate your consideration for my family." "Fool, how could I ever wish for your demise?" Liao Lizhen smiled. "I shall prepare the cocaine in advance and arrange for someone to assist you. When the time is right, you need only place it in Lai Muyang's vehicle." "All right," Zhou Lingfeng acquiesced with a nod. That night, Zhou Lingfeng found himself less engaged and fervent in bed, for he felt the weight of pressure, a burden imposed by power. Refusing Liao Lizhen's task would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Yet executing it held uncertain outcomes. Thus, he was compelled to choose the latter. Had he possessed Liao Lizhen's status and power, such predicaments would never befall him. Following their encounter, Zhou Lingfeng tentatively inquired, "Now that Secretary Yang has committed suicide, why not simply report it to the authorities? You are oversimplifying the issue. Lai Muyang is merely a businessman, a gang leader. Even with the evidence of his child abuse, it would not be enough to convict him. He could easily bribe the families of the victims to withdraw their accusations, and those who refuse could be threatened with violence to silence them." Liao Lizhen elaborated. "If such measures were effective, would I require your assistance in this task? Scoundrels like Lai Muyang deserve to be eradicated." Zhou Lingfeng nodded, realizing that he had a long and treacherous path ahead, contingent upon completing the task Liao Lizhen had assigned. If you assist me in fulfilling this task in 2 years, I will elevate you to the position of office director, followed by vice director or deputy minister, Liao Lizhen promised. Thank you, my dear, Zhou Lingfeng smiled. Yet inwardly he was extending his regards to Liao Lizhen's family. Once you complete this task, I have an even more challenging one to assign to you, Liao Lizhen continued. Zhou Lingfeng felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Sensing that this woman intended to push him into a veritable abyss, the first task had yet to be completed, and she was already mentioning a second one that promised to be even more formidable. It was as if she was determined to leave him no respite. However, you may not be inclined to accept this next task of mine, so I shan't reveal it just yet, Liao Lizhen said. Feigning an air of mystery as she lunged towards Zhou Lingfeng, capturing his lips in a kiss. 3 days later, one fateful evening, Zhou Lingfeng received an enigmatic phone call instructing him to immediately proceed to the Hailong Pavilion Hotel in Jinghai City. Upon his arrival at the hotel's parking lot, the mysterious caller rang again. Walk to the right, keep going until you are out of the camera's view, the voice commanded. Zhou Lingfeng nodded, refraining from glancing at the surveillance camera, and turned to walk away. Once he found a spot hidden from the camera's gaze, a man with a hat and obscured face approached him rapidly, handing over a black bag. Zhou Lingfeng, upon receiving it, surmised that it contained the illicit powder Liao Lizhen had mentioned. Shortly thereafter, another call came through and now moved to a vehicle with a license plate consisting of 5/8. Open the door, and place the powder inside. Be swift about it, the voice urged. His heart raced, but Zhou Lingfeng didn't act immediately. He needed to ascertain the vehicle's location. If the car fell within the camera's view, his actions would be tantamount to a death sentence. He surveyed the hotel entrance and the fixed camera, which only captured a portion of the parking lot. Noting that the 5/8 BMW was out of sight of the camera, he proceeded towards it while scanning the surroundings. Though the hotel entrance was bustling with people, none seemed to cast a glance in his direction. Reaching the car, Zhou Lingfeng suppressed his anxiety, opened the back door, and seated himself inside, placing the bag of powder down. He then withdrew a tissue, meticulously wiping away any fingerprints from the bag. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Chapter 29. The dust settled. Startled by the sound, Zhou Lingfeng instinctively hesitated but continued wiping the bag. Once he was certain all traces of his fingerprints were eliminated, he opened the door with a tissue barrier, exited the vehicle, and wiped the door handle before hastily walking away. The sirens grew louder as the police surrounded the Hailong Pavilion Hotel. Moments later, Lai Muyang and several of his associates were escorted out in handcuffs, while their vehicle was searched, revealing a bag of flour. The quantity was sufficient to land Lai Muyang and his crew on the firing line. The operations chief, Wei Biao, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, had acted swiftly upon receiving an anonymous tip-off. Wei Biao, are you trying to play tricks on me? Do you think you can? Lai Muyang spat at him, his voice laced with venom. What good does it do to say this now? Don't you see the handcuffs on your wrists? Wei Biao retorted, after being taken to the detention center. Lai Muyang found Liao Lizhen awaiting him. Liao Lizhen, I should have known it was you pulling the strings. You are certainly no ordinary woman. But isn't this a bit excessive? Do you truly believe you can orchestrate my demise like this? Lai Muyang confronted her. Do you understand what it means to face imminent death? Liao Lizhen countered, her expression one of serene satisfaction. You wretched woman, I should never have listened to that coward Yang Xiaoliang. I should have had you eliminated long ago, Lai Muyang lamented. You can't call Yang Xiaoliang a coward. It takes immense courage to leap from a building in despair. Wouldn't you agree? Liao Lizhen remarked, a smile gracing her lips, one that only Lai Muyang understood the true implication of. Now, tell me, what is the purpose of your actions? He inquired, his expression inscrutable. Do you not realize that this was never my intention? Liao Lizhen shrugged casually. What do you mean? Lai Muyang asked, his face a mask of confusion. From the very beginning, you, Yang Xiaoliang, and another individual have all become targets of someone else. If I refrain from revealing their identity now, you would remain oblivious. Would you like to know who they are? Liao Lizhen inquired. Speak, now that I have fallen into your hands, what is there that I cannot know? Zhong Hongfei, upon hearing this name, Lai Muyang experienced a sudden epiphany. Why did it strike him this way? It was because 3 years prior Zhong Hongfei, then a member of the Provincial Standing Committee, had visited Jinghai City for an inspection. Accompanied by none other than the city's secretary, Yang Xiaoliang, Lai Muyang's Hailong Pavilion Hotel had been responsible for hosting them. During this reception, Zhong Hongfei had taken a liking to one of the waitresses, who happened to be Lai Muyang's distant relative. Lai Muyang had persuaded her to entertain Zhong Hongfei, but an unfortunate incident ensued. When Zhong Hongfei grew overly familiar, she rebuffed him, even striking him in the face. This incident had instantly alerted Yang Xiaoliang and Lai Muyang to the gravity of the situation. They had both knelt before Zhong Hongfei, begging his forgiveness, which eventually quelled his anger. To resolve the matter, Zhong Hongfei had laid down an ultimatum: either the waitress would become his mistress or she would vanish from existence. After deliberation, Lai Muyang and Yang Xiaoliang opted for the latter, believing that time would eventually assuage Zhong Hongfei's wrath. Little did they know that 3 years later, the issue would resurface, ultimately leading to their current predicament. Reflecting on that fateful day 3 years ago, Lai Muyang could not help but burst into laughter, finally composing himself after a moment, saying, "It seems we miscalculated back then. It's entirely my fault for not having dealt more decisively with that scoundrel." He shook his head, filled with regret for his short-sightedness, realizing that he should not have relied solely on Yang Xiaoliang but sought to ingratiate himself with higher-ranking officials. It is too late for regrets now. "For all that has transpired has become an immutable reality," Liao Lizhen stated. "Can you plead on my behalf? As long as the authorities spare my life, I am willing to comply with any conditions. I am certain there are certain demands I can fulfill for him," Lai Muyang implored. This was a statement born from a moment of clarity, as he recognized that his only path forward lay in Zhong Hongfei's hands. "Indeed, you possess considerable wealth, and money can indeed accomplish many things, but do you not think it is too late to bring this up now?" Liao Lizhen retorted. "Liao Lizhen, if you would only advocate for me, I shall ensure you are well compensated. What do you say?" Lai Muyang pleaded, his eyes filled with desperation. "I shall contemplate your request. Do you have anything else to add?" Liao Lizhen rose to her feet. "I implore you to intercede on my behalf. I would relinquish all my assets if it means preserving my life." He nearly dropped to his knees before her. Liao Lizhen remained silent, merely nodding slightly before turning to leave. Once outside the detention center and seated in her vehicle, she contemplated her next move before dialing a number. When the call connected, she spoke first. "Hello, comrade. Lai Muyang has been apprehended. He requests that I plead on his behalf, stating he is willing to—" "Did you not hear what I told you last time? His fate is sealed," a male voice interrupted, followed by a click as the call ended. 3 days later, news of Lai Muyang and his associates' arrest graced the front page of Jinghai City's newspapers. Headlined, "The Demise of Lai Muyang's Criminal Empire." At that moment, Zhou Lingfeng sat in his office, perusing the article. After absorbing the entirety of the report concerning Lai Muyang, he exhaled deeply, for the matter had reached its conclusion, signifying that he need no longer fret over placing the powder in Lai Muyang's vehicle. That evening, upon arriving at the winery, Zhou Lingfeng noticed that both Zilin and Kaylin were present. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, tailored black trousers paired with fitted white blouses. As he gazed at the two of them, particularly their alluring figures, he couldn't help but wonder if they had been intentionally sent by Liao Chang to tempt him into making a mistake, thus leading to his dismissal from the winery. Their stunning physiques and captivating beauty would undoubtedly challenge any normal man's resolve. How could one withstand the presence of such enchanting women on a daily basis? "Boss, you're here," Zilin greeted him with a warm smile. "By the way, what brings you both here tonight?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired with curiosity. "Today is my birthday, and I wanted to celebrate together once you arrived." Kaylin replied, also smiling brightly. "Why not celebrate at home with your family? You should head back," Zhou Lingfeng suggested to the two lovely ladies. "Boss, we specifically waited for you to celebrate with us. Are you really sending us away?" Kaylin pouted playfully. Zhou Lingfeng could only chuckle in response as he walked over to the coffee table, where an array of snacks awaited him, alongside a case of beer resting on the floor. "All right, then I shall join you in celebrating. Are you both able to drink? I presume you can handle your liquor, considering you prepared this case of beer in advance," he said with a smile. "Yes, we contributed to the beer and all these snacks," Kaylin confirmed. "Very well, please take a seat." Zhou Lingfeng gestured for them to join him. He then retrieved a beer from the case and began pouring. "Do you both have boyfriends?" he asked after they had each downed a glass. "None," they replied almost in unison. "With your beauty and figures, how is it possible that neither of you has a boyfriend?" Zhou Lingfeng expressed his bewilderment, though he masked his true thoughts. He suspected that the two might have an unusual connection with Liao Chang, the specifics of which could only be disclosed by the individuals involved. "We genuinely don't have boyfriends. I don't know why that is. Perhaps it's because we come across as somewhat aloof," Zilin explained. "Moreover, working here limits our opportunities to interact with men. What do you think of me?" Zhou Lingfeng asked them both. "I find you quite handsome, and your physique is impressive. Definitely my type," Zilin responded. "Same here, you fit my ideal," Kaylin chimed in. Zhou Lingfeng smiled, realizing that their expressions revealed little of their true thoughts. The sudden celebration for a birthday and the intent to drink with him made him ponder whether there was an ulterior motive behind their actions. "If I were interested in pursuing a relationship with both of you, Would you be open to it? Zhou Lingfeng queried. Boss, are you interested in us? Zilin asked, surprised. Indeed, I find you both appealing, and as I currently have no girlfriend, I would like to know if you would consider being my girlfriends. He stated with sincerity. However, we are your employees. A relationship between an employer and employees could complicate our work, Kalin cautioned. Haha, I was merely jesting. In truth, I do have someone I like. Zhou Lingfeng laughed, raising his glass for another toast. After finishing the case of beer, Zhou Lingfeng feigned intoxication, requesting the two ladies to close the door as he intended to retire for the evening. Once he lay down on the bed, he checked his phone and saw a message from Shu Qi asking Zhou Lingfeng, "Are you asleep?" He chose not to reply, sensing that Shu Qi had feelings for him, and he intended to maintain the upper hand in their relationship. Moments later, he heard footsteps approaching. As anticipated, the two ladies had come upstairs. Zhou Lingfeng quickly shut his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Zilin and Kalin paused at the bedside, sharing a knowing smile before beginning to undress. Revealing their perfect and enticing figures before his still-closed eyes, any ordinary man would find it nearly impossible to resist such a sight, especially given the alluring lingerie they wore, which accentuated their curves. Suddenly, as they leaned toward him, Zhou Lingfeng opened his eyes and pretended to gag, hastily getting out of bed and making his way to the restroom while stealing a glance at the two women. They exchanged looks, their eyes following him towards the bathroom. What should we do? Kalin whispered. Let us see how it unfolds. Zilin replied. Zhou Lingfeng simulated vomiting at the sink, knowing full well that he was merely acting for their benefit. Shortly after, he heard Zilin knock on the door. Boss, are you alright? I'm fine, you two should go back. I still need to vomit. He called out. Before long a silence fell outside. The two ladies had left. Zhou Lingfeng opened the door to find, to his surprise, that they had not actually departed. They were seated on the edge of the bed, gazing at him with wide, expressive eyes. Zhou Lingfeng surveyed the room, suspecting it might be rigged with hidden cameras. He had never experienced being attended to by two women simultaneously, and the thought was undeniably thrilling, yet he knew he could not allow himself to engage with them. The pleasure would come at a price too steep for him to bear. You both aren't leaving yet? What are you still doing here? He asked pointedly. Boss, didn't you just say you wanted to be with us? As your employees, we are obliged to comply with your wishes. Therefore, we have decided to fulfill your desires, Zilin stated, rising and approaching him. Zhou Lingfeng could not deny the allure of her movements, her figure, and her beauty. However, he was not one to be swayed by mere physical attraction. He understood that this was a trap set by Liao Chang, and he refused to fall for it. Stop right there. If you come any closer, I might lose control, he warned, pointing a finger at Zilin. She halted, questioning. Boss, do you no longer desire us? It's not that I don't desire you, I simply cannot exploit my position as your employer for personal gain. That would be unethical. Furthermore, I cannot accept a relationship devoid of genuine feelings. So please get dressed quickly, he instructed, making his way toward the stairs. A few minutes later, the two women joined him downstairs, fully clothed. Zilin spoke first. Boss, we'll take our leave now. Very well, be safe on your way back. Zhou Lingfeng replied, watching them exit the establishment. Half an hour later, Zilin and Kalin stood before Liao Chang, their faces etched with anxiety as they recounted the failure of their mission. Are you two incompetent? You couldn't manage such a simple task, Liao Chang snapped, his expression dark. Boss, Zhou simply wouldn't fall for our ploy. We thought he would be intoxicated enough for us to proceed. But unexpectedly, he got up to vomit. Spare me the details. I'll give you both one more week, regardless of the methods you employ. If you fail to achieve results within that time frame, you will no longer work at the winery. You can resort to selling yourselves instead, Liao Chang warned coldly. Zilin and Kalin could only nod in resignation, too fearful to meet Liao Chang's gaze, for in their eyes, he resembled a demonic figure. The reason why the two women fell under Liao Chang's manipulation was that they were once waitresses at a hotel. Noticing their appealing appearances, Liao Chang employed various tactics to ensnare them into borrowing money from him. These two naive women quickly became ensnared in his web, ultimately accruing debts exceeding 200,000. Through this substantial debt, Liao Chang deftly maintained control over both of them. I am currently in a state of discontent. As long as the winery remains out of my grasp, my dissatisfaction will persist. You two, hasten to fulfill my desires and come forth. Liao Chang gestured towards Zilin and Kalin. They approached him, beginning to offer their services. Their hearts laden with trepidation, Liao Chang's peculiar proclivities often led to sudden, bizarre demands whenever he was in a fervent mood. At this moment, Zhou Lingfeng remained seated at the winery, aware that the two women had acted under Liao Chang's directives during their prior encounters in the booth. But how had Liao Chang persuaded them to willingly offer their affections, Perhaps the two women were accustomed to such behavior, viewing it as routine, especially if it pleased their true employer. Alternatively, they might have been ensnared by some compromising leverage in Liao Chang's possession, rendering them compelled to obey his every command. As the clock struck midnight, Zhou Lingfeng had just returned to his dormitory when his phone chimed with a message from Shu Qi. Zhou Lingfeng. Why haven't you replied to my messages? Are you starting to dislike me? He promptly responded, I was busy earlier, my apologies for the delay. Why are you still awake? Chapter 31, The Aphrodisiac of Power. Upon sending his message, Shu Qi quickly replied, because I can't sleep for thinking of you. This revelation did not elicit an exuberant response from Zhou Lingfeng, as he was already aware of Shu Qi's affections for him. He had simply not anticipated that she had developed a one-sided love. Indeed, Zhou Lingfeng harbored some feelings for Shu Qi, yet such sentiments would not drive him to engage in what he deemed irrational behavior, such as embarking on a romantic relationship. At this juncture, initiating a romance with any woman felt akin to stepping on a landmine for Zhou Lingfeng, and thus, he was unwilling to take that risk. Moreover, considering Shu Qi's connections within the provincial committee, he believed this could prove advantageous in the future, a prospect not to be forsaken. After careful contemplation, he replied, What prompted you to think of me so much that you can't sleep? At that moment, already lying in bed, Shu Qi sprang up and dialed Zhou Lingfeng's number. He perceived that a phone call would present a more direct form of communication than a text, so he answered without hesitation, Zhou Lingfeng, I like you. Did you know that? Shu Qi declared her feelings outright. I like you too, Zhou Lingfeng responded. Then why do you still behave this way towards me? Because I am constrained by my circumstances, Zhou Lingfeng began to explain. As you know, my sudden rise from driver to the organization department is due to the assistance of the standing committee. Thus, I remain effectively a driver for the standing committee member, and our statuses differ significantly. There are many things I dare not even contemplate. Do not think this way, alright? What difference does our status make? We are both human, both working within the organization, Shu Qi reassured him. I think you should not act impulsively. Your feelings for me might simply be infatuation, which is not true love. Perhaps in a few days you will no longer feel this way about me, Zhou Lingfeng countered, deliberately avoiding Shu Qi's point. Shu Qi, however, grew frustrated and abruptly hung up the phone. That day, Zhou Lingfeng was engrossed in drafting a speech for standing committee member Liao Lizhen when Zhong Minghua gently tapped his shoulder and said, Lingfeng, someone is looking for you outside. Zhou Lingfeng looked up to see Shu Qi standing at the door. His initial reaction was not one of delight but rather alarm, for if Liao Lizhen were to discover that Shu Qi had come to his office for personal reasons, the repercussions could be dire. Thus, he swiftly approached the visibly distressed Shu Qi. Together, they ascended to the rooftop of the municipal building, an excellent locale for those seeking a moment of respite or for those officials contemplating a regrettable leap from grace. The rooftop was devoid of others, likely due to the absence of those who had just finished their smoke break. Zhou Lingfeng, I wish to know how you truly feel about me. I need you to tell me directly, Shu Qi stated, fixing her gaze upon him. I like you, Zhou Lingfeng admitted. However, I lack confidence before you. I feel inferior. Only true love can evoke feelings of inferiority. At times, I too feel inferior in your presence. Thus I believe we should be together immediately. Shu Qi echoed Zhou Lingfeng's sentiments. Zhou Lingfeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Why have you fallen silent? Have I struck a chord of truth that leaves you speechless? Shu Qi pressed on. Shu Qi, I truly believe we are not well suited for one another. You come from a privileged background destined for greater platforms, while I possess no such advantages. Merely being employed in the organization department is my limit. Zhou Lingfeng articulated. Do you not also have a background now? Shu Qi countered. Caught off guard, Zhou Lingfeng pondered whether Shu Qi had discerned his connection with Liao Lizhen. I have no background. I am merely a driver for Comrade Liao. She only assisted me with my identity issue because she valued my service, Zhou Lingfeng explained. Zhou Lingfeng, there are things I have not stated explicitly, believing you would understand, yet your demeanor suggests otherwise, leaving me feeling foolish. What do you mean? Can you clarify? Do you expect me to believe that your relationship with Liao Lizhen is merely that of a leader and a driver? Zhou Lingfeng found himself at a loss for words. Having assumed that few were aware of his connection with Liao Lizhen, especially within the organization department. To be honest, I do not care what your relationship with Liao Lizhen entails. I know you do not genuinely love her. You are merely using her. Of course, it is possible she has threatened you as well. Shu Qi ceased her statement, as the implication was already clear, since you are aware of my connection with Liao Lizhen. You ought not to harbor any such thoughts toward me, for I am not an unblemished individual, Zhou Lingfeng remarked with a calm tone, though internally astonished that Shu Qi perceived matters so astutely. I have stated that I do not mind your past. What I care about is the present you, what Liao Lizhen can offer you, I can provide as well. As she spoke, Shu Qi took a couple of steps closer to Zhou Lingfeng. Gazing into his eyes before continuing, I will give you some time to sever ties with Liao Lizhen. Once you have done so, we can begin our relationship. With that, Shu Qi turned and descended the stairs. Zhou Lingfeng remained on the rooftop, contemplating whether he truly must rely on a woman to attain his desires. Indeed, power serves as the most potent aphrodisiac, yet, if such power is bestowed by a woman, does it not possess double the potency? And would Zhou Lingfeng dare to indulge in such an aphrodisiac? Even if he dared, could he wield the overwhelming effects it brings? Should the potency overwhelm him and his body prove unable to withstand it? He could face dire consequences, potentially leading to his untimely demise. Upon returning to his office, Zhou Lingfeng completed the speech he had been working on, revising it twice more before standing to submit the amended draft to Li Hong for formal typing. Li Hong nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the heavily revised speech and beginning to input it into the computer. Lingfeng, I believe you should apply for a computer. How can one work without one? Li Hong remarked. Alright, I will mention it to the standing committee soon. Zhou Lingfeng responded nonchalantly. There is no need to involve the standing committee. I will help you apply for one. Office Director Zhong Minghua interjected hastily. He knew that if Zhou Lingfeng were to report this to Liao Lizhen, he would surely face a severe reprimand. In Liao Lizhen's office, as Zhou Lingfeng placed the speech before her, she inquired. Did you meet with Shu Qi on the rooftop? Yes, I did meet her, but Chapter 32, a more challenging task. Do you have feelings for her? Before Zhou Lingfeng could finish his sentence, Liao Lizhen interrupted. If you truly like her, I can allow you to be with her. But Liao Lizhen did not elaborate further, instead gesturing for Zhou Lingfeng to take a seat before continuing their conversation. Zhou Lingfeng took a seat, yet his expression betrayed a palpable tension, for he was acutely aware that Liao Lizhen was a person who held his fate in her hands, with but a single word. She could condemn him to death. You may associate with her, but first, you must assist me in completing the second task I previously assigned, Liao Lizhen stated, resuming her discourse. Comrade, I assure you, my relationship with Shu Qi is purely platonic. It is she who harbors feelings for me, which I have firmly rejected. Zhou Lingfeng explained. You need to elaborate. I understand that all men are alike. I can grant you freedom in this regard. But you must still heed my commands. When I desire your presence, you must respond without delay. Are you capable of this? Liao Lizhen inquired. Suddenly Zhou Lingfeng felt akin to a pet. Liao Lizhen had seemingly relegated herself to the role of owner. As only a pet would be required to appear at a moment's notice to be cradled. Unbeknownst to him, Liao Lizhen's willingness to compromise stemmed from her inability to confront Shu Qi, whose influence was beyond her reach. However, she was reluctant to relinquish Zhou Lingfeng entirely to Shu Qi, for she had developed both emotional and physical dependencies on him. Comrade, I truly have no involvement with Shu Qi. Silence, do you not comprehend my words? Cease your chatter and listen closely. I am assigning you a second task, Liao Lizhen continued. The target of this task is Su Wenwan, the director of the Finance Bureau. Your objective is to pursue her, gather incriminating evidence against her, and subsequently deliver that evidence to me. Zhou Lingfeng was not one to shy away from challenges, yet the nature of this task seemed utterly absurd to him. Was it not plainly a matter of using a long line to catch a big fish? But would Su Wenwan even take the bait? He harbored no confidence in the venture. I am aware of your adeptness in courting women. Thus I have faith that you can accomplish this task. Liao Lizhen interjected. As I previously mentioned, if you obediently follow my directives and complete this task, you shall become the office director in 2 years. This task is exceedingly daunting for me, as I possess little knowledge of her. Zhou Lingfeng candidly expressed, fully aware that Liao Lizhen was not one to offer unconditional favors. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. When someone provides a meal, one must repay the benefactor once satiated. I shall now provide you with insight into her character, Liao Lizhen stated. Su Wenwan is a woman without morals, utterly depraved. She is not only avaricious but also enamored with men, particularly those of your ilk. Zhou Lingfeng instinctively recognized that Su Wenwan likely harbored peculiar tastes in such matters. Even if he could ensnare her, it would undoubtedly entail significant personal risk. In truth, he did not hold a profound impression of Su Wenwan, having only encountered her a few times. He knew her to possess an unflattering figure, one that he found particularly unappealing, yet he had no choice at this juncture. He had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship, and aboard this vessel helmed by Liao Lizhen, he was bound to obey her commands. Zhou Lingfeng, I am aware of your inherent goodness and integrity. However, such virtues do not hold value for everyone. The integrity of the impoverished is devoid of worth. Do you grasp my meaning? Liao Lizhen resumed. I understand. Zhou Lingfeng nodded, well aware of the truth in her words. Had he been oblivious to such realities, he would not find himself as the bedfellow of this woman before him. The reason I require you to gather evidence against Su Wenwan is that she has committed numerous despicable acts. Liao Lizhen continued. In her pursuit of selfish desires, she has imprisoned several private business owners in our city, thereby destroying 3 families. Furthermore, due to her personal proclivities, she has caused the deaths of 2 young men in their 20s, men akin to yourself. Upon hearing Liao Lizhen's words, Zhou Lingfeng was left utterly astounded. What sort of task was this? Was she not essentially sending him to his demise? The weight of this task bore down upon him, sending shivers down his spine. Rest assured, she is unlikely to engage in such reckless behavior again, as the deaths of those 2 young men cost her dearly. She will not dare to act so brazenly now. Liao Lizhen mused, though her words served merely as a feeble attempt to reassure Zhou Lingfeng, for the depravity Su Wenwan was capable of was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Comrade, what specific evidence do you wish for me to gather against her? Zhou Lingfeng inquired, for this was his primary concern. He merely desired to fulfill the task and escape Su Wenjuan's clutches. I have heard that she owns a villa where she frequently hosts extravagant parties, inviting only those she trusts, some of whom are private business owners and public officials. I do not know their identities, but your task is to infiltrate that villa and capture footage of the revelries, ideally securing video evidence. After Liao Lizhen concluded, she picked up the speech draft Zhou Lingfeng had submitted, glanced at it, and then set it back down. Comrade, it is not that I am unwilling to accept this task. It is simply that the request to photograph and record their party is beyond my capabilities alone. This task, Zhou Lingfeng perceived, was significantly more challenging than the previous one involving the placement of white powder in Lai Muyang's vehicle. He felt that, as a solitary individual, he could not accomplish it, especially given the considerable risks involved. Do not fret, the most daunting aspect of this task is not capturing evidence but rather gaining Su Wenjuan's trust. Once you have her confidence, the subsequent work will be considerably easier. Please guide me, comrade. Let us dispense with unnecessary talk. First, devise a strategy to approach Su Wenwan and ascertain how to ensnare her. I believe in your abilities, you can certainly achieve this. With that, Liao Lizhen waved her hand, signaling Zhou Lingfeng to depart. That he rose and made his way to the door, only to hear Liao Lizhen's voice once more. Your speech draft is commendable. No further revisions are necessary. Zhou Lingfeng turned to see Liao Lizhen engrossed in the draft before he stepped outside. Upon returning to his office, Zhou Lingfeng began contemplating how to establish a connection with Su Wenwan. As a hasty introduction in her office stating, "Hello, I am Zhou Lingfeng, here to sleep with you," would surely result in his being deemed insane. Recalling Zhou Minghua's extensive social network, Zhou Lingfeng approached him. Director Zhong, are you acquainted with our city's finance bureau director? Indeed, why do you ask? Zhou Minghua replied. I wish to meet her, as I have a relative owed a sum of money that remains unpaid. In truth, this money had been accrued during the supply of meals to the police department's cafeteria. Zhou Lingfeng concocted a plausible lie. This money could be retrieved with just a nod from the finance bureau director. Yes, it can be retrieved with her approval, Zhou Minghua affirmed. However, I have heard that this director is no ordinary person. Her dealings run quite deep. What do you mean by deep? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. She is known to demand kickbacks. For instance, if you wish to reclaim 1 million, she will insist on taking at least 200,000 from that sum. That seems excessive, Zhou Lingfeng exclaimed. It's not unreasonable, Zhou Minghua countered, for she is ultimately providing you the funds. It is far better than not reclaiming anything at all, is it not? Can you introduce me to her? I can, but what is in it for me? What do you seek? Zhou Lingfeng retorted, as he did not believe Zhou Minghua genuinely sought a favor. Knowing full well his background, let us do this. I am not well acquainted with Director Su, and I cannot summon her directly. However, I know a colleague who is quite familiar with her and can certainly arrange a meeting. Zhou Minghua proposed. Fine, let your friend set it up. However, my friend is not so easily persuaded. Director Zhong, please tell me what I need to do. Zhou Minghua leaned closer to Zhou Lingfeng and whispered. First, treat them to dinner. Afterward, take them for a sauna. Expect to spend at least 10,000. Zhou Lingfeng regarded Zhou Minghua with surprise, taken aback by the substantial expenditure required merely to meet someone. Lingfeng, I consider you my colleague and treat you as a brother. That is why I am willing to assist you. After you meet my friend, it will be advantageous for you moving forward. Zhou Minghua added earnestly. Very well, this poses no issue. Please arrange it promptly. However, Zhou Lingfeng hesitated, recognizing that establishing a connection should not be through an overtly calculated approach, lest it reveal ulterior motives. Can I trust your friend? I do not wish to engage with an unreliable individual, absolutely reliable. My relationship with him is solid, and he has never failed to accomplish what I have entrusted him with, Zhong Minghua assured. As he spoke, Zhong Minghua leaned closer to Zhou Lingfeng's ear and lowered his voice, saying, "The only reason I could come to the organization department is because of this buddy of mine. He has many admirable qualities, but his one flaw is that he can be a bit greedy." At this stage Zhou Lingfeng was not in need of money. He still had a significant portion of the 300,000 given to him by Liao Lizhan untouched. Therefore, financial concerns were not an issue for him at the moment. "What does your buddy do?" Zhou Lingfeng asked curiously. "He is the director of the Finance Bureau's office." Zhou Lingfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. As he had never imagined that Zhou Minghua's friend worked in the Finance Bureau, he had assumed he was someone from the underworld. "Lingfeng, rest assured, he is truly trustworthy. As long as you provide satisfactory service and offer him a little red envelope, he will help you with everything," Zhong Minghua added. Zhou Lingfeng nodded, asking Zhong Minghua to arrange for the two to meet that evening, including any post-dinner activities like going to a sauna. As evening approached, Zhou Lingfeng drove the car that Liao Lizhan had gifted him, with Zhong Minghua as his passenger, heading towards the bank. He needed to withdraw some cash, as he would require money for entertaining the director of the Finance Bureau's office later. "Lingfeng, I can't believe you bought a car. It's stunning and must be a luxury vehicle." Zhong Minghua began to flatter. "It must cost at least 500,000, right? It's so comfortable sitting in here. This car suits you perfectly because you're handsome. A beautiful car for a handsome man. Oh, this car isn't too expensive, but if you like, I can lend it to you sometime." Zhou Lingfeng replied. "What? How could I dare? If I crash it, I couldn't possibly afford to pay for it," Zhong Minghua exclaimed, his reaction exaggerated as if Zhou Lingfeng were about to push him into the driver's seat after withdrawing 30,000 from his bank card. Zhou Lingfeng recalled the 200,000 he had left at home and wondered if it was safe there, but now was not the time to ponder such concerns, as there were more pressing matters at hand. "Director Zhong, please take this money," Zhou Lingfeng said, handing him 20 bills. "What are you doing? Why are you giving me money?" Zhong Minghua asked, his eyes wide with surprise. "Just take it, although it's not much, it's a token of my appreciation," Zhou Lingfeng explained, placing the money on Zhong Minghua's lap and patting his shoulder. "From now on, you'll be my good buddy. You rest assured, when I start making money, I won't forget your share." A wave of emotion surged within Zhong Minghua. He hadn't expected such generosity from someone newly appointed to the organization department. "Lingfeng, with your words, I will accept this money. Remember, your matters are now my matters, and whatever I can help with, just let me know. Even if it's something I can't do, I will find a way to make it happen," Zhong Minghua vowed, patting his chest confidently. Zhou Lingfeng merely nodded in response, silent. "It is true that money can sway people's hearts, but it depends on the circumstances." In a private room at the Heilong Hotel, Zhou Lingfeng met the good buddy Zhong Minghua had mentioned, Feng Limei. To Zhou Lingfeng's surprise, Feng Limei was a man in his 30s who was quite handsome. If one only looked at his attractive face, no one would associate him with a pleasure-seeking official, as he had the appearance of someone remarkably honest and simple. After shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries, it was time to order food. "Come on, Director Feng, please order, just pick whatever you like." Zhou Lingfeng smiled. "I haven't had much of an appetite for this type of food lately, so just order whatever you want." Feng Limei replied with a smile. "How about you order, Director Zhang? Since you two are buddies, you must know Director Feng's tastes," Zhou Lingfeng suggested, prompting Zhong Minghua to take the menu and begin selecting dishes. Once the food was ordered, they waited for it to be served. Zhong Minghua began. "Director Feng, Lingfeng would like your assistance with a small matter, something quite easy for you to handle. Let's not discuss that during dinner, shall we?" Feng Limei responded, glancing at Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng understood that this meant they would discuss business after the meal and the sauna arrangements. "You're right, Director Feng, we should focus on enjoying our meal." Zhou Lingfeng agreed with a smile, as he recognized Feng Limei's position as a director in the Finance Bureau and wished to keep the conversation amicable. "Zhou Lingfeng, I heard your standing committee is about to make some progress?" Feng Limei inquired. "Is that so? I haven't heard anything about IT. IT seems Director Feng is quite well informed. If that's the case, I am happy for the standing committee," Zhou Lingfeng replied, genuinely unaware if this information was true or false. "The saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire." Feng Limei's sudden question indicated there was some basis for it, yet Zhou Lingfeng, as Liao Lizhan's confidant, was oblivious to it, highlighting his lack of political sensitivity. When 10 exquisite dishes were finally served, Feng Limei surveyed the spread and remarked, "Such fine food deserves some wine. How about 2 bottles of Maorai?" "Of course, as long as the director is happy," Zhou Lingfeng replied. However, once the wine was on the table, Feng Li Mei suggested, "It's a bit dull with just the three of us drinking, why not have the hotel send over a few beautiful women to accompany us?" It was at this moment that Zhou Lingfeng realized such services were available at the hotel. Shortly thereafter, three attractive women were arranged to sit with them, marking the start of their meal and drinking session. Zhou Lingfeng scrutinized the woman beside him, instantly recognizing her as someone who had likely entertained countless guests. Nevertheless, she was indeed beautiful, as only women with a certain allure could work at this hotel, especially in such a role. The income from such services could be substantial, with a few hours of companionship equating to a month's salary for an ordinary server. Zhou Lingfeng refrained from engaging with the woman as he held no interest and found her unappealing. Conversely, Zhong Minghua and Feng Li Mei were already enjoying themselves, flirting and drinking with the women, relishing their attentiveness as they fed them bites of food with eager delight. This was an era where wealth allowed for indulgence, and Zhou Lingfeng observed how these two men unabashedly reveled in the services they were financing. Feng Li Mei's hands began to wander, caressing the woman's waist before slowly moving to her chest. Initially, the woman resisted slightly, but soon she ceased to object, surrendering to Feng Li Mei's advances. Zhong Minghua was no better, similarly exploring the woman's body. Finally, satiated and merry, Feng Li Mei stood, moving behind one of the women, wrapping his arms around her neck and reaching for her chest, initiating an action that Zhou Lingfeng found utterly distasteful. "You have a lovely figure. Why don't you give me a massage shortly?" Feng Li Mei said to the woman, casting a glance at Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng stood up, stating, "Directors Zhong and Feng, you go ahead for the massage. I'll settle the bill and join you shortly." "Alright, we'll head in first," Zhong Minghua responded, and they left the private room together. Zhou Lingfeng approached the cashier, receiving the bill presented by the server, which amounted to 10,000. Although this figure fell within his budget, it starkly illustrated the concept of high spending. If this level of expenditure persisted, the 300,000 he received from Liao Lizhan would hardly last more than half a month, especially with the added cost of massages. In the year 2000. Before the implementation of the 8-point regulation, the nation lacked corresponding restrictions, leading to staggering annual expenses on public officials' entertainment. Upon reaching the massage floor, Zhou Lingfeng settled into a chair in the lounge, awaiting his turn, as he had no interest in the escapades of men and women in such establishments. Sounds of women calling out echoed from various directions, occasionally accompanied by men's voices, indicating the excitement of the activities engaged in by the participants. After waiting for about an hour, Zhong Minghua emerged first, appearing as if he had been skinned, looking utterly drained. As he approached Zhou Lingfeng, sitting beside him, Zhong Minghua wore a satisfied expression and said, "I'm exhausted. That woman was incredible, truly exceptional. I have never encountered someone so formidable, and it seems I have never felt as impressive as I do today." Zhou Lingfeng merely nodded, choosing silence. He had no desire to listen to others share such experiences, especially when the one providing the service was a courtesan. He found no merit in such tales. "You emerged so quickly. How come you're faster than I am? You certainly look much more robust than I do." After taking a deep breath, Zhong Minghua gazed at Zhou Lingfeng with a puzzled expression. "I did not partake," Zhou Lingfeng replied calmly. Why did you not partake?" Suddenly Zhong Minghua recalled something and promptly slapped his thigh. Leaning closer to Zhou Lingfeng's ear, he urged, "You must settle the bill right away. When Director Feng comes out, you absolutely must not tell him you did not partake, otherwise, he will certainly not assist you." "Why?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired, quite perplexed. "If you did not partake, he may have other thoughts, believing you are not genuinely seeking his help. Do you understand? Hurry and settle the bill." "I have already settled it. Oh, then that is good. Brother, next time we go out, I shall treat you just like today, but you cannot remain as you are now. You must also participate," Zhong Minghua exclaimed. "In this life, how many decades do we truly have? Those who have the opportunity to enjoy and do not, are nothing but fools." "Are you implying that I am a fool?" Zhou Lingfeng questioned. No, how could I ever say you are a fool? You are far more astute than I," Zhong Minghua quickly clarified. "What I mean is, for those of us who have already entered the grave of marriage, there is hardly any intimacy left with our wives. The greatest pleasure we can find is right here." Amid their conversation, a beautiful woman approached them, her gaze evidently fixed on Zhou Lingfeng, smiling as she asked, "Are you Mr. Zhou Lingfeng?" "I am." Zhou Lingfeng nodded. "Director Feng requests your presence, please follow me." With that, the woman turned elegantly. Zhou Lingfeng felt a sense of bewilderment. He had not anticipated that Feng Li Mei would be so audacious, engaging in such activities and then even playing the role of a hostess. Following the woman to the room where Feng Li Mei resided, he found him reclining on a massage table, a woman clad in a very short skirt seated at his rear administering a massage. Zhou Lingfeng began to comprehend why Feng had lingered for so long and why his expenses were double those of Zhong Minghua. This fellow truly knew how to enjoy himself. securing 2 attractive companions for this occasion. You may leave now, Feng Li Mei instructed the 2 women upon noticing Zhou Lingfeng's entrance. Once they departed, Feng Li Mei sat up, lit a cigarette, and addressed Zhou Lingfeng. I hear from Zhou Minghua that you wish to meet Bureau Chief Su? Indeed, Zhou Lingfeng nodded, his eyes inadvertently drawn to the rose tattoo adorning Feng Li Mei's chest. What is your purpose in wanting to meet Bureau Chief Su? Do not feed me any tales I would not believe. I require the truth, Feng Li Mei stated with a serious demeanor. This inquiry left Zhou Lingfeng at a loss, for he could no longer utilize the previous justification that had sufficed before Zhou Minghua. After all, Feng Li Mei worked in the finance bureau and would surely be aware of the budgetary matters involved. The situation is as follows. My younger sister is currently in university and will graduate in a year. I wish to know if she could secure a position directly in the Finance Bureau upon graduation, Zhou Lingfeng explained. Upon articulating these words, Zhou Lingfeng felt that this notion was indeed a splendid one. If he could facilitate his sister's employment at the Finance Bureau, she would no longer need to fret over job prospects. So, you wish to meet Bureau Chief Su regarding your sister's employment? Feng Li Mei looked at Zhou Lingfeng with an expression of surprise. Yes, Zhou Lingfeng confirmed with a nod. This matter does not even require Bureau Chief Su's involvement. I can handle it for you. Albeit it will involve some expenditure, Feng Li Mei asserted with unwavering confidence, as if to say, leave this matter to me. I still believe it would be wise for me to meet Bureau Chief Su, as I may have other matters for her assistance in the future. Zhou Lingfeng replied, have you forgotten that I am the office director? My relationship with Bureau Chief Su is quite amicable. I can manage many matters without her intervention. She is busy and cannot attend to everyone. Do you understand my point? Feng Li Mei reiterated his stance. In his view, Zhou Lingfeng was merely a target for exploitation, and he had no intention of letting such an opportunity slip. What if I insist on meeting Bureau Chief Su? Zhou Lingfeng pressed, aware that Feng Li Mei was reluctant to introduce him to Su Wanwan. I have treated you to a lavish meal and covered your expenses here, yet you speak to me in this manner. Do you truly believe I am merely a pawn? Zhou Lingfeng silently cursed. Fixing his gaze on Feng Li Mei as he awaited a response, Feng Li Mei did not reply immediately. He pondered for a moment before stating, I find the tone in which you address me quite displeasing. Perhaps you could rephrase your request. Containing his inner fury, Zhou Lingfeng smiled and said, Director Feng, I still wish to meet Bureau Chief Su. I hope you can assist me with this favor. That is much better. Do you realize that your previous tone was akin to issuing commands? Remember, if you wish to progress, you must first learn to conduct yourself appropriately. Conducting oneself entails not only being willing to spend money but also knowing how to communicate effectively. Feng Li Mei replied in a leadership tone, the meal you treated me to today, along with this service, will not be in vain. The lessons I impart to you are not shared with others, as I hold you in high regard. So what do you mean by that? Zhou Lingfeng asked, as Feng Li Mei had yet to answer his previous question. As for Bureau Chief Su, I will arrange for you to meet her shortly. Just wait for my call, Feng Li Mei concluded, rising from the massage table and beginning to dress. Zhou Lingfeng averted his eyes, feeling a deep sense of revulsion at the sight of Feng Li Mei's unclothed form. Chapter 35, The Fantasies of Power. Minghua, is the colleague you introduced to me mentally unwell? Is he a rich second generation? Feng Li Mei inquired of Zhou Minghua as they stood outside the hotel. Approximately 5 meters away from Zhou Lingfeng. He should not be. I am not very familiar with his background. Previously, he was a driver for Comrade Liao before transferring to our department, Zhou Minghua replied. I believe Comrade Liao treated him quite well. A leader treating a driver well, are you being overly optimistic? At most, he merely resolved his identity issues. Would Comrade Liao truly take notice of him? This fellow is utterly clueless, Feng Li Mei scoffed. Indeed, you are correct. When can you arrange for him to meet Bureau Chief Su? Zhou Minghua asked, knowing that having taken Zhou Lingfeng's money, he must follow through on the matter. Do you really think I would introduce Bureau Chief Su to him? Feng Li Mei countered. Zhou Minghua understood that his friend was rather greedy, so he pulled out the cash Zhou Lingfeng had just given him and pressed it into Feng Li Mei's hands, saying, Brother, please accept this money and arrange it as soon as possible. Feng Li Mei glanced at the stack of cash, which was no less than 10,000 yuan, nodded, accepted it, and tucked it into his pocket before stating, let him wait for news. Once I have made arrangements, I will inform you. As Zhou Lingfeng drove Zhou Minghua home, he remarked, Director Zhong, I can't shake the feeling that your friend seems rather unreliable. No, he's quite dependable, it's just that you aren't familiar with him, which is why he behaves that way. You know how it is in the political arena, many people prefer to work with acquaintances to avoid unnecessary risks. Zhong Minghua explained. Zhou Lingfeng nodded, saying that makes sense. It was indeed my first meeting with him, and to ask him for such a significant favor was a bit awkward. Exactly, just keep that perspective, rest assured. He will arrange it. It will just take some time. As you know, the finance bureau is always busy, and the director is even busier. That's fine. We can wait. For Zhou Lingfeng, it was a rather unsatisfactory evening. Yet it afforded him insight into the reality that in the political landscape, without money and power, one cannot accomplish anything. The term official comprises two elements. One is the mouth of power, and the other is the mouth of money. When you lack both, seeking assistance from officials feels like an insurmountable challenge. After showering and lying down in bed, Zhou Lingfeng found himself wide awake, contemplating how to navigate his future. If he were to confront Liao Lizhan now, refusing to heed her commands, he would no longer need to seek an introduction to Su Wenwan. However, confronting Liao Lizhan at this point would be utterly imprudent, as Shu Qin only verbally claimed that Liao Lizhan could accomplish what she promised, but could she truly deliver? The truth of the matter remained uncertain. Moreover, Zhou Lingfeng had yet to establish a definitive relationship with Shu Qin, so he could not hold any hopes regarding that connection at this moment. However, one must not abandon this particular line of thought, for once one embarks upon the path of officialdom, it becomes imperative to cultivate friendships rather than enmities. Naturally, not everyone is worthy of one's association. At the very least, one must strive to avoid turning others into adversaries. As for those who must become foes, one should endeavor to slay them with a smile. Picking up his phone, Zhou Lingfeng glanced at the chat history with Shu Qi and then sent her a message that read, "Have you gone to sleep? Please give me some time. As my current situation is not as easy as you might imagine." To Zhou Lingfeng's surprise, Shu Qi replied almost immediately, saying, "I will give you time, but you must not keep me waiting too long. Also, if you encounter any insurmountable problems, feel free to share them with me." Such a considerate woman, one who harbors affections for him, where could he possibly find another? But Zhou Lingfeng felt fortunate thus far. Although Liao Lizhan had assigned him a daunting task, she had at least initially sweetened his experience. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Lingfeng sent another message. "All right, thank you, please rest early, good night, sweet dreams." Shu Qi replied, "Sweet dreams." Faced with the new computer on his desk, Zhou Lingfeng couldn't help but admire Zhang Minghua's remarkable efficiency. The 2,000 yuan he had given him was certainly well spent. At 10 o'clock, the organizational department's staff meeting commenced punctually. Liao Lizhan began reading from her script. Even while reading, her delivery was far from fluid, indicating a lack of enthusiasm for this endeavor. It seemed utterly implausible to expect her to shine without a script. As Zhou Lingfeng observed Liao Lizhan reading, he began to imagine what it would be like if he were to occupy that position someday. Would he also read from a script, or would he speak freely extemporaneously? At that moment, Liao Lizhan's demeanor was serious and unsmiling. If he were in her shoes, would he bear a similar expression? Shifting his gaze from Liao Lizhan, Zhou Lingfeng began to observe his 30 or so colleagues. Most of them were older than him, with some nearing retirement. From their expressions, he discerned no trace of passion. Instead, they appeared bland and lifeless. Thus, among the many seated there, it seemed that he alone harbored any illusions about Liao Lizhan's position. Even Shu Qi's expression appeared quite neutral, lacking the fervent glimmer of ambition for the future, at least. That was Zhou Lingfeng's perception. This was understandable, as self-awareness is a virtue, yet it often leads many to abandon aspirations for advancement, content to retire from their current positions, viewing it as a commendable choice. A notification drew Zhou Lingfeng's attention away from Shu Qi. It was a message from his buddy Linny, stating, "Bro, let us have dinner tonight. It's on me, and I promise you'll be in for a surprise that you absolutely won't see coming." Zhou Lingfeng felt a bit puzzled and replied, "What surprise? Have you found a girlfriend?" For Linny, a perennial bachelor, the only surprise worth mentioning would be the end of his solitude. Linny retorted, "You'll find out tonight. That's the essence of a surprise. How could I possibly divulge it now?" After the exceedingly dull meeting concluded, Zhou Lingfeng returned to his office, only to be summoned to Su Yan's office. He found Su Yan's complexion flushed, glaring at him with reproach. "Zhou Lingfeng, take a look at this trash of a manuscript you've written, examine it closely," she exclaimed, jabbing a finger at a document on her desk. Zhou Lingfeng picked up the manuscript and, upon realizing it was not his work, felt an urge to explain. However, seeing Su Yan in her current state of fury, he deemed any explanation futile. After all, she was in a position of authority, and he was merely a newly appointed subordinate without any specific role yet. Consequently, he kept his head bowed, waiting for her tirade to subside before responding. "Director Su, I will revise it immediately. I assure you I will amend it according to your guidelines." "Then why aren't you hurrying out of here?" have it revised and return to me within half an hour. Su Yan's expression remained sour. Zhou Lingfeng recognized he had suffered a silent injustice, but he had no idea who was responsible for this predicament, nor did he see any reason to speculate. If Su Yan had even a modicum of discernment, she would not have presumed that the manuscript was his. Thus, with a smile, he returned to his office, although it was his first experience being harshly reprimanded by a superior. He found it somewhat refreshing. After all, contrasting opinions can often provide clarity amidst a chorus of agreement. In less than 20 minutes, Zhou Lingfeng had thoroughly revised the manuscript, which pertained to personnel adjustments within various departments of the organization. Meant for Su Yan to report to the standing committee. He had dedicated considerable time to understanding the organizational department's personnel matters, which explained his ability to swiftly compose speeches and other documents. He prided himself on being a diligent learner, convinced that continuous education was essential for enhancing his capabilities to adapt to societal developments. When he presented his neatly penned manuscript to Su Yan, she silently took it from him. As Zhou Lingfeng observed her serious demeanor, he contemplated whether to disclose that the previous manuscript had not originated from him. Shortly thereafter, Su Yan finished reviewing the document and placed it back on her desk, stating, "Well written. I didn't expect you could transform such a subpar draft into this. You are indeed an exceptional newcomer." Zhou Lingfeng, puzzled, couldn't help but inquire, "Director Su, does this need further revision?" "No, actually, I knew the previous draft wasn't yours. I merely wanted to test your capabilities and see if you were fit for the role of secretary." Su Yan replied, "The standing committee has informed me that they intend to appoint you as their secretary. But they need to assess your proficiency in handling affairs and drafting official documents." Zhou Lingfeng remained silent, aware that Su Yan would continue speaking. After a brief pause, she resumed, "I believe you have demonstrated the preliminary qualifications for the position of secretary. It is not a difficult role, as you undoubtedly possess certain abilities. However, before you officially assume the role, there is a crucial task you must complete." "What task is that, Director?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired. "The task assigned to you by the standing committee. I don't know the specifics, but they instructed me to introduce you to Su Wenwan." Su Yan explained. Su Wenwan is my cousin. I've arranged for you to meet her tomorrow evening." At that moment, Su Yan regarded Zhou Lingfeng with a penetrating gaze, pondering the nature of the task Liao Lizhan had entrusted to him. Why would she require someone as inexperienced as Zhou Lingfeng to meet with the director of the finance bureau? "Could you perhaps share what the standing committee asked of you?" Su Yan inquired. "Rest assured, I won't disclose anything to anyone, nor will I let the standing committee know you mentioned it to me. Since the standing committee hasn't disclosed it to you, I believe it's best if I refrain from discussing it as well." Zhou Lingfeng replied, hoping Su Yan would understand. "Zhou Lingfeng, is this the attitude you should possess? Do you realize whom you were speaking to?" With Su Yan's expression shifted again. "I apologize, Director. The standing committee instructed me to keep this matter confidential, and I hope you can understand." Zhou Lingfeng maintained his calm demeanor. Suddenly Su Yan burst into laughter, placing her hand on the manuscript and tapping it lightly, before saying, "Zhou Lingfeng, the more I observe you, the more I sense you are a person of extraordinary depth. You give the impression of being somewhat enigmatic. Such individuals can be quite formidable. Are you, perchance, a rather fearsome person?" "Director, I assure you, I am quite a simple individual, devoid of any ulterior motives. As you know, I am a former soldier." Zhou Lingfeng clarified. "It's your current demeanor and tone that lead me to feel you are indeed a person of hidden depths. Enough of the banter, return to your work," she concluded. As the clock struck 6:30 in the evening, Zhou Lingfeng arrived at the private room of the Peace Hotel, where he met Lin Yi, along with a woman he had encountered previously at a late-night food stall. Wei Wei, this is my good brother Zhou Lingfeng." Lin Yi began the introduction. "Ifongu, this is Wei Wei, Wei from Weigua," and the character for Wei with a grass radical followed by a smile. Zhou Lingfeng extended his hand, and Wei Wei reciprocated with a smile as they shook hands. For Zhou Lingfeng, this was not a surprise, but rather a shock, for he had always considered Lin Yi to be a steadfast companion. Yet this fellow had chosen a fierce girlfriend akin to a female warrior. Was he not leaping into a pit of fire? "But Zhou Lingfeng, Lin Yi calls you brother Feng, so I shall call you the same from now on. You won't mind, will you?" Wei Wei said to Zhou Lingfeng, her face adorned with a gentle smile that exuded warmth, making it hard to reconcile her demeanor with the woman who had erupted in fury just the other night at the late-night eatery. "Not at all," Zhou Lingfeng replied. "Very well, then I shall call you brother Feng from now on." As the 8 dishes were laid out on the table, the three began to eat while savoring the meal. Zhou Lingfeng inquired. Wei Wei, where do you work? Oh, I'm a police officer, currently stationed at the Dongliao Town Police Station, Wei Wei responded, still smiling. Indeed, not only is Wei Wei a police officer, but she also holds the position of captain. Actively engaging in field operations rather than merely serving in an administrative capacity, Lin Yi added. How did you two meet? Zhou Lingfeng continued to probe, curious as to how Lin Yi, a mere driver with little conversational skill and no apparent romantic prowess, managed to capture the heart of the daughter of the city's police chief. It's a long story, but to summarize, it was destiny's design, Lin Yi said, his face radiating happiness. Zhou Lingfeng observed Lin Yi's expression with growing concern. For a woman like Wei Wei was surely beyond his control. I think you two make a lovely pair. I hope your relationship flourishes, he said, his gaze drifting to Wei Wei, an idea blossoming in his mind. If Lin Yi could maintain a connection with Wei Wei, he would undoubtedly find himself in need of their assistance in the future. While they were still dining, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Accompanied by cries of distress, upon hearing the ruckus, Wei Wei immediately stood up and declared, "You all continue eating. I'll step outside to take a look." With that, her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she grabbed her bag from the nearby chair and swiftly headed for the door. Lin Yi, seeing this, also rose, but just as he reached the threshold, the sound of gunfire rang out. The unexpected gunshot caused Lin Yi to halt abruptly. Zhou Lingfeng remained seated, glancing back at Lin Yi before resuming his meal. Chapter 37, full of character. Everyone get down, Wei Wei shouted at the troublemakers in the hotel lobby, the shot she fired having been aimed above their heads, not striking anyone but serving as an effective deterrent. Instantly, the unruly individuals crouched down. Zhou Lingfeng, upon hearing Wei Wei's commanding voice, finally stood up, eager to witness her prowess firsthand. Positioning himself beside Lin Yi, he observed as Wei Wei pinned a man to the floor. Demanding, "I ask you, why have you come here to cause trouble? Go ahead and shoot. I won't say a word," the man retorted defiantly. "I ask that so. Are you truly unwilling to speak?" Wei Wei replied, a sinister smile curling her lips as she aimed her gun at several crouching men. "Oh, you know what, if you tell me what I want to know, I'll let you go." One of the men, visibly shaken, stammered, We just followed along. We don't know anything, you just followed along. How much were you paid per person?" Wei Wei inquired. "200, the man answered. It seemed this was not their first encounter with such a scenario. They had previously participated in similar activities, being paid to join a mob, wreak havoc, and then leave with the crowd. Earning 200 for such work was quite lucrative, if such jobs were available daily. She would be tempted to take them up herself. Wei Wei continued, directing her gun toward the head of the man beneath her foot. "I ask you one last time, who sent you here to stir up trouble?" Typically, such violent acts are orchestrated by some hidden mastermind, someone who would never reveal themselves. "I told you, if you dare to shoot, then do it. Stop wasting time," the man persisted defiantly. Little did he expect that Wei Wei would suddenly stomp down hard on his knee. A sharp crack echoing as he let out a pained scream. This was enough to make him comply, and upon Wei Wei's next question, he divulged the name of the mastermind behind their actions. Zhou Lingfeng watched Wei Wei with a growing sense of worry for Lin Yi and cautioned, "Brother, I think it's best not to invest too deeply in your relationship with Wei Wei." "Why?" Lin Yi asked immediately. "Because you cannot handle her. Haven't you seen how fierce she is?" "I know she is fierce. She is a police officer. If she weren't tough, how could she catch criminals?" Lin Yi replied, "Listen to me, you can date her, but don't get too involved. I don't want to see you get hurt." Lin Yi fell silent, having contemplated this issue before, believing that love was about seizing the moment. Why worry about the distant future? After leaving the hotel, Zhou Lingfeng took Lin Yi and Wei Wei to a winery. There, they were greeted by Zilin, who immediately bowed in respect upon seeing Zhou Lingfeng. However, he had no intention of introducing his friend and Wei Wei to her. Instead, he instructed her to clock out immediately. Once Zilin departed, Zhou Lingfeng turned to Wei Wei and asked, "What do you think of that woman from earlier? She is quite pretty, but she seems like the type who sells herself. What is your relationship with her, and how did she end up in your winery?" Wei Wei inquired. "How could you tell she was selling herself?" Zhou Lingfeng asked, intrigued. "As a police officer, I can discern her identity from her gaze and the scent about her," Wei Wei replied confidently. Zhou Lingfeng's curiosity deepened, and he asked, "What do you think I should do to get her to tell me the truth?" "She works at my winery, but I didn't hire her, just offer her money, and she will tell you what you want to know." Her straightforward response made Zhou Lingfeng feel somewhat like a frog in a well. Realizing that his thinking was rather limited, independent of the education he had received, until now, his focus had been on how to coax the truth from Zilin and Kai Lin about their relationship with Liao Chang and whether they had any ulterior motives involving him. How did you acquire this winery? Linny asked, surveying the surroundings. While the question was somewhat naive, their camaraderie allowed Linny to voice it without hesitation. To be precise, this winery isn't mine. I am merely managing it for someone else and receiving a salary. Zhou Lingfeng replied. So when Wei Wei and I buy wine here, can we get it at factory price? Linny inquired further. I'll need to check with the owner about that, as this is not my winery. Although he wasn't the owner, that didn't prevent Zhou Lingfeng from procuring a fine bottle of wine to treat his brother and his girlfriend. The three gathered around the coffee table, accompanied by peanuts and other snacks, and began tasting a bottle of foreign wine. Zhou Lingfeng, may I ask you a question? This might be somewhat offensive, so if you prefer not to answer. I want tea press, Wei Wei said. Before even stating her question, her warning piqued Zhou Lingfeng's curiosity. Go ahead, I'm open to answering. Do you have an unusual relationship with the standing committee member Liao Lizhen? Wei Wei asked, her gaze fixed on Zhou Lingfeng, one hand resting on Linny's shoulder. What do you mean by unusual relationship? Zhou Lingfeng countered. Are you her lover, or perhaps I should phrase it differently, are you her non-exclusive date? Wei Wei pressed further. What do you think? Zhou Lingfeng replied. That's my answer. Whatever you believe is the truth. Zhou Lingfeng would never admit to anyone the nature of his relationship with Liao Lizhen. As there was no necessity to do so. As long as he remained silent, everyone would be left in speculation. Wei Wei pouted slightly, downed her drink in one gulp, then stood and addressed Linny. Will you stay here with your brother, or will you come with me? What's going on? Linny asked, bewildered. You can stay with your brother. I'll leave first, but remember, if you continue to associate with him. Don T, look for me again. With that, Wei Wei turned on her heel and strode away. Linny remained in a state of confusion, utterly unsure of what Wei Wei's words meant. Go after her. I won't hold it against you. We're still good brothers, Zhou Lingfeng encouraged. I'll go first. I'll make sure to talk some sense into her, Linny replied, swiftly heading for the door. Linny Gang had barely stepped outside when Liao Chang walked in, a cigar clenched between his teeth. He glanced at the fine liquor on the coffee table and smiled. Lingfeng, what an elegant evening you have planned. Where are the other two? Have your friends left? Noticing the 2 extra glasses resting on the table, Liao Chang continued. Brother Chang, did you come to see me for something? Zhou Lingfeng finally stood up and suggested. How about you join me for a couple of drinks? You want me to drink with you? That's a splendid idea. Alright then, I shall keep you company, Liao Chang replied, settling down, his gaze fixated on the glass before Zhou Lingfeng. Searching for an opportunity, a chance to act. Since the 2 lovely ladies could not assist him, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 38. The man Wei. Zhou Lingfeng picked up the 2 glasses that Linny and Wei Wei had left behind. Placing them on the counter, he then retrieved a fresh glass and set it before Liao Chang, pouring the liquor. Lingfeng, how does it feel? Such a drastic shift in lifestyle. I know your family has always been engaged in agriculture. And you enlisted due to your humble beginnings, Liao Chang remarked. This is all thanks to the committee members, and you too. Credit goes to your sisters. Here, I raise this glass in your honor, Zhou Lingfeng replied. Lifting his glass, after clinking their glasses together, they both downed their drinks in one go. Liao Chang glanced at the snacks before him and said, these snacks do not suit my palate. I'll step out to fetch something more to my liking. Brother Chang, allow me to go. I can't trouble you with such a task. What would you like to eat? Zhou Lingfeng interjected, rising to his feet. Just grab something casual, nothing that will take too long to prepare. Perhaps some barbecue. Alright, I'll be swift. Take your time with the drinks, Zhou Lingfeng assured him. As he exited, he glanced back occasionally, noticing Liao Chang engrossed in his phone, prompting him to quicken his pace. While awaiting the barbecue, Zhou Lingfeng couldn't help but ponder Liao Chang's sudden visit. Was there an ulterior motive behind it? If so, how should he prepare himself? Surely he did not intend to get him intoxicated. Only to have those 2 lovely ladies take the stage. Who knows who might be the first to succumb to drunkenness? After entertaining these thoughts, Zhou Lingfeng felt slightly reassured, however, upon returning with the barbecue and taking a couple of sips of liquor. He soon lost consciousness, and the events that followed remained a complete blur. When he awoke, it was already 9 o'clock the following morning. Zhou Lingfeng placed a hand over his head, feeling an intense throbbing pain. As he attempted to rise, he realized he wasn't in his dormitory bed but rather in a room on the 2nd floor, completely unclothed. What on earth happened? He muttered to himself, trying to recollect the previous night. But found his memory utterly blank. Had he truly blacked out from drinking? Even those who black out remain unaware of their actions during that time. Upon noticing numerous scratch marks on his body, a sharp pain surged through him, leading him to a grim realization. Quickly getting out of bed, Zhou Lingfeng hastened to the bathroom. After washing his face, he heard some commotion below and hurriedly dressed before making his way downstairs. At that moment Zilin was already tending to the store when she spotted Zhou Lingfeng descending. She first exchanged a few words with a customer purchasing liquor, then approached him quietly saying, "Boss, please hold on a moment. I have something to discuss with you shortly." Zhou Lingfeng still felt the pounding in his head, so he sat before the coffee table, glancing at the time and observing the now tidy table. He knew with certainty that he had been drugged the previous night. A surge of anger welled up within him, causing him to clench his fists tightly. Once the customer departed, Zilin approached Zhou Lingfeng, glancing toward the entrance to ensure no one was watching before saying, "Boss, here's the situation. Liao Chang has instructed you to leave the winery voluntarily. As for how you choose to depart, that is your concern." He intervened. "However, you must clarify your intentions to Liao Changwei within the next 3 days and relinquish your claim to the winery." Zhou Lingfeng let out a cold laugh and replied, "What if I refuse to give it up?" In truth, the winery was never his to begin with. He had no particular attachment to it. If Liao Chang wished to reclaim it, he could simply inform Zhou Lingfeng directly. However, employing such underhanded tactics had crossed a line for Zhou Lingfeng. Those who crossed him would not escape unscathed. "If you do not relinquish the winery, you will come to regret it," Zilin stated. Observing her timid demeanor, Zhou Lingfeng felt a wave of nausea. How could such a woman, who sold herself, pretend to be so innocent? "I ask you, did you spend the night with me?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired directly. "Not just me, but also Kailin. However, this was at Liao Chang's behest, not ours. We did not wish for this," Zilin responded, her gaze dropping as she spoke. "What is your relationship with Liao Chang? Why do you follow his orders?" Zhou Lingfeng pressed. We owe him money." "How much?" "Over 100,000. If you repay him, can you free yourselves from his grasp?" "Yes." Zilin nodded. A thought began to form in Zhou Lingfeng's mind. If he wished to exact revenge on Liao Chang, the first step was to retain ownership of the winery and prevent Liao Chang from obtaining it. He needed to reclaim the incriminating videos and photos that Liao Chang used to blackmail him. But how could he recover those materials? The only solution lay in seeking assistance from Lin Yi's girlfriend. However, considering Wei Wei's apparent disdain for him, how might he request her help? Zhou Lingfeng knew this task would be challenging but not impossible. Whether it could be accomplished depended on meeting Wei Wei first. "Did you hand over those items to Liao Chang?" Zhou Lingfeng asked. "Yes, after our encounter, we immediately delivered the items to Liao Chang." Zilin confirmed. "I can help you both buy your freedom, but you must assist me in return." Zhou Lingfeng fixed his gaze on Zilin. "Boss, as long as you help us clear our debts, we are willing to serve you tirelessly." Zilin quickly replied, eager to escape her situation. "Wait for my signal. I will arrange for you both to encounter Liao Chang at an opportune moment. As long as you obey my instructions, I will ensure he has no further hold over you." Zhou Lingfeng strategized. "But aren't you afraid Liao Chang will have you killed?" "He is capable of anything," Zilin said, her face etched with concern. "He wouldn't dare to kill me. His courage does not extend that far." After leaving the winery, Zhou Lingfeng returned directly to his office, where only Sun Li and Li Hang were present. Zhou Minghua had taken leave to go drinking. After contemplating his next move, Zhou Lingfeng stepped out of the office and called Lin Yi. "Hey brother, did you need something? Speak quickly. I have to drive soon." Lin Yi answered. "Send me your girlfriend's phone number. I need to talk to her about something," Zhou Lingfeng requested. "What do you want with Wei Wei? You saw how she reacted last night. She clearly dislikes you." Lin Yi replied. "Just send me the number. If you wish to continue your relationship with her without losing me as a brother, do it quickly. I have urgent matters to discuss with her." With that, Zhou Lingfeng hung up the phone. Lin Yi soon sent the number, and Zhou Lingfeng, after considering his approach, began dialing, as he needed the call to yield the desired results and transform his intentions from the winery into reality. Chapter 39, The Spirit of Helping Others. "Hello, who is this?" Wei Wei answered when the call connected. "Wei Wei, it's me, Zhou Lingfeng," he replied softly. "But why are you calling me?" Wei Wei responded, her tone laced with impatience. "I need your help. I was framed last night. Why should I help you? Are you unaware of my disdain for you? I understand your feelings, but that stems from a lack of understanding. If you knew me better, you wouldn't harbor such disdain." Zhou Lingfeng, "If you wish for me to feel differently about you, first answer my question from last night. My relationship with Liao Changwei is not what you imagine. I merely helped her once, and that's why she treats me well." Zhou Lingfeng fabricated this explanation, though it wasn't entirely untrue, as he had indeed intervened during an incident involving thieves armed with knives. "Why didn't you mention that last night?" "I didn't want you to develop any fondness for me, as it would only provoke Lin Yi's jealousy. Moreover, I know you don't genuinely like him." Zhou Lingfeng's assessment stemmed partly from instinct. Since dinner began until their arrival at the winery, he had observed Wei Wei's glances toward Lin Yi. A person's gaze serves as a window to their soul. And Zhou Lingfeng discerned no sign of affection in Wei Wei's eyes when she looked at Lin Yi. She hardly glanced at him. As for how they ended up together, according to Lin Yi, it was he who had pursued Wei Wei, unexpectedly succeeding in his first confession. After listening to Zhou Lingfeng's words, Wei Wei fell silent, for Zhou Lingfeng had indeed hit the mark. She harbored no romantic feelings for Lin Yi. It was merely the absence of a boyfriend that had led her to accept his pursuit. I had also advised Lin Yi not to invest too deeply, lest he suffer greater heartache later on. Zhou Lingfeng spoke again, aware that he had struck a chord, for Wei Wei would not have suddenly ceased speaking otherwise. Is Lin Yi fortunate or unfortunate to have a brother like you? Wei Wei finally replied, fortunate, for I would never harm him. I shall only assist him. Like him, I am a kind-hearted individual, and we both possess no malicious intent, always eager to lend a helping hand. Zhou Lingfeng echoed her sentiment. Very well, you claim to be eager to help, do you not? Then tell me where you currently are. I shall come and take you somewhere. I want to see if you are truly as benevolent as you profess. I am at the municipal building. A smile played on Zhou Lingfeng's lips as he realized this spirited woman was moving toward a trust in him. I will be down in 20 minutes. With that, Wei Wei ended the call. After putting down his phone, Zhou Lingfeng felt that his plan had taken a significant step toward success, a smirk reappearing on his face. Brother Hung, Sister Sunli, I have a matter to attend to. If anything arises, please call me. I appreciate your hard work. Zhou Lingfeng addressed his colleagues in the office before swiftly exiting. Upon entering the police car driven by Wei Wei, Zhou Lingfeng had yet to fasten his seatbelt when the vehicle suddenly surged forward. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the side handle in time, otherwise his head would have surely collided with the windshield. Wei Wei, donned in sunglasses and casual attire, exuded an air of vigor. Zhou Lingfeng could only endure in silence, knowing he must appease her to gain her assistance, gazing at her profile, which appeared even more enchanting from the side. It was hard to fathom that she was a police officer with more tenacity than many of her male counterparts. I see you possess a fair intellect. Care to guess where I am taking you? If you guess correctly, I shall immediately break up with Lin Yi, Wei Wei remarked as she drove. Why would you break up with Lin Yi? I did not suggest that you do so. Zhou Lingfeng inquired, puzzled. Did you not say that you do not genuinely like him? I merely chose him because I have been without a boyfriend recently, therefore, to prevent him from becoming too deeply entangled. I believe it best to end things sooner rather than later. With that, Wei Wei turned to glance at Zhou Lingfeng. If you feel nothing for him, then why were you with him to begin with? Zhou Lingfeng questioned with a hint of reproach. I need your approval for whom I associate with. Who do you think you are? Wei Wei retorted coldly, adding a scoff for emphasis. Zhou Lingfeng was rendered speechless. Realizing that Wei Wei was no ordinary person, few men could rival her in the art of retort. Why not take a guess at what I am bringing you to do? Wei Wei redirected the conversation. Volunteer work, Zhou Lingfeng suggested. Half right. Wei Wei nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, your intelligence surpasses that of your brother. No wonder you can see through my lack of genuine affection for him while he remains oblivious. The car came to a halt outside a nursing home, and Wei Wei promptly opened the door and exited, quickly retrieving a box from the trunk. Zhou Lingfeng also disembarked, observing as Wei Wei strode confidently toward the entrance, her sneakers tapping rapidly against the ground. You still dawdle? Come along. I am taking you to engage in a charitable endeavor, she urged. Zhou Lingfeng hurried to follow her into the nursing home. The establishment was permeated with a strong scent of elderly occupants, mingled with the unpleasant odor of human waste, unavoidable given the presence of many residents unable to care for themselves. Ascending to the third floor, they entered a room where a man with a head full of white hair lay. Appearing to be in his 60s, Wei Wei addressed the elderly man. Uncle Wu, I have come to see you again, and I have brought along a handsome companion. The elderly man lay silently, though his eyes began to move, first glancing at Wei Wei, then at Zhou Lingfeng. Within the room, Zhou Lingfeng detected a foul odor. The man had soiled himself. He longed to cover his nose but felt hesitant to do so while Wei Wei still held the box in her hands. Are you not eager to help others? Go assist Uncle Wu in changing his trousers. Remember to clean him up as well, Wei Wei instructed. Zhou Lingfeng hesitated before approaching the elderly man, asking, who is he to you? That is of little importance. What matters is that we have a charitable act to perform, Wei Wei replied flatly, her gaze fixed on the man in bed. Zhou Lingfeng surveyed the room before approaching the elderly man, saying, Uncle Wu, I apologize for the trouble, but I will help you change your trousers now. He pulled out some tissues from a nearby bag, placing them beside the bed and underneath Uncle Wu, then began to assist him in removing his soiled trousers. Meanwhile, Wei Wei remained at the doorway, watching Zhou Lingfeng. As Zhou Lingfeng's hands became soiled, a smile crept onto Wei Wei's face as she turned and exited the room. Zhou Lingfeng, oblivious to her departure, continued attending to the elderly man. Uncle Wu, you must be feeling quite uncomfortable. Endure a little longer, and I will have you cleaned up shortly, Zhou Lingfeng reassured him, after disposing of the used tissues. He cleaned the man's soiled trousers and placed them in a bin beneath the bed. Chapter 40. Agreeing to help once he had cleaned everything thoroughly and washed his hands, Zhou Lingfeng helped Uncle Wu into a fresh pair of trousers and carried the soiled ones out to the balcony. Auntie, you are looking younger every day. Here, a small gift for you. I hope it brings you joy. Wei Wei's voice echoed from a nearby room, prompting Zhou Lingfeng to pause and glance inside. He saw her crouched in front of a woman in a wheelchair. Handing her a small gift box, this scene stirred something within Zhou Lingfeng. It was rare to encounter such a compassionate woman, especially a young one, as many harbor disdain for the elderly. What kind of woman is she? One moment fierce, the next overflowing with kindness. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head and continued toward the balcony. At the balcony sink, he rinsed the soiled trousers, disposing of the wastewater before washing them. Just as he was engrossed in his task, a middle-aged female worker appeared. She regarded Zhou Lingfeng and quickly exclaimed, "How can you be doing such work? Come, young man, hand it over to me. You should be with your family." Zhou Lingfeng smiled and replied, "It's quite all right. I've started washing, so I can manage." "Who are you here to visit?" the woman inquired. "Uncle Wu," Zhou Lingfeng replied with a smile. "I am accompanying a friend. He is with me." Wei Wei's voice chimed in from behind him. Zhou Lingfeng turned to see her with her arms crossed, a smile gracing her features, and returned her smile before continuing with the laundry. "Young man, how commendable of you to help your friend's family with their laundry. Such kindness is rare among today's youth," the woman praised. "Auntie, do not flatter him. Such praise will only inflate his ego." Wei Wei interjected, "Beautiful lady, I see you often visit here. Is this handsome young man your boyfriend?" the woman asked, glancing between Zhou Lingfeng and Wei Wei. "Auntie, he is not my boyfriend. I already have one. Though he may not be as handsome, he is certainly a better person," Wei Wei replied coldly. Zhou Lingfeng chose not to respond, continuing with the washing. After cleaning the trousers, he hung them up to dry and washed his hands before glancing at Wei Wei, who still stood nearby, and asked, "Is Uncle Wu a relative of yours?" "No, he is my colleague," Wei Wei replied flatly. This answer surprised Zhou Lingfeng, for Uncle Wu was at least 30 years older than Wei Wei. "How could they possibly be colleagues? Your colleague? That seems implausible. I would not be surprised if Uncle Wu were your father." Zhou Lingfeng expressed his skepticism. "He is indeed my colleague. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He has yet to reach retirement age," Wei Wei clarified. "Then why does he appear this way?" "Because he is a narcotics officer. He was an undercover agent within a drug trafficking ring but was discovered and subsequently left disabled." With a long sigh, Wei Wei pressed her hand to her forehead, then continued, "In truth, I bear some responsibility for Uncle Wu's condition. Had I not been so eager to apprehend those drug dealers, he would not have been exposed so quickly." Having spoken, Wei Wei turned and walked towards the stairway. After the two returned to the car and settled in, Wei Wei turned to Zhou Lingfeng, gazing at him in silence. Although Zhou Lingfeng felt somewhat perplexed, he was not embarrassed by the beauty's gaze. Instead, he returned her stare and inquired, "Are you all right? Is it because of Uncle Wu that you feel a sense of guilt?" "Yes, I have been harboring guilt. Can you assist me? Did you not say that you enjoy helping others? Come, lend me a hand," Wei Wei replied, her eyes still fixed on Zhou Lingfeng. "I cannot help you. I am not a police officer. Tell me, were you just pretending earlier?" "Pretending at what? Were you truly assisting Uncle Wu by changing his trousers and washing them, or was that an act?" "That was not an act. I believe it is only right for the youth to help elderly individuals who are somewhat physically challenged." "Are you genuinely not pretending?" "Forget it. If you believe I am pretending, then so be it," Wei Wei said, diverting her gaze from Zhou Lingfeng. Lowering her head to look at the steering wheel, after a considerable pause, she finally spoke again. "You might want to comfort your brother. I have just broken up with him." "What?" Zhou Lingfeng could hardly believe his ears. What on earth was happening? "I am doing this for his own good. Did you not say that he should not get too deeply involved? Thus, breaking up with him is the best choice." With that, Wei Wei started the car. "How did you two meet? Linny is not suitable for you at all. It is truly baffling that you two ended up together. I met him by the seaside. I was the one who initiated the conversation, and that is how it began." Zhou Lingfeng turned his gaze once more to Wei Wei's lovely face. She exuded a completely different aura from Shu Qi, possessing a kind of resolute disposition that was not off-putting but rather instilled a sense of security. "I sense that you are a rather lonely person, otherwise you would not be with Linny. Yet being with him only amplifies your loneliness," Zhou Lingfeng remarked, as Wei Wei's eyes conveyed a sense of melancholy. "Speak up. What do you wish for my assistance with?" Wei Wei suddenly asked. "Have you agreed to help me?" Zhou Lingfeng quickly inquired, though he refrained from displaying any overly exuberant expressions. "Speak plainly. do not waste my time with trivialities. I need you to help me apprehend someone and arrest him under the charges of sexual assault. After that, I will handle the conversation and the situation myself," Zhou Lingfeng continued. "You might know this person. He is Liao Chang, the brother of committee member Liao." "What do you intend to do?" Wei Wei asked curiously. Glancing at Zhou Lingfeng, "Not he played a trick on me, and I intend to return the favor. Elaborate. If I deem it worthwhile, I shall assist you. If not, I will not. My current winery actually belongs to committee member Liao. Or rather, it used to belong to Liao Chang. Since I took over its management, Liao Chang has been trying to reclaim it, thus tarnishing my image in committee member Liao's eyes and drugging me with the wine he provided." Zhou Lingfeng recounted the entire sequence of events. After hearing this, Wei Wei smiled and said, "I can help you deal with Liao Chang, for he is a thoroughly despicable scoundrel." "Are you serious?" Zhou Lingfeng asked. Taken aback by her words. "Of course, I am serious. I have wanted to eliminate him for a long time. He has committed countless misdeeds. If it were not for his sister being a committee member in Jinghai City, he would have met his demise long ago. However, that sister of his is no saint either. She continuously protects her scoundrel of a brother." Chapter 41, The Revenge Operation. "So, does this mean you are willing to help me?" Zhou Lingfeng fixed his gaze on Wei Wei. "Yes, but if I assist you, what will I gain in return?" Wei Wei countered. "What do you desire?" Zhou Lingfeng asked. "I want you to be my boyfriend," Wei Wei stated earnestly, her eyes focused on the road ahead. Zhou Lingfeng was utterly speechless, uncertain whether Wei Wei was joking or serious. "Ha, I was just teasing you. How could I possibly be interested in you?" When Zhou Lingfeng remained unresponsive, Wei Wei continued. However, before she could finish her sentence, another vehicle collided forcefully with hers. This sudden impact caught Wei Wei completely off guard, as she had no time to mentally prepare herself. Consequently, both she and Zhou Lingfeng were propelled forward due to inertia. Fortunately for Wei Wei, her grip on the steering wheel and her reflexes as a police officer allowed her to instinctively slam on the brakes while firmly holding the wheel. Though her body lurched forward, she emerged relatively unscathed. Zhou Lingfeng, however, was less fortunate. His head slammed forward into the windshield, causing the airbag to deploy. The vehicle that struck them reversed a short distance before accelerating towards Wei Wei's car once more, this time colliding with the rear end, propelling her vehicle forward approximately 10 meters before it crashed into the roadside barrier and subsequently flipped over. This horrifying scene startled onlookers, particularly drivers passing by, who were relieved not to have been embroiled in this deliberate act. The driver of the offending vehicle exited, his face obscured by fabric, and quickly approached Wei Wei's police car, drawing a handgun. Just as the masked man reached the police vehicle, gunfire erupted, not from him, but from Wei Wei, bloodied and battered. After eliminating the masked assailant, she turned to Zhou Lingfeng, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, his face smeared with blood. "I'm sorry." After uttering these 3 words to Zhou Lingfeng, the gun slipped from Wei Wei's grasp, and her eyelids fluttered shut. Zhou Lingfeng awoke to find himself in a hospital bed, engulfed in pain, momentarily believing he had crossed over to the afterlife. Thankfully, he was still alive, but it seemed he would be confined for at least a week due to a fractured arm and a broken nasal bone. Why did a car suddenly crash into ours, and twice at that? This must have been intentional. Zhou Lingfeng began to recall the events of the car crash, anxiously wondering whether Wei Wei had survived. Moreover, he seemed to recall hearing gunfire before losing consciousness. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Lin Yi. "Brother, you're awake?" Lin Yi exclaimed, his face etched with concern. "What brings you here?" Zhou Lingfeng asked. "I arrived a while ago. Seeing you unconscious, I intended to check on Wei Wei, but upon reaching the door, I realized they wouldn't let me in. It seems her father is wary of further threats." Lin Yi explained, clearly worried for Wei Wei's safety. "Threats? So the crash was orchestrated by an assassin?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired. "That seems likely. Eyewitnesses reported that your car was struck consecutively." Lin Yi confirmed. By the way, how did you end up with Wei Wei?" "I needed her assistance with something, and she asked me to help her first. She took me to a nursing home where I volunteered for a while. Did you know she broke up with me?" "She did mention it. Was it related to you?" Lin Yi's expression shifted uneasily. At that moment, the door opened once more, and in walked 2 police officers, one male and one female, both in uniform. They approached Zhou Lingfeng's bed, glanced at him, and then spoke to Lin Yi. "Sir, could you please step outside? We need to take a statement from the patient." Once Lin Yi exited, the female officer turned to Zhou Lingfeng and asked, "Are you Zhou Lingfeng?" "Yes, I am." Zhou Lingfeng replied. "We will be asking you a few questions. Please answer truthfully." "Alright, what is your relationship with the woman involved in the car accident?" the female officer inquired. Her gaze shifting slightly. We are merely friends, ordinary friends. Are you aware of her identity? Yes, she is a police officer named Wei Wei. Good. Next question. Have you recently offended anyone? The police continued. I have not offended anyone. I am just an ordinary employee in my unit. Are you absolutely sure you haven't offended anyone? Absolutely not. The police proceeded to ask Zhou Lingfeng several more questions, culminating in a warning from the male officer. Do not attempt to contact Wei Wei again. Otherwise, you will not find things to your liking. Understood? What if she tries to contact me? Zhou Lingfeng longed to ask, but he remained silent, merely nodding as he witnessed the two officers leave, after their departure. However, Linny did not return and Zhou Lingfeng picked up his phone to find a message from Linny. Brother, I'm heading back now. The boss is going out to the countryside soon. Take care and rest well. I will come to see you again after work tonight. In another ward, Wei Wei, who lay on her hospital bed, awoke and immediately scanned her surroundings. Upon not finding Zhou Lingfeng, she promptly inquired of the police officer standing nearby, how is the person who was with me? Is he dead? Captain Wei, she has regained consciousness. That young man is not dead. He is alive and has just awakened in another ward, replied Gao Hong, the secretary to Director Wei Biao, as he retrieved his phone to inform Wei Biao that his daughter had awoken. Is he truly unharmed? Wei Wei asked, her face still etched with concern. Yes, he is fine. A colleague just checked on him, and he is indeed okay. Wei Wei nodded, eager to see Zhou Lingfeng immediately, knowing that his injury was a direct consequence of her own actions. The assassin had clearly targeted her. Gao Hong, was that person I shot dead? Have we determined his identity? Wei Wei pressed. We have identified him. He is an associate of a drug trafficking organization, likely linked to your team's previous operation. Gao Hong continued, are you referring to that operation 3 years ago? Indeed, during that operation we apprehended nearly all the drug dealers, but one managed to escape, and I hear he has returned. Gao Hong reassured her. You need not worry, your father has ensnared him in a tight net. He cannot escape. Wei Wei could not help but reminisce about that operation 3 years prior, where her team had endeavored to dismantle a drug trafficking ring. Although they had eliminated most of the dealers either by shooting or arresting, 3 members of their 20-person team had fallen, and one had managed to flee, a cunning and formidable drug lord. If this individual had indeed returned, then the recent car ambush was undoubtedly a targeted act of vengeance. In a room at the Jinghai City Welcome Hotel, Liang Kongwen pondered while smoking a cigarette when a knock sounded at the door. He approached and opened it. Entering was Zhao Bing, who was set to assume the role of mayor the following day, succeeding the former mayor Zhong Kai, who had been reassigned to another city. Mayor Zhao. How is that matter progressing? Liang Kongwen inquired. The female officer has been admitted to the hospital. Her condition remains uncertain. I will inform you as soon as I receive any updates, Zhao Bing replied. Regardless of her fate, we must set that matter aside for now, as you will be assuming the mayoral office tomorrow, Liang Kongwen thoughtfully remarked. The road ahead is long, once you are firmly seated in your position. We shall resume our game. Understood. Chairman Liang. Zhao Bing nodded in agreement. In her office, Liao Lijian's heart began to race upon learning of Zhou Lingfeng's misfortune, a response she could scarcely control. Could it be that I have truly fallen for him? She mused, incredulously grappling with the notion. Initially, her intentions had been purely physical, seeking satisfaction from Zhou Lingfeng, yet each encounter had unwittingly ensnared her deeper into the vortex of affection. Ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself and instructed her secretary to arrange her immediate visit to the hospital. Upon arriving in the hospital ward, Liao Lijian's heart ached at the sight of Zhou Lingfeng's condition. How did you end up like this? Your previous injury had only just healed, she exclaimed, reaching out to caress his handsome face. Promise me you won't allow yourself to be hurt again, alright? She implored, her heart feeling liberated despite Zhou Lingfeng's current state of injury. He was a man who evoked profound sensations within her, sensations she could not find in others. Thus she could not let him slip away. Thank you for coming to see me, especially with your busy schedule. I am truly touched. I will do my best to avoid further injuries, Zhou Lingfeng replied. Recover quickly. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask me or contact Secretary Li.as for that mission. You need not concern yourself with it. I found an alternative solution. Just focus on resting until you are well enough to return to work. Thank you, Chairman. Zhou Lingfeng nodded appreciatively. Liao Lijian then leaned down and pressed her lips to his before turning to exit the ward. In a hotel room, Su Wenwan sat across from a tall young man in his early 20s. Handsome yet somewhat awkward. Now kneel down, she commanded. The young man complied, kneeling, and gazing up at her as though devoid of thought. Crawl over here. Slowly she beckoned with a flick of her finger. He crawled the 3 meters toward her until he stopped at her feet. Su Wenwan studied him intently, feeling an exhilarating rush within her. "Are you willing to do anything I ask?" she queried. "Yes," he nodded. "Lick my shoes clean," she instructed, lifting one foot toward him. He obeyed, his eyes occasionally darting to the stack of cash on the table beside them. The stacks, all in 100 yuan bills, amounted to at least 200,000 yuan winnings from the recent gaming session on the 8th floor of the hotel. Apart from card games, there were numerous other games like dice, 3 public and various betting games. Su Wenwan closed her eyes, leaning back against the sofa, indulging in this pleasurable experience, which she found most satisfying. Before long, they fell into a rhythm that felt disturbingly exhilarating for the young man, involving whips and provocative lingerie, all of which Su Wenwan had arranged in advance. After their intense and unconventional play concluded, Su Wenwan counted out several stacks of cash and handed them to him. "This is yours, but you cannot leave. You must stay here and wait for me to return. I will go play a few more rounds." With that, she placed her winnings back into her bag and made her way to the 8th floor of the hotel. Naturally, entry to this floor required a VIP card at the elevator, and the door to this level could only be opened with the same card. Su Wenwan was a well-known patron, familiar to all the staff. Upon her exit from the elevator, she was greeted with smiles from the attendants. "Welcome back, Director Su." The reason for being addressed as Director Su stemmed from her initial visit, where she had requested that no one, including the owner, acknowledge her true identity. Ignoring the robotic attendants, she strode towards the office, knocked, and was welcomed inside. Within, she exchanged nearly 200,000 yuan for 250,000 in chips and confidently proceeded toward the entrance of the gaming hall. Upon entering, she was met with a bustling crowd, patrons seated or standing around numerous gaming tables, and naturally, she was assigned a seat and commenced her betting, opting for the dice game, placing an initial wager of 10,000 yuan. Unfortunately, her luck faltered, and she lost the first bet. This loss did not seem to dampen her spirits. She continued to bet, this time wagering 20,000 yuan. In contrast to her calm demeanor, the other gamblers displayed a spectrum of emotions, with some rejoicing in their victories while others despaired over their losses. Here, one could observe vivid portrayals of human nature. For those who had lost everything, their expressions reflected devastation, their bodies trembling with regret for having come here. They would begin to rack their brains for ways to recover their losses, and at that moment, loan sharks would appear, leading them into an inescapable abyss. Su Wenwan, however, had no such worries. As the head of the finance bureau, she had ample support, and even if she accrued debts, repayment was not a concern. Yet, she was apprehensive about one thing: the hotel would soon be surrounded by the police, and all within the gambling hall would be taken to the station. Wei Biao's decision to raid the casino was driven by the pressure exerted by Liao Lizhan, compelling him to act. Wei Biao's unwavering compliance with Liao Lizhan's directive stems from a clandestine secret shared between them. When the police apprehended the individuals outside the gambling hall and swung open the doors, a contingent of over 20 officers surged inside with alacrity. Su Wenwan realized, with a sinking feeling, that this time her fate was sealed, and the chip she held slipped from her grasp. Chapter 43. The new mayor. Upon being taken to the municipal police department, Su Wenwan found her mobile phone confiscated, leaving her without means to summon assistance. Nevertheless, her mind raced. She could not allow her political career to unravel over a single gambling incident. Inside the police vehicle transporting her, the other officers disembarked, and the car resumed its journey. At that moment, Su Wenwan entertained a flicker of hope that someone was looking out for her, and that this police car was simply escorting her home. When the police vehicle halted before the entrance of a 3-story villa, Su Wenwan speculated that within resided the leader who had come to her aid, waiting for her arrival. Indeed, there was a leader within, but it was none other than Liao Lizhan, who had no intention of offering her protection. "Why are you here?" Upon entering the villa and encountering Liao Lizhan, Su Wenwan was momentarily taken aback. "Why could it not be me?" Liao Lizhan replied with a smile, gesturing for the handcuffed Su Wenwan to take a seat on a chair nearby. Su Wenwan, displaying no inclination for pleasantries, complied and placed her shackled hands upon the table before her. Do you know why I had them bring you here?" Liao Lizhan inquired. "Why?" Su Wenwan asked, her curiosity piqued. "Do you truly not know? If you are genuinely unaware, then you ought to reflect on your past actions. Those outrageous deeds," Liao Lizhan stated. At that moment, they were the only 2 women present. The officers who had escorted Su Wenwan stood guard outside the door. "I do not understand what you are insinuating. Yes, I participated in gambling, but what is so extraordinary about a public servant engaging in such activities? You can only impose an administrative penalty upon me." Su Wenwan replied coldly, exhibiting no signs of political awareness. This lack of sensitivity was precisely why she found herself in this predicament. had she possessed even a modicum of political acumen, she would never have been brought here. Of course, for certain officials wielding power, once they become ensnared in the quagmire of hedonism, they gradually lose their capacity to discern normalcy, thereby forfeiting their political sensitivity. You are well aware of your transgressions. And I am also privy to some of the unsavory actions you have taken. This is one of the reasons you have been brought here. However, the primary reason pertains to Yang Xiaoliang. Liao Lizhan declared. Upon hearing Liao Lizhan's final words, Su Wenwan experienced an epiphany. She recognized this as a political struggle, one that had culminated in her current predicament due to her prior alignment with Yang Xiaoliang. She could foresee the dire consequences that awaited her. Speak, what do you wish for me to do? Su Wenwan inquired, suddenly feeling a sense of resignation upon understanding Liao Lizhan's motives. What do I wish for you to do? No, it should be framed as what you wish to do. Liao Lizhan smiled, her gaze imbued with layered meaning. After a moment's contemplation, Su Wenwan responded, I will divulge the information you seek, but I implore you to spare me. I do not wish to serve time in prison. This is not a significant issue. If you are genuinely willing to cooperate, I shall grant your request. Liao Lizhan nodded. I have embezzled 8 million. A portion has already been spent, but approximately 5 million remains in my home. 8 million. Are you certain that is the entirety? Indeed, that is the sum. You may choose not to believe me, but the truth remains. It seems you are still contemplating imprisonment. I have yet to account for 3 million. The total amounts to 11 million. Su Wenjuan's voice trembled, her anxiety palpable. Observing Su Wenjuan's distress, Liao Lizhan found it amusing. It was a reflection of the human condition under the weight of power's oppression. At that moment, she could not fathom that one day, she too might endure such treatment. Zhao Bing stood before the oath-taking platform. Surveying the cadres seated before him, then placed one hand upon the constitution and began to recite. I Zhao Bing. As he recited the oath, Zhao Bing's heart raced with exhilaration, not merely for the larger platform he was about to serve the people from, but for the unprecedented power that awaited him. This allure of power was intoxicating, akin to an aphrodisiac. That evening, after officially becoming the mayor of Jinghai City, a sumptuous feast awaited Zhao Bing, accompanied by beautiful women. These arrangements were orchestrated by Tang Chao, the proprietor of the Tinglong International Hotel in Jinghai City. Come, Mayor Zhao, this toast is for you. From now on, the comprehensive work of Jinghai City rests upon your shoulders. I hope you will look after us small business owners so that we may make a living, Tang Chao proclaimed with a broad smile. Thank you, but you flatter me. As government officials, our purpose is to serve the people. We are merely eating the food provided by taxpayers. What ability do we have to ensure your livelihood? Zhao Bing replied, also smiling. After clinking glasses and downing their drinks, Tang Chao continued pouring wine into Zhao Bing's cup and remarked, Mayor Zhao, you may not be aware, but the situation in Jinghai City is quite complex. If you could assist us in simplifying these complexities, I believe we would all prosper, including you, I assure you. I will not let you go unrewarded. As he spoke, Tang Chao leaned closer to Zhao Bing's ear and whispered, Mayor Zhao, I have prepared a gift for you today. I hope you will accept it. Where is it? You are too kind, Tang Chao. Zhao Bing replied with a forced smile. Tang Chao then instructed everyone else at the table to leave. Once they had exited, the door swung open, and Tang Chao's driver entered. Carrying a suitcase. Upon opening it, the suitcase revealed a trove of gleaming banknotes. Mayor Zhao, this is merely the beginning. Should you continue to look after me, I will ensure that more of these treasures come your way. Tang Chao stated candidly, without any hint of hesitation, this is not a problem. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Zhao Bing replied without reservation, his gaze fixed on the stacks of cash, which sparked a daring thought linked to his current superior, Lian Kongwen. Thank you, Mayor Zhao. Please hand me the car keys so I can have the driver place the small gift in your vehicle. Tang Chao added. As Zhao Bing watched the driver take the keys to remove the suitcase, they returned to the table surveying the remnants of their meal. Zhao Bing remarked, let us conclude our evening here. Thank you for your hospitality, Tang Chao. Mayor Zhao, have you had too much to drink? We still have the second half to go, Tang Chao replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 44, Undercurrents in the KTV private room. Each man was accompanied by a woman. These women, clad in short skirts, displayed their fair thighs, exuding an alluring charm. Beside Zhao Bing sat an attractive woman with an enviable figure and ample bosom, her long legs a source of desire for all men present. Here's to you, leader, may you ascend ever higher, the beauty exclaimed, raising 2 glasses of liquor, one for Zhao Bing, captivated by her stunning visage and the sight of her fair legs. Zhao Bing eagerly accepted the glass, clinking it against hers before allowing his hand to rest upon her thigh. Consuming the contents of his glass, another drink followed, and as Zhao Bing observed others placing their hands on the chests of their companions, He abandoned pretense, extending his hand toward his desired destination. I in the hospital room, Shu Qi knocked gently before entering. Upon spotting Zhou Lingfeng lying in bed, her heart tightened. He was wrapped in bandages, with only his handsome face left unbound. Shu Qi, how did you find out I was here? Zhou Lingfeng asked. Since you didn't come to work, I texted you, but you didn't. He replied. I went to your office and learned about your accident. Shu Qi explained candidly. Since being captivated by Zhou Lingfeng's charismatic presence, Shu Qi had harbored romantic aspirations, yearning for a deeper connection with him. However, she never anticipated that within a span of less than 3 months, he would suffer injuries twice. I didn't want you to see me like this. It's too unsightly, Zhou Lingfeng confessed, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. What's the matter with that? You didn't want to get hurt, right? Besides, I believe you will emerge from this ordeal with greater fortune. Shu Qi smiled and said, just think about it. This is already your second injury. Could it be that this is the arrangement of fate to test your resilience before bestowing upon you blessings? Ha! Is that so? If that were indeed the case, then I could ascend effortlessly in the future, beginning a steady rise to success. As he spoke, Zhou Lingfeng's gaze intermittently drifted towards the door of the hospital room. He certainly did not wish for Liao Lizhan to unexpectedly enter at that moment. He was aware that Liao Lizhan was quite busy and likely would not come to see him again. Yet who could guarantee such matters? As the saying goes, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. What if she suddenly felt a surge of affection and decided to come over for a kiss before returning? I believe you will undoubtedly have great success in the future, for you are an astute individual, and your charisma is unparalleled by many. Not to mention your perspective and your magnanimity, Shu Qi continued. You flatter me. I am nowhere near as exceptional as you described. I am but an ordinary person, Zhou Lingfeng replied with a smile. At that moment, Shu Qi, looking at Zhou Lingfeng, suddenly felt a rift between them. A distance that seemed to have emerged only after she had uttered her previous words. Regret began to wash over her for having said those things, as she knew she could not compare to Zhou Lingfeng in terms of charisma. By the way, could you bring me a book? I just asked the doctor, and he said I would need at least another week to be discharged. I do not wish to lie here all day watching time slip away. Zhou Lingfeng spoke again. Certainly, what book would you like? Shu Qi nodded. Please bring me The Weakness of Human Nature by Carnegie. Alright, Shu Qi nodded, internally giving Zhou Lingfeng a silent thumbs up once more for the following week. Zhou Lingfeng remained in bed reading, while, unbeknownst to him, significant changes were occurring in Jinghai City. Liao Lizhan was diligently preparing for her advancement in her career, working to eliminate the obstacles in her path. One day, she finally received a notification from the Provincial Organization Department instructing her to report for work the following day. Meanwhile, Liang Kangwen sat at a tea table in a tea house, savoring his tea. A car pulled up outside, and the back door opened to reveal a figure, Zhao Bing, the mayor of Jinghai City. His brow furrowed, he glanced around the tea house before striding inside. Upon his entrance, Liang Kangwen immediately gestured, and a tall man standing nearby promptly descended to pull down the shutter, then stood firmly at the entrance. President Liang, Zhao Bing halted in front of the tea table, hesitating to speak, seemingly reluctant to meet Liang Kangwen's gaze. Sit down first, Liang Kangwen instructed, taking a sip of tea. Zhao Bing complied, gathering his thoughts before finally saying, I have been set up. Who would dare to set you up? You are the second in command of Jinghai City, Liang Kangwen remarked. The situation is this. On the day I was officially appointed as mayor, the head of the Tang Group in Jinghai City, Tang Shan, hosted a gathering for me. Zhao Bing recounted the sequence of events, adding, President Liang, only you can assist me with this matter. But if you do not help me, I fear my tenure as mayor may not last long. Is this the tone you should be using when speaking to me? Liang Kangwen replied languidly, sipping his tea and closing his eyes to savor the aroma. President Liang, I beg you, I realize my mistake. I should have listened to you and steered clear of those people. As he spoke, Zhao Bing began to slap his own face, one slap after another. Zhao Bing, listen closely. I will only say this once. However, considering you have only just become mayor, I will repeat it. If you encounter similar issues again, the outcome will be dire. You know well what I mean. Liang Kangwen set down his teacup, opened his eyes, and continued, from now on, in Jinghai City, you will only accept projects that I bring to you. But if it is not from me, do not accept it. Yes, I understand. I will heed your words. President Liang, Zhao Bing nodded fervently. You may leave now. I will take care of that matter for you. Liang Kangwen spoke slowly, waving his hand dismissively as Zhao Bing stood and walked towards the shutter, lifting it before exiting. 3 days later, Tang Shan was thrown from the rooftop of his own hotel, meeting his demise. The incriminating video evidence he held to blackmail Zhao Bing was also seized by Liang Kangwen's associates. Not long after, the Regal Hotel, formerly under the Tang Group, was swiftly transferred to a company named Liang Group. Sitting in his office, Zhao Bing, upon hearing the news of Tang Shan's fall, wore a long-lost smile. Though it quickly faded, this was the first time he had truly grasped the formidable nature of Liang Kangwen. His future path would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, and even if it were smooth, it would not align with his own desires but rather follow the course designed by Liang Kangwen. Upon returning to his duties, Zhou Lingfeng had scarcely settled into his chair when he received the delightful news: he was officially appointed as Liao Lijian's secretary. In her office, she first instructed him to lock the door, then inquired, "How is your recovery progressing?" As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a yearning light. "Committee member, I am perfectly fine. I have returned to work and feel quite well." Zhou Lingfeng replied. "So, are you able to?" Liao Lizhan inquired, rising to her feet. For her, it felt as though she had awaited this day for an eternity, nearly eager to strip Zhou Lingfeng bare. The saying that women in their 30s are like wolves and those in their 40s like tigers certainly applied to Liao Lizhan, who at 45 was at the height of her desires. "Committee member, you cannot be suggesting that I engage with you right here, can you?" Zhou Lingfeng asked incredulously. "Yes, I want you to be with me right now because I miss you so much." With that, Liao Lizhan approached Zhou Lingfeng, embracing him and pressing her lips against his. For both of them, it was a novel experience, the first time engaging in such intimacy within an office, a thrilling encounter. After they had dressed, Liao Lizhan remarked, "When you leave, remember to take out the trash, as I do not wish for anyone to know of our liaison here." She glanced at the corner trash bin, which contained numerous used tissues. "Understood, committee member." Zhou Lingfeng nodded. "Now, please take a seat. I have good news to share with you." With that, Liao Lizhan seated herself. "Good news? Isn't it common knowledge that I am to be your secretary?" Zhou Lingfeng thought, puzzled, as he gazed at Liao Lizhan, suspecting she was not yet senile enough to forget that this good news, while not yet finalized, is unlikely to change. "The reason I wish to share it with you is that I consider you my closest confidant. So you must promise to keep it a secret. Furthermore, you must always listen to me and treat me well." "All right," Liao Lizhan said, elaborating without revealing the actual good news. Zhou Lingfeng, though curious, could only nod in agreement. "Committee member, rest assured, all that I have now is thanks to you, and I will treat you well. And if Shu Qi were to seek you out again, what would you do?" Liao Lizhan asked earnestly. "I would clarify my feelings to her, expressing that I no longer have any affection for her," Zhou Lingfeng replied, although he was uncertain of his own feelings for Shu Qi, unable to articulate them. That is the best course of action. You cannot sever ties with her, for she has significant connections." Liao Lizhan nodded in agreement with Zhou Lingfeng's reasoning. "I will handle it appropriately," Zhou Lingfeng affirmed. "From now on, you are permitted to be with only me, and our relationship must remain exclusive." "Understood?" "Yes, I understand." Zhou Lingfeng nodded, inwardly thinking, "Isn't that a bit domineering?" Nonetheless, he mused, if she could continuously provide what he desired, what would it matter if he acted as her husband? "The good news I wish to share with you is," Liao Lizhan paused deliberately before continuing, "the position of secretary of the Jinghai City Committee will soon be mine." For Zhou Lingfeng, this was indeed good news, as being by Liao Lizhan's side as her secretary would undoubtedly pave the way for his future career. It was essential to establish connections that would serve as a foundation for his future endeavors. For in the realm of politics, one cannot ascend without a network. Certainly, Liao Lizhan is now the most advantageous connection one could possess. However, one must not solely rely on her network, for the future is shrouded in uncertainty, and none can predict what it holds. Should I ascend to the position of party secretary, I would gladly arrange any position you desire, but you must first remain by my side for 2 years. After that period, I shall facilitate your transfer to another unit." Liao Lizhan articulated her vision for Zhou Lingfeng's future, a life meticulously charted out. While it may lack in freedom, it is a prospect that Zhou Lingfeng is content to embrace. Thus commenced his tenure as a secretary, ushering Zhou Lingfeng into an unprecedented whirlwind of activity. Every arrangement made by Liao Lizhan required his preliminary scrutiny before being forwarded for her final approval. Answering phone calls became his most frequent task, with some days seeing him field nearly 100 calls. Each call pertained to Liao Lizhan, whether to report on work, request assistance, extend invitations for meals, or deliver gifts. Zhou Lingfeng found himself inundated as the busiest call receiver. That evening, after work, Zhou Lingfeng was dining in the cafeteria when a person approached him with a meal in hand. Smiling as they asked, "Secretary Zhou, may I sit here?" Zhou Lingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. "Director Gao, please make yourself comfortable." The individual was Gao Wenping, the deputy director of the Labor Bureau, who appeared to be in his 50s with a rather pallid complexion. possibly indicating personal troubles. Once seated across from Zhou Lingfeng, Gao Wenping glanced at his meal before speaking. Secretary Zhou, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, and I hope you might relay it to Comrade Liao. What is it? As the deputy director, why not approach the comrade directly in her office? Zhou Lingfeng inquired, puzzled. The situation is rather intricate, and I am uncertain how the comrade might react upon hearing it. So I thought it prudent to have you convey it first, Gao Wenping replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Zhou Lingfeng found no surprise in Gao Wenping's demeanor. It is common for individuals seeking assistance to exhibit such expressions. After all, soliciting favors is often a last resort. Director Gao, if I deem this matter worthy of reporting to the comrade, I shall do so. Please, go ahead, Zhou Lingfeng encouraged, continuing to eat, noticing Gao Wenping had yet to touch his food. He added, Director Gao, please partake in your meal as we converse. Gao Wenping nodded but remained troubled, once more casting a glance at his meal before finally picking up his chopsticks to take the first bite. The matter is as follows. He began, chewing as he spoke. Zhou Lingfeng listened attentively while eating. Gao Wenping's daughter had recently taken the civil service examination for the second time and successfully secured a position in the Personnel Bureau of Jinghai City. This should have been a cause for celebration, yet she had not received any notification for an interview. Gao Wenping had been diligently tracking this issue and discovered that someone had usurped his daughter's interview opportunity. Despite their examination scores being inferior to hers. In pursuit of justice, he confronted Song Bo, the director of the Personnel Bureau, only to be met with the claim that it was the directive of higher authorities to allocate the position elsewhere. Advising Gao Wenping's daughter to reapply the following year, when Gao Wenping pressed for the identity of this leader, Song Bo refused to divulge any names, leading Gao Wenping to accuse him of corruption. Believing that Song Bo was seeking financial gain through this manipulation, Secretary Li, this matter concerns my daughter's future. The interviews have yet to commence, and I believe this situation cannot be allowed to persist. It is simply too corrupt, Gao Wenping implored, his eyes beseeching Zhou Lingfeng as if he were Liao Lizhan herself. What would you have me do? Zhou Lingfeng asked. I wish for you to communicate my daughter's predicament to Comrade Liao. As the staffing decisions in our city are determined by the organization department. Gao Wenping had set down his chopsticks. And what if this is the comrade's directive? Zhou Lingfeng inquired further. Gao Wenping's eyes widened, and he covered his forehead with one hand, offering a rueful smile. If this truly is the comrade's intention, then I have no recourse. Rest assured, Director Gao, I will relay this matter to the comrade. As for the outcome, that is beyond my control. Regardless of the result, you must approach it with a calm mindset, Zhou Lingfeng advised, perceiving the unfortunate plight of a father faced with such challenges. Any individual in Gao Wenping's position would undoubtedly endure inner turmoil, and it was clear that his visit to Zhou Lingfeng was a decision made after considerable contemplation. I will do so. Thank you, Secretary Zhou. Please ensure that you convey this to the comrade. Because Gao Wenping trailed off, possibly reluctant to divulge personal matters in the presence of an outsider. You needn't worry, and now, please enjoy your meal. It is growing cold, Zhou Lingfeng urged, glancing at the food before Gao Wenping. Gao Wenping merely smiled, replying, Please take your time. I am already full. With that, he gathered his tray and departed. As Zhou Lingfeng observed Gao Wenping's retreating figure, he reflected on the nature of the deputy director who, while not a high-ranking official, still held a significant position within his unit, yet, in the face of greater power, a deputy director's authority seemed trivial. Later that evening, at 9 o'clock, Zhou Lingfeng's phone rang. It was Gao Wenping again, now standing outside Zhou Lingfeng's dormitory building. Hello, Secretary Zhou, it's me, Gao Wenping. Are you in your dormitory? He inquired. Yes, Director Gao, is there something you need? Zhou Lingfeng asked, perplexed as to why Gao Wenping would call after their earlier conversation in the cafeteria. I have brought you some local specialties, and I am downstairs now. I will come up, Gao Wenping stated before hanging up. Upon seeing the fruit basket in Gao Wenping's hands, Zhou Lingfeng shook his head, recognizing it as merely a pretext. The deputy director's true intention was to seek favors from him. Director Gao, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Lingfeng probed. Secretary Zhou, may we discuss this inside? Gao Wenping replied, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness. Zhou Lingfeng stepped inside, followed closely by Gao Wenping, who promptly closed the door behind them. He then placed the fruit basket on a nearby table, surveying the modest dormitory before speaking. Secretary Zhou, this fruit basket is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you enjoy the fruits within. Witnessing Gao Wenping's subservient posture, Zhou Lingfeng felt a twinge of exasperation. This was not the scenario he wished to encounter. Though he was not yet a leader, he was already being presented with gifts. A forewarning of what was to come. Secretary Zhou, regarding the matter we discussed in the cafeteria, I hope you can assist me. Gao Wenping's smile was painfully awkward, feeling a tinge of pity for Gao Wenping's plight. Zhou Lingfeng reassured Director Gao, I will certainly convey your daughter's situation to the comrade. You need not worry. Gao Wenping's motivation for approaching Zhou Lingfeng stemmed from a fear that his concerns might be overlooked. Believing that a gift would ensure Zhou Lingfeng's commitment to the matter, excellent, your assurance brings me great relief. I shall take my leave now and not intrude upon your rest, Gao Wenping said. Turning to exit, however, Zhou Lingfeng called out, Director Gao, please wait. Approaching the fruit basket, Zhou Lingfeng discovered an envelope nestled within. He immediately recognized its significance. Director Gao, what is this? He inquired. Secretary Zhou, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Gao Wenping replied, though his smile remained strained, please clarify what is contained within. If it is money, I insist you retrieve it. There is no need for such gestures, Zhou Lingfeng stated firmly. Secretary Zhou, please hear me out. I understand that this may seem trivial to you, but Gao Wenping began, taken aback by Zhou Lingfeng's reaction. Zhou Lingfeng interrupted, Director Gao, I have assured you that I will report your daughter's civil service situation to the comrade. And I will uphold that promise without the need for gifts. Zhou Lingfeng's expression bore the weight of disillusionment, as if the fruit basket were a funeral wreath rather than a gesture of goodwill. Secretary Zhou, this is merely a small token of my appreciation. Please do not feel obliged to be courteous to I. Gao Wenping am not one to seek favors from others, but I genuinely wish to forge a friendship with you. Accept this humble gesture of mine, and consider me a friend. Gao Wenping continued to smile awkwardly. Zhou Lingfeng observed Gao Wenping's evident discomfort and inquired, Director Gao, is this your first time engaging in such matters? The question instantly flustered Gao Wenping, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Please take these items, including the envelope, back with you. I shall not accept them. As for your woman's affairs, I assure you I will relay them to the standing committee. You need not worry. With that, Zhou Lingfeng returned the envelope to the fruit basket, grasped the basket, and extended it towards Gao Wenping. However, Gao Wenping remained frozen, not reaching out to accept it. Director Gao, we are already friends. But I truly cannot accept these items. Please take them back. As he spoke, Zhou Lingfeng grasped one of Gao Wenping's hands, placing the basket's handle into his palm. Very well, I shall take but an apple. That should ease your mind, should it not? With a smile directed at the still-dazed Gao Wenping, Zhou Lingfeng plucked an apple from the basket. Only then did Gao Wenping regain his composure, saying, these items were all intended for you. Director Gao, you may return now and await my news, Zhou Lingfeng replied, guiding Gao Wenping towards the door. Just as he bid farewell to Gao Wenping, Zhou Lingfeng's phone rang again, and to his surprise, it was Wu Xiong on the line. As Secretary Zhou, it's me, Wu Xiong. I hope I am not interrupting you with this call. Wu Xiong inquired politely. Boss Wu, do you require my assistance with something? Zhou Lingfeng asked. Indeed, I have a matter I wish to trouble you with, but I am uncertain if you would be willing to help, Wu Xiong stated candidly. Zhou Lingfeng was taken aback, recalling their previously unpleasant encounters. Yet he promptly replied, please do share. If I can assist, I certainly shall. I believe it would be best to discuss this matter in person. When might you be available? Wu Xiong continued. Alright, I shall contact you when I am free. Good, I shall await your call. After ending the call, Zhou Lingfeng pondered. What could he possibly want? The fact that he wishes to meet suggests it is not urgent. What could it entail? Is it perhaps related to the standing committee? As the secretary and the most trusted aide of Liao Lizhan, Zhou Lingfeng realized that anyone seeking assistance from Liao Lizhan would inevitably have to pass through him first, although the specifics of Wu Xiong's request remained unclear. The opportunity to converse with him as non-adversaries was a promising prospect. The following morning, in Liao Lizhan's office, Zhou Lingfeng detailed the day's work arrangements to her aside from a meeting scheduled for 10 o'clock. There was also a field research trip in the afternoon. Once Zhou Lingfeng finished speaking, Liao Lizhan invited him to sit, just as Zhou Lingfeng anticipated being subjected to some unwelcome advances from his superior. Liao Lizhan spoke seriously. Lingfeng, you may have received numerous requests from people seeking to convey messages through you. Remember this, if anyone offers you money to pass on to me, you must not accept it. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. Additionally, regarding the winery I entrusted to you, I suggest you visit it less frequently, as you are now quite busy. It would be best to find someone trustworthy to manage it on your behalf. Liao Lizhan advised. Understood, I shall promptly seek out a reliable individual to oversee it, Zhou Lingfeng replied, although he felt somewhat perplexed. He considered that it would be more straightforward to return the winery's management to Liao Lizhan's brother, thereby alleviating any lingering animosity between them. Just as Zhou Lingfeng settled back in his office, he received a call from Liao Chang, who greeted him with a hint of amusement. Not bad. Lingfeng, I never expected you would become my sister's secretary. Brother Chang, do you need something? I'm quite busy, Zhou Lingfeng replied. For some time, Liao Chang had refrained from contacting Zhou Lingfeng, primarily because Zhou's phone had been damaged in an accident. Rendering him unreachable, Liao Chang had intended to reclaim the winery but found himself unable to do so until he finally obtained Zhou Lingfeng's new number. Are you free tonight? Come to the winery. I have matters to discuss with you, Liao Chang asked. I am free, let us meet this evening. Zhou Lingfeng set down his phone, fully aware that Liao Chang's call was likely related to the winery. If he wished to reclaim it, so be it. Zhou Lingfeng had no desire for something that was never rightfully his. He was not the sort of person to become embroiled in disputes over mere property. The 10 o'clock meeting revolved around personnel adjustments in Jinghai City. Zhou Lingfeng did not enter the meeting room but stood outside, quickly hearing the sounds of heated debate within, with Liao Lijian's voice rising above the rest. I oppose the transfer of Director Zhu from his current position, Mayor Zhao Bing declared. Why do you oppose it? Please elaborate on your reasoning, Liao Lizhen challenged, her tone suggesting she was the one in authority. Despite her official title as Minister of the Organization Department, I believe he is performing exceptionally well in his current role, and there is no necessity for his reassignment. To replace him with someone new would require that individual to start from scratch. Zhao Bing articulated, maintaining eye contact with Liao Lizhen, as if deliberately provoking her, despite knowing the formidable nature of his opponent. Have you finished speaking, Mayor Zhao? Liao Lizhen inquired. Yes, it is now your turn to respond. Zhao Bing replied with a smile. The reason for this personnel adjustment is that Zhu Jianba has been in his position at the Labor Bureau for 6 years. Prolonged tenure in a single role can lead to stagnation. A change in position brings numerous benefits, Liao Lizhen asserted, though she did not deign to look at Zhao Bing, considering him unworthy of being her adversary. Let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of transferring Zhu Jianba from his current post, please raise your hands. With that, Liao Lizhen raised her hand, followed by several other standing committee members. While not all raised their hands, a majority did, thus passing the vote. Director Liao, what do you mean by this? Are you assuming the role of Secretary of the Municipal Committee? Zhao Bing questioned. Having not raised his hand upon seeing the majority in favor, he confronted Liao Lizhen directly. Mayor Zhao, currently, Jinghai City does not have a Secretary of the Municipal Committee. Nor are you the secretary. Moreover, I proposed this personnel adjustment before you arrived. We are merely voting on it now, Liao Lizhen replied calmly, deliberately fixing her gaze on Zhao Bing. Liao Lizhen, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? This vote cannot pass, as I do not consent, Zhao Bing retorted sharply. Liao Lizhen then slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet, pointing at Zhao Bing, and angrily demanded, Zhao Bing, I ask you, have you accepted money from Zhu Jianba? How much? Do you dare state the amount before us all? Zhou Lingfeng stood outside the meeting room, listening to the commotion, finding it somewhat amusing. The high-ranking officials of Jinghai City often resembled children. Their arguments filled with fervor. If he were in Zhao Bing's position, facing Liao Lijian's intimidating presence, how would he respond? Would he resort to the same petty tactics as Zhao Bing, merely engaging in a shouting match? No, Zhou Lingfeng would certainly never stoop to such childishness. There is one thing he can be absolutely certain of. Once given the opportunity to occupy Zhao Bing's position, he would allow Liao Lizhen to pursue her desires. Moreover, he would welcome Liao Lizhen as a friend, one with whom he could engage in meaningful conversation. Comrade Liao, I wholeheartedly support your proposal for personnel adjustment. I raise my hand in agreement. Zhou Lingfeng was still lost in a reverie of imagined scenarios when his phone, nestled in his pocket, began to vibrate. Upon retrieving it, he saw that it was a call from Lin Yi. Brother, let me ask you, why does Wei Wei keep asking me for your phone number? Have you two become involved? Lin Yi's voice carried a hint of irritation. Zhou Lingfeng, maintaining his composure, replied, if you still consider me your brother, refrain from asking such trivial questions. I have only just been discharged from the hospital. I hardly have the bandwidth to pursue romantic interests. Could it not be that she is the one pursuing you? Lin Yi countered. Alright, if she indeed wishes to pursue me, do you think I would accept? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. I do not know, Lin Yi replied. She rejected me, so her choice of companion is no concern of mine. However, I assure you, I will not entertain any notion of being with Wei Wei. Even if she were to actively pursue me, should I give her your number or not? Lin Yi pressed. Decide for yourself. If you wish to avoid her incessant inquiries, I suggest you provide it. Shortly thereafter, Wei Wei called Zhou Lingfeng, allowing him to hear a softer side of her voice for the first time. Zhou Lingfeng, it's me, Wei Wei, why did you change your number without informing me? Her voice was slow and imbued with a sense of tenderness. Zhou Lingfeng recognized that the car accident had altered Wei Wei's sentiments towards him, and this change was evidently leaning towards affection. Are you not a police officer? If you wish to find me, I believe that should pose no difficulty for you, Zhou Lingfeng remarked. Indeed, I am a police officer, but I am currently recuperating at home. As my injuries have yet to fully heal, how fortunate you are returning to work so swiftly. Had I been able to return, I would have visited your office by now. Wei Wei's tone shifted slightly, revealing her inherent wildness, for a fierce policewoman could not suddenly become wholly tender. Do you have business with me? Zhou Lingfeng directly inquired, aiming to conclude the conversation. Must I have business to seek you out? Wei Wei retorted, no, I merely have some tasks at hand. If you have nothing pressing and grant me a moment, I shan't take much of your time. I find myself quite bored at home and simply wish to chat. Surely you wouldn't deny me even this small favor. Very well, speak. Why do you not inquire about why our vehicle was maliciously rear-ended, and why we were struck not once, but twice? Wei Wei questioned. Why? Zhou Lingfeng echoed, following her lead. In truth, he had been unconscious at the time, only learning later in the hospital that it had been a targeted assassination attempt against Wei Wei. Wei Wei continued, the individual who crashed into us, I shot him dead. He was armed as well. Although I did not know him, I recognized him as an associate of the underworld, and thus understood this was an act of revenge against me. I apologize, had you not been with me, you would not have been harmed. Wei Wei expressed regret. Do not worry, that is all in the past. Besides, I am quite well now. In fact, I owe you my thanks, for this injury has made me cherish life even more. Zhou Lingfeng smiled. Would you like to know the story behind our car accident? Wei Wei inquired, since awakening in the hospital and discovering that the man she had killed was a criminal associate. She had recalled someone she knew would not let her off easily. She was eager to recover swiftly to initiate an investigation, for as long as he roamed free, her life would remain in jeopardy. The story behind it, a tale of love, perhaps, a saga of passion and vengeance, Zhou Lingfeng queried with curiosity. I wish it were a love story, but alas, it is not. It is the tale of a drug dealer and a police officer in a deadly clash. Wei Wei declared. 3 years ago, I led a team of over 20 against a notorious drug trafficking ring, resulting in a fierce gunfight. We suffered casualties, and while we took down several of theirs, one managed to escape. Are you suggesting that this escaped individual, after 3 years, has returned to exact revenge on you? Zhou Lingfeng asked. Indeed, that man is no ordinary foe, he is a cunning and resourceful criminal. I have heard he was a graduate student, perhaps lured into the drug trade for quick profits. Wei Wei lamented. Why is it that such intelligent individuals do not aspire to contribute positively to society but instead choose to tread the path of vice? Zhou Lingfeng found her perspective rather naive. In a world constructed by humanity, each individual exists as an independent entity. Upon reaching adulthood, they develop their own thoughts and life choices. Those born into privilege need not worry about their future, as their predecessors paved the way for them. Conversely, those from less fortunate backgrounds must struggle for their futures. For many, adhering to the straight and narrow often results in merely scraping by. Yet for those audacious enough to defy conventions and possessing exceptional courage, choosing the path of illegality may yield substantial rewards amidst the chaos of bullets. That man is named Li Wu. I still remember his face, handsome, perhaps in his early 40s. I believe he has changed his identity upon returning. He likely has a new name and perhaps altered his appearance. Wei Wei continued. If that is the case, then you are indeed in peril. Zhou Lingfeng remarked. Yes, I am currently in danger, but I am no easy target. If he could not eliminate me this time, it will not be an easy feat for him to succeed next time. I, Wei Wei, am not one to be easily dispatched. There remains much for me to accomplish, she declared with conviction. Please ensure your safety, for the police force needs individuals like you. I have faith you will apprehend that scoundrel. Zhou Lingfeng expressed his support, though internally he remained skeptical, aware that Wei Wei was in the light while her adversary lurked in the shadows. Chapter 49. A crucial mission. No, what I desire is not merely to apprehend him, I wish to eliminate him with a single shot, Wei Wei asserted. Zhou Lingfeng could only nod in agreement. Indeed, for such despicable individuals, they ought to be dealt with decisively. When will you come to see me? Wei Wei suddenly changed her tone. I will visit when I have the time. I truly must attend to my responsibilities now. Take care of yourself. Farewell. With that, Zhou Lingfeng promptly ended the call. At that moment, the meeting concluded, and as the door opened, the first to emerge was not Mayor Zhao Bing, but Liao Lizhan, a clear testament to her formidable presence. Zhou Lingfeng observed her poised stride in high heels, feeling fortunate to be associated with such a powerful woman, yet he could not help but worry, should she lose interest in him or if he were to err, he might be unceremoniously cast aside. Thus, during his tenure as her secretary, he must perform admirably. Only once he transitioned to a new role could he entertain other aspirations. As he walked alongside Liao Lizhan towards the elevator, Zhou Lingfeng hesitated on whether to broach the subject of Gao Wenping's daughter. However, before he could speak, Liao Lizhen interjected, "Wait a moment. Come directly to my office. I have an urgent task for you to undertake." Understood, Zhou Lingfeng promptly affirmed. Upon arriving at Liao Lizhen's office, he found her seated with a pensive expression, her gaze fixed downward, neither looking at him nor speaking. Zhou Lingfeng took the initiative. "Comrade Liao, may I inquire what task you require of me?" "This is the key to my villa. Take it and retrieve the suitcases stored beneath the bed on the third floor. There is a total of 5 million within. Ensure that 3 million is delivered to a designated location for a specific individual." Liao Lizhen instructed, placing the key on her desk. Zhou Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback but quickly masked his surprise, reaching out to accept the key. "Now, make a note of this person's phone number. Once you have secured the money from the villa, contact him, and he will inform you where to deliver it." As she spoke, Liao Lizhen picked up her phone, found the number, and recited it aloud. Zhou Lingfeng, after jotting down the phone number, felt that a few minutes were of no consequence and continued, "Committee member, there is a matter that I believe requires your attention. Last night, while dining at the agency cafeteria, Gao Wenping from the Labor Bureau approached me, stating that his daughter's civil service exam results had qualified her for an interview at the Labor Bureau, but her slot had been usurped by someone else." And then, Liao Lizhen inquired, her expression one of indifference. Clearly she regarded this issue as trivial. Zhou Lingfeng found himself at a loss for words. He had envisioned numerous reactions from Liao Lizhen upon hearing his account. Yet he had never anticipated such a simplistic response from her. "Committee member, if what Director Gao said is indeed true, do you think we could take some action?" Zhou Lingfeng cautiously suggested. "Remember, there are matters that fall beyond your jurisdiction. Do not concern yourself with them. Do you understand?" Liao Lizhen replied coldly. "Understood. I will know how to proceed from here on." And Zhou Lingfeng acknowledged with a sigh, "Bear in mind, this task must be completed to my satisfaction. Should any errors arise, the consequences will be dire." Liao Lizhen asserted with a stern demeanor. "I will certainly fulfill the task," Zhou Lingfeng affirmed, and upon observing Liao Lizhen gesture for him to leave, he promptly turned and exited. Zhou Lingfeng first returned to his office, contemplating whether to call Gao Wenping to inform him that the issue had been reported to the committee member, albeit the response he received was not what Gao had hoped to hear. In such a situation, conveying the truth could evoke unexpected sentiments from the other party. While driving towards the villa, Zhou Lingfeng dialed Gao Wenping's number, reasoning that the sooner he informed him, the better. Perhaps the latter could devise an alternative course of action. "Hello, Director Gao, it's Zhou Lingfeng," he announced once the call connected. "Secretary Zhou, do you have news? Did you speak with the committee member?" Gao Wenping's voice conveyed palpable tension. "Yes, I did speak with her, but the outcome was not what you anticipated, so perhaps you should consider other options." Zhou Lingfeng replied candidly. He certainly could not disclose that the committee member had no intention of engaging with such matters. "How could this be? What exactly did you convey to her? Did you relay my words as I instructed?" Gao Wenping immediately pressed, disappointment saturating his tone. "Director Gao, I relayed your message precisely as you instructed me. I would never deceive you. However, I genuinely did not foresee this result. I apologize for being unable to assist you," Zhou Lingfeng admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt since he was, after all, Liao Lizhen's secretary. In cases like Gao Wenping's daughter, it was clear that a simple word from Liao Lizhen could have resolved the issue. Liao Lizhen's apathetic response suggested two possibilities: either she was already aware of the situation regarding Gao Wenping's daughter being denied her slot and was positioned against her, or she simply deemed the matter a waste of her time, believing that as a committee member, she could not attend to every issue. Zhou Lingfeng leaned toward the first possibility, as it would explain her disinterest in his words. If she truly cared for him, how could she neglect to rectify this matter, especially to win the favor of a lover? However, Zhou Lingfeng did not derive any joy from this situation. He merely felt that granting Gao Wenping's daughter a fair opportunity for an interview was a deed any compassionate individual would undertake. Upon arriving at the villa, Zhou Lingfeng had just exited his car when he received a call from Shu Qi. Aware that he had pressing matters to attend to, he answered. "Shu Qi, I apologize, but I'm busy right now. I will call you back once I'm done." "Wait, don't hang up yet, let me finish," Shu Qi implored. "Tomorrow is my birthday. Will you be free tomorrow evening? I should be available." "Let us discuss it tomorrow. Goodbye," Zhou Lingfeng concluded, placing his phone down as he approached the villa's entrance, opened the door, and stepped inside. Upon reaching the third floor of the villa, he gazed around the familiar hall. Once filled with money, all of which had eventually found its way into his pocket. He proceeded towards the room where he and Liao Lizhen had shared many passionate moments, casting a glance at the large bed. His eyes drifting beneath it.to his astonishment, he discovered that Liao Lizhan had concealed 5 million beneath the bed. Where had this sum originated, and who had requested him to deliver 3 million to another party? With these questions swirling in his mind, Zhou Lingfeng bent down, pressing his face to the floor as he peered beneath the bed, focusing intently. He found himself widening his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 50, a situation of urgency indeed. There was not a single cent beneath the bed, let alone any suitcase, nothing at all. Zhou Lingfeng distinctly recalled Liao Lizhan claiming that this room housed the money, yet now, he found absolutely nothing. What could have transpired? Was it possible that the funds previously stored there had been stolen? The villa's entrance was monitored. If someone had indeed taken the money, the surveillance footage should reveal who had entered. Provided the cameras were operational, rushing to the second floor's monitoring room, he prepared to check the footage only to discover that the cameras had been off the entire time. He was baffled as to why this was the case. For every visit he made to the villa was alongside Liao Lizhan, intended solely to satisfy her desires. Monitoring was not his responsibility. Since the money was missing, it indicated that something was amiss. The only room with a bed in the villa was on the third floor, thus, if the funds Liao Lizhan mentioned truly existed, their sudden disappearance must have been due to theft. Dialing Liao Lizhan's number, he found it perpetually engaged. After setting his phone down, he returned to the third floor, searching every other room, including the restroom, thoroughly. He then proceeded to the second floor, scouring that level as well. Ultimately, he reached the first floor, where he similarly found nothing. Not a trace of the money remained. He dialed Liao Lizhan again, and this time she answered promptly when Zhou Lingfeng recounted the situation he had encountered in the room. Liao Lizhan fell momentarily silent, processing the information. After several seconds, she finally spoke. "You truly did not see any money, committee member. I genuinely did not see any money. How could I just about such matters?" Zhou Lingfeng replied earnestly, "That is impossible. It simply cannot be." Liao Lizhan's voice trembled with panic, but as someone seasoned in the world, she quickly regained her composure and began to deliberate. Could the money have been? "Be quiet." Zhou Lingfeng began to inquire if the funds had been stolen, but Liao Lizhan abruptly interrupted him. She subsequently hung up the phone, her expression shifting to one of anger as she swiftly redialed. "Liao Chang, I demand to know if you took the 5 million I left in the villa." Liao Lizhan suppressed her fury as she spoke. "Sister, I did take that money, but I will return it to you shortly. And I will ensure that it becomes 8 million, Liao Chang confidently promised. "Indeed, it was you who took it. I give you half an hour to return the full amount to the villa. I have someone waiting there." "Sister, I cannot retrieve the money at this moment. I have given it to Shenghua Company. Su Shenghua has guaranteed that he will return 8 million to me in 3 months. Sister, please just give me." Liao Chang, without allowing him to finish, Liao Lizhan erupted, her veins visibly throbbing with rage as she thundered, "I do not care what means you employ. If you do not return the 5 million within half an hour, you will no longer be my brother." With that, Liao Lizhan trembled as she placed her phone down, her emotional upheaval stemming from the fact that this 5 million was critical to her future as a city committee secretary. Should she fail to produce 3 million from that sum to deliver to the individual she had contacted, her aspirations for the position could very well slip through her fingers. Meanwhile, Liao Chang, having also set his phone down, recognized the gravity of the situation. Faced with such circumstances, he had no choice but to implore Su Shenghua, the CEO of Shenghua Company, for assistance, though he understood the futility of such efforts. With no alternatives available, he dialed Su Shenghua's number, only to find it perpetually busy. In desperation, he abandoned his phone and sped off towards Shenghua Company. Zhou Lingfeng reclined on the sofa on the third floor of the villa. As he had yet to receive any further instructions from Liao Lizhan and could only remain there, with nothing to occupy his mind, he figured it best to lie back and rest his eyes. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw that it was a call from Wei Wei. "Zhou Lingfeng, where are you? I want to see you." As soon as Wei Wei opened her mouth, she stated the purpose of her call. "See me? Aren't you still recuperating?" Zhou Lingfeng remarked from his reclining position. "I am fine now. I just tried to move around a bit and found that I have completely recovered." "Are you at the office now? I will come to pick you up and take you somewhere." "Are you taking me to the nursing home again?" "No, this time I assure you I will take you to a place that will surprise you and definitely yield rewards. Let's talk about it another day. I am currently busy. When will you be free? Is 1 hour sufficient? Or perhaps 2? Neither will work." "Alright, I'll tell you this. Focus on your recovery at home for now. That's it, goodbye." With that, Zhou Lingfeng abruptly ended the call, leaving no room for further conversation. After setting her phone down, a smile involuntarily crept onto Wei Wei's lips. It was a rather enchanting feeling, one that she cherished deeply. As a formidable member of the police force, Wei Wei had always looked down upon her male colleagues, believing they were unworthy of her esteem due to their lack of valor. However, she felt differently about Zhou Lingfeng. Although he was not a police officer and she had not witnessed any bravery in him, she was drawn to him in a subtle, intriguing manner, a sentiment fostered by the memory of witnessing him tending to Uncle Wu during a rather humiliating moment at the nursing home. Zhou Lingfeng consistently conveyed an extraordinary aura, setting him apart from the ordinary. Liao Chang arrived at Shenghua Company and entered Su Shenghua's office, immediately inquiring whether he could return the 5 million. Mr. Su, you must return this money to me without delay, for the consequences of your failure to do so will be dire. Liao Chang spoke with palpable urgency. How dire? Su Shenghua queried. I might very well die. Liao Chang exaggerated for effect. How could that be possible, Mr. Liao? Please do not frighten me. You are the brother of our city's standing committee member and the head of the organization department. Who would dare lay a finger on you? Su Shenghua replied nonchalantly, unfazed by Liao Chang's distress. Mr. Su, I beg you, please return the money. I will forfeit any interest. I only ask for the principal back. In fact, I could offer you additional interest, just as long as you return it, Liao Chang implored, his tone considerably subdued. Mr. Liao, look at this. You call me Mr. Su, and I call you Mr. Liao. What does that signify? It signifies that you two are a business executive. Although our businesses differ, we are both entrepreneurs, and what is paramount to entrepreneurs? Su Shenghua posed the question. Are you suggesting that I should kneel and beg for your assistance? Just tell me what I must do for you to return my money. Liao Chang's expression darkened, aware that Su Shenghua would not easily relent. I'm afraid we have a signed contract. Moreover, the 5 million you lent me has been invested, and I cannot simply conjure it up to return to you on a whim. Su Shenghua shrugged nonchalantly. Do you realize that your actions could very well lead to my demise? Liao Chang retorted angrily. If you indeed perish because of this matter, it only indicates one thing. Your sister is not your biological sister, Su Shenghua replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Chapter 51. The Value of Character. Liao Lizhan remained seated in her office. Staring ahead without a focal point, she was acutely aware that if she failed to deliver the 3 million to the individual she had already arranged to meet, her prospects for advancement in her career would be utterly bleak. With no other recourse, she dialed Zhou Lingfeng's number once more, saying, Liao Chang has taken the money, please help me devise a plan to gather 3 million by today. The reason she placed her hopes in a secretary was that, in her limited time frame, Liao Lizhan genuinely could not think of anyone else who could provide such a sum. She was not an insatiable greedmonger. While she had engaged in embezzlement, she was not the type to seize every opportunity for illicit gain. Most of her funds were tied up in legitimate enterprises, and the only cash she had readily available was the 5 million hidden in her villa. She understood well that any standing committee member could easily produce 5 million. Yet she could not approach them, for revealing her plans would be too risky, and they might not be willing to lend her money without appearing complicit in her corruption. 3 million, Zhou Lingfeng could hardly believe his ears. Liao Lizhan had placed her hopes in him, which he found rather flattering. Yes, 3 million, I am truly at my wit's end and had no choice but to turn to you. If you cannot assist, then I fear there is no way forward for me. Liao Lizhan's voice carried a hint of despondency. She had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by her half-brother. From the outset, she should not have placed such trust in him. But regret was now futile. All right, I will think of a way and call you back shortly, Zhou Lingfeng replied, and once Liao Lizhan hung up, he lowered his phone from his ear. For Zhou Lingfeng, 3 million was an astronomical sum. He understood that Liao Lizhan's reliance on him stemmed from her own desperation, yet he questioned whether he possessed the means to assist her. As a prominent member of the standing committee with extensive connections, if she could not devise a solution, what could he possibly offer? Zhou Lingfeng fell into contemplation. What connections do I have? My only connection is Liao Lizhan. I am not a second-generation rich kid. Nor do I have wealthy friends. He picked up his phone and scrolled through his call history. Upon seeing Wu Xiong's number, an idea sparked, prompting him to dial. He was well aware that borrowing 3 million from Wu Xiong was a tall order, considering their previously adversarial relationship, but he reasoned that without trying, he could never know if hope existed. Once the call connected, Zhou Lingfeng initiated the conversation. Mr. Wu, this is Zhou Lingfeng. Are you free at the moment? I am free. I am at the Sun City. Are you looking to meet with me right now? Wu Xiong inquired. Yes, I will head over to Sun City now, and we can discuss matters in person. Alright, I will wait for you at the store. In the office at Sun City, Zhou Lingfeng met with Wu Xiong, although the time between their last meeting and this one was not extensive. Wu Xiong appeared noticeably heavier, his face adorned with a smile as he greeted Secretary Zhou. I am delighted to see you again. Extending his hand, Wu Xiong welcomed Zhou Lingfeng's handshake, who smiled in return. Indeed, it's surprising that we meet here once more. One could say we have truly become acquainted through our conflicts. Yes, indeed, it is through conflict that we have become acquainted. Wu Xiong laughed. Come, let us sit and converse. Upon seeing Wu Xiong take a seat, Zhou Lingfeng followed suit, positioning himself across from him. Observing Wu Xiong's evidently amicable demeanor, Zhou Lingfeng felt that even if he could not secure a loan, at least he had forged a friendship with Wu Xiong, making the journey worthwhile. Before I called you today, I had considered that you were not one to hold grudges, as you possess a character rarely found in others. I, Wu Xiong, have encountered many individuals and engaged in various dealings, yet you are the first whom I genuinely admire and wish to befriend. Wu Xiong candidly expressed, sharing thoughts he had long held. Previously, during their encounter in detention, he had feared Zhou Lingfeng would seek revenge, yet Zhou Lingfeng had instead uttered words of broad-mindedness and performed a harmless gesture. It was precisely Zhou Lingfeng's words and actions that inspired Wu Xiong's desire for camaraderie. As such individuals are indeed rare gems. When one is captivated by another's character and stature, a sincere wish to befriend or follow them arises. Historically, generals who achieved victory often inspired admiration from their subordinates due to their character, compelling loyalty and bravery in battle. In contrast, small-minded leaders cannot even motivate their troops to charge into battle, and history has shown that such leaders, often connected through nepotism, meet unfortunate ends, either falling in battle or being betrayed by their own ranks. Zhou Lingfeng was taken aback by Wu Xiong's words, simultaneously sensing a glimmer of hope for his financial request. He quickly responded with humility, Mr. Wu, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary person, not nearly as remarkable as you suggest. Look at you. If I were to make such a remark to an ordinary person, their ego would soar. You are clearly not an ordinary individual. Wu Xiong continued to wear a smile. It's quite remarkable when you think about it. Our prior encounters nearly cost you your life, yet here we are, sharing laughter. I too wish to befriend you, Mr. Wu, as I hold your character in high regard. However, we were once on opposing sides, which caused some friction. But that is all behind us now, Zhou Lingfeng replied. What is there about me that you admire? I am but a rough man, yet I pride myself on my integrity and never betray my comrades. Wu Xiong spoke while patting his chest with one hand, as if to assure Zhou Lingfeng of his character. Your demeanor suggests a person of this sort. Zhou Lingfeng concurred, saying, in truth, the number of friends is not paramount. A couple of sincere ones suffices, don't you agree? Indeed, I share that sentiment, he continued. Since we are already friends, I shall arrange for a meal shortly so we can indulge in a drink together. Let us defer dining and drinking for another occasion. This time, besides wishing to befriend you, there is an urgent matter for which I seek your assistance, Mr. Wu. However, I am aware that this request may be quite challenging for you. So Zhou Lingfeng deliberately paused, knowing that Wu Xiong would prompt him to continue. As anticipated, Wu Xiong, noticing Zhou Lingfeng's unfinished thought, immediately inquired, Brother, what is it that you need my help with? Please, do not hesitate to speak candidly. Chapter 52. Completing the task I require 3 million. Zhou Lingfeng stated this figure plainly, fixing his gaze intently on Wu Xiong. Wu Xiong hesitated, scrutinizing Zhou Lingfeng before responding with a serious expression. 3 million is not a trifling sum. I cannot help but wonder why you suddenly require such a large amount. Any reasonable person, even if borrowing from a close brother, would question the need for such a substantial sum. With Wu Xiong's two associates still present in the office, Zhou Lingfeng glanced at them before returning his focus to Wu Xiong. Wu Xiong immediately grasped Zhou Lingfeng's implication and addressed his two subordinates, saying, You two may step outside. The two subordinates promptly rose and exited the room. Once the door was closed, Zhou Lingfeng turned to Wu Xiong and said, This money is urgently needed by the Standing Committee. Though I cannot disclose the specifics of its intended use, the Standing Committee needs. Why would they confide in you? Wu Xiong asked, puzzled. Because I am currently her secretary, and she regards me as a younger brother. Zhou Lingfeng lied. The Standing Committee must be at a loss for alternatives, which is why she shared this matter with me. You were the first person that came to mind, hence my visit. Rest assured, Mr. Wu, I assure you that the Standing Committee will repay this sum promptly, Zhou Lingfeng added, seizing the moment. As you know, leaders of the Standing Committee's caliber possess extensive connections, although I am unsure why she has found herself in such a predicament. I am confident that once she resolves it, you two will also become friends. At that point, Zhou Lingfeng skillfully left the conclusion open for Wu Xiong's imagination. Wu Xiong mused, the Standing Committee must indeed be facing a significant dilemma to suddenly require such a large sum. 3 million is not insignificant, yet it is not overly vast either. His expression indicating some difficulty as he awaited further persuasion from Zhou Lingfeng. Mr. Wu, if your finances permit, I urge you to consider lending this money. For doing so would only yield benefits for you, not drawbacks. Zhou Lingfeng continued. Given the standing committee's standing in Jinghai City, lending her 3 million could establish a connection that many would strive to attain. Zhou Lingfeng refrained from mentioning that Liao Lizhan might soon ascend to the position of municipal committee secretary, as this 3 million could very well be tied to her potential advancement. Very well, I can lend you this amount, but I have one condition, Wu Xiong suddenly stated. Please proceed. Zhou Lingfeng maintained a calm demeanor, feeling no need for excitement as the money was not for his personal use. My condition is that you must take me along in the future, Wu Xiong articulated, his gaze unwavering on Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng smiled, rising to extend his hand toward Wu Xiong. This was the first person who could discern his thoughts. So why not join forces? Wu Xiong also stood, reaching out his hand. Once their hands clasped, Zhou Lingfeng solemnly declared, Brother Xiong, from now on we are allies. Once the standing committee resolves her current issues, our good fortune will follow. Yes, I shall have someone bring the money at once, Wu Xiong affirmed. When 3 million was stacked into 3 suitcases before Zhou Lingfeng, he gazed at the boxes, feeling a surge of emotion. After patting one of the suitcases, he addressed Wu Xiong. Brother Xiong, if ever I, Zhou Lingfeng, can be of assistance to you, please do not hesitate to ask. No need for such formalities. As brothers, we should support one another. Hurry and take the money to handle your affairs. And do not keep the standing committee waiting. Wu Xiong smiled. Very well, I shall take my leave, Zhou Lingfeng replied, lifting the 3 suitcases and heading toward the door. This was his first encounter with such a large sum of money. While it was not his own, he knew that before long 3 million would no longer seem vast to him. Seated in the car with the 3 million, Zhou Lingfeng immediately dialed Liao Lizhan. Chairwoman, I have secured the funds, shall we proceed as you previously instructed? Really? Liao Lizhan quickly inquired. Indeed, I have just acquired the money. Please provide further instructions. Wonderful. Liao Lizhan nearly leapt from her seat, her joy akin to that of a child. Zhou Lingfeng remained silent, envisioning Liao Lizhan's elation, sharing in her happiness, for this development would undoubtedly enhance her trust in him. You must call that individual immediately, introduce yourself as my secretary, and he will instruct you on where to deliver the funds. Liao Lizhan urged, her words tinged with urgency, for the transfer had already been delayed beyond the agreed timeline. Zhou Lingfeng dialed the number provided by Liao Lizhan. The call was quickly answered by an elderly man's voice. Hello, greetings, I am the secretary of Chairwoman Liao. Zhou Lingfeng replied courteously. Is everything ready? The man inquired. Yes, it is. May I ask, deliver it directly to Donglin Tea House. Call this number upon your arrival, the man instructed before abruptly hanging up. Zhou Lingfeng lowered his phone, gazing out the windshield as he mused. It seems this old man wields considerable influence. Donglin Tea House is located in the suburbs, approximately a 45-minute drive from Jinghai City's downtown. As a driver for leaders, Zhou Lingfeng was accustomed to navigating the area and was well aware that Liao Lizhan had visited this establishment multiple times, each stay exceeding 15 minutes. Zhou Lingfeng parked outside the tea house, exited the vehicle, walked to the passenger door to open it, and then called the earlier number once more. Upon answering, the man promptly instructed to enter and place the items down. Then you may leave. Understood, Zhou Lingfeng replied. As the call ended, carrying the 3 suitcases, he pushed open the glass door of the tea house and entered. There, seated at a tea table, was a woman of exquisite beauty, savoring her tea. She glanced at Zhou Lingfeng before closing her eyes. Zhou Lingfeng surveyed the surroundings, approached a table, set the 3 suitcases down, and then turned to leave. Once in his car, Zhou Lingfeng did not immediately drive away. Instead, he peered back into the tea house, observing an elderly man emerging from the side. Chapter 53, The Fragrance of Beauty. The elderly man stood before the woman, exchanging a few words, after which she turned her gaze toward the glass wall, clearly looking at Zhou Lingfeng seated inside the car. The old man then turned to face Zhou Lingfeng. Upon their eyes meeting, Zhou Lingfeng felt a powerful aura wash over him. Though they were several meters apart, the intensity of the energy was astonishing. Zhou Lingfeng was not one easily intimidated by others' presence. He possessed a formidable aura of his own. Thus, he maintained his gaze on the old man, not blinking, and soon realized the elder bore a youthful countenance despite his white hair. Suddenly, the old man blinked and the aura around him rapidly diminished. Before long, Zhou Lingfeng no longer felt the oppressive force of the elder's youthful appearance and drove away, returning to his solitary office. Zhou Lingfeng sat at his desk, a subtle smile gracing his features as he gazed at the door that had just closed. He felt content with his current state, although he was still merely a secretary. He firmly believed that after assisting Liao Lizhan, he would not remain in that position for long. A bright future ahead, should he revel in his good fortune, basking in pride. No, Zhou Lingfeng was not of that ilk. He understood that the path ahead would not be easy, for he held no genuine affection for a woman in her 40s. As one progresses further along the path, the challenges only intensify. For every road is inextricably linked to human nature. Anything that is shaped by human nature is inevitably complex and unpredictable. Glancing at the piles of documents before him, Zhou Lingfeng felt it was not yet the time to relax and recline. He immediately immersed himself in his work. Not long after, there was a sudden knock at the door, interrupting Zhou Lingfeng's train of thought as he processed the documents. Not being a leader himself, he typically kept the door ajar, or at least left a sufficient gap for anyone seeking him to see who it was at first glance. However, on this occasion, a careless misstep had caused the door to close tightly, rendering him unable to identify the visitor. He could only approach and open the door. Upon seeing a woman in her 30s standing before him, Zhou Lingfeng was struck by a sense of brightness. This reaction stemmed from the woman's striking beauty, her alluring figure complemented by a delicate face, adorned with a smile and fair complexion. She was, in every sense of the term, a captivating young woman, embodying true charm. Unlike Liao Lizhan, who had crossed into her 40s, while Liao embodied lingering allure, this woman represented vibrancy at its peak. Zhou Lingfeng had seen her before but had never engaged in any dialogue with her. Nor did he know her affiliation or position. Su Xiling, the director of the Personnel Bureau's office, had been working there for nearly 4 years, and with her aspirations for advancement, she learned that a deputy director was nearing retirement. Viewing it as an opportunity to pursue thus, at this moment, she stood before Zhou Lingfeng. For women of striking appearance, their every gesture is enchanting, including the fragrance of their perfume, which can even provoke a swift surge of hormones in men who typically remain indifferent to such scents. At that moment, Zhou Lingfeng found himself captivated by the alluring figure before him, unable to resist the physiological response it elicited. This was a sensation he had never experienced with any other woman. Simply standing and gazing at her stirred feelings he had never felt before. When Su Xiling, smiling, spoke, "Secretary Zhou, I have a matter I would like to trouble you with." Zhou Lingfeng was momentarily dazed, only returning to reality when she spoke again. "Secretary Zhou, what is the matter?" Zhou Lingfeng managed an awkward smile and quickly responded, "Director Su, please come in to discuss." After both took their seats, Zhou Lingfeng found himself unable to meet her gaze directly, as her figure and posture were almost overwhelming. "Director Su, please go ahead," he said, his eyes lingering on her for a fleeting moment before quickly averting them. "Secretary Zhou, I would like to trouble you to deliver my personal resume to the Standing Committee. I understand that individuals of my standing usually do not get to meet them, which is why I thought of asking you for help." As she spoke, Su Xiling stood, retrieving an envelope from her document holder. Placing the envelope before Zhou Lingfeng, she secured the document bag and continued, "Secretary Zhou, the contents of this envelope are for you." This envelope contained her personal resume, and she requested that he submit it to the Standing Committee. Zhou Lingfeng glanced at the now closed office door and picked up the envelope, aware that it contained cash, estimating it to be several tens of thousands based on its thickness. Such opportunities for financial gain had arisen before. The envelope in the fruit basket given by Gao Wenping was one instance, and he anticipated more would follow. He could choose to accept or decline these envelopes. However, the dilemma he faced was whether to accept money for services rendered, to provide services without compensation, or to refuse both. It seemed like multiple questions, yet they all boiled down to one: the matter of service. Why would someone offer him money? It was simply to solicit his assistance. "Director Su, you may take this envelope back. I can arrange for you to meet with the Standing Committee directly." Zhou Lingfeng suddenly placed the envelope down and stated, "That might not be appropriate." "Right, if I meet with the Standing Committee, I wouldn't know what to say," Su Xiling replied, somewhat embarrassed. For a director-level official like Su Xiling, opportunities to interact with leaders of the Standing Committee were rare, leading to a natural sense of reverence or even fear towards them. The reason leaders often exude an aura of authority in front of ordinary officials is that those officials typically keep their heads down and refrain from speaking up. Yet, the truth is, leaders are human too and have risen from the ranks of ordinary officials. There is nothing to be afraid of. At least, that was Zhou Lingfeng's perspective. He had never harbored fear towards any leader. In the face of power, if one fears it, they become subservient to it. Zhou Lingfeng yearned for power. Thus, he did not approach it with trepidation but rather a desire to wield it, such as ensuring Liao Lizhan remained within his reach. Of course, the power Liao Lizhan held was a double-edged sword for Zhou Lingfeng. He felt that while he was utilizing her, she was also leveraging him. Simply hand your resume directly to the standing committee and express a few words you wish to convey. Zhou Lingfeng advised, his gaze fixed on Liao Lizhen's face, which was undeniably beautiful. But what should I say? I can't just bluntly state my desire for a promotion in front of the standing committee. Can I? Su Xiling expressed her concern. You could phrase it that way, but I suggest you opt for a different approach, such as expressing your desire for advancement. However, I cannot guarantee that the standing committee will accept your resume. Zhou Lingfeng replied candidly as Secretary Zhou. What do you mean? I want to sleep with you. Chapter 54, Pay for Progress. I want to sleep with you. Indeed, this was a genuine thought coursing through Zhou Lingfeng's mind at that moment. Confronted with such a mesmerizing young woman, any normal man would be stirred, and often reason dictates that action should follow desire. Zhou Lingfeng had contemplated taking action, yet he knew he could not do so openly. Instead, he merely thought, I want to sleep with you, while verbally he stated, what I mean is, not all resumes are reviewed by the standing committee, therefore, even if I deliver it personally, there is no guarantee it will be looked at. Su Xiling hesitated, her fingers intertwined. Director Su, please take a seat, let us discuss this further. This matter should not be too difficult. I have ways to ensure the standing committee accepts your resume. But after pausing to glance at Su Xiling's legs revealed beneath her fitted skirt, Zhou Lingfeng continued, but I cannot assure you that your dreams will be realized. That is why I sought your assistance, Secretary Zhou. If you are willing to help me, please feel free to state any requests. I will do my utmost to accommodate them. Su Xiling gazed at Zhou Lingfeng with eyes filled with longing, almost pleading. This clearly indicated her deep desire for the deputy director position, equating to a yearning for power. While a deputy director's role may not wield significant authority, it depends on one's perspective. From Su Xiling's viewpoint, this was her sole opportunity to strive for something with substantial hope. For this she was even willing to leverage her own body, as her previous words had subtly hinted to Zhou Lingfeng. What puzzled Zhou Lingfeng was why someone as attractive as Su Xiling did not pursue her aspirations through other means. For instance, she could seek favor with a male member of the standing committee, utilizing his power to ascend further. With this question in mind, Zhou Lingfeng remarked, Director Su, you should directly approach other leaders for assistance rather than coming to me. After some contemplation, Su Xiling replied, I don't know any other leaders. This left Zhou Lingfeng even more perplexed, as it was no secret that officials often engaged in such transactions. Had no leader ever given her such an indication? If that were the case, it could only imply one thing: the leaders in Jinghai City were too principled and did not engage in power for such transactions. But could this truly be the case? To avoid further delay in his work, Zhou Lingfeng stood, placing his own envelope into his document holder, and addressed Su Xiling, Let us go. I will take you to meet the standing committee now. Su Xiling felt a wave of nervousness, yet she followed closely behind Zhou Lingfeng as they exited the office and proceeded towards the corridor. Upon reaching the entrance to the standing committee's office, Zhou Lingfeng knocked on the door, and after receiving an invitation to enter, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Zhou Lingfeng, your performance this time has been exceptional. I am very pleased and, of course, pleasantly surprised, as I did not anticipate you would accomplish this. Truly, you have exceeded my expectations. Liao Lizhen expressed her admiration towards Zhou Lingfeng, saying, Committee member, it is merely due to a stroke of good fortune that I was able to accomplish this task. It is all thanks to your blessings. While affirming his own abilities, Zhou Lingfeng did not forget to flatter Liao Lizhen, once again showcasing his eloquence. Regardless of the circumstances, had it not been for your efforts, this matter would surely not have been resolved. We must celebrate this evening. Do tell me how you wish to commemorate this occasion. Liao Lizhen replied with a smile, Committee member, there is no need for that. It is my duty to serve. As your secretary, I shall strive to fulfill any task you assign to me. She then added, by the way, you have yet to inform me where that sum of money originated from. It can't possibly be your own, can it? No, I borrowed that money from someone you know, Wu Xiong, the owner of the Sun City. Zhou Lingfeng clarified. Liao Lizhen fell silent, her smile fading as she fixed her gaze upon Zhou Lingfeng. He understood her thoughts well enough and remained unperturbed, maintaining a calm demeanor. After a brief pause, Liao Lizhen finally spoke, You truly are remarkable, managing to borrow money from Wu Xiong. I must admit, I am genuinely impressed. Committee member, I actually came here to report something to you. Zhou Lingfeng promptly redirected the conversation, for his purpose was to facilitate a meeting between Su Xiling and Liao Lizhen. What is it? Liao Lizhen inquired. The director of the Personnel Bureau, Su Xiling, wishes to see you. She has a personal resume to present. Zhou Lingfeng responded candidly. Su Xiling, oh, I remember her. Quite an attractive woman. So, have you been involved with her? Liao Lizhan asked presumptively, as Zhou Lingfeng's motivation to introduce a mere director seemed suspect otherwise. No, I merely thought to bring her to you since I didn't want her lingering in my office. If you would rather not meet her, I can send her away immediately, Zhou Lingfeng hastily replied. She seeks advancement, Liao Lizhan inquired nonchalantly. That appears to be the case, Zhou Lingfeng confirmed with a nod. Do you know why she has yet to progress? Liao Lizhan continued. You have seen her, she is indeed quite beautiful for a woman of her appearance and figure. Advancement should not be a challenge. Yet, here she is, seeking my assistance. What does that indicate? Do you understand? I do not. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head in response to it. Signifies that she has only just begun to awaken to reality. Previously, she was quite arrogant, dismissing the advances of several leaders. Now she realizes the necessity of yielding to reality. However, it is not too late. Since you have brought her, I shall offer her a path. Let her in, Liao Lizhan instructed. Maintaining her seated position and looking up at Zhou Lingfeng nodded, turning to open the door and stepping outside to address the visibly anxious Su Xiling. You may enter now. Hello, committee member. Su Xiling said softly upon standing before Liao Lizhan, casting only a fleeting glance at her before lowering her gaze. Liao Lizhan scrutinized Su Xiling from head to toe before smiling. So you are Su Xiling? Yes, committee member, I am Su Xiling from the Personnel Bureau, she replied with a nod. I cannot believe you are already in your 30s and yet still so shy, like a young maiden. You are not unmarried. Are you? Liao Lizhan asked. Committee member, I am already married. Did you come to see me seeking advancement? Indeed. At this, Su Xiling remembered the document folder in her hand and stepped forward, placing it before Liao Lizhan. Committee member, this is my resume. A strip, Liao Lizhan commanded coldly. What did you say? I did not catch that, Su Xiling replied, her disbelief evident. I said strip, Liao Lizhan reiterated. Why? Su Xiling inquired, bewildered, her eyes wide. Were you not once proud? Several leaders sought to engage with you, yet you rebuffed them all. Had you acquiesced then, how could you still be merely a director? Liao Lizhan derided, once again appraising Su Xiling. Indeed, for women age is the greatest adversary. Liao Lizhan, at least a decade older, could not help but feel a pang of envy as she compared their appearances. In her youth, Liao Lizhan's beauty, combined with her capabilities, had secured her current standing. However, what does this have to do with your request for me to remove my clothing? Su Xiling's mind began to wrestle with the implications. In truth, she was aware that some leaders had hinted at favors in the past. Her refusal stemmed not only from pride but also from her belief in love. Yet now, after 4 years in her role, confronted with her current domestic situation and a partner incapacitated by injury, her perspective began to shift. One cannot always live for others. Each time Su Xiling recalled this sentiment, she felt compelled to cease squandering her youth. The fervor of desire surged within her, propelling her to take a step she deemed immensely courageous. If you do not disrobe, how can I ascertain your worthiness for a higher position? Liao Lizhan's tone turned icy. How does this relate to the position? Su Xiling still failed to grasp Liao Lizhan's meaning. Do not ask so many questions. If you are unwilling to remove your clothing, you may leave. Liao Lizhan began to dismiss her. If I strip before you, will you accept my resume? Su Xiling queried. You may leave, Liao Lizhan reiterated, her patience waning. Yet, Su Xiling did not exit. Instead, she began to undress, unbuttoning her white shirt one by one, revealing a pair of full and firm breasts adorned with a black bra. Evoking a sense of primal allure, placing the shirt on a nearby chair, she glanced at Liao Lizhan before proceeding to remove her fitted skirt, unveiling her long, fair legs in their entirety. Indeed, despite being in her 30s and having borne children, her figure remained remarkably untouched by motherhood's toll. After placing her skirt on the chair, Su Xiling turned to Liao Lizhan once more and commenced unfastening her bra, exposing her voluptuous form, one that would entice any man. She set the bra aside and prepared to remove her panties, her face flushed with a profound sense of shame. Enough, there is no need to continue. I am not a lesbian, I have no interest in what lies beneath. Liao Lizhan suddenly interjected, rising to her feet and surveying Su Xiling from head to toe before stating, I can not only appoint you as deputy director, but I can also make you director. Provided you assist me with a task. What task? Su Xiling inquired. To many, this task would seem simple, and numerous individuals would covet the opportunity she was being presented, a chance that Liao Lizhan had not afforded to others. I believe you should cherish this opportunity, Liao Lizhan asserted with a serious expression. Committee member, please do tell, Su Xiling asked, her curiosity piqued, for the prospect of being made director was undeniably enticing. First, put your clothes back on, Liao Lizhan commanded, taking her seat while her gaze lingered on Su Xiling's alluring form, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her as she noted the absence of stretch marks on Su Xiling's body. While she herself bore the evidence of motherhood only after Su Xiling had dressed, did Liao Lizhen continue. How skilled are you in the bedroom? Adequately, Su Xiling responded. Are you open to various requests from your partner? Even those that may be deemed unconventional, Liao Lizhen pressed. What do you mean? Su Xiling questioned. I mean, are you willing to entertain requests that most would shy away from? Liao Lizhen's irritation began to surface. I suppose so. Su Xiling nodded vigorously. Very well, you may return for now. I will inform you in advance when I require your services, and my resume, you may leave it here, Liao Lizhen replied. Su Xiling nodded. Turning to exit the office, for her, this day would prove to be pivotal, as she had laid bare her captivating form before Liao Lizhen, shedding the weight of her psychological burdens. A wide, albeit morally questionable, path now lay before her, beckoning her to run forth. Even as she began to lose her way, upon returning to his office, Zhou Lingfeng found himself reflecting on Su Xiling's enchanting appearance, which led him to contemplate two women, one being Shu Qi, with whom he could swiftly establish a romantic relationship if he so desired. Shu Qi possesses a striking beauty, albeit lacking the mature charm that Su Xiling embodies. Nevertheless, she has her own advantages, youthfulness, coupled with a cultural sophistication that Su Xiling cannot match. On the other hand, there is the female officer Wei Wei, a woman endowed with a wildness that is seldom seen in others, a ferocity that is not easily tamed by the average individual. Will there ever be an opportunity to witness the allure of the two of them together in bed? This is a question that Zhou Lingfeng does not dwell upon, for he is acutely aware that a man who cannot manage his lower instincts can readily predict his downfall. Liao Lizhen's notion of celebration seemed timely, yet, upon returning to their familiar bedroom, she suddenly lost all her enthusiasm as she gazed at the bed. Turning to Zhou Lingfeng, she said, Lingfeng, I need you to do something for me right now. What is it? Please give me your instructions. Zhou Lingfeng responded, already anticipating her request. However, he couldn't help but think that this woman was exceedingly emotional. Wasn't this supposed to be a night of celebration, a time for some joyful activities in bed? Call Liao Chang and tell him to come here. I want him to leave one of his ears behind, Liao Lizhen replied, her face showing irritation. Zhou Lingfeng felt a jolt of shock at her words, thinking to himself, Liao Chang is your brother. How could you possibly want to sever his ear? Noticing Zhou Lingfeng's silence, Liao Lizhen pressed on. Are you afraid? No, it's not fear, it's just that Chang is my brother, and I don't see the necessity. Zhou Lingfeng hastily explained. What do you know? He is my half-brother. If it weren't for my father, he wouldn't have survived to this day. Liao Lizhen's anger intensified, and with one hand she reached toward Zhou Lingfeng's face, her tone softening as she said, You must help me with this. I want you to be the one to cut off his ear. Chapter 56. Expressing affection. Committee member, I have never done anything like this before, cutting off a person's ear, Zhou Lingfeng said, his expression strained, his eyes pleading. Of course, this look was merely a facade. As he wished to gauge Liao Lizhen's reaction, she continued to caress his face, speaking softly. Lingfeng, do you know, I have never trusted anyone as I trust you now. You have gained all my trust, including my heart. Liao Chang wronged me first. I have given him numerous chances before, but this time I will not grant him another. Therefore, you must assist me, for I will trust no one but you. Once she finished speaking, Liao Lizhen lowered her hand and sat at the edge of the bed, looking up at the still-standing Zhou Lingfeng. If you cannot accomplish this, how can I assist you in your future endeavors? You must understand that the path ahead will be fraught with many individuals like Liao Chang. If you cannot take action against him, how will you handle those who are even more ruthless? Zhou Lingfeng realized that he had no choice but to act, and he finally conceded. All right, I will call him now. As he entered the hallway, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, abruptly shattered by a notification on his phone. He retrieved his device from his pocket and opened the message, which was from Wei Wei. Zhou Lingfeng, are you asleep? Where are you? Is it convenient for me to call? At this moment, receiving a message from Wei Wei instead of Shu Qi took Zhou Lingfeng by surprise, especially since it was the first time she had initiated contact with him. After a moment's thought, he replied, Not convenient at the moment. Please message me with what you need. Wei Wei responded promptly. Are you with that older woman again, spending the night with her? Zhou Lingfeng's expression shifted to one of bemusement as he replied, Do you harbor some prejudice against me? Wei Wei shot back. Then tell me, where are you? I want to see you. Zhou Lingfeng teased. Why do you want to see me? Have you developed feelings for me? Wei Wei confessed. Yes, I admit it. I have feelings for you. Just then, the sound of headlights illuminated the downstairs, followed by the engine shutting off. Zhou Lingfeng quickly stood up and messaged Wei Wei. Let's discuss this later. I'm really busy right now. I'll contact you tomorrow. Good night. Liao Chang, who also had a key to the villa, opened the door and glanced around the first floor before heading up the stairs upon seeing Liao Chang with his shiny bald head. Zhou Lingfeng greeted him with a smile. Brother Chang, you've arrived. Chapter 57, Sibling Rivalry. Where is my sister? Liao Chang asked, scanning the surroundings. The committee member is resting. Please, have a seat. Let us sit down and talk. Zhou Lingfeng invited, gesturing toward the sofa. Liao Chang hesitated before asking, you said you resolved the money issue for me. How did you manage that? Zhou Lingfeng sat down first, glancing at Liao Chang's bald head and smiling. I have a friend who lent me the money, so the problem is resolved. Your friend lent you 5 million. Do you expect me to believe that? Liao Chang replied coldly, disdain evident on his face. No, I did not borrow that much. I only borrowed 3 million. However, I believe my friend should be willing to lend me 5 million. Zhou Lingfeng smiled as he spoke. Which friend are you referring to? Speak up and let us see if I know them. Liao Chang continued to question Zhou Lingfeng skeptically. Brother Chang, this matter has already been resolved, so let us leave it at that. As for the identity of the friend who lent me the money, I don't think you need to know. What we should discuss now is when you will return the money to my friend. Zhou Lingfeng replied calmly, unaffected by Liao Chang's condescending demeanor. In Liao Chang's eyes, Zhou Lingfeng was merely a pretty boy, utterly devoid of any capability, as only such individuals would play such roles, constantly lingering around Liao Lizhen, flattering her, and even sharing her bed. Thus, he regarded Zhou Lingfeng with disdain, convinced that he could never muster the means to produce 3 million, let alone borrow it. You damned fool, if you don't tell me who lent you the money, how can I know whether you're lying to me? Liao Chang's temper flared, and he glared at Zhou Lingfeng, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to physically assault him. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. The truth is what it is. Zhou Lingfeng shrugged. I asked my sister inside, Liao Chang asked, glancing at the door. Just then, the door swung open, startling Liao Chang. Liao Lizhen emerged, standing at the threshold, her gaze fixed on Liao Chang. He quickly spoke up, a sister, I didn't realize you were here. I thought you weren't around. Come here, Liao Lizhen commanded coldly. Liao Chang hurried over, standing before her with his head bowed. Sister, about that money, it really is. Slap. Before he could finish, a sharp slap landed on his face. Did I ask you to speak? Liao Lizhen scolded, delivering another slap. After several resounding slaps, she finally ceased, her voice laced with fury. You beast, if it weren't for the fact that we share the same father, I would have let you perish long ago. How dare you take my money without my consent? Do you even regard me as your elder sister? Realizing his fault, Liao Chang fell to his knees, grasping Liao Lizhen's feet, his voice quavering. Sister, I didn't want this either. I was forced into it. You gave the winery to that freeloader. So before he could finish, Liao Lizhen kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling backward. However, he quickly got back up, maintaining his kneeling position. Liao Lizhen continued, Liao Chang, tell me, when do you intend to return the 5 million? Sister, I used the money for Shenghua Company. I can only retrieve it after 3 months, but don't worry, I'll be able to get back 8 million then, Liao Chang explained. Why did you take my money without my permission? Liao Lizhen inquired. Because I wanted to help you make money. I thought your money was just sitting here. So, Liao Chang, starting tomorrow, all the wineries and tea houses under your name, as well as the houses and cars purchased with my money, will be transferred to Zhou Lingfeng's name. Do you understand? Liao Lizhen's tone suddenly turned calm. But what will I do from now on? Liao Chang asked, panic-stricken. What you do is your business, given that you are my father's son. You can keep the 5 million. I won't ask you to retrieve it. However, you must leave something behind to alleviate my resentment. Liao Chang, still kneeling, felt as if the sky had fallen. He realized the significant position Zhou Lingfeng held in Liao Lizhen's heart, a status he had never imagined. Lingfeng, it's your turn to perform. Liao Lizhen finally directed her gaze at Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng had initially thought that the situation had resolved itself, but Liao Lizhen's final remark proved to be crucial. He stood up, grasped the knife on the table, and approached Liao Chang. Unexpectedly, Liao Chang suddenly stood up and began to curse at Liao Lizhen. What the hell are you? Do you think the things you possess are clean? Your current status is merely a result of your willingness to sell yourself. You are nothing but a whore. Who would want the things you obtain through such means? As Liao Chang's anger escalated, he felt there was no need to maintain any pretense, nor could he continue to plead with Liao Lizhen. Go on. Liao Lizhen adopted an indifferent stance, crossing her arms, encouraging Liao Chang to continue his tirade. Whore, you are a filthy whore. You lack humanity, giving everything to an outsider, to a pretty boy, and not even considering me, who shares the same father as you. Liao Chang's emotions spiraled out of control, and a frenzied thought crossed his mind, prompting him to raise his fist in charge at Liao Lizhen. She had not anticipated that Liao Chang would dare to strike her, and her expression morphed into one of fear as he landed a punch on her head. Zhou Lingfeng, witnessing this, rushed forward, gripping Liao Chang's raised fist, forcefully pulling him back a few steps, and using the momentum to throw the smaller man to the ground. Liao Chang fell heavily, momentarily stunned, before quickly scrambling to his feet. However, upon seeing the knife in Zhou Lingfeng's hand, he dared not make another move. Liao Lizhan touched the spot on her head where she had been struck, her fury boiling over as she glared at the now upright Liao Chang. She immediately turned to Zhou Lingfeng, demanding, "Why are you still standing there? Get to it." Zhou Lingfeng understood that he had no choice but to advance towards Liao Chang. What are you going to do?" Liao Chang began to panic, retreating with each step. Realizing Zhou Lingfeng intended to end his life filled him with terror, and he continued to back away until he hit the wall. Liao Lizhan maintained her stance at the doorway, eagerly watching the unfolding scene, anticipating Zhou Lingfeng's forthcoming actions. She thought that if he could successfully complete this brutal task, then she could confidently entrust him with more significant responsibilities in the future. Liao Chang, fearing for his life, attempted to flee, but his bulky frame was no match for Zhou Lingfeng's agility. Just as he took 3 steps toward the staircase, Zhou Lingfeng's long leg struck him, sending him sprawling forward. Before he could rise, Zhou Lingfeng was already seated on his back, swiftly seizing one of Liao Chang's ears, and with a decisive motion, the knife fell. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the night as one of Liao Chang's ears was severed. Zhou Lingfeng stood up, staring at the ear in his hand, momentarily lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to the writhing figure on the floor. Liao Chang trembled in agony, desperate to cover the spot where his ear had been. But any touch only intensified the pain, leaving him wide-eyed in suffering. Liao Lizhan observed the scene with an expression of indifference, first glancing at the writhing Liao Chang on the floor before returning her gaze to Zhou Lingfeng. She felt a sense of satisfaction with his decisive action, and a bold idea began to take root in her mind. "Liao Chang, if you don't want to die here, get up and take your ear to the hospital," Liao Lizhan said, walking towards Zhou Lingfeng. Standing beside him, she smiled and instructed Lingfeng, "Give him back his ear." Liao Chang remained on the floor, shaking from the pain. Liao Lizhan stepped closer, fixing her gaze on him, her voice cold. "You need to go to the hospital now. You should still have time if you want to keep that ear." With that, Liao Lizhan turned and walked toward the coffee table, grabbed a tissue, and quickly returned to Zhou Lingfeng, handing it to him. He wrapped the ear in the tissue, then looked at Liao Chang, who had yet to rise. He tossed the knife aside, knelt beside Liao Chang, and said, "Get up, hurry to the hospital now." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Liao Chang accepted the ear from Zhou Lingfeng and, with a quick glance at him, hurried down the stairs. Once Liao Chang drove away, Zhou Lingfeng picked up the blood-stained knife and walked toward the bathroom. Throughout this process, he did not glance at Liao Lizhan, feeling a sense of revulsion towards this cold-blooded and terrifying woman for the first time. Upon emerging from the restroom, Zhou Lingfeng made his way towards the balcony, retrieving a mop and a bucket. After filling the bucket with water, he stepped outside, preparing to cleanse the bloodstains on the floor. Remnants of the trail left by Liao Chang as he descended the stairs. Liao Lizhan remained rooted in place, and upon noticing that Zhou Lingfeng had not acknowledged her presence, her brow furrowed slightly. She watched him diligently scrubbing the bloodstains, and suddenly, she approached him, extending her arms to embrace him from behind. "I am sorry, I should not have compelled you to undertake such a task. I merely wished for you to experience the harshness of this world. For if you aspire to wield greater power in the future, there are numerous challenges you must confront and actions you must take." Liao Lizhan spoke with a heart full of remorse, her hands tightly encircling Zhou Lingfeng. "I am fine, there is no need for you to apologize," Zhou Lingfeng replied in a calm tone. Indeed, he had managed to regain his composure, yet the earlier act of severing an ear had profoundly impacted him, prompting reflections on the arduous path that lay ahead, one intertwined with the complexities of human nature. For the sake of personal gain, inflicting harm upon others, and even extinguishing another's chance at life, these were likely experiences he would inevitably encounter. At that moment, Zhou Lingfeng's mindset began to waver. He was not the sort to resort to any means necessary to achieve his objectives. A part of him still harbored kindness, making it difficult for him to accept actions taken without regard for the cost. However, he also recognized that turning back now was a formidable challenge. The life of a secretary continued, and for the next several days, Zhou Lingfeng adhered to his routine duties until one day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the office door, disrupting his customary rhythm. The person knocking at the door was Gao Wenping, evidently there regarding his daughter's situation, as Zhou Lingfeng had not provided Liao Lizhan with a fair opportunity for her to interview for a position. "Secretary Zhou, may I come in?" Gao Wenping inquired, his expression not one of a smile but rather marked by concern. "Director Gao, please come in," Zhou Lingfeng responded, standing up to extend a modicum of respect, for Gao was indeed a deputy division-level leader. While he himself might not yet even hold a formal cadre title, Li Gao Wenping entered, carrying a briefcase, and walked straight to the desk. Turning back towards the door, he asked, "Secretary Zhou, may I close the door?" "What I am about to discuss may be somewhat certainly, I will close it," Zhou Lingfeng replied, promptly moving to shut the door before returning. "Secretary Zhou, this is the cash I have managed to gather, 100,000 yuan. I would appreciate it if you could deliver it to the standing committee member, so she might grant my daughter an opportunity, as she truly needs this job, should she pass the interview." "I will continue." Observing Gao Wenping's humble demeanor, Zhou Lingfeng felt a pang of compassion but interjected, "Director Gao, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, I have already spoken to the standing committee member. And her stance is quite clear, even if you were to present more money, it would be futile. Do you understand what I mean? It is all about human agency. I believe that as long as the standing committee member is willing to help, my daughter's employment issue can certainly be resolved. It merely requires her word," Gao Wenping insisted, realizing that further discussion would be in vain. Zhou Lingfeng pondered the possibility of granting Gao Wenping an opportunity to meet with Liao Lizhen. Recognizing that he was indeed a devoted father, "Director Gao, perhaps we should do this. I will accompany you to see the standing committee member, and you can speak directly with her. I am merely a lowly secretary, and my role is limited to conveying messages. The ultimate decisions lie beyond my purview," Zhou Lingfeng proposed. This was the nature of power. A secretary possessed little authority and thus could not dictate outcomes, while Zhou Lingfeng shared a close relationship with Liao Lizhen. He had never contemplated altering her views for someone else's sake. At least, he felt that the moment was not yet ripe. Arriving at Liao Lizhen's office door, Zhou Lingfeng glanced at Gao Wenping before knocking. "Come in," Liao Lizhen's voice called from within. Zhou Lingfeng pushed the door open, stepped inside, and closed it behind him, turning to face Liao Lizhen, who was focused on writing something. "Committee member, Director Gao Wenping is here regarding his daughter's matter." "He is outside?" Liao Lizhen inquired without lifting her gaze. "Yes," Zhou Lingfeng confirmed. "Tell him directly that his daughter has no hope this time, for the position she seeks is occupied by a relative of one of our standing committee members," Liao Lizhen stated, finally looking up at Zhou Lingfeng. Caught in a dilemma, Zhou Lingfeng had already brought Gao Wenping to the office and intended to facilitate a meeting, but Liao Lizhen appeared disinclined to see him. "Very well, I will inform him directly," Zhou Lingfeng said, only for the door to be unexpectedly pushed open, revealing Gao Wenping, whose expression indicated he had overheard Liao Lizhen's earlier remarks. "Director Gao," Zhou Lingfeng stammered, taken aback by Gao Wenping's uninvited entrance. "It seems, Director Gao, you have heard everything. Is there anything you wish to say?" Liao Lizhen addressed him directly. "A committee member, may I inquire who that standing committee member is?" Gao Wenping asked. "Would it make a difference if I told you?" Gao Wenping, "Given your name, I doubt your academic credentials are particularly impressive. Why does it seem your intelligence is lacking?" Liao Lizhen retorted with derision. Zhou Lingfeng looked at her in disappointment. He had grown accustomed to Liao Lizhen's assertiveness but had not anticipated such callousness towards a father striving for his daughter's future. This was a troubling display of character. "This is a foregone conclusion. No one can alter it, including myself, so any further discussion is superfluous," Liao Lizhen continued. "If you wish to assign blame directed at your own lack of power, I simply wish to know who the committee member is. Please tell me their name," Gao Wenping pressed, his expression now somewhat vacant. "Did I not just say, what can telling you achieve? Are you going to confront them, threaten them, or even resort to violence?" Liao Lizhen exclaimed angrily. Regarding Gao Wenping with a look of disdain, "Committee member, I have no other demands, I simply want to know who that person is. Will you tell me or not?" Gao Wenping's tone shifted, his face reddening with anger. "Very well, I shall tell you who it is. His name is Chen Jian." With Gao Wenping's fury evident, Liao Lizhen's demeanor softened, and she spoke in a measured tone. Upon hearing the name, Gao Wenping did not leave immediately. After blinking several times, he asked, "Are you certain it is Chen Jian?" "Yes, indeed," Liao Lizhen affirmed with unwavering confidence. "Thank you," Gao Wenping said, turning to exit. After the door closed a few moments later, Liao Lizhen suddenly burst into laughter. Slapping her thigh as she exclaimed, "Chen Jian, oh Chen Jian, a delightful spectacle is about to unfold." Zhou Lingfeng rarely witnessed such a reaction from Liao Lizhen. It was a clear manifestation of schadenfreude. It is never commendable for one to take pleasure in the misfortunes of others, as it reflects a lack of character. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Lingfeng remarked, "Committee member, what is the cause of such mirth?" "What I just told Gao Wenping was not the actual name of the committee member, but rather a different one. Ha ha ha." Liao Lizhen continued to laugh uproariously, faced with Liao Lizhen's unsettling glee. Zhou Lingfeng's distaste for her grew even stronger. Once she managed to suppress her laughter, Liao Lizhen added, "Soon, we shall witness a splendid performance. Gao Wenping will undoubtedly seek out Chen Jian, that scoundrel, that I am eager to see how he will respond. Committee member, what if Gao Wenping discovers that Chen Jian is not the one and returns to confront you? Zhou Lingfeng provocatively inquired, curious to observe Liao Lijian's reaction. If he comes back to find me? He is merely courting trouble. I will ensure he regrets it. Liao Lijian's expression darkened ominously. Gao Wenping did not directly approach Chen Jian. Instead, he called him on the phone. During the conversation, Gao Wenping inquired whether it was Chen Jian who had facilitated a relative's replacement of his daughter's position. Who told you that? I have no relatives applying for civil service, Chen Jian responded, bewildered. As the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Chen Jian was perplexed by Gao Wenping's inquiry, yet he would not lash out at a former colleague over such matters. Do you know whose relative took my daughter's place? Gao Wenping inquired. Well, I seem to have heard that it is a relative of Liang Chang, Chen Jian replied. After mentioning Liang Chang's name, Chen Jian regretted it. Realizing that he had always been on the same side as the minister of the propaganda department, Liang Chang, wasn't he this essentially leading Gao Wenping to seek out Liang Chang, although Chen Jian had only worked with Gao Wenping for 2 years. He was deeply impressed by Gao Wenping's persona as an honest person. Honest individuals typically do not get angry. However, when they do lose their temper, the consequences are unimaginable. Alright, thank you for informing me. Gao Wenping concluded and hung up the phone, making his way directly to Liang Chang's office. Standing at the entrance, he addressed the secretary who had just exited, saying, I need to see a standing committee member. I have critical matters to report. Meanwhile, in Liao Lijian's office, Zhou Lingfeng stood there, as Liao Lijian's ulterior motives led her to desire another passionate encounter in the office. This time, however, Zhou Lingfeng outright refused, saying, Committee member, I still have a lot of work to finish. I must return to my duties. With that, he turned to leave. As he walked back to his office, Zhou Lingfeng pondered a troubling question, continuing with Liao Lijian. Even if he were not destroyed by her, he would certainly be left in tatters. This entanglement involved not only physical aspects but also the tasks she assigned him. Chapter 60, Sister's Distress. On Friday night, Zhou Lingfeng returned to the family home, which was less than a 2-hour drive from the city center of Jinghai, due to an injury and the busy nature of his secretarial work. He had not had the chance to visit for some time. Arriving home at 9 in the evening, he noticed his mother's worried expression and asked, Mom, what's wrong? Has something happened? I just called your sister. She was crying on the other end. When I asked her what was wrong, she wouldn't say, only that she misses home terribly. His mother replied, her face etched with concern, Mom, don't worry. I'll call my sister to find out what's going on. Saying this, Zhou Lingfeng took out his phone and dialed his sister Zhou Qi's number, but no one answered. This lack of response caused him to feel uneasy. He set his phone down and sent a message, Kiki, my beloved sister, please tell me if something has happened. However, after waiting a long while, he received no reply. Lingfeng, what's going on? Is your sister not answering? His mother asked, increasingly anxious. Mom, can I use your phone? Zhou Lingfeng took his mother's phone and dialed Zhou Qi again. But still, there was no answer. Fearing something might indeed be wrong, Zhou Lingfeng decided he needed to go to his sister's university. Mom, don't worry, I'll go find Kiki, he reassured her. He then realized he hadn't seen his father and asked, where's Dad? He had a drink and went to sleep. His mother replied, it's so late. How will you find your sister? The school is so far to its fine. I'll drive to its only a 5-hour trip to the provincial capital. After saying this, Zhou Lingfeng headed toward the restroom. Once inside, he contemplated the remaining portion of the 30,000 yuan that Liao Lijian had given him. Indeed, it could be used to renovate a house, improving the family's living conditions. Emerging from the restroom, he offered his mother some comforting words, encouraging her to rest early, and declared that he would head to South China University, where his sister was studying. At that time in the country, the development of highways had yet to reach the global dominance it would achieve post-2024, and due to the location of Zhou Lingfeng's home, he could only take national roads, which were poorly lit and narrow, often accommodating only 2 lanes of traffic. However, there were few vehicles on the road, allowing him to increase his speed somewhat and enjoy a smooth journey. As time flew by amidst the rushing scenery, it soon became 11 o'clock at night when Zhou Lingfeng's phone rang. It was Wu Xiong calling, clearly inebriated. Wu Xiong boomed, brother, where are you? Hurry over, let us have a drink together. Xiong, I have a pressing matter to attend to. I am on my way to the provincial capital, Zhou Lingfeng replied. Be careful driving, and if you encounter any problems that you can't resolve, remember to call me, Wu Xiong said between hiccups. Wait for you to return. I have something significant to discuss with you. Stay safe. Alright, Xiong, you take care and rest early. Good night. After Wu Xiong hung up, Zhou Lingfeng set his phone down, wondering what significant matter Wu Xiong had in mind. He knew that Wu Xiong would not lend him 300,000 yuan simply to befriend him. As for the nature of this big matter, he would find out upon his return. For now, the priority was to see his sister Zhou Kiki as soon as possible. At 3 in the morning, Zhou Lingfeng finally arrived at the entrance of South China University after parking his car in the vacant lot outside. He stepped out and dialed Zhou Kiki's number. The call connected quickly, but still no one answered. With a growing sense of unease, he sent a message. Kiki, I'm at the south gate of your school. If you're still awake and see this message, please come out. Remember, I'm your brother, and I will help you no matter what happens. However, after sending the message, he waited for more than 10 minutes without receiving a reply. Looking at his phone, Zhou Lingfeng walked toward the school entrance, but he was unable to enter as a security guard stood inside the gate. Zhou Lingfeng addressed the guard. Sir, my sister is a student here. Something has happened to her, and I need to. You want to come in? The guard interrupted. Yes, I need to find my sister because I'm worried about her. Zhou Lingfeng replied earnestly. Not possible. That you'll have to wait until dawn. And you need to register to enter, the guard said, stifling a yawn. Seeing this, Zhou Lingfeng could not help but yawn as well, though he felt no fatigue since he couldn't enter now and his sister wasn't responding. He could only sit in the car. After sitting in the car for a while, Zhou Lingfeng noticed someone approaching, a girl with loose hair. His heart began to race, and he quickly opened the car door and stepped out. Striding toward her. Good out, the girl said, standing before Zhou Lingfeng with swollen red eyes. Kiki. Zhou Lingfeng could hardly believe his eyes. He knew something must have happened to his sister for her to appear in such a state. Zhou Kiki suddenly opened her arms and embraced Zhou Lingfeng, bursting into tears. Tell me, what exactly happened? Zhou Lingfeng asked. Once she had cried for a while, but Zhou Kiki continued to weep, seemingly oblivious to his question. After about 5 minutes, Zhou Lingfeng took her hands, gently pushing her away from his embrace, and looked into her downcast eyes, asking again, please tell me, what happened? I was assaulted, Zhou Kiki said, her voice trembling with sobs. Zhou Lingfeng had anticipated this response, but hearing it confirmed was still shocking. His mind went blank. After a long silence, he took a deep breath and asked, who did this? Was it a classmate? Zhou Kiki remained silent. Still crying, Zhou Lingfeng crouched down to her height, looking up into her eyes, and pressed, tell me, was it a classmate? Yes, it was. Zhou Kiki nodded. Did you report it to the police? Zhou Lingfeng inquired further, confident that his sister would make the best choice in such a situation. Yet Zhou Kiki shook her head, replying, reporting it won't help. Because his father is the director of the bureau. Chapter 61. Sinister thoughts. I'll take you to the hospital. You're hurt, and you must be examined. Zhou Lingfeng insisted, realizing that his sister, having been assaulted, likely needed medical attention due to any injuries incurred during her struggle. Good. I don't need to go to the hospital. I'm fine, Zhou Kiki protested, opening the car door and sitting down inside. Zhou Lingfeng joined her in the back seat, gazing at his sister's current state with a mix of heartache and anger. However, he knew he couldn't express his anger now. It would serve no purpose but to focus his fury on those who had harmed his sister. Are you really sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Zhou Lingfeng asked again. No, I just want to go home, brother. Please take me home, Zhou Kiki said, leaning back in her seat and closing her eyes. In the dim light of the night, observing his sister in such a low state, Zhou Lingfeng nodded and then returned to the driver's seat. However, he did not immediately return his sister home. Instead, he took her to a nearby hotel. Listen to me, you should rest here for a while. Once you awaken, I will take you to confront that scoundrel. I will not let him off easily. Zhou Lingfeng spoke after they entered the hotel room. Zhou Kiki remained silent, nodding before lying down on the bed, her eyes gradually closing. Zhou Lingfeng grasped her hand, gazing at her under the illumination of the room's light. He could see Zhou Kiki's once beautiful and fair youthful face now ravaged by tears, displaying an unbearable pallor. A wave of hatred surged from the depths of his heart, yet Zhou Lingfeng was acutely aware that such animosity would not resolve the issue. For if he resorted to violence, he too would not escape unscathed, especially considering that the scoundrel was the son of the director. When Zhou Kiki finally fell asleep, Zhou Lingfeng slowly released her hand and walked towards the window. Gazing out at the nightscape of the provincial capital, compared to the night of Jinghai City, the beauty of the scenery here was unparalleled, attracting people from all over the country seeking employment. Thus transforming this place into a bustling hub. Development hinges on people. Only in places teeming with individuals can consumption be stimulated, which in turn fosters growth. That scoundrel is the director's son, whether it is the deputy director or the director himself. They cannot resort to violence against him, at least not overtly. For a single phone call could land Zhou Lingfeng in prison if he dared to lay a hand on him. However, simply letting that scoundrel off the hook was not an option. What should be done? An insidious thought crept into Zhou Lingfeng's mind. For he was a man willing to go to any lengths for his family, thus he must avenge this grievance. By the time Zhou Kiki awoke, It was already past 9 in the morning. Zhou Lingfeng addressed his still weary sister. Go wash your face first, then we shall descend for breakfast. Zhou Kiki replied with an and headed towards the bathroom. Once she finished washing her face, the two left their room and arrived at a nearby restaurant. As Zhou Kiki lifted her chopsticks to eat rice rolls, Zhou Lingfeng joined her, saying, Kiki, since this has already happened, we must face it and find a way to resolve it in the best possible manner. Zhou Kiki remained silent, continuing to eat until she finished her rice rolls and took a sip of water before finally responding. Brother, you should go back. I'm fine now. Are you truly fine? Zhou Lingfeng scrutinized Zhou Kiki, observing the stubbornness in her swollen eyes. Once Zhou Kiki had set her mind on something, it was nearly impossible for anyone to sway her, and she would employ numerous arguments to persuade others to join her cause. Of course, there were exceptions. Many of her steadfast beliefs would shift upon Zhou Lingfeng's intervention. This matter must be resolved. That scoundrel cannot be allowed to escape unpunished, so you will take me to find him shortly, Zhou Lingfeng asserted with unwavering conviction. But his family background. Zhou Kiki expressed her concern, fearing that her brother would resort to violence, which would inevitably land him in prison. Tell me in detail, how did this all transpire? Zhou Lingfeng bypassed his sister's worries, seeking to understand the entire situation to determine their next course of action. There were 3 people involved. Besides Wu Hong and Ding Wu, there was my former best friend Lin Fenghua, but she is no longer my friend, she is now my enemy. While speaking, Zhou Kiki's gaze was fixed on the dining table, her expression somewhat vacant. Is Wu Hong's parent the director? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. Yes, he is the head of the Public Security Bureau in the district. Zhou Kiki nodded. Brother, I know you care for me, but you cannot afford to provoke him. So do not say anything further. You will take me there, and I will deal with it my way. I will not let them off easily, Zhou Lingfeng stated with resolute certainty. The two subsequently arrived at the school. During the daytime, the security guards rarely checked each individual's student ID, allowing Zhou Lingfeng to follow Zhou Kiki into the campus. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhou Kiki confronted the 3 individuals she despised. She first approached Wu Hong and said, My brother wants to see you, he is waiting in the hallway. Oh, you summoned your brother to back you up? Wu Hong smirked, his gaze lingering on Zhou Kiki's chest. Relishing the events of the previous night, are you going to step outside or not? Zhou Kiki pressed again. Not if I refuse to go out. What then? Does your brother dare to come in and confront me? Wu Hong mocked her. At that moment, Zhou Kiki could no longer contain herself. She swiftly turned and grabbed a nearby chair, aiming to strike Wu Hong with it. However, Ding Wu, who had been acting as Wu Hong's lackey, snatched the chair away. Zhou Kiki, do you still think last night wasn't enough fun? Do you want Wu Hong to enjoy himself once more? Ding Wu laughed. Zhou Kiki stood frozen in place, and upon seeing her expression, Wu Hong burst into laughter, followed by Ding Wu. The classroom's occupants watched the trio curiously, unsure of what was transpiring. Only one person observed them with a smile, Lin Fenghua, who had aided in drugging Zhou Kiki. Without her assistance, Wu Hong would never have been able to overpower Zhou Kiki, and even if he had, he would not have succeeded. Zhou Lingfeng rushed in, standing menacingly before Wu Hong. Will you come out quietly now? Or do I need to force you? Chapter 62, Refusal to Reconcile. As a spoiled rich kid, Wu Hong believed he had encountered many people, yet he had never faced a gaze like this. Simply locking eyes with Zhou Lingfeng sent chills down his spine, as if uttering another word would provoke a fierce blow. Thus Wu Hong fell silent, promptly rising and heading towards the classroom door. Ding Wu followed suit, while Zhou Kiki approached Lin Fenghua, standing before her and angrily declaring, You need to leave too. My brother wants to see you. Lin Fenghua sneered, replying, Why should I go out? Who do you think you are? Hearing her words, Zhou Lingfeng strode over to her, yet Lin Fenghua maintained her disdainful demeanor, glancing sideways at Zhou Lingfeng before stating, Do you think I'm afraid just because you brought your brother here? Without further ado, Zhou Lingfeng reached out and seized one of Lin Fenghua's wrists, forcefully pulling her towards the classroom door. Lin Fenghua attempted to resist, but in the face of overwhelming strength, she stood no chance and was dragged out. The classmates in the classroom watched in disbelief, none daring to intervene. At last, the 3 stood at the end of the hallway facing Zhou Lingfeng. Wu Hong spoke first. So, what do you want? Shouldn't I be the one asking you what you intend to do? You 3 harmed my sister. How do you think this should be addressed? Zhou Lingfeng replied. You want money, right? Fine, how much do you want? Wu Hong asked, shifting his foot nervously. First, all 3 of you must apologize to my sister in front of the entire class, and each of you must compensate her with 100,000 yuan, Zhou Lingfeng stated. The last demand was an unexpected addition, as he knew it was unrealistic. Even if Wu Hong could produce the sum, he would never part with it. Ding Wu and Lin Fenghua, bolstered by Wu Hong's backing, certainly would not comply. Wu Hong laughed, and seeing him laugh, Ding Wu and Lin Fenghua joined in, emboldened by Wu Hong's presence. At that moment, students began returning to their classrooms as the teacher approached. Unbeknownst to the teacher, who had his back turned to the hallway, Zhou Lingfeng continued addressing the trio before him. So, it seems you do not intend to reconcile on my terms? Truth be told, there is nothing to reconcile. Yes, I slept with your sister. So what? What can you do about it? If you have the guts, strike me now, Wu Hong boasted. Sensing Zhou Lingfeng's hesitance, Zhou Lingfeng scoffed, directing his gaze towards Ding Wu, asking, "What about you? Do you also refuse to reconcile on my terms?" "Yes, I refuse," Ding Wu replied. "I refuse as well," Lin Fenghua quickly added. "Very well, you all have your convictions." Zhou Lingfeng declared, "Is the quality of students in universities today so deplorable? How can there be such trash among you? I genuinely worry for your teachers and fellow students." Having said that, Zhou Lingfeng turned and walked back towards the classroom, pausing at the door to glance at Zhou Kiki, who was already seated and listening to the lecture, before making his way down the stairs. "I thought he was something special, yet he dares not utter a word." Wu Hong spoke up, his gaze fixed upon Zhou Lingfeng's retreating figure. "Indeed, I was nearly frightened by him earlier, thinking he was quite formidable, only to discover he is merely a soft shell." Ding Wu chimed in as well. Lin Fenghua remained silent, her eyes also trained on Zhou Lingfeng's silhouette. Given the stark contrast in Zhou Lingfeng's reactions, she felt certain that he would not easily let this matter slide. "Kiki, I have already warned those three individuals. If they trouble you again, you must call me immediately." Zhou Lingfeng texted his sister. Zhou Kiki only saw the message after class. She first glanced at the three assailants in the classroom before replying to Zhou Lingfeng. "Okay, brother, you can go home now. I'm truly fine. I will definitely protect myself in the future." After sending the message, Zhou Lingfeng's phone rang. "Kiki, you are my sister, remember, no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. As for those three rascals, I won't let them off easily, but it will take some time. What you need to do now is to adjust your mindset quickly and focus on your studies. Once you graduate, you will find that there are many more experiences awaiting you. I will do my best to arrange everything so that you endure less hardship." Having such resources now, he felt it was imperative to provide the best life for his only sister and to care for his elderly parents. For that is what life is about, and it is also an ideal. Many people live without knowing what their ideals are. Such individuals lack a sense of family, because as long as you have a sense of family, you must first aspire to provide a good life for your loved ones. "Alright, brother, I understand. I won't let you and our parents down." Once Zhou Lingfeng settled into the car, fatigue washed over him, and he quickly fell asleep. But he was startled awake by a phone call, which turned out to be from Wei Wei. Upon seeing her name flash on the screen, Zhou Lingfeng smirked and muttered to himself, "Since you wish to embrace me, I shall oblige. Hello, beautiful officer, did you miss me?" Zhou Lingfeng initiated. "Yes, I did miss you. How about you? Do you miss me?" Wei Wei countered. "I'm not sure. Perhaps I do, or perhaps I don't. Did you call just to tell me you missed me?" "No, I wanted to ask where you are. I would like to invite you to dinner because I wish to have a proper chat with you." "What could we possibly discuss? I am just a rough man, knowing little, while you are an accomplished scholar and a brilliant detective. The gap between us is too vast," Zhou Lingfeng replied. "Shut up. Is it that if I don't interrupt you, you'll just keep talking?" Wei Wei interjected. "No, I was merely stating the truth. If you want to treat me to dinner, let us save it for another time, as I am still in the provincial capital." "When will you return?" "I will wait for you." "Alright, let us talk when I come back." Bye. After hanging up, Zhou Lingfeng rubbed his eyes, started the engine, and drove back towards Jinghai City, silently vowing, "You three better wait. I promise you will pay dearly for this." Chapter 63. A plot of land. Upon returning home, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Zhou Lingfeng reassured his parents with a few comforting words, telling them not to worry, explaining that his sister was fine and had merely quarreled with a close classmate, resulting in a temporary emotional downturn. Once he saw that his parents were reassured, he retreated to his room, where he quickly succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, it was already 8 in the evening. He heated up some food, ate to about 70% fullness, then returned to his room, retrieved a bag of money, and placed it in the car before heading back to the city. On the way, Zhou Lingfeng called Wu Xiong to inquire if he was free that evening, as he wished to share a drink. "I am available. If a brother calls, I will make time." Wu Xiong's tone conveyed his jovial spirit. "Alright, let us meet at the Jinhai night market at 10 o'clock, and we can discuss further then." Once he arrived at the Jinhai night market, Zhou Lingfeng noted there were less than 10 minutes until 10 o'clock, perfect timing. He disembarked, greeted the owner, and settled into a seat. Zhou Lingfeng and Lin Yi were regular patrons, and the owner would always treat them with kindness, offering discounts when they settled the bill. "Boss, I'd like to have all your signature dishes plus a spiced duck head, a plate of stir-fried peanuts." And some water spinach. Zhou Lingfeng ordered. Xiaofeng, are you entertaining a special guest tonight? The owner inquired with a smile. Indeed, a valued guest, my benefactor. Zhou Lingfeng replied, all right, just a moment, I'll increase the portions without raising the price. The owner generously offered before heading to the kitchen. Zhou Lingfeng observed the boss in his apron, sometimes contemplating how pleasant this life could be, albeit a bit tiring. It was free from scheming and intrigue. Wu Xiong arrived, accompanied by two subordinates and a woman. This woman had tattoos on her arms and was quite beautiful, while the two men were slender. One sporting golden-haired. Zhou Lingfeng stood up and called out, Brother Xiong, brother, have you been here long? Wu Xiong smiled. No, I just arrived. Zhou Lingfeng replied with a smile, sitting down only after everyone else had taken their seats. Let me introduce you, brother. This is my new girlfriend Zhao Meng. And these are Ziqiang and Gao Chang. Wu Xiong began the introductions. This is my good brother, Zhou Lingfeng. From now on, when you see him, treat him as you would me. Understood? Wu Xiong instructed the woman and his two subordinates. Are you implying that when I see him, I should also share a bed with him? Zhao Meng teased, nudging Wu Xiong playfully, her demeanor flirtatious. That could work. If my brother desires, I wouldn't mind. Since you are no longer a virgin, Wu Xiong responded. How rude. I thought you would say you only love me, Zhao Meng replied in a sultry tone. Zhou Lingfeng suppressed the goosebumps rising on his skin. Eager to halt their display of affection, he quickly interjected, Brother Xiong, I haven't properly expressed my gratitude for the significant favor you did for me previously. Tonight, this meal is on me, though this place may not be high-end. I know you won't mind, let us ensure we don't leave sober tonight. Ha, agreed. We won't leave until we're intoxicated. Once the delectable dishes arrived and each person's beer was filled to the brim. The late-night feast officially commenced. After a few rounds of drinks, Wu Xiong suddenly received a phone call. After the call, he set his phone down and addressed Ziqiang. There has been a situation at Wu's venue. You need to handle it now. Remember, avoid using force if possible. Understood, big brother. I'll head over right away. With that, Ziqiang stood and quickly walked to the roadside, where he hopped onto a motorcycle and provided the rider with an address before speeding off. After enjoying a few more drinks, Zhou Lingfeng suggested, Brother Xiong, let us go to the Sun City for a foot massage. I'd like to discuss something serious with you. Sure, I have something important to discuss as well. The so-called foot massage service was merely a euphemism. The real service involved one woman per man engaging in activities on a specific bed. Of course, there were legitimate massage services, but few patrons came for those. Zhou Lingfeng felt a natural aversion towards the illicit transactions occurring there. Thus, upon arriving at Sun City, he directly said to Wu Xiong, Brother Xiong, let us talk business first before the massage. How does that sound? Alright, let us head to my office. Wu Xiong replied. Once seated in the office, Wu Xiong first asked the woman to leave, then signaled to Gao Chang, who also exited. Brother, what business do you wish to discuss? You may proceed, Wu Xiong said, his face flushed from the beer, yet he remained clear-headed. They had not indulged excessively, as they both had important matters to address. I would like to ask you for another favor. Brother, though this one carries a bit of risk. If you feel uncomfortable helping, just pretend I said nothing, Zhou Lingfeng stated. How about this? Since I helped you last time, you assist me this time. And then I'll help you with your current request. How does that sound? Wu Xiong suggested. Alright, brother, please go ahead. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. Indeed, it was only fair that he first assist Wu Xiong before expecting his help in return. What I need your help with is quite simple. It merely requires a word from a standing committee member. Wu Xiong contemplated. What I desire is to acquire a piece of land, which is presently embroiled in a certain dispute. And the reason for this contention is its substantial value. Might I inquire as to the worth of this land? Zhou Lingfeng, filled with curiosity, asked. It is worth at least 18 million. Such a sum? Indeed, if it were not of such great value, I would not require you to approach the standing committee. But is it land typically obtained through bidding and similar methods? Zhou Lingfeng inquired, puzzled. That depends on the nature of the land. This particular piece has not yet reached the stage where bidding is necessary due to its ongoing dispute. If there is a dispute, wouldn't it be futile to seek anyone's assistance until it is resolved? I can bring the dispute to an immediate halt, provided the standing committee is willing to assist me. Of course, I shall not neglect her, as long as the land is in my possession. I can erase the 3 million debt you owe me. Chapter 64. A humbling feeling. How do you propose I speak to the standing committee? Zhou Lingfeng asked. Simply tell the committee that regarding the piece of retained land in Diopa village, Hailing Town, totaling 1,000 acres, I wish to purchase it all, but the price cannot exceed 3 million. Wu Xiong's eyes sparkled with ambition as he continued. Brother, rest assured, if this land falls into my hands, Both of us shall reap considerable profits. What do you mean? Zhou Lingfeng asked, perplexed. I have not disclosed this to anyone, but as my brother, we share no secrets. Wu Xiong elaborated, once this land is mine, I shall sell it to another, profiting from the difference I just mentioned. Zhou Lingfeng nodded, recognizing this as a clever method to earn money, yet he couldn't help but wonder if the leaders of Jinghai City would fail to notice such an opportunity. He voiced his concern. Xiong Go, if this deal is as lucrative as you say, I fear others may want to stake their claim, as the leaders of Jinghai City are not to be underestimated. I am well aware of their cunning, which is precisely why I need you to speak to the standing committee. If she lends her support, then any other leaders, no matter their intentions, will be powerless. Wu Xiong was acutely aware that Liao Lizhan was a formidable woman, one whose influence was not easily challenged by an average committee member, thus, entrusting this matter to her would pose no issue. Very well, I shall speak with the committee tomorrow. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. I appreciate your assistance, brother. If the committee has any requests, such as wanting a share for herself, I can accommodate, provided it is reasonable, as her involvement is crucial for the success of this endeavor. Wu Xiong responded with a generous demeanor. Understood, regardless of the committee's reaction tomorrow, I will inform you immediately. Zhou Lingfeng reassured, acknowledging that he had much to learn from Wu Xiong, especially in the realm of business acumen. Now it is your turn to share your concerns, Wu Xiong said, leaning back in his chair, displaying a relaxed expression. Xiong Ge, my sister is studying at South China University and was assaulted by a classmate yesterday. I wish to take action on her behalf. Zhou Lingfeng conveyed in a somewhat understated manner. Who has the audacity to harm your sister, regardless of who they are, I shall not let them off lightly. Wu Xiong declared, thumping his chest. Xiong Ge, this situation may not be easily resolved, as the perpetrator has a father who was a department head, specifically the director of the Public Security Bureau. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiong's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. I have an idea. Everyone has their vulnerabilities, but this will require careful planning, Zhou Lingfeng continued, laying out his comprehensive strategy. As he concluded, Wu Xiong's face bore an expression of astonishment, deeply impressed once more by Zhou Lingfeng's insight. Wu Xiong had initially sought to befriend Zhou Lingfeng due to his exceptional perspective and demeanor, but he had not anticipated his extraordinary wisdom and cunning. Xiong Ge, do you think my proposal is feasible? Zhou Lingfeng asked, noticing Wu Xiong's silence. Absolutely, your plan is impeccable, truly remarkable, Wu Xiong replied, giving Zhou Lingfeng a thumbs up. I appreciate your assistance, Xiong Ge. Zhou Lingfeng continued, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Indeed, he was someone who seldom wore his emotions on his sleeve, for only those who let their emotions govern them would display such feelings openly. Not a bother. This plan is bound to succeed. Your sister is fortunate to have you as a brother, for you truly are an exceptional sibling. Wu Xiong praised Zhou Lingfeng once more, after Zhou Lingfeng departed. Wu Xiong continued to gaze at the closed office door, his attention unwavering. Having listened to Zhou Lingfeng's revenge plan, Wu Xiong felt certain that Zhou Lingfeng would achieve great success in his future endeavors, and he would undoubtedly continue to ascend. As for how far he would rise, that remained uncertain. He was a person whose depths could not be easily discerned, for his intelligence, vision, and mindset were beyond the reach of many. At least before Zhou Lingfeng, Wu Xiong felt a sense of humility, as if he were unworthy of being addressed as Xiong Ge. The following morning, as Zhou Lingfeng descended from his dormitory, he spotted a woman standing in front of a red Mercedes-Benz. She was stylishly dressed and wore sunglasses. Zhou Lingfeng, come get in the car. I'm taking you somewhere, Wei Wei said, removing her sunglasses. Officer Wei, where are you taking me? Zhou Lingfeng inquired, bewildered by her sudden appearance. I am taking you to a place that will surely broaden your horizons, Wei Wei replied mysteriously. Can it wait for another day? As you know, I am currently working as a secretary and have numerous tasks to attend to. Zhou Lingfeng replied, feeling conflicted. I can wait. You finish your work first, and we will set off afterward. Get in the car. I will take you to your office now. Don't be so fussy. Hurry up and get in. I think I'll drive myself, because I said get in the car now. Zhou Lingfeng, rendered speechless, could only walk over to Wei Wei's car, open the passenger door, and sit down. Wei Wei smiled and then got in. Driving toward the Jinghai City Committee building, once you finish your tasks give me a call. I'll go chat with some classmates at the committee building, Wei Wei stated. What if I can't finish by this morning? Zhou Lingfeng asked. No problem, we can go at noon instead, Wei Wei replied nonchalantly. Zhou Lingfeng found it hard to believe his ears. Was this truly the same fierce officer he had known before? You seem like a different person, Zhou Lingfeng remarked. Yes, I have changed, and it's because of you. Are you happy? Wei Wei smiled and glanced at Zhou Lingfeng that he couldn't help but feel amused, gazing out the windshield. In Liao Lijian's office, after Zhou Lingfeng relayed Wu Xiong's request, Liao Lishan did not respond immediately. Instead, she pondered for a moment before speaking. Lingfeng, I can assist Wu Xiong, but do you think that once this matter is resolved, he will not have additional requests for you to bring to me? Have you considered this? Chapter 65. An imminent crisis. Zhou Lingfeng did not respond right away to Liao Lijian's question. He understood that if his reply lacked astuteness, she would certainly express her displeasure. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he replied, Committee member, Wu Xiong will certainly have other matters he wishes to bring to your attention in the future. But I will assess the nature of each situation before deciding whether to inform you. I will not allow him to manipulate me. You must truly be capable, for this time you're borrowing 3 million from him, which he is lending on my behalf, Liao Lishan remarked thoughtfully. She was aware that Wu Xiong's willingness to lend Zhou Lingfeng such a substantial sum was undoubtedly influenced by her status as a committee member. Yet she was not one to be easily exploited. Regarding the 3 million, Wu Xiong mentioned that if he acquires the land, he will forgive that debt. Zhou Lingfeng relayed Wu Xiong's words accurately. He is quite generous. It seems your relationship is indeed strong, otherwise he would have no reason to be so magnanimous with me, Liao Lishan remarked, though her tone implied deeper meanings. Zhou Lingfeng could perceive from Liao Lijian's expression at that moment and inquired. Committee member, Wu Xiong also mentioned that once the land truly comes into his possession, after he transfers it, he can still offer you a share of the profits. He sighed, never mind, I am not one to be greedy. I can assist him in resolving the land issue, but I have another request. Liao Lishan suddenly straightened her posture and continued, please have Wu Xiong retrieve the 5 million from Shenghua Company for me. If he can manage to get the money back, I will ensure the land matter is settled very well. I shall take my leave for now. Zhou Lingfeng nodded, preparing to exit. Do not leave just yet. I require your presence, Liao Lishan interjected immediately. A wave of inexplicable feelings washed over Zhou Lingfeng. His aversion towards Liao Lishan was growing, yet he felt compelled to comply with her wishes, just as they were about to engage in their preliminary interactions. Liao Lijian's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, she swiftly gestured for Zhou Lingfeng to be quiet, then placed the phone to her ear. All right, committee member, I understand. I will head up shortly once the call concluded. Liao Lishan set the phone down, her brow momentarily furrowed before swiftly relaxing, her face brightening into a smile as she addressed Zhou Lingfeng. I must go to the provincial capital shortly. Please postpone my work for the next couple of days. Understood, I will attend to it immediately, Zhou Lingfeng affirmed. Liao Lishan nodded, watching him leave the office, though she did not articulate it. Zhou Lingfeng surmised that the call she received was from a leader in the provincial committee, summoning her to the provincial capital, likely indicating that good news was imminent. If Liao Lishan successfully ascended to the position of municipal party secretary, it would undoubtedly be more beneficial than detrimental for Zhou Lingfeng. The drawbacks would merely involve further personal sacrifice and assisting Liao Lishan in resolving her challenges, but under such circumstances, she would certainly not treat him unfairly. Therefore, on the whole, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Upon returning to his office, Zhou Lingfeng received a message from Wei Wei. When will you be done? I just finished chatting with my friend and am heading to your office to wait for you. After reading the message, Zhou Lingfeng set his phone down and immersed himself in his work. He saw no need to reply to Wei Wei, for once she had made up her mind. No one could deter her. Sure enough, while Zhou Lingfeng was deeply engrossed in his tasks, the office door swung open. Wei Wei stood at the threshold, briefly observing Zhou Lingfeng before smiling and closing the door. Then made her way to the nearby love seat, taking a seat and pulling out her phone to compose a message. You aren't planning to send me a message, are you? Zhou Lingfeng finally lifted his head to address Wei Wei. Yes, I indeed intend to message you. Wei Wei raised her gaze to meet Zhou Lingfeng's, and from her current vantage point, she found his sculpted features strikingly handsome. Aesthetic appreciation is a universal sentiment. Wei Wei was no exception. Naturally, she felt a deeper fondness for a man who was both attractive and amusing. The reason she appeared here was due to the burgeoning affection she held for Zhou Lingfeng. No need to send it. Wait for me for half an hour, and we can leave, Zhou Lingfeng stated, returning to his task of organizing documents. Approximately 10 minutes later, he picked up his phone and began dialing. Rescheduling or canceling previously arranged engagements that involved Liao Lishan. After completing the last call, Zhou Lingfeng stood and addressed the now meditative Wei Wei. Beautiful lady, we can indulge ourselves now, let us depart. Wei Wei opened her eyes, smiled, and stood, extending her hand toward Zhou Lingfeng. He chuckled, approaching her and gently tapping her palm before hastily making his way to the door. The two proceeded to the elevator. Just as they arrived at the entrance, Zhou Lingfeng spotted a familiar face. Gao Wenping, Director Gao. Good day. Zhou Lingfeng greeted warmly. However, Gao Wenping did not respond, not even glancing in his direction, which left Wei Wei beside him puzzled. Questioning whether Zhou Lingfeng had mistaken him for someone else, yet Zhou Lingfeng did not feel awkward. He understood Gao Wenping's reaction as he had failed to assist him with his concerns, although this was not entirely his fault. It was likely how Gao Wenping perceived the situation. Once inside the elevator, Zhou Lingfeng scrutinized Gao Wenping, noting the weariness etched upon his features compared to their last encounter, a genuine pity for a father. Director Gao, I regret that I could not assist you with your daughter's situation. Zhou Lingfeng expressed sincerely. This matter is not your concern, Gao Wenping retorted coldly, still refusing to face Zhou Lingfeng. When the elevator doors opened, Gao Wenping exited first, with Zhou Lingfeng and Wei Wei following closely behind. Watching his retreating figure, Zhou Lingfeng felt a twinge of discomfort, considering that Gao Wenping had initially sought him out for assistance. I sense he may be facing a grave situation, Wei Wei remarked, her gaze fixed on Gao Wenping's silhouette. What kind of grave situation? Zhou Lingfeng asked curiously, observing her delicate features that seemed atypical for a police officer. I cannot quite articulate it, but I have a strong feeling that he is indeed in trouble. Wei Wei continued to watch Gao Wenping's retreating form. Indeed, her intuition proved accurate, as Zhou Lingfeng and Wei Wei exited the office building. A sudden crash echoed, followed by the screech of tires. Gao Wenping was struck by a vehicle, propelled backward before crashing heavily to the ground. After convulsing a few times and spitting blood, he gradually fell still. Zhou Lingfeng witnessed the incident unfold before his eyes. He recognized it as an accident, merely a coincidence in light of Wei Wei's earlier statement, yet it nonetheless left a profound impact on him. Driven by instinct, Zhou Lingfeng rushed towards Gao Wenping, but upon reaching him, he realized he could do nothing as he was not a physician and could only hastily dial for help. Meanwhile, outside the office of Liang Chang, the minister of the publicity department, the secretary knocked several times without receiving a response, prompting her to push the door open and enter. Chapter 66. No alternative. Gao Wenping's eyes remained open. Yet his life had ceased, blood continuing to flow from his mouth. A once vibrant life had departed this world. The vehicle involved was a private car, driven by Feng Limei, the director of the finance bureau, who sat in shock, staring blankly through the windshield. Upon recognizing Feng Limei as the driver, Zhou Lingfeng thought it a fitting turn of events, as a person like her might learn a valuable lesson from this incident, potentially leading to improved conduct in the future. After glancing at the deceased Gao Wenping, Zhou Lingfeng crouched down for a closer look before rising to address Wei Wei, who stood beside him. Let us depart. All right, Wei Wei nodded, internally acknowledging Zhou Lingfeng's remarkable composure, akin to that of a police officer, for most individuals would experience terror upon encountering death, yet he exhibited no signs of distress. Once they settled into the car, Zhou Lingfeng's gaze remained fixed on the windshield, contemplating a matter of power. Gao Wenping's death, while ostensibly a traffic accident, was directly linked to the turmoil surrounding his daughter. Had he not been so distraught over her situation, he would not have found himself outside the municipal building, vulnerable to such a fate, as the likelihood of a traffic incident occurring in that location was nearly non-existent. It was power that precipitated Gao Wenping's demise. Had his authority resolved his daughter's employment issues, preventing her rightful interview opportunity from being usurped by others, he would not have been distracted and struck by a vehicle. What occupies your thoughts? That person is not a friend or relative, is he? Wei Wei queried. Nothing significant, I merely knew him. He sought my assistance previously, but as a secretary, I was unable to help him. Zhou Lingfeng continued to gaze outside. Gao Wenping's death stirred no significant turmoil within him, yet it prompted deeper reflection. What did he need help with? Wei Wei inquired with curiosity. His daughter was applying for a civil service position. Having passed the written exam but not receiving an interview notice. In other words, his daughter's interview slot had been appropriated by another. Zhou Lingfeng did not respond further, his eyes still fixed on the windshield. As he recalled his sister Zhou Kiki, who had suffered an assault by a classmate yet could not report it, for doing so would be futile. The reason it would be futile was that the perpetrator's father was the police chief. A stark illustration of the influence of power. Ordinary citizens, under the immense pressure of authority, often find themselves bereft of even the slightest opportunity to voice their dissent, let alone resist. Yet, is he not a director? How could a director fail to secure an interview opportunity for his own daughter? Wei Wei glanced at Zhou Lingfeng, her face a mask of bewilderment. What does it matter if he is a director? Moreover, he is merely a deputy director, Zhou Lingfeng replied calmly. Indeed, before the standing committee, a deputy director holds little weight. Wei Wei nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhou Lingfeng turned to regard her, realizing that her seemingly casual remarks often struck at the heart of reality. Just moments ago, she had predicted that Gao Wenping would encounter grave trouble, and indeed, he had been struck by a vehicle. Now she could directly surmise that the opportunity for Gao Wenping's daughter had been usurped by a member of the municipal committee. Secretary Xia Hui pushed open the door to Director Liang's office and, upon entering, was instantly taken aback by the sight of Liang slumped in his chair, for a conspicuous mark of strangulation marred his neck. And his eyes bulged. His life had come to an abrupt end. Just 5 minutes prior to the appearance of that mark, Gao Wenping had entered Liang's office and seated himself directly across from him. Laying bare his intentions, Director Liang, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit, Gao Wenping stated forthrightly. Liang chuckled, responding, of course, I am aware, but what of it? Do you understand your position and mine? Have you secured my permission to sit here? Spare me the bureaucratic rhetoric. I simply wish to ask if you can restore my daughter's opportunity, Gao Wenping stated with an impassive demeanor. At this juncture, he felt an unsettling calm within it from the moment he chose to step into this office. He had already resigned himself to confront an outcome he dreaded most, yet perhaps it was the optimal resolution. For in the face of injustice, he saw no alternative but to resort to extreme measures. Gao Wenping, is this your first day as deputy director? How can your thinking be so naive? Liang remarked, shaking his head in disbelief, one hand stroking the stubble on his chin as he continued, this matter has already been settled. You will have to wait until tomorrow regarding your daughter's opportunity. If you wish to continue in your role as deputy director, I suggest you vanish from my sight at once. Since I have come to your office, I have already thrown caution to the wind. I have no other demands, I simply wish to reclaim my daughter's opportunity. I implore you, return it to her, will you? As he spoke, Gao Wenping rose and approached Liang, kneeling before him. Liang regarded Gao Wenping's posture with disdain. Shaking his head once more, Gao Wenping, how did you acquire your position as deputy director? Was it truly through your own merit? Rise, for this display only serves to diminish my respect for you further. Gao Wenping lifted his gaze to Liang, his expression shifting to one of fierce determination. He realized that persuading Liang to change his mind was futile, and thus he was left with no choice but to make the decision he most dreaded. He stood, his hand slipping into his trouser pocket as he swiftly moved behind Liang. Wei Wei parked her car outside the entrance of the rehabilitation center. Exiting the vehicle, she turned to Zhou Lingfeng, exclaiming, look, this is the place I've always wanted to bring you, guaranteed to broaden your horizons. Zhou Lingfeng was left speechless. This facility housed mere addicts, what could possibly be of interest? However, as Wei Wei guided him inside, he soon realized that it was akin to a living encyclopedia of society, for the inhabitants included former mid-level officials, once wealthy magnates, and even past beauty pageant champions. Come, allow me to introduce you to someone. He was once my colleague and I used to harbor a crush on him, but then he fell into addiction, and this is now his third relapse, she said as they approached a room ahead. Chapter 67. The connection between officials and businessmen. The individual cells for the addicts were quite cramped, barely accommodating 2 beds, with cotton fabric lining the walls to prevent the occupants from injuring themselves. Wei Wei stopped before one such room, observing a gaunt man sprawled on the floor, engrossed in a book. Zhou Lingfeng recognized the title. It was a novella that had influenced many, The Catcher in the Rye. Xiao Jian, have you been reading that book for years without finishing it? Wei Wei called out. The man immediately sat up, smiling as he looked at Wei Wei. You've come to see me again? Miss me? Not really. I brought a friend along and thought I'd check on you. How have you been? How goes the battle against addiction? Wei Wei inquired. I'm doing quite well here. I had about a month. I should be able to kick it for good, but honestly, I don't want to leave, because if I do, I'll surely relapse, Xiao Jian replied with a smile, exuding an optimistic aura despite his frail appearance. Don't you want to do something for yourself? How did you end up in this predicament? Have you forgotten? Don't you want those drug dealers to face the justice they deserve? Wei Wei's expression darkened, her voice dropping significantly. I do want that, of course, but what can I do? I'm a waste of space now. If I go out, I'll only be a menace to society. Xiao Jian's smile faded, replaced by a look of resignation. Before he could finish, Wei Wei interjected, you are not a menace. You were once a police officer. Your conscience, your sense of justice still reside within you. If you are willing to assist me, I can help root out more scoundrels, put them down, or send them to prison. How can I help you? Are you expecting me to provide you with a gun? Xiao Jian asked, perplexed. I need you to be my informant. Once you leave here, you will act as my source. I want to expose the biggest drug lord in Jinghai City, Wei Wei declared with righteous indignation. Zhou Lingfeng observed Xiao Jian's demeanor. Though he appeared optimistic, his frail frame suggested he could not withstand even a couple of hard punches, and how could someone with his background effectively serve as an informant for the police? Wei Wei, didn't you scare off the biggest drug lord in Jinghai City? Xiao Jian asked, a look of confusion etched on his face. The one who escaped previously has returned, and besides him, there are other drug lords in Jinghai City, all deeply entrenched in colluding with certain officials. To expose them, we must first uncover those officials, Wei Wei pondered aloud, glancing at Zhou Lingfeng in the process. This was a realm Zhou Lingfeng was unfamiliar with. He knew of drugs, but he had no inkling of the drug lord's existence in Jinghai City. Moreover, how were drug lords and officials intertwined? He found himself intrigued. Let us discuss this further once I'm out, but if you want my help, you need to provide me with a detailed action plan, otherwise, my life could be at risk. Xiao Jian expressed his concerns. Rest assured, I will clarify everything for you then. You've been a police officer. I know your skills remain intact, Wei Wei reassured him, producing 200 yuan and passing it through the bars. Xiao Jian eagerly accepted the money, a smile returning to his face. Thank you, beautiful officer, spend it wisely, and remember to contact me immediately upon your release. With that, Wei Wei moved forward. Zhou Lingfeng glanced back at Xiao Jian before following suit. After passing by 3 more rooms, Wei Wei came to another halt. Darling, wake up, I've come to see you again, she called into the room. A woman lying down opened her groggy eyes and turned to look. Upon recognizing Wei Wei, she sprang to her feet. Beautiful officer, you've come to see me again. What treats have you brought this time? The woman, her height around 1.70 m but alarmingly thin, gazed at Wei Wei with anticipation. Here, I brought you a little something, Wei Wei said, pulling out a bag of chocolate-covered treats. The woman eagerly tore open the bag and began to eat the candies one by one. Let me introduce you to a handsome guy, Wei Wei said. Zhou Lingfeng, this is Zhao Meiqi, the apple miss of Guang'an province from 2 years ago, Wei Wei stated, directing her gaze back at the woman. Zhao Meiqi continued munching on the chocolate, then inquired, beautiful officer, have you found that scoundrel yet? Not yet, but I'm still searching for him. Rest assured, as long as he is alive, I will find him and bring him to you, Wei Wei assured her. Oh, then let me thank you in advance. As she spoke, Zhao Meiqi directed her gaze towards Zhou Lingfeng and, after greeting him with a casual hey, began, handsome, you must cherish such a remarkable woman like the beautiful police officer. If I find out that you mistreat her, I will haunt you even in death. Zhou Lingfeng remained silent, turning his face to look at Wei Wei, who responded with a smile, saying, she's not my boyfriend. I wouldn't keep an eye on him. The two continued walking forward, and Zhou Lingfeng, filled with curiosity, inquired, is the beauty pageant champion the scoundrel you are after, the one who brought her here? Yes, that beast. I truly wish I could slay him myself, but unfortunately I've lost all trace of him. Wei Wei continued to explain to Zhou Lingfeng that the individual responsible for Zhao Meiqi's addiction was the owner of a shell company. This company employed fraudulent methods to entice numerous individuals to invest their money, which was then used to indulge the company's associates, including the procurement of women, and Zhao Meiqi was one of those women kept by the owner of this shell company. And under his control, she succumbed to addiction, which he then exploited to force her into prostitution and even drug trafficking. That scoundrel's name is Lu Ming, and his establishment of the shell company is closely tied to his older brother Lu Zizhong, who works at the Discipline Inspection Commission. This reflects the current state of our government. We are well aware of Lu Zizhong's issues, yet we find ourselves powerless against him. Wei Wei's tone was tinged with lament, her face etched with helplessness. Lu Zizhong, isn't he a member of the disciplinary commission in Jinghai City? Zhou Lingfeng asked, recognizing the name from previous encounters and having heard of his numerous romantic escapades. Yes, that's him. It seems his affairs are widely known. Wei Wei nodded in agreement. Are those affairs all true? Zhou Lingfeng pressed. I believe they are, for he is Lu Ming's elder brother, and Lu Ming is notorious for his promiscuity. How could Lu Zizhong, as the elder, possibly be outdone by his younger sibling? Regarding the woman who jumped off the department store 2 weeks ago, was she truly pregnant with his child? Zhou Lingfeng further inquired. You mean the woman who leapt from the rooftop of the department store? Wei Wei halted and turned to face the man in the room. Yes, Zhou Lingfeng nodded, his gaze fixed on the man confined within. The man appeared to be a mere skeleton of his former self, looking more haggard than the previous 2 individuals they had encountered, likely in his 60s. Mr. Wu, you don't seem to be in good spirits. Have you encountered yet another troubling matter? Wei Wei addressed the man. What more could I possibly encounter? I am already here. What else is there? The man replied, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Do you not have family? Wei Wei questioned, glancing towards a corner of the room. Yes, I have family, but what relevance do they hold for me now? In their eyes, I have long since perished. Ever since my bankruptcy, they have treated me as if I were dead. The man said emotionlessly. It seemed he had only just noticed Zhou Lingfeng standing beside Wei Wei and asked, and who might this be? My friend. I specifically brought him to meet you, so you could impart some wisdom on governance. Wei Wei smiled, shifting her gaze from the man to Zhou Lingfeng. This is Wu Longxing, the former president of Longxing Group, and this is Zhou Lingfeng, currently the secretary to Liao Lizhen, the minister of the organization department in the Jinghai City Discipline Inspection Commission. Hello, Zhou Lingfeng extended his hand through the iron bars. However, Wu Longxing did not reciprocate but instead gazed at Zhou Lingfeng's hand before grasping it and declared, Allow me to read your palm. A group president still reads palms. Just as Zhou Lingfeng was taken aback, Wu Longxing unexpectedly spat into the palm of his hand. Wei Wei's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Zhou Lingfeng, however, showed no intention of withdrawing his hand, continuing to observe Wu Longxing as he spat into his palm once more before asking, Mr. Wu, might I request a reading of my palm? Wu Longxing burst into laughter. Releasing Zhou Lingfeng's hand, Wei Wei's gaze darted between the two men, her expression one of confusion. Watching Zhou Lingfeng retract his hand and wipe it with a tissue from his pocket, Wu Longxing suddenly ceased his laughter and spoke loudly. Young man, quite impressive. It seems you are someone who can go far. But Wu Longxing abruptly paused, as if recollecting something, then pressed a hand to his head, rubbing it before continuing. But I would advise against pursuing this path. For once embarked upon, it is a road from which you cannot turn back. Zhou Lingfeng simply regarded Wu Longxing without uttering a word. He understood the implication, as the political arena is often a treacherous path for those enamored with power. A truth substantiated by countless testimonies. Why can't one turn back? Wei Wei expressed her confusion. Any path, regardless of its nature. I believe if you wish to stop, you certainly can, she asserted. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Should I choose to halt my progress, I am confident I could, Zhou Lingfeng added, intentionally provoking Wu Longxing to elaborate further. As expected, Wu Longxing shook his head and lamented, the youth, when you reach my age, you will realize that some paths you have traversed and continue to tread are not the ones you truly wish to follow. Mr. Wu, I grasp your meaning, yet, if I refrain from walking this path, others will inevitably do so, and I may find myself compelled to seek out those who have chosen this path. Therefore, why not embark on this journey from the outset? Zhou Lingfeng countered. Excellent, your eyes tell me you are someone who would not retrace your steps. But I ask you, once certain costs must be paid, and they are indeed grievous, will you be able to accept them? Will you feel remorse for the sacrifices made? Wu Longxing questioned with a serious expression. Wei Wei, bewildered by their exchange, interjected, Enough, you two, let us not delve any deeper into this discussion. In my view, the future is unpredictable, but if it were foreseen, Mr. Wu, you would not be here today, she continued. Therefore, I believe that regardless of the path, one must take it step by step. As long as you are alive and willing to move forward, take bold strides ahead. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingfeng merely smiled at Wei Wei before turning his attention back to Wu Longxing, asking, Might there be anything else you could impart to guide me? Nothing further. As the beautiful police officer mentioned, all paths are indeed taken step by step, for you can never be certain whether the road you believe to be true will remain so come morning. After departing the drug rehabilitation center, the two settled into a vehicle heading back to the Jinghai urban area. Zhou Lingfeng pondered for a moment before addressing Wei Wei. How did Wu Longxing end up in such a predicament? Take a guess. If you guess correctly, I shall be your girlfriend, Wei Wei replied earnestly, her eyes focused on the road ahead. He must have wronged a certain leader, hasn't he? Zhou Lingfeng speculated. Indeed, he has offended a powerful leader. How did you deduce that? Wei Wei turned to Zhou Lingfeng, her expression one of surprise. During our conversation, I sensed he harbors a desire for control over power, yet also a deep-seated fear. It is precisely this psychological conflict that has led him to his current plight. Zhou Lingfeng analyzed. How do I feel as though you possess some knowledge of psychology? Aren't you just a soldier? Wei Wei turned again, offering Zhou Lingfeng a look of astonishment. Is that leader still in power? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. Yes, but he is no longer in Jinghai City. I heard he has been assigned to the capital, Wei Wei replied. At times, I ponder how minuscule our individual capabilities are in the face of absolute power. Many matters are beyond our control, leaving us to be manipulated by power itself. As she spoke, Wei Wei could not help but bang her fist against the steering wheel, cursing before continuing. I suspect that the drug lord's escape was facilitated by someone in the government. Otherwise, he would never have gotten away. Are you referring to the person who orchestrated the car crash that nearly killed us? Zhou Lingfeng asked. Yes, indeed. Moreover, I am certain he has returned to Jinghai City. And I am determined to track him down. If he has already cleared his name, what if he has a powerful leader backing him now? He has undoubtedly cleared his name, for he can no longer appear under the name Li Wu. Yet, as long as he has not undergone plastic surgery, I will recognize him. As for whether he has secured a powerful leader as his patron, I deem it irrelevant, for the fact that he is a drug dealer cannot be altered. Wei Wei spoke with an air of certainty. Indeed, the fact that he is a drug dealer cannot be altered. However, if his superior possesses sufficient power, then he becomes untouchable. Zhou Lingfeng analyzed in this world where power and wealth reign supreme. Once an individual acquires power, riches will naturally follow. Those who hold wealth can manipulate power through their riches, and once one possesses both, the implications are unimaginable. You are mistaken. If I find him, I will certainly not let him go. And through him, I can bring down his superior. Yet Wei Wei held a differing perspective from Zhou Lingfeng. Consequently, Zhou Lingfeng ceased to speak as further dialogue seemed futile. The car halted before a restaurant. And the two entered. Today, you must treat me. I have opened your eyes, so you ought to express your gratitude. After sitting down, Wei Wei addressed Zhou Lingfeng. It was you who insisted on dragging me here. I never asked you to bring me. Nevertheless, I have no issue picking up the tab for this meal, Zhou Lingfeng replied, placing the menu before Wei Wei for her to order. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a slap echoed from behind. Causing both Zhou Lingfeng and Wei Wei to turn and look, they beheld a bare-chested man delivering yet another slap to a young woman's face, followed by him spitting at her and declaring, "How can you fail at such a simple task? How can I continue to protect you in the future? Tell me, what face do you have left to ask for my protection?" The man's chest bore a dragon tattoo. And he abruptly stood, seizing the woman's hair and yanking her up. She instinctively cried out in pain, pleading, "Dog brother, I know I was wrong. I won't do this again. I will go find a client right now." "I will." With another slap to her face, the tattooed man retorted fiercely, "Now, I could offer you a position. Do you want it? Release her, then kneel and apologize to her." Wei Wei interjected suddenly, glaring at the man. "Are you speaking to me, beautiful?" the tattooed man replied, his companions now shifting their attention to Wei Wei. "Yes, I am indeed addressing you, a man lower than a pig or a dog. Trash," Wei Wei shot back. But after saying this, her gaze fell upon Zhou Lingfeng. After giving him a teasing glance, Wei Wei softly asked, "Do you wish to be my boyfriend? If so, show me your worth right now." Zhou Lingfeng wore an expression of bemusement. Thinking that this policewoman was truly playful, did she not feel embarrassed to toy with herself in such a manner? "I'll give you one more chance to repeat that," the tattooed man shouted angrily. Forcefully tossing the woman aside by her hair, Wei Wei continued to look at Zhou Lingfeng and added, "Go on. If you cannot win, I will intervene." Zhou Lingfeng realized that this time he had no choice but to act. Standing up and approaching the woman who had collapsed on the floor, preparing to help her, the tattooed man immediately barked an order, "Want to play the hero? Kill him." The three henchmen charged at Zhou Lingfeng with fists raised. But before their punches could connect, one was sent flying by a kick. The other two were not spared either, receiving kicks to their midsections and stumbling backward, collapsing onto the floor. Wei Wei remained seated at the table, watching the unfolding scuffle, impressed by Zhou Lingfeng's skills, and exclaimed, "It would be a pity for you not to be a police officer." The tattooed man clearly did not anticipate this turn of events. Yet he remained unfazed, quickly grabbing a chair and swinging it at Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng, the man's speed was inadequate. He easily dodged the attack and retaliated with a powerful punch. The blow struck the tattooed man's abdomen, contorting his face in pain, but before he could recover, Zhou Lingfeng delivered a forceful kick to his knee, causing him to collapse. Clap, clap, clap. Wei Wei began to applaud, addressing Zhou Lingfeng, "Well done, well done. It seems I did not misjudge you. You truly are someone with military training." "Nonsense." Zhou Lingfeng shot Wei Wei a disdainful glance. "Hey, trashy tattooed man, quickly apologize to this beautiful lady," Wei Wei commanded the still kneeling tattooed man. The tattooed man, suppressing his pain, stood up, and his three henchmen followed suit, yet none dared to make a further move, staring blankly at Wei Wei. Meanwhile, the restaurant's staff and owner had frozen to the side, watching the scene unfold. With no one daring to call the police, their reluctance to alert the authorities stemmed from the fear that doing so would escalate the situation beyond their control, potentially jeopardizing the future of the restaurant. "Just wait a moment, I will apologize," the tattooed man exclaimed, casting a glance at Wei Wei, then at Zhou Lingfeng, before hastily retreating towards the kitchen. Shortly after, he emerged wielding a knife, a fierce expression on his face as he challenged Zhou Lingfeng. "Aren't you quite the fighter? Come, let me see just how tough you are." As the man's heartbeat quickened, Zhou Lingfeng remained composed, first stepping back to evade the man's strike, then seizing a nearby chair and hurling it at him. The other patrons covered their mouths, tension palpable as they feared for their lives. The throne chair failed to disarm the man, merely grazing his arm, prompting him to charge at Zhou Lingfeng once more. However, before he could close the distance, he was taken down from behind by Wei Wei. With a swift movement, she crouched and executed a sweeping kick, sending the tattooed man crashing to the ground. His knife clattering away. Before he could regain his bearings, the sound of several sharp cracks filled the air, accompanied by agonized cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 70. Do not approach this woman. Looking at the tattooed man writhing in pain on the floor, Wei Wei smirked and shook her head, saying, "You brought this upon yourself. With good people around, you chose to be a villain. This is your just end." Afterward, Wei Wei turned her attention to the three henchmen, pointing at their leader on the ground. "Hurry, and take your boss to the hospital. Don't you see his knee is shattered?" Once the trio lifted their incapacitated leader away, Wei Wei approached the visibly panicked woman, scrutinizing her from head to toe before asking, "Did that guy refer to you as a client or a streetwalker?" I don't know anything, the woman stammered, her voice trembling. "I'll ask you one more time. When that scum said you failed to do your job, was he referring to being a client or a streetwalker?" Wei Wei demanded bluntly. Perhaps sensing Wei Wei's formidable presence, the woman began to divulge, He told me to find clients, and he also said to sell myself." "What is his name?" Wei Wei continued her inquiry. "Dog Brother. I know that name. I am asking for his real name." I don't know. Everyone just calls him that." Wei Wei nodded, refraining from pressing further, instead sifting through her mind for any recollection. After some time, however, she found no trace of Dog Brother. This was not surprising, as they were in the outskirts rather than the city. Thugs existed not only in urban areas but also in rural ones. Typically, Wei Wei would have little concern for thugs from the suburbs, as it was evident that Dog Brother was not the kind of thug who would make a name for himself. Those with true notoriety ultimately found their way to the city. "You'd better leave quickly. When that scum returns, he will not spare you," Wei Wei advised the woman, then returned to her previous seat, beckoning to a nearby server. When the server approached, she greeted them with a smile, asking, "Are you still open for business? If so, I will begin ordering." "Not be By the way, my friend will cover the cost of the damaged items." After speaking, Wei Wei's gaze fell back on Zhou Lingfeng, who had already returned to the table. After sitting beside Wei Wei, he couldn't help but comment, "I believe your heart is truly vast. While this can be a good thing, it may not always be advantageous. If possible, I hope you can consider tempering your personality in the future." "Temper my personality? If I were to do that, would I still be myself? Do you think I would be alive to sit here and converse with you?" Wei Wei replied, casting Zhou Lingfeng a sidelong glance. After placing her order, Wei Wei drained her cup of tea, took a deep breath, and then addressed Zhou Lingfeng. "Zhou Lingfeng, do you know, in truth, my recent hospitalization due to a vehicular accident was not the gravest injury I have ever sustained. I have endured far worse. I once believed I was doomed when a bullet pierced my chest, yet fortune smiled upon me, allowing me to survive. Perhaps the heavens intend for me to eradicate more drug traffickers. You are truly remarkable. I feel that many men pale in comparison to you, and in your presence, I cannot help but feel a sense of inferiority." Zhou Lingfeng candidly expressed that Wei Wei was the most extraordinary and formidable woman he had ever encountered. "What does it matter? Those of us in this line of work have long since cast aside concerns of life and death." As she spoke, Wei Wei's gaze suddenly darkened with melancholy. "Thus I hold you in great esteem, for as a police officer, particularly one who must engage in a battle of wits with drug dealers, you face life-threatening dangers." Zhou Lingfeng spoke with genuine admiration, contemplating why Wei Wei did not opt for a clerical position, which would spare her from the bloodshed and peril, especially given her father's position as the director. It would be a simple matter for her to transition back to a desk job. Yet, he realized that an individual's character often dictates their choices, and with Wei Wei's disposition, she would never willingly pursue a clerical role. Only a battlefield where she could confront evildoers was suitable for her, rendering any further inquiry unnecessary. Do you know what the most horrific death I have ever witnessed was? Wei Wei suddenly lifted her gaze to Zhou Lingfeng, her expression grave. "I do not know." Zhou Lingfeng replied, shaking his head. "One of my colleagues, an undercover agent within a drug trafficking organization, was discovered. They slowly boiled him alive, and afterward they." As she recounted these brutal details, Wei Wei's face bore no trace of emotion, as if she had become a mere automaton. Listening to her, Zhou Lingfeng felt a chill run down his spine. After parking the car outside the municipal committee building, Zhou Lingfeng stepped out to find Xu Qi waiting for him, holding a document and gazing intently at him before glancing at Wei Wei in the driver's seat and then hastening toward the entrance. "Does that woman harbor feelings for you?" Wei Wei inquired. Addressing Zhou Lingfeng, who stood by the now roll-down window, "Yes, are you feeling jealous?" Zhou Lingfeng responded, "You had best not provoke my jealousy, or the consequences will be dire," Wei Wei warned, mimicking a gunshot with her fingers. Watching the car drive away, Zhou Lingfeng entered the municipal building, his mind whispering a thought: avoid this woman. Just as he settled into his office, a knock at the door interrupted him, prompting him to invite the intruder in. It was Shu Qi, her expression serious as she approached his desk. She glanced at the chair opposite him before speaking. "Zhou Lingfeng, I hope my visit is not interrupting your work." "Not at all. Please have a seat." Zhou Lingfeng gestured. Shu Qi sat down, hesitating before asking, "I wanted to follow up on the matter I mentioned before. Have you given it any thought?" "What matter?" Zhou Lingfeng feigned ignorance. Shu Qi appeared taken aback, not expecting him to have dismissed her words. "Oh, I remember now. The issue you raised has been on my mind, but I am currently overwhelmed with commitments, and I believe it is best for our relationship to develop naturally. What do you think?" Zhou Lingfeng revised his stance, eager not to miss the opportunity with Shu Qi but feeling that now was not the right moment to solidify their connection. "However, do you have any idea how difficult this period has been for me? At times, I send you messages and receive no response." Shu Qi faltered, having seen Zhou Lingfeng exit another woman's vehicle, igniting her emotions and prompting her to seek him out. "Perhaps we could establish a schedule for our meetings?" Zhou Lingfeng suggested. Just as he finished speaking, the office door swung open once more, revealing a woman in her 40s. Chapter 71. A 2-day deadline. The woman's expression was vacant, her gaze unfocused as she scrutinized Zhou Lingfeng, then glanced at Shu Qi before returning her attention to him. You are Zhou Lingfeng, that wretched woman's secretary." Zhou Lingfeng immediately rose to his feet and asked, "May I inquire who you are?" I am Gao Wenping's wife. You know that my husband died today. Do you know how he died?" The woman questioned Zhou Lingfeng, her tone accusatory, as though he were responsible for Gao Wenping's demise. "I know. I witnessed it firsthand. I am equally pained by Director Gao's death, for he was a good man, a commendable official," Zhou Lingfeng replied, wishing to add that he was also a good father but refraining, feeling it unnecessary to elaborate further. "If you recognize that Wenping was a good man, why did you not assist him? Why did you not help him?" The woman's voice began to quaver, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the floor. Shu Qi, seeing this, hurried to her side, attempting to offer support, yet the woman suddenly pointed a finger at Zhou Lingfeng, shouting, You murderer, it is your fault. Had you helped my daughter, Wenping would not have suffered this fate. You have killed him, you murderer." Zhou Lingfeng remained silent, understanding that the woman was overwhelmed with grief and had mistakenly sought him out. She should have confronted Liao Lizhan instead, who was likely not in the office at that moment. Compared to him, Liao Lizhan was her most appropriate target for blame, for had Liao Lizhan not sent Gao Wenping to seek out Chen Jian, the latter would not have informed Gao Wenping that Liang Chang was a relative, thereby depriving his daughter of her opportunity. Consequently, the tragedy of Liang Chang's death at Gao Wenping's hands unfolded. Had Gao Wenping not killed Liang Chang, he likely would not have encountered that fatal accident. In ending his own life, Gao Wenping not only brought tragedy upon his own family but also inflicted suffering upon two others, Liang Chang and Feng Limei, the driver of the vehicle involved in the incident. "Sister, Director Gao's death was an accident. Coming here to lament to me is futile," Zhou Lingfeng declared, unaware that Liang Chang had already met his end. "I know that all you officials are the same. You are all akin to ghosts, and retribution will eventually find you." The woman shouted, though this time, she no longer gazed at Zhou Lingfeng but shook her head as she spoke. At this moment, Shu Qi chimed in, urging, "Sister, could you please stand? Let me help you up. Given that the event has transpired, we must accept reality. Life must go on. Leave me be. Do not touch me. I can rise on my own. I will not let this go. I will make you pay, just as Wenping did." As she spoke, the woman scrambled to her feet and stormed out. Zhou Lingfeng watched the retreating figure, a sense of indescribable emotions welling within him. He understood that harsher realities would continue to unfold, leaving it to fate to determine who would play the unfortunate role. "Zhou Lingfeng, what on earth is happening? Why would Director Gao's wife come looking for you?" "You are merely a secretary," Shu Qi queried, her face etched with confusion. "Perhaps she sought the standing committee members and, finding them unavailable, turned to me." Zhou Lingfeng speculated. From the outset, he had played only a facilitative role in this affair, and whether it ultimately bore fruit was beyond his control. The subsequent deterioration of events was even less within his purview. This is terrifying. You must be cautious moving forward," Shu Qi warned Zhou Lingfeng. Concern etched on her face. "What do you mean? Why should I be careful? Do you truly think she will demand retribution from me?" Zhou Lingfeng responded, bewildered. "Are you not aware, Liang Chang, a standing committee member, was murdered in his office, and it is said that Gao Wenping was the one who killed him. Shu Qi revealed. Zhou Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, the news striking him with its gravity. Although he had never interacted with Liang Chang, regarding him as a mere stranger, the revelation that he had met his end at Gao Wenping's hands provoked profound contemplation within Zhou Lingfeng. In the political arena, one must exercise extreme caution. Every step must be taken with care, for even the slightest misstep, a seemingly inconsequential error, an unintentional gesture, or even a single word could yield catastrophic consequences. Liang Chang's demise was a stark illustration of this. He could not have foreseen that utilizing his power to usurp Gao Wenping's daughter's opportunity would drive Gao Wenping to act out of desperation. "Are you all right?" Noticing Zhou Lingfeng's silence, Shu Qi inquired with concern. "I am fine. Shall we return to our previous conversation?" Zhou Lingfeng suggested, his expression returning to normal. "Perhaps it is best to postpone. I can see you are not in the right frame of mind. We can continue this discussion via text. I shall return to the office now," Shu Qi stated, turning to leave. Zhou Lingfeng gazed at the half-open door, his mind racing with yet another question. In the future, regardless of who enters this place, will everyone be able to face each other with a smile, and emotionally, will one be able to remain unaffected, no matter how harshly the other might speak? As the clock struck 9 that evening, Zhou Lingfeng and Lin Yi were enjoying beer at a late-night food stall when Liao Lijian's phone call suddenly interrupted. He promptly set down his beer bottle and turned to Lin Yi, saying, "The standing committee is calling. I'll step out to take it." Holding the phone to his ear, Zhou Lingfeng heard Liao Lijian's commanding tone. "Lingfeng, listen carefully. You must find a way to get that 5 million back from Wu Xiong within 2 days. "Understood," Zhou Lingfeng replied, knowing that he had no other response. He couldn't possibly say, "Please give me a couple more days." 2 days is simply too short. "Remember to call me as soon as the money is back. I will tell you how to proceed." With that, Liao Lijian hung up after setting the phone down, and Zhou Lingfeng pondered for a moment before dialing Wu Xiong's number. "Brother Xiong, is it convenient to chat for a moment?" Zhou Lingfeng initiated. "Yes, is it about that piece of land?" Wu Xiong responded, his tone tinged with tension. "Indeed, it pertains to the land you mentioned." Zhou Lingfeng confirmed. "I spoke to the standing committee. They said the land can be transferred to your name. But they have a stipulation." "What stipulation?" Wu Xiong inquired eagerly. "The standing committee requires us to recover the 5 million within 2 days. Zhou Lingfeng stated candidly that 5 million is currently with Shenghua Group. And I want to elaborate on why it's there. It involves the standing committee's brother. Do you have confidence in retrieving that 5 million? Wu Xiong asked, clearly troubled. This is not a trivial matter. As Shenghua Group CEO, Su Shenghua is not someone to be trifled with. Brother Xiong, how about this? It's difficult to discuss this over the phone. Let us meet tomorrow to deliberate in detail." Zhou Lingfeng suggested. Wu Xiong agreed, but as he hung up, he couldn't shake the feeling that Liao Lijian might be intentionally putting him in a difficult position. After all, this woman had a reputation for her ruthlessness. Recalling how she had orchestrated Yang Shaliang's downfall as the city secretary highlighted her formidable nature. With a carefree spirit, Zhou Lingfeng returned to the table and immediately grabbed a bottle of beer. Indulging in its contents, after finishing an entire bottle in one go, he picked up a chicken wing and said to Lin Yi, "Brother, I have an idea. Once I get everything arranged, you should quit being a driver and come help me directly." "What is your plan? Tell me first." "I don't want to be a pawn of the leadership," Lin Yi replied, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng chuckled before responding. "Brother, do you know what it means to be a man who can bend and stretch? I know you look down on my actions now, but you'll change your mind in the future." "Is that so? Then I look forward to seeing when you can change my perspective," Lin Yi retorted, biting into the chicken wing. "Are you still holding a grudge over Wei Wei breaking up with you?" Zhou Lingfeng asked. "No, I know I can't control her. She is like a lion, and I'm just a horse. Although I'm a wild horse, I can't tame a lion," Lin Yi replied, shaking his head in resignation. "Having such thoughts is a good thing now in life. I believe there is no obstacle insurmountable. The challenges of love are trivial compared to many others, so you should reconsider your view of me. As my relationship with the standing committee doesn't even equate to love." Zhou Lingfeng began to persuade Lin Yi that he understood that changing someone's mindset is a daunting task, but not impossible. The most effective way to alter someone's view is to present them with a harsh reality, then, once they are in a state of despair, to offer them a new fulfilling reality, thus prompting a significant change in their perspective. "I know you're currently using her to achieve your goals, but I have a piece of advice. Don't let her see through you. If she does, you'll be in a world of trouble." Lin Yi cautioned. "Don't worry, that is not a concern. Do you think she is unaware of my intentions? She is quite astute. I still hold some value for her, so she likely won't discard me just yet." As they continued their conversation, they ate and drank until midnight, leaving with slightly tipsy bodies. Zhou Lingfeng chose not to return to his dormitory but instead headed to the wine cellar. He gazed at the dazzling sign above the entrance and thought that if given the chance, he would change the words to read, "Career Wine Cellar." Yes, Career Wine Cellar has a nice ring to it, Zhou Lingfeng mused, smiling as he opened the rolling door and stepped inside. Since the incident with Liao Chang's ear, the wine cellar had remained closed. Zilin and Kai Lin would never return to manage the place again. To restore normal operations, the first step was to hire staff. Zhou Lingfeng immediately thought of Lin Yi. But he knew that Lin Yi was unlikely to give up his stable job as a driver, thus, he decided to initiate a recruitment process. The next day, he would instruct an advertising agency to create a recruitment sign to place at the entrance. Looking at the array of wines on the shelves, Zhou Lingfeng felt liberated. He no longer needed to exercise restraint in choosing what to drink, as he had resolved the 3 million issue for Liao Lizhen. And with Liao Chang now blacklisted by her, he could enjoy the wines freely. He selected a bottle of Maotai, uncapped it, poured himself a glass, and took a moment to savor its aroma. The flavor was pleasant. But the true experience lay in the moment it flowed down his throat. An introspective individual finds solitude to be the best time for contemplation. At that moment Zhou Lingfeng pondered how he could retrieve the 5 million while ensuring Su Shenghua would consider him a friend rather than an adversary. Regardless of the situation, when dealing with someone yet to be met, it is always best to cultivate a friendship first, subsequently determining the depth of the relationship based on mutual benefit and character. Having formed a strategy regarding the 5 million, Zhou Lingfeng began contemplating the second matter: how to make his sister Zhou Kiki's 3 classmates pay a heavy price, or rather, face retribution. Zhou Lingfeng was not a selfish individual. He would not lose himself in the pursuit of career advancement. Although he currently held no official position, he understood that as long as he remained prepared, the future would undoubtedly open its doors for him. Ensuring his family's well-being was paramount before pursuing personal strength and desires. In Wu Xiong's office, Zhou Lingfeng encountered the tattooed woman once more. She glanced at him while puffing on a cigarette and then sauntered out the door. Zhou Lingfeng's first impression of her was far from favorable, yet Wu Xiong seemed quite taken with her. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep her by his side. "Brother Xiong, if I asked you to break up with that woman, could you do it?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired. "Of course, women are like clothing. I just find her somewhat fresh at the moment. Once I tire of her, I'll send her on her way," Wu Xiong replied with a smile. This surprised Zhou Lingfeng. He had assumed Wu Xiong was an emotional fool. If he truly was, he would not be a reliable partner. Hearing Wu Xiong's words reassured Zhou Lingfeng, who smiled and said, "Brother Xiong, you live up to your reputation. I knew you weren't the type to be lost in romantic entanglements. Can one achieve great things while constantly surrounded by women? Yet, women are indispensable, for after all, they represent half the sky. Our mothers are women, right?" Wu Xiong philosophically remarked. Once Zhou Lingfeng sat down, the smiles faded from their faces as the conversation turned serious. Zhou Lingfeng initiated. "Brother Xiong, what is your understanding of Su Shenghua's character? I have some knowledge, but not much. He appears refined on the surface, yet he is extremely ruthless. I've heard he has even killed before." "What? He has killed someone? What do you think we should do to ensure he returns the 5 million? Zhou Lingfeng continued to probe. "First, tell me the whole story behind this 5 million, Wu Xiong insisted, eager to understand the matter fully, as without the background, it would be challenging to resolve the issue. Zhou Lingfeng then recounted the complete saga of the 5 million. After listening, Wu Xiong shook his head and sighed. "Damn, I never expected that Comrade Liao had such a brother. His brother is indeed quite accomplished, taking 5 million without uttering a word." "Brother Xiong, we only have 2 days. Do you have any good methods to recover the money?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired, showing little interest in discussing Liao Chang, as such characters had already been eliminated from the protagonist's game. "We have no choice but to confront Su Shenghua directly and discuss it with him face to face. However, that fellow certainly won't yield easily, otherwise Liao Chang wouldn't have handed over the 5 million. Wu Xiong mused thoughtfully. "Alright, then let us go directly to find Su Shenghua." Zhou Lingfeng immediately responded. "I end business. Profit is paramount. To resolve the issue of the 5 million, we must rely on the principle of mutual benefit." Zhou Lingfeng already had a strategy in mind. Upon arriving at the impressive building of Huaxing Group, they were struck by its lavish decor. Although only 4 stories high, its exterior exuded an air of opulence that made it stand out against the surrounding structures, leading passers-by to assume that only the wealthy could enter. Inside Su Shenghua's office, after Wu Xiong and Zhou Lingfeng took their seats, a stunning woman in a professional OL suit promptly served them tea. Wu Xiong's gaze remained fixed on her, captivated by the deep cleavage revealed as she placed the tea before him. Zhou Lingfeng glanced at her but quickly discerned that she was merely a woman playing a decorative role. Mr. Wu, I wasn't aware of your esteemed visit. Is there some business you wish to discuss with me? Su Shenghua inquired with a smile, his attention shifting to Zhou Lingfeng. Having closely followed the political changes in Jinghai City, he was well aware that Zhou Lingfeng was Liao Lijian's secretary and had already deduced the purpose of their visit. Speaking of business, how could I dare to show off my skills in front of you, Mr. Su? Wu Xiong chuckled. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce my good brother Zhou Lingfeng, who is currently secretary to Comrade Liao. Hello, Mr. Su. To be precise, I can't really call myself a secretary. I'm just assisting the comrade with some matters I can handle, Zhou Lingfeng interjected, rising to extend his hand. Not bad, you seem quite capable and promising. Su Shenghua remarked with a smile, standing to shake Zhou Lingfeng's hand. You flatter me, Mr. Su. I'm just an ordinary person with no grand ambitions, Zhou Lingfeng replied modestly. Shall we get straight to the point? Su Shenghua said, fixing his gaze on Wu Xiong with a serious expression. Wu Xiong turned to Zhou Lingfeng, clearly believing that Zhou should handle the discussion, as he was not facing an ordinary person. This was a chance to assess Zhou Lingfeng's abilities. Wu Xiong already held Zhou Lingfeng's character in high regard. If Zhou could successfully resolve this matter, he would undoubtedly have a prosperous future following him. Zhou Lingfeng turned to Wu Xiong before addressing Su Shenghua. Mr. Su, the situation is as follows. Comrade Liao's brother Liao Chang brought 5 million to you, claiming it was for investment purposes. However, Liao Chang did this without Comrade Liao's consent. And therefore, Comrade Liao wishes to know if you can return the money. This money was brought by Liao Chang and not by Comrade Liao himself, so I can't ascertain who is telling the truth and who is not. Even if the 5 million truly belongs to Comrade Liao, why wouldn't he come to me directly about it? Su Shenghua replied leisurely, a playful expression on his face as he regarded Zhou Lingfeng. Comrade Liao is currently in the provincial capital on business and specifically instructed me to handle this matter. Whether I can resolve it depends on you, Mr. Su, as the money is in your possession. And the decision rests with you, Zhou Lingfeng replied calmly. Do you think I would agree to that? Su Shenghua asked with a smile. I believe you will, Zhou Lingfeng responded promptly. The two then locked eyes. Remaining silent. Wu Xiong sensed the palpable tension between them. In terms of sheer will, he felt Zhou Lingfeng was not at all inferior to Su Shenghua. However, Su Shenghua's more mature appearance and experience were not something Zhou could compare to. And the atmosphere escalated until Su Shenghua abruptly broke the silence. What do you think you are? You're merely a duck beside Comrade Liao. You have no right to help your leader collect money. Su Shenghua glared at Zhou Lingfeng, his words carrying a weight that diminished Zhou's standing. Yet, both Su Shenghua and Wu Xiong were taken aback when Zhou Lingfeng suddenly laughed, after a few chuckles. He composed himself and replied, Mr. Su, this money was never yours to begin with, therefore, returning it to its rightful owner is what you ought to do. Moreover, once you fulfill this simple request, I believe Comrade Liao would be more than willing to assist you in resolving some matters in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Shenghua laughed derisively, leaning forward with his hands on the desk, adopting a condescending posture. Do you really think I need to go through you to approach Comrade Liao? Did you not hear me clearly? You are nothing but a duck. Wu Xiong was eager to intervene, as it was his brother being insulted, but he refrained, knowing that his comments would only escalate into a shouting match. Instead, he chose to observe Zhou Lingfeng's response. Zhou Lingfeng retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a puff, and exhaled the smoke before addressing Su Shenghua. Mr. Su, as a businessman, you should understand certain principles without me having to elaborate. I've said what needed to be said. You get the hell out of here, Su Shenghua interjected coldly. I have the money, but Liao Chang signed a contract with me, and even if Comrade Liao were to come, I would not return it. Su Shenghua's tone was icy as he began to dismiss them. Leave now, Wu Xiong, take this pretty boy with you, and get out. Zhou Lingfeng then turned to Wu Xiong and whispered a few words. Not waiting for a response before standing up and asking Su Shenghua, Mr. Su, I've heard rumors that you have killed before. Is that true? You deaf or something? I told you to get out. Su Shenghua shouted impatiently. Mr. Su, we are all guests here, your attitude is excessive. Wu Xiong finally spoke up, though he remained seated, casting an expectant glance at Zhou Lingfeng. Excessive? Look at the kind of person you've brought me. Do you think I'm unaware? This guy is nothing but a duck, a companion for female leaders, Su Shenghua retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Lingfeng. Mr. Su, enough is enough. Zhou Lingfeng took the cigarette from his mouth, glanced at it, and continued, I ask you one last time, will you be my friend, or why the hell are you rambling so much? Of course, I want to be your friend, Su Shenghua interrupted. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head helplessly. then flicked the cigarette but at Su Shenghua and, in a swift motion, leaped onto the desk, delivering a heavy punch towards Su Shenghua while simultaneously kicking his knee in less than 2 minutes. Su Shenghua lay on the floor half dead, bloodied and terrified as he gazed at Zhou Lingfeng. Mr. Su, has something happened? The commotion in the office had attracted attention, and someone was now knocking on the door, Su Shenghua's subordinates. Wu Xiong stood at the doorway, observing the scene. One person sprawled on the floor, the other standing. The one on the ground was drenched in his own blood, while the standing figure wore an expression of nonchalance. One foot pressing firmly on the neck of the prostrate man. Can you now hand over the money? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. I will give it to you. Su Shenghua stammered, wanting to curse but realizing he had to concede as Zhou Lingfeng applied more pressure. Brother Xiong, open the door, Zhou Lingfeng instructed Wu Xiong. Wu Xiong nodded and opened the office door. Several individuals stood outside, including Su Shenghua's subordinates and the woman who had earlier displayed her impressive cleavage. Upon seeing Su Shenghua bloodied on the floor, they were all taken aback, frozen in place, unsure of their next move. Come in, Zhou Lingfeng commanded. Seeing them still motionless, Wu Xiong urged, did you not hear my brother ask you to come in? Hurry up. Only then did they step inside, their expressions resembling those attending a funeral. Mr. Su, could you please identify someone who can assist me in retrieving the money? Zhou Lingfeng addressed the wounded Su Shenghua. Su Shenghua turned his gaze towards the individual standing beside him, ultimately fixating on the woman with an impressive cleavage. He spoke, Xiaowan, please assist me in retrieving 5 million. The woman promptly nodded. But as she began to move, she suddenly remembered something and quickly added, President Su, I don't have the key, may I get up? I need to retrieve the key for her. Su Shenghua turned to Zhou Lingfeng and inquired. You may. Zhou Lingfeng released the foot that was pressing against Su Shenghua's neck. Once Su Shenghua stood upright, he obstructed his path, asking, where is the key? I will fetch it for you. It's in the drawer. Su Shenghua's eyes drifted towards the desk. Zhou Lingfeng approached the desk cautiously, aware that Su Shenghua might attempt to seat. Given the cunning nature of such individuals sitting down before the desk, Zhou Lingfeng did not rush to find the key but instead scrutinized the people before him. In such circumstances, maintaining composure was paramount. Tackling more intricate issues required avoiding the distractions of the moment and seeking more optimal solutions. Zhou Lingfeng had perused numerous books on psychology, yet many theoretical concepts needed practical application for validation and reinforcement. This presented an excellent opportunity to cultivate his calm demeanor, which he could not afford to squander. His gaze first settled on Su Shenghua, the impeccably dressed executive, whose face bore 2 conspicuous bloodstains. With a trickle of blood emerging from his nostrils. At that moment, he resembled a beggar more than a commanding president. Next, there was Wu Xiong, whose countenance reflected a puzzling expression, as he had never anticipated Zhou Lingfeng would dare employ such tactics here. Then there was the buxom woman, who still wore an expression of shock and disbelief, which almost overshadowed her notable attributes. As for the other men, they were underlings of Su Shenghua, their faces betraying a mix of astonishment and rage. Clearly they awaited Su Shenghua's orders, but he had yet to issue any command to act. This left Zhou Lingfeng perplexed, uncertain if fear had entirely paralyzed Su Shenghua, causing him to overlook this prime opportunity to reclaim the funds. Redirecting his focus, Zhou Lingfeng opened the first drawer, only to discover an assortment of contraceptives and a plastic toy, indicating that this man often indulged in intimate games within the office. Closing that drawer, he opened the one beneath it, revealing a key, some cash, and several photographs, all depicting unclad women. Zhou Lingfeng felt no interest in the photographs. Instead, he grasped the key and held it up for all to see. Addressing Su Shenghua, is this the key? Yes. Su Shenghua nodded. Zhou Lingfeng then stood and approached the buxom woman, presenting the key before her, maintaining an almost intimate proximity to her cleavage, and said, here you go. My dear, I appreciate your assistance. I cannot carry so much alone. I need help, the woman replied. Xiaoming, Xiaohai, you to assist her. Su Shenghua commanded his subordinates. After the woman and the 2 men exited the office, Zhou Lingfeng seized a tissue from the desk and handed it to Su Shenghua, saying, President Su, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. I truly did not wish for it to escalate like this. I hope you will not hold it against me. Do not waste your breath with such pleasantries. Su Shenghua retorted, yet he dared not meet Zhou Lingfeng's gaze directly. Consider this, I initially intended to have a civil discussion with you, for matters that can be resolved peacefully are seldom approached with violence. Yet, it seems our perspectives differ significantly. Zhou Lingfeng continued. However, perhaps this confrontation has allowed us to become acquainted under unusual circumstances. I trust you will not harbor resentment towards me. Wu Xiong attentively listened to their exchange. particularly to Zhou Lingfeng's words, and found himself deeply impressed by Zhou Lingfeng's charisma. Do you truly believe that after acquiring this 5 million, you can simply walk away from my company? Su Shenghua suddenly turned to Zhou Lingfeng, his tone turning menacing, as if just realizing that this was his territory, and he could not afford to back down simply because he had suffered a beating that is of no consequence. What matters is whether you wish to continue to thrive in Jinghai City. Zhou Lingfeng replied, there are certain truths I would rather not articulate, but your demeanor compels me to do so. Firstly, accepting Liao Chang's 5 million was a thoughtless act, for had you engaged your mind even slightly, you would have recognized that this sum could not possibly belong to Liao Chang. And now, when I arrive as a standing committee member to reclaim the funds, your attitude reflects a serious implication. Do you understand what your behavior signifies? After speaking, Zhou Lingfeng fixed his gaze on Su Shenghua, awaiting his response. What does it signify? Su Shenghua inquired. It suggests that you may possess a formidable backing, one that emboldens you to disregard Chairman Liao. Zhou Lingfeng stated calmly, if that were the case, then my visit today would indeed have been a grave error. Might I inquire whether my presence here is fortuitous or misguided? Su Shenghua fell silent, his expression beginning to show signs of confusion. Observing Su Shenghua's demeanor, Zhou Lingfeng sensed that perhaps he had indeed made the right choice, otherwise Su Shenghua would not have remained composed enough to send someone to retrieve the money after enduring such a beating. Before long, the money arrived, contained within 5 suitcases. Is the amount correct? Su Shenghua asked the buxom woman. We have counted it twice. The amount should be accurate, she replied. This is the chairman's money. You may take it now. Please convey my apologies to the chairman, for my actions were indeed inappropriate, Su Shenghua stated to Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng nodded slightly and replied, rest assured, President Su, I will certainly speak favorably on your behalf before the chairman. Once they settled into the car, Wu Xiong occupied the driver's seat but did not start the engine. He gazed out of the windshield, feeling as though he had just awakened from a dream, where he played the role of an observer watching the protagonist perform. Xionggo, why aren't you driving yet? If President Su's men come rushing out, we won't be able to leave. Zhou Lingfeng remarked, that is not a concern, such an occurrence is utterly improbable, as everything has unfolded precisely as you anticipated. Wu Xiong smiled, glancing at Zhou Lingfeng before finally starting the car. Lingfeng, my dear brother, I must admit I was blind before. I nearly. Wu Xiong expressed regret, recalling the violent measures he had once employed against Zhou Lingfeng, nearly leading to his demise. The past is behind us, let us not dwell on it. Besides, did we not become better acquainted through our altercation? It seems to have deepened our bond. Zhou Lingfeng chuckled. I don't desire your affection. I am not a homosexual. If you are, you should have informed me earlier, so I could distance myself immediately. Homosexuals are normal people, even if their orientations differ from the majority. We must not discriminate against them for that reason, Zhou Lingfeng remarked, his expression sobering. Indeed, I concur, your perspective is valid. Wu Xiong nodded. I will no longer regard homosexuals with abnormal eyes, though I have yet to encounter a genuine homosexual. Zhou Lingfeng picked up his phone and dialed Liao Lizhen. Chairman, the money has been retrieved. Upon connecting, Zhou Lingfeng spoke first. So soon, Liao Lizhen's voice echoed with surprise. Yes, I employed some extreme methods, Zhou Lingfeng replied. Lingfeng, you are truly exceptional. I had not intended to commend you, but your performance has been outstanding. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Thank you, Chairman. It is my duty. Please hold on. I will inform you shortly on how to handle the funds. 10 minutes later, as the car cruised along the main road, Zhou Lingfeng received a call back from Liao Lizhen. You are to deliver the money to the tea house, the one I previously mentioned. Once you have done so, you may return. Liao Lizhen's voice was noticeably tense. Zhou Lingfeng noted her accelerated speech, surmising that this was a pivotal moment for her as she aspired to a coveted position, which would also be a crucial step in Zhou Lingfeng's future career. Understood, Chairman. I will head there now, Zhou Lingfeng replied, then relayed the address to Wu Xiong. Lingfeng, are we really just delivering the money to that tea house? Wu Xiong asked, intrigued. Indeed, Zhou Lingfeng nodded. What scheme could Chairman Liao possibly be concocting? Why would she send such a substantial sum to someone else? She is already a member of the municipal committee. Does she still seek further advancement? Surely such progress does not require such a hefty sum. In a state of perplexity, Wu Xiong pondered aloud. Brother Xiong, in the future, when it comes to matters concerning the standing committee, please confide in me alone. Do not mention it to anyone else, Zhou Lingfeng interjected. Understood, I shall only discuss it in your presence. When I am with others, I will refrain from even mentioning the standing committee, and even with you, I will not speak indiscriminately, Wu Xiong hastily clarified. That is good. Zhou Lingfeng nodded slightly. After halting the vehicle at the entrance of the tea house, Zhou Lingfeng gave a brief instruction to Wu Xiong before disembarking. He then retrieved 5 boxes of money from the trunk and carried them into the tea house. Placing them beside the sofa next to the tea table, the tea house was empty at that moment, though the door stood ajar. After depositing the money, Zhou Lingfeng surveyed the surroundings of the villa before preparing to exit, only to be halted by the melodious voice of a woman. Please hold on. Turning around, Zhou Lingfeng beheld the woman he had encountered previously, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she continued. May I invite you to savor some tea? Chapter 76, Explosive News. Is there a risk to life? Zhou Lingfeng inquired, his gaze fixed upon the woman's fair and rosy visage, a face so delicate it seemed almost ethereal. Her features impeccable, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Are you afraid? The woman smiled, her expression playful. Not at all. However, considering my identity, you should be aware that I may not be suited for tea here, Zhou Lingfeng replied cautiously. He was acutely aware of the tea house owner's significant status. Remaining here to enjoy tea could lead to severe consequences should he act inappropriately. Moreover, Liao Lizhan had explicitly instructed him to leave the money and depart. Come try my 50-year-old oolong tea. I assure you, it will leave an indelible impression on your palate. The woman bypassed Zhou Lingfeng's words. Turning towards the tea table, Zhou Lingfeng glanced back at the small car outside, sent a message to Wu Xiong, and then approached the tea table. The woman wore a light green long dress, standing at approximately 1.68 meters tall. Her figure possessed an irresistible allure for men. With a curvaceous rear and a wasp-like waist, stirring thoughts in Zhou Lingfeng, who had not indulged in intimate company for some time. Please, have a seat, the woman gestured invitingly after taking her place. Zhou Lingfeng surveyed the surroundings before nodding and sitting opposite her. The woman commenced her tea artistry, each movement radiating elegance, her face perpetually adorned with a soft smile, captivating Zhou Lingfeng to the point of stirring his emotions. Here, savor this cup of tea, she said as she poured the tea with a smile. Zhou Lingfeng nodded, grasped the teacup, and took a gentle sip. Indeed, the flavor was exceptional, offering a sensation that penetrated his very being. This was the first time he had experienced such a profound feeling from tea. How does it taste? The woman inquired with a smile. Excellent. This is the first time I've encountered such a sensation with tea. One that defies description, Zhou Lingfeng praised. By the way, I don't believe I know your name, she inquired. At first she invited him to enjoy tea, and now she suddenly sought to learn his name. What could this imply? Friendship, or perhaps she harbored feelings for him and sought companionship. Zhou Lingfeng dared not dwell on these thoughts, for remaining here was undoubtedly unwise. He promptly rose and said, "Thank you for the tea. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." The woman is incredibly beautiful. It's the first time I've encountered someone so stunning. Does she fancy you? Wu Xiong questioned as he drove. Fancy me? That's a pleasant notion, but as of now, I have yet to earn such affection from her. Besides, her status is undoubtedly significant, far beyond my reach, Zhou Lingfeng replied. What do you mean by reaching too high? If she truly likes you, you could easily dismiss Liao Lizhan, that older woman. It would only benefit you, Wu Xiong reasoned. Zhou Lingfeng remained silent, contemplating the connection between the tea-brewing woman and the elderly man he had encountered earlier. It was certain that the elder possessed an extraordinary background, as evidenced by Liao Lizhan's insistence on sending him here with money, a total of 8 million dai in the minds of some. Spending 8 million to secure a municipal party secretary was seen as worthwhile. Yet Zhou Lingfeng suspected that this sum was not merely for the position of a municipal secretary. After all, the woman was still in the provincial capital, while substantial amounts of money were being sent there. Could it be that this 8 million had nothing to do with the municipal secretary? Some people in matters, without direct contact and understanding, could not be truly comprehended. Such an understanding would remain a mere illusion. Devoid of accurate judgment, Zhou Lingfeng yearned for a unique relationship with the tea-brewing woman. Perhaps she was a tree even larger than Liao Lizhan. Should he successfully attach himself, breaking away from Liao Lizhan would be merely a matter of time. As the clock struck 10, Zhou Lingfeng had just emerged from his shower when his phone rang. It was Wei Wei calling. Zhou Lingfeng, come down. I'm waiting for you at the foot of your dormitory. Her voice was pleasantly uplifting. At tea this hour, are you here to take me out for a midnight snack? Zhou Lingfeng queried. It's too early for snacks. I'm taking you somewhere that won't disappoint. Wei Wei replied. Where to? Do tell, he urged. Come down first. Stop being so tedious, she snapped before ending the call. Zhou Lingfeng felt at a loss. He knew this woman was not to be trifled with. Yet it seemed that if he did not provoke her, she had no intention of letting him off the hook. Upon descending, he spotted a red Mercedes, with Wei Wei leaning against it, a cigarette perched between her lips. Clad in a super short skirt and a loose-fitting t-shirt, with her hair pulled back, she presented Zhou Lingfeng with a striking new image. Compared to her previous wild allure, there was now a hint of seduction that sparked a physiological response in Zhou Lingfeng. "Get in, you drive, as I need to make a few calls." Wei Wei abruptly tossed the cigarette to the ground, extinguishing it with her heel. Zhou Lingfeng took the driver's seat and started the car. "Now, can you tell me where we're headed?" he asked. "You'll find out soon enough. Let us keep a bit of mystery," Wei Wei teased. "Where did we?" Zhou Lingfeng pressed. To Wenguang Street. Zhou Lingfeng fell silent, diligently driving towards their destination, thinking it best to clarify matters with Wei Wei soon, for she often sought him impulsively, and he had little time to entertain her whims. Just as he prepared to speak, Wei Wei held her phone to her ear and said, "Have you arrived? I'm on my way and will be there shortly. If you arrive first, start without me." After a brief exchange, she added, "Don't worry, I have a driver tonight. I'm bringing my boyfriend along. I assure you, you will all be envious when you meet." As she ended the call, Wei Wei turned to Zhou Lingfeng, wearing a mischievous grin. "Are you asking me to play the role of your prop?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired immediately. "Indeed, but to be precise, it's not just a prop. I like you, and if you feel the same, then the notion of being a prop is irrelevant. Wouldn't you agree?" Wei Wei smiled. "Can I decline?" Zhou Lingfeng asked. "No, rest assured, I won't let you assist me in vain. After tonight's event, I will share with you some explosive news, something related to your older woman." Chapter 77, Relationships. After drinking, regarding Wei Wei's moniker for Liao Lizhan as the older woman, Zhou Lingfeng found it quite justifiable, given the age difference between them. Yet, each time he heard her utter those words, he felt a sharp sting of mockery directed at him. This instance was no exception, and thus Zhou Lingfeng retorted, "Since you are aware of my relationship with the older woman, why do you seek me out?" "Because I don't mind. I know you are leveraging her," Wei Wei replied casually. Zhou Lingfeng was rendered speechless, confronted by the most spirited woman he had ever met, and at times, he truly did not know how to respond. "Hello? Yes, I'm on the road now. Have you arrived? If you have, you all can start without me. I'll be there shortly," Wei Wei said, excitement evident in her voice. At last, they arrived at Wenguang Street. Under Wei Wei's direction, Zhou Lingfeng parked the car in front of a 5-story building, and they both exited. Each floor of the building glowed with lights, and the sounds of karaoke could be heard from above. Wei Wei directly unlocked the entrance door to the first floor with her key and stepped inside, closely followed by Zhou Lingfeng. At this point, Wei Wei had yet to reveal to Zhou Lingfeng the true purpose of their visit. Upon reaching the 3rd floor of the building, they discovered a lavish KTV suite. Multicolored lights flickered all around, and a woman with an appealing figure was earnestly singing into a microphone, facing a large screen. Zhou Lingfeng scanned the room and was taken aback to find that all the attendees were women, each clad in revealing outfits, uniformly dressed in ultra-short skirts and loose-fitting t-shirts, clearly a pre-arranged ensemble. The entrance of Wei Wei and Zhou Lingfeng drew the attention of 7 women present, including the one holding the microphone. "These are my high school classmates. Come, let me introduce you," Wei Wei whispered into Zhou Lingfeng's ear, playfully giving him a firm pat on the backside before taking his hand and leading him toward the group of beautiful women seated ahead. "Classmates, this is my current boyfriend, Zhou Lingfeng. I hope you all will be kind to him," Wei Wei announced with a smile. "Is this handsome guy really your boyfriend, or did you just bring him along to ward off drinks?" One of the women inquired. "He is indeed my boyfriend," Wei Wei clarified. "If you doubt it, feel free to make any request, and we promise to fulfill it right before your eyes. Alright, I want you two to kiss in front of us right now." Another woman chimed in. Without hesitation, Wei Wei leaned in and pressed her lips against Zhou Lingfeng's. This unexpected kiss caught him off guard, yet he did not push her away, since they were already there. He decided to play along. After all, refusing might humiliate her in front of her classmates, and he vividly recalled the earlier incident at the late-night food stall where she had slapped a man. Once Zhou Lingfeng took his seat, he became the center of attention for the women, who began toasting him one after another. After a round of toasts, he started to feel overwhelmed by the alcohol. "Why don't we play dice?" Zhou Lingfeng suggested, hoping it would help him drink less. Meanwhile, Wei Wei had taken the microphone and was singing passionately, as if her mission was to bring a man to entertain her female classmates. And now that her task was complete, she began to sing for herself. Zhou Lingfeng found it puzzling that only Wei Wei had brought him, while the other women had not brought their own boyfriends. As he grew more familiar with the women, he asked, "Why didn't you all bring your boyfriends? Surely, you can't all be single. Did Wei Wei not tell you? We are all married," one of the women replied with a smile. "If we brought our husbands, they wouldn't be boyfriends anymore, would they? What fun would that be?" Zhou Lingfeng realized the situation, but he was left somewhat bewildered. All the women seemed to be of a similar age to Wei Wei. Yet they were all married while Wei Wei remained single. Could it be due to her profession? These women were not police officers, but Wei Wei was. It didn't matter. What was crucial was that he was currently being pursued by these attractive married women. And he could view this as a potential experience for future leadership roles. Zhou Lingfeng prided himself on his drinking capacity, but this time he ultimately succumbed, unable to keep pace with the cunning married women. Playing dice proved futile against them, and before long, he could no longer bear it and staggered to the restroom to vomit. After regaining his composure, he felt compelled to continue drinking, unwilling to let Wei Wei down. Not long after, he noticed the faces around him began to blur, indicating he was nearing his limit, yet, he still tried to remind himself, Zhou Lingfeng, you must never behave like this again, or the consequences will be dire. With Wei Wei supporting him, he settled into the car and closed his eyes, quickly losing awareness of his surroundings. It was only when he felt a pair of hands begin to caress his body that he slowly regained his senses. Responding instinctively to the physical sensations, just then, he heard a woman's voice, a sound that seemed to blend both cries and pleasure. The following morning, Zhou Lingfeng awoke to find Wei Wei lying beside him. Her eyes still closed in slumber. Pulling back the blanket, he discovered that both of them were devoid of any clothing, confirming that they had indeed been intimate the previous night. He cast a wry smile at the sleeping Wei Wei, then rose from the bed and made his way to the bathroom. After showering and completing his morning routine, he found Wei Wei awake. She suddenly emerged from the covers, arms outstretched, and proclaimed, "I want a hug." Zhou Lingfeng opened his arms and embraced the naked Wei Wei, feeling the firmness of her back, a testament to her commitment to fitness, lacking the softness typically found in a woman's physique. "Weren't you supposed to tell me about a sensational piece of news concerning the committee?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired. "Yes, but before I share that news, I want you to honestly answer me one question." Wei Wei replied, releasing her hold on Zhou Lingfeng and gazing up at him. She kissed his chin before continuing, "Has the old woman ever mentioned anything about drugs, or have you heard her speak of drugs in any context?" "Because I suspect she has connections with drug lords." Chapter 78. The accompanying task. Zhou Lingfeng pondered for a moment. He had never heard Liao Lizhan mention anything related to drugs, and he shook his head in response. "No, what led you to suspect that the committee member is involved with drug lords? You don't need to know that. The less you know, the better for you," Wei Wei replied sternly. "This matter is serious." "Are you certain you haven't heard anything related to drugs?" "No, I really don't recall anything," Zhou Lingfeng confirmed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "But this isn't the explosive news Liao Lizhan was supposed to share. I think you should distance yourself from her as soon as possible, although I'm currently in the realm of suspicion if it turns out she is indeed connected to drug lords. Staying close to her would not bode well for you," Wei Wei advised sincerely. "Thank you for your concern. I will exercise caution. I am not a child." Wei Wei then proceeded to share the explosive news. Her informant had seen Liao Lizhan entering the same hotel room as a provincial leader. However, she did not specify the leader's position. Zhou Lingfeng intended to inquire further, but he refrained, understanding that her reticence was for a reason. They spent an entire night in the same room, only emerging the following day. "So you can infer their relationship," Wei Wei continued. "I understand, but what makes this news explosive for me?" Zhou Lingfeng shrugged, feeling indifferent about Liao Lizhan's personal relationships. His primary concern was whether she could still assist him in advancing his career. Isn't it explosive? Just think about it. An older woman still has someone interested in her. What does that indicate? It suggests you're not at a disadvantage either, Wei Wei teased, unable to suppress her laughter. After they finished breakfast, Wei Wei drove Zhou Lingfeng back toward the dormitory. "Zhou Lingfeng, I want to know if we are officially in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship now," she asked as she drove. "I don't know. Whatever you think our relationship is, that's what it is," Zhou Lingfeng replied nonchalantly. "Scumbag. Do you realize that this is classic scumbag behavior? You need to take responsibility since you've slept with me." Wei Wei exclaimed angrily. Zhou Lingfeng was left speechless. "Did I sleep with you? Clearly it was you who slept with me. I don't care. From now on we're a couple, whatever the situation. If I call, you must come immediately. Do you understand?" Wei Wei demanded, turning to look at Zhou Lingfeng. "Are you serious? Come immediately. If you want me to be at your beck and call, you'd better have a word with Director Liao and tell her that from now on I am both her secretary and boyfriend," Zhou Lingfeng replied. "Rest assured, I shall speak with her. The day I find her to converse will be the day of her demise." After the vehicle came to a halt beneath the dormitory building, Wei Wei pondered for a moment before earnestly advising Zhou Lingfeng, "Remember, you must diligently observe every move and word of that old woman if you discover any information linking her to drugs. You must inform me at once. Alright, I understand, please focus on driving, goodbye. With that, Zhou Lingfeng exited the car, watching the vehicle recede into the distance. Zhou Lingfeng couldn't help but furrow his brow as he recalled Wei Wei's earlier remarks. If Liao Lizhen truly had dealings with drug lords, then it was inevitable that he would also have to make contact with her. Perhaps he had already done so given that tea house. Zhou Lingfeng had contemplated the arduous path of a political career, fraught with encounters with a myriad of individuals, each vying for advantage and engaging in cunning rivalries. Such was unavoidable, yet he had never anticipated that the affairs of officials could intertwine so intricately with those of the underworld. Overthinking would lead to naught. For the time being, he would take things as they came. Upon Liao Lizhen's return, she promptly summoned Zhou Lingfeng into her office. Lingfeng, your performance this time was commendable. How did you manage to retrieve the money? Please elaborate. Liao Lizhen gazed at Zhou Lingfeng with warmth in her eyes, a warmth stemming from a recent experience in the provincial capital, an experience that had revealed to her the significance of age and a man's vitality. Once age encroaches, even with the aid of pharmaceuticals, a sense of inadequacy may still prevail. I employed a rather straightforward approach. Violence, Zhou Lingfeng replied succinctly. Oh, what made you resort to violence at that moment? Were you not afraid of Su Shenghua? He is not one to be trifled with, Liao Lizhen exclaimed, her eyes wide. He uttered some rather unpleasant words to me. I made it clear that this matter could be resolved amicably. But he refused to accept my proposed solution. Hence, well, what matters is that the issue was resolved. The process is inconsequential. I have another task for you. Starting tomorrow, I will grant you 2 days off. During this time, you need only attend to one matter. What is it? Go to the tea house and find Miss Zhao. Do whatever she instructs you. Committee member, this. Do not question so much, simply follow my orders. I assure you, I will not lead you astray, Liao Lizhen mused. If Miss Zhao takes a liking to you, it would be your fortune, for her background and influence surpass mine by a considerable margin. But no more protests. Remember my words. No matter what request she makes, you must comply, even if she asks you to share her bed. With that, Liao Lizhen's gaze returned to the phone resting on her desk. And after a moment's thought she added, whether I ascend to the position of secretary of the municipal committee hinges on your actions. Remember, you must serve her well. Zhou Lingfeng found himself at a loss for words. Merely nodding, the descriptor Su Shenghua had used for him began to surface in his mind, but it flickered away just as swiftly, for in the pursuit of great ambitions, enduring a modicum of physical discomfort was trivial. Especially since he would not suffer loss, as he would derive enjoyment from the process. When Zhou Lingfeng next appeared at the tea house, he beheld a captivating woman, no longer clad in a flowing gown, but instead adorned in form-fitting denim and a snug black t-shirt that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Zhou Lingfeng's gaze involuntarily drifted to her shapely form, a stark contrast to Liao Lizhen. By the way, it seems we are yet to exchange names. I am Zhao Meng, she said, extending her hand to Zhou Lingfeng, her face adorned with an enchanting smile. Could this be the opportune moment to extricate himself from Liao Lizhen's grasp? After all, Liao Lizhen had indicated that this woman's background was far more formidable than her own. Chapter 79. I have no interest. Zhou Lingfeng took her soft hand in his, returning her smile. Hello, I am Zhou Lingfeng. Ling as in to ascend, and Feng as in peak. I am aware of your name and know you to be quite an intriguing individual, otherwise I would not have suggested to your superior that you neglect your work to accompany me. Zhao Meng replied with a smile, revealing her pearly white, well-aligned teeth. May I inquire what your instructions are? Zhou Lingfeng asked. Drive my car and take me out for a spin. I've been cooped up here writing novels and feel as though I might begin to mold. Zhao Meng declared, handing him the car keys. Zhou Lingfeng accepted the keys, and for the first time, he drove a car worth over $1 million, the Maserati. I have heard you excel at writing official documents. I wonder if you have any insight into novel writing as well. Once the car was in motion, Zhao Meng fixed her gaze on Zhou Lingfeng before posing her question. I apologize, but I have little expertise in creation. I merely enjoy reading. Zhou Lingfeng replied cautiously. In truth, he had a habit of keeping a diary, but he did not consider his writing to be of sufficient merit to warrant further exploration. What books have you been reading lately? Do share, Zhao Meng inquired with anticipation. I've been reading Kafka's The Castle. Have you come across it? Oh, I know Kafka. I recently purchased his works but have yet to begin reading. As I've been preoccupied with my own writing. Are you an author? To some extent, yes. I've published 2 books, but their sales were disappointing. The 2 engaged in a discourse on literature, with Zhao Meng experiencing a sense of serendipity, while Zhou Lingfeng felt no such connection, for his aspirations did not lie in seeking a partner with whom to share literary musings. The car came to a stop in the parking lot of the tallest building in Jinghai City. After disembarking, they walked towards the first floor of the edifice. I seldom visit places like this, as I am not fond of crowded environments, Zhao Meng commented. Zhou Lingfeng merely nodded, refraining from further conversation. They proceeded directly to the fourth floor of the building, a floor dedicated to a bookstore, with shelves brimming with books. Are any of your works featured here? I would like to see, Zhou Lingfeng inquired. Yes, but I shan't tell you, as I do not wish for you to see my book so soon, Zhao Meng replied, feigning mystery. Why not? Zhou Lingfeng instinctively asked. Because, with that, Zhao Meng laughed lightly and walked briskly towards a nearby bookshelf. This shelf housed a collection of poetry, featuring works by foreign poets such as Lermontov, Tranströmer, and Bukowski, among others. Do you enjoy poetry? Zhao Meng turned to Zhou Lingfeng and asked softly, mindful of others seated nearby. I do, and I have written some myself, Zhou Lingfeng admitted, regarding his spontaneous creations as nothing more than rubbish. He felt compelled to share this fact to pique Zhao Meng's interest. May I take a look? Zhao Meng inquired eagerly, her gaze fixed on him, awaiting his response. No, my writing is too dreadful. I fear it would tarnish your eyes. Oh, I see. If it is indeed lackluster work, then there is no need for others to peruse it. Unexpectedly, Zhao Meng added a remark to bolster his self-deprecation. Zhou Lingfeng could only manage an awkward smile, stepping forward to retrieve a volume of Baudelaire's poetry, which he began to peruse, maintaining a distance of no more than 10 meters apart. Zhou Lingfeng focused on his chosen reading while Zhao Meng immersed herself in her own. They spent 4 hours in the bookstore before proceeding to the dining floor of the building. By this time, it was already 6 in the evening, the hour for dining. What would you like to eat? I'll treat, Zhou Lingfeng proposed, one hand grasping a bag containing 3 books, all purchases made by Zhao Meng. Anything is fine. I seldom eat out, usually cooking for myself, as the hygiene of restaurant food is always a mystery, Zhao Meng replied with a smile. This left Zhou Lingfeng in a quandary. Did she wish to dine here or not? Or was she suggesting she would prefer him to cook for her? Ultimately, he decided he was not a servant. If you don't want to eat, that's up to you. Shall we dine here then? Zhou Lingfeng suggested. Zhao Meng nodded in agreement. They entered a restaurant named Jiangnan Charm. Zhou Lingfeng picked up the menu and handed it to Zhao Meng, inviting her to order. Zhao Meng smiled. Did you not say you would treat? You should order. No need. You may order whatever you desire without hesitation. Perhaps you should order. I have not dined in such a place before. Reluctant to continue the back and forth over the menu, Zhou Lingfeng began to scrutinize it himself. After placing their orders and waiting for the server to depart, they locked eyes, and Zhou Lingfeng was surprised to find himself feeling awkward first, diverting his gaze. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng's demeanor remained composed. As if such a gaze was commonplace for her, suddenly, a blushing young man approached their table, scrutinizing Zhao Meng before saying, "Beautiful lady, may I invite you to join my friends at our table for a drink?" As he spoke, the man gestured toward a table situated roughly 2 tables away from Zhou Lingfeng's. There sat 3 individuals, their table brimming with numerous bottles of liquor, indicating they had indulged quite a bit. The man before him, too, bore the unmistakable signs of intoxication. I apologize, but I have no interest, Zhao Meng replied, her gaze fixed on Zhou Lingfeng, disregarding the man entirely. No interest? Why the lack of interest? All my friends are handsome. And we have no ulterior motives. We merely wish to invite you to share a drink and get acquainted. Is that request truly unreasonable? The man continued. Zhou Lingfeng recognized that he must intervene at this juncture. For should Zhao Meng suffer any harm, he could not bear the consequences. Hey, did you not hear what my friend said? Zhou Lingfeng confronted the man. Am I speaking to you? The man retorted, raising his voice at Zhou Lingfeng. Shut the hell up. With that, he reached out a hand toward Zhao Meng, clearly intending to use force to draw her away. Observing this, Zhou Lingfeng sprang to his feet, interposing himself between the man and Zhao Meng. Seizing the man's outstretched hand, with a swift motion, he exerted pressure, eliciting a cry of pain from the man, who doubled over like a lobster. Just because you've had a few drinks doesn't mean you can start trouble. This time, I won't hold it against you. Now, be wise and get lost, Zhou Lingfeng declared, releasing the man's hand. The man glanced at his reddened hand, straightened his posture, and hastily returned to his companions. Zhou Lingfeng understood that this fellow would likely summon his friends for retaliation. What do you plan to do? Should we make a run for it? Zhao Meng inquired, her demeanor remarkably composed, as if this situation had no bearing on her. No need to flee, just stay seated. If I can't handle it, then you can decide what to do, Zhou Lingfeng instructed. Oh, Zhao Meng replied with a smile and a nod. At that moment, the group at the other table rose, their stares fixed menacingly upon Zhou Lingfeng. The first to approach was a burly man, with the others following closely behind. Let me ask you, we simply wish for your friend to join us for a drink and get acquainted. Why deny us this courtesy? Do you know who I am? The stout man questioned, his gaze shifting to Zhao Meng as he scrutinized her closely. My friend has expressed her lack of interest. You cannot force her, can you? Zhou Lingfeng responded, somewhat taken aback that the man merely sought conversation rather than immediate violence. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. I must say, this is the first time I've encountered such a stunning lady. The stout man exclaimed, his eyes widening as he continued to stare at Zhao Meng. Hey, gorgeous, stand up and let me have a look at your figure. It must be quite alluring. Zhao Meng shot him a fierce glare and retorted. If you have the guts, come over here and make me stand. Ha ha ha, amusing, amusing. The man laughed as he advanced toward Zhao Meng, but Zhou Lingfeng was not about to let him succeed. Dealing with a few drunken men was within his capabilities. With a swift motion, he grasped the stout man's hand and executed a powerful throw, sending him crashing into his three companions. Thus began a brawl within the restaurant, true to his reputation as an exemplary veteran. Zhou Lingfeng concluded the altercation in under 2 minutes, leaving all 4 men sprawled on the floor. To instill fear in them, he deliberately crushed the foot of the initial instigator, ensuring they would remember this encounter. Of course, Zhou Lingfeng himself bore some injuries. His clothing was torn, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Boss, I sincerely apologize. I will cover all the damages incurred here. Zhou Lingfeng approached the proprietor, aware of who he was from previous visits. At this juncture, the stout man rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Lingfeng. Do you know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me? You are finished. Pray, tell me who you are. Zhou Lingfeng inquired. My boss's brother Xiong Wu Xiong. Do you know him? The stout man shouted. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingfeng stepped closer to the stout man, scrutinizing his unattractive visage before replying, Tell me your name. And I will immediately call brother Xiong so you can return and beg for his forgiveness. Do you know brother Xiong? The stout man appeared incredulous, his expression reflecting disbelief. You all cannot leave, none of you can leave. Do you know who my brother is? How dare you act violently in my establishment? The restaurant owner interjected, which took Zhou Lingfeng by surprise, yet, acknowledging his own wrongdoing, he approached the owner once more and bowed in apology. I am truly sorry, this incident was not my intention. I will take responsibility for all losses incurred here. Please, how much is it? Very well, if you wish to play the hero, then you shall compensate me with 100,000. The owner stated. Zhou Lingfeng surveyed the surroundings. The only damaged item was a single table, and the total bill for the patrons, who had since departed, would not exceed 2,000. This ostensibly kind-faced proprietor was blatantly attempting to extort him. Nevertheless, with Zhao Meng present, he could not allow her to go hungry. Boss, I can provide you with 100,000, but I currently possess less than 2,000 in cash. May I deliver the remainder later? Not a chance. How do I know you won't vanish after this? The owner showed no sign of concession. I advise you to pay up quickly, otherwise, when my brother arrives, you will regret it. Who is your brother? Zhou Lingfeng asked. The deputy director of the Jinghai City Public Security Bureau, Li Donghai. The owner exclaimed, as if the title held immense weight. Very well, since your brother is a public official, this should be straightforward. When he arrives, have him meet me at the neighboring restaurant. Zhou Lingfeng swiftly suggested. Here, take this 2,000. It is all I can offer you now. The rest, I will ensure they cover. With that, Zhou Lingfeng approached the stout man. Displaying his phone's call log, navigating to his previous conversation with Wu Xiong, revealing the number to the stout man. Do you see this? This is my call record with brother Xiong. As for our relationship, you may inquire with him. Remember, any remaining compensation will be your responsibility. After speaking, Zhou Lingfeng walked back to Zhao Meng, glancing at the cover of the book she held, titled Cancer Tower. Beautiful lady, shall we depart for the neighboring restaurant? Zhao Meng nodded slightly, placing the book into her bag and handing it to Zhou Lingfeng as she followed him outside. Upon arriving at the adjacent restaurant, Zhou Lingfeng did not glance at the menu but immediately began ordering. Lady, please bring the dishes quickly. After placing his order, he added, Thank you. Why do I feel that when you called me beautiful lady, it gave me a sense of being a waitress here? Zhao Meng remarked, her eyes playfully scrutinizing Zhou Lingfeng. Waitresses can also be beautiful, and indeed, that one just now was quite lovely, don't you think? Zhou Lingfeng replied, Is that so? Who do you think is more attractive, her or me? Zhao Meng inquired. Zhou Lingfeng gazed intently at Zhao Meng, feeling an urge to associate her with Wei Wei, as such questions were typically posed by her. I believe you are beautiful, and you are the first woman to stir feelings of affection within me. Zhou Lingfeng earnestly declared. Zhao Meng smiled without a word, shifting her gaze from Zhou Lingfeng to observe several men in police uniforms approaching, guided by the owner of the nearby restaurant. That's him. He was the one who fought in my restaurant and damaged my property, the owner informed the 3 police officers. Sir, please come with us, one of the officers instructed Zhou Lingfeng, understanding that the only way to avoid going with them was to call Wei Wei. He hesitated, not wishing to involve her. Instead, he turned to Zhao Meng and asked, "Is it all right for you to return alone?" "That's fine, but I can accompany you to the police station," Zhao Meng replied. "May we finish our meal before we leave?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired of the officer. "Finish your meal? Do you think we're here to take you on a tour?" The officer replied coldly. Zhou Lingfeng then turned once more to Zhao Meng, asking, "Are you hungry? Perhaps you should return on your own. Finish your meal here. I have stated that I intend to accompany you to the police station," Zhao Meng interjected. Consequently, Zhou Lingfeng and Zhao Meng followed the police out of the towering building, one behind the other. In an office at the police station, Zhou Lingfeng was interrogated by the officers who inquired about the altercation in the restaurant and why he left without compensating for the damages. "I engaged with them because they were harassing my friend," Zhou Lingfeng replied. "Harassing your friend? True, she is quite beautiful, but what evidence do you have to substantiate that claim? Any witnesses?" The officer questioned, his slender frame raising doubts about his capability to apprehend criminals as he stifled yawns during the questioning. "The owner can testify," Zhou Lingfeng responded. "The owner stated that you instigated the fight." Zhou Lingfeng was rendered speechless, recalling the owner's face and realizing that one should not judge a book by its cover. "This matter clearly indicates that you were at fault from the onset. Public brawling is a serious offense. I present you with two options. The first is to compensate the restaurant for all damages and face 15 days of administrative detention," the officer declared, yawning once more. Noticing the officer's pause, Zhou Lingfeng inquired, "What is the second option?" "The second option involves leaving a criminal record resulting in 1.5 years of incarceration, but you will still be required to pay the damages," the officer replied, yawning yet again. "How much must I compensate?" Zhou Lingfeng asked. 100,000 yuan, the officer said, extending a finger and fixing his gaze on Zhou Lingfeng. "Quite a hefty sum indeed. I never expected you officers to be so unscrupulous. Is it because the owner's brother is the deputy director that you smack?" Before Zhou Lingfeng could finish his sentence, the officer slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. "Do you have any idea what you're doing? Let me make it clear, this time you must pay, whether you like it or not." Faced with the officer's suddenly fierce demeanor, Zhou Lingfeng chuckled and replied, "I have my doubts about your professionalism, as one should at least verify a person's identity before attempting extortion. Yet, it seems you have neglected to do so. What identity or background could you possibly have? Do you think your friend drives a luxury car, and that somehow elevates your status?" The officer scoffed. "The fault of today's incident lies squarely with you. A background means nothing in this context. May I make a phone call? I know Officer Wei Wei from your bureau," Zhou Lingfeng stated. The moment the words left his mouth, the officer's expression changed dramatically. "If possible, I would like to call Officer Wei Wei right now and ask her to mediate," Zhou Lingfeng continued. The officer abruptly stood, yawned, and turned to leave the room. Moments later, another officer entered, addressing Zhou Lingfeng. "You may leave now." Zhou Lingfeng stood and walked outside, heading straight to the driver's seat of the Maserati parked in front, waving to Zhao Meng inside before taking his place behind the wheel. "You must be quite hungry now. Where shall we find something to eat?" Zhou Lingfeng asked as he settled in. "Let us go to your dormitory. I'd like to sample your cooking," Zhao Meng replied, stretching her arms and yawning. "Very well, but my dormitory is quite modest. I fear it may not meet your expectations," Zhou Lingfeng cautioned. "No worries, let us go. First, we can stop by the supermarket to buy some ingredients." After returning to Zhou Lingfeng's dormitory, Zhao Meng immediately began inspecting the bookshelf by the wall while Zhou Lingfeng entered the kitchen to prepare the meal. When he emerged with 3 dishes placed on the small dining table, Zhao Meng was already seated, engrossed in a book. She was reading the renowned foreign classic To Kill a Mockingbird. Once Zhou Lingfeng sat down, she set the book aside and asked, "Have you finished reading this book?" "I have. I generally do not miss such works," Zhou Lingfeng replied. "Now let us enjoy this simple meal. I hope it pleases your palate." Zhao Meng glanced at the 3 dishes before her: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried beef, and greens, accompanied by a bowl of rice. Though the presentation was unremarkable, the aroma was enticing, making one's stomach grumble in anticipation. "Does it not seem unappetizing?" Zhou Lingfeng asked. "Not at all. I need to taste it to judge," Zhao Meng retorted, picking up her chopsticks. After sampling a piece of beef and chewing thoughtfully, she nodded and said, It tastes delightful, better than what I cook." After they finished all 3 dishes, Zhao Meng could not help but rub her stomach and exclaim, "I haven't eaten this much in ages. I feel so full." Zhou Lingfeng smiled, noticing that Zhao Meng had shed her previous goddess-like demeanor, now appearing more relatable. "Wait a moment, I will wash the dishes and then take you home," Zhou Lingfeng said, starting to clear the table. When he returned from the kitchen, however, Zhao Meng had vanished, and upon stepping onto the balcony, he noticed the Maserati had also disappeared. Indeed, a goddess, one with little regard for manners, leaving without a word. Zhou Lingfeng muttered to himself before retreating indoors. Just as he picked up his phone, a message from an unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. "Thank you for your company today. I have returned home. I hope we have the chance to spend such time together again." It was evident without a doubt that the message was from Zhao Meng. Liang Kangwen looked at the well-dressed men before him and stated, "Remember, this task must succeed. Failure is not an option." "Is that understood?" "Understood," the 5 men replied in unison. "Once this transaction is completed, I will ensure a brighter future for you all. You will become public officials, able to assist me in transporting goods under the guise of your positions. Ensuring greater safety and reduced risk." Chapter 82. Transformation of thought. Shortly after the 5 men departed, there was a knock at the door, and a long-haired woman walked in. The woman was slightly plump. In her 30s, with an elegant demeanor, she approached Liang Kangwen and softly said, "Director Liang Xiaobing has arrived. He wishes to see you regarding an important matter." "Let him in," Liang Kangwen replied, brushing his fingers against a faint scar on his cheek, a remnant of a past incident. Largely faded due to surgery, yet still visible upon close inspection, this scar was a lasting memory of Wei Wei, a woman he would never forget, who had nearly led him to ruin. "Director Liang, I have good news and bad news to share, if you don't mind." Xiaobing spoke hesitantly. Liang Kangwen, anticipating what he would say next, interrupted. "Let us start with the good news. The good news is that I have discovered a piece of land. If it comes into your possession, even without development, simply reselling it could yield a profit of 10 million, Xiaobing said, struggling to suppress his excitement, aware that excessive enthusiasm would portray him as untrustworthy in Liang Kangwen's eyes. "And the bad news?" Liang Kangwen prompted. "The bad news is that acquiring this land will be somewhat challenging, as I am merely the mayor and not the secretary," Xiaobing confessed, his expression filled with difficulty as he attempted to showcase his inadequate acting skills. "Isn't there currently no secretary? In their absence, you essentially hold that position," Liang Kangwen replied slowly, avoiding eye contact. Xiaobing managed a forced smile, saying, "Director Liang, you jest. I am merely the mayor, and while I am temporarily responsible for overall duties, I am still a newcomer. Many matters are beyond my sole authority." "Then what brings you here?" Liang Kangwen finally asked, turning to face Xiaobing. "I was hoping you could assist me with a small matter, give a taste of authority to a certain female committee member named Liao Lizhan among our standing committee. So she understands that I am not to be trifled with." Xiaobing mustered the courage to express his thoughts. In truth, he had no choice but to seek Liang Kangwen's aid, for Liao Lizhan's dominance and her 3 supporters within the committee were far beyond what a new mayor like Xiaobing could contend with. Thus, in order to secure the land, he needed to navigate past Liao Lizhan's influence, a feat he could not accomplish alone. "Xiaobing, you should not come to me for every minor issue you encounter. Remember, I elevated you to your current position, expecting you to offer me something in return, not to continue seeking my assistance." Liang Kangwen sighed, shaking his head afterward. However, I am not yet the secretary of the municipal party committee. And there are many matters that I simply cannot accomplish just because I wish to." Xiaobing continued. "All right, I can assist you with this, but do you understand the background of the woman you mentioned? Is she someone you can afford to provoke?" Liang Kangwen spoke in a calm tone, yet a thought began to form in his mind. What her background is does not matter. What is significant is to show her a lesson. To let her know that this city is not governed by her whims. Xiaobing assumed. "Is there anything else you need? If not, please leave." After Xiaobing departed, Liang Kangwen summoned the slightly plump woman to his side, placing a hand on her rear as he softly instructed, "First, investigate the background of that woman. If she is not connected to the capital, ensure she receives a lesson she won't forget. Additionally, have Xiaobing expedite the connection work. Once our largest batch of goods is dispersed, we can deal with him." "Understood, Liang," the woman replied, turning to leave. Liang Kangwen then gave her rear a firm pat. Meanwhile, in his office, Zhou Lingfeng was engrossed in his documents when the door was opened with a gentle motion. Unnoticed by him due to his focus, when he finally raised his head at the sound of footsteps, he was taken aback to find Su Xiling, the attractive office director of the Human Resources Bureau, standing before him. Why was this alluring young woman here to see him? Just as Zhou Lingfeng was about to speak, Su Xiling gestured for silence, placing her index finger to her lips. The sight of her elicited an involuntary physiological response from Zhou Lingfeng. Su Xiling approached him, leaned in, and kissed him. Zhou Lingfeng quickly stood up, grasping her hands to push her back, and questioned, "What are you doing? Shh, don't be so loud, I don't want anyone else to hear." Rest assured, I have locked the door, no one can enter, Su Xiling replied, leaning closer to Zhou Lingfeng once again. First, tell me what this is all about, Zhou Lingfeng said coldly. Indeed, Su Xiling was undeniably tempting. Her looks and figure could captivate men of all ages. However, Zhou Lingfeng was not the type to be swayed by mere appearance. Despite his physiological reaction, he could not engage without understanding the reason behind her actions. This is a directive from the Standing Committee. If you don't believe me, you can ask them yourself, Su Xiling responded, her alluring gaze fixed on him. At that moment, she seemed like a different person from their last encounter. Where she appeared shy and hesitant, now she exuded confidence, as if freshly trained from a prestigious institution. Did the Standing Committee send you here to seduce me, or is there a deeper purpose? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. Sensing his heart racing, both. If you wish, I could indeed indulge with you, Su Xiling softly replied. Why? Zhou Lingfeng pressed. Because she has given me a task, though I am not entirely aware of its specifics. I only know it relates to what I am doing with you now. Su Xiling answered candidly. Zhou Lingfeng was left speechless. It appeared she intended to practice on him. Such practice was something he could accept, but Su Xiling should not have chosen the office for it. As his office was not like Liao Lijian's, how could you suddenly accept this? Don't you feel embarrassed? Zhou Lingfeng asked, feeling his sudden disinterest in her rather than embarrassment. I find it more important to live the life I desire. Su Xiling responded with conviction. But you are selling your body, Zhou Lingfeng countered. What does the body matter? Besides, I am not a virgin. If I can obtain what I want through my body, I consider it worthwhile and agreeable. Su Xiling declared, reaching out her hand toward Zhou Lingfeng. In Chapter 83, Zhou Lingfeng did not push Su Xiling away this time. Instead, he closed his eyes and allowed her to embrace him, feeling her lips against his. The touch of two unfamiliar lips was devoid of emotion, lacking any connection of the soul. Ultimately, Zhou Lingfeng pushed her away and said, You should leave. I have no interest in you. Su Xiling was momentarily stunned. Unprepared for such a failure. If she could not manage even a mere secretary, how could she expect to charm those demanding leaders? Don't look at me like that. My lack of interest in you does not imply others share the same sentiment. Zhou Lingfeng remarked. To be honest, your appearance and figure are lethal to all men, yet I truly have no feelings for you at this moment. Su Xiling fell silent, quickly recovering from her daze and hastening toward the office door. Zhou Lingfeng watched her enchanting silhouette, still unmoved. Upon realizing that Su Xiling was about to offer herself to a leader, he felt an uncontrollable aversion, and this feeling swiftly extinguished any lingering desire. Indeed, once one develops a psychological bias against someone, it becomes challenging to feel any attraction toward them. Zhou Lingfeng took a deep breath, recognizing his vulnerability in this aspect, that he had displayed his emotions to Su Xiling, allowing her to sense his disdain. If he wished to advance in his career, this flaw must be overcome. Humanity's greatest flaw is its failure to learn from history, resulting in the repetition of past mistakes. So-called successful individuals are merely those who commit fewer errors, and those who commit fewer errors are those who learn from past mistakes to avoid their recurrence. While Zhou Lingfeng was in self-reflection, Liao Lizhen called, requesting his presence in her office. Standing before Liao Lizhen, Zhou Lingfeng spoke. Committee member, accompany me to a location at 2 o'clock this afternoon, Liao Lizhen instructed. Understood. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. By the way, did you adequately attend to Miss Zhao when I asked you to accompany her? Did she express any grievances? Liao Lizhen inquired. Not really. Although we had some incidents, I ensured she was not affected. Zhou Lingfeng replied honestly. What incidents? Liao Lizhen's expression suddenly turned tense. There was a scuffle at the restaurant. They initiated it, so, did it frighten Miss Xiao? I doubt it. This afternoon, we are going to the tea house. This is crucial, they may want you present, so remember my words, speak only when they ask you to. And do whatever they instruct. Understood? Liao Lizhen's expression was solemn. Yes, I understand. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. At 3 o'clock, Zhou Lingfeng parked the car at the tea house entrance. Throughout the journey, he and Liao Lizhen exchanged not a single word, as she was either resting her eyes or engrossed in her phone, seemingly texting. I will get out first. I will call you when it's time for you to follow. If I don't call, remain here, Liao Lizhen commanded, opening the car door and walking into the tea house. Zhou Lingfeng sat in the car, gazing into the tea house. This time, he did not see Zhao Meng but rather two men, one an elderly gentleman he had encountered previously and the other a younger man, perhaps in his early 30s, with a robust build but a rather stern face. Upon entering the tea house, Liao Lizhen approached the elderly man, bowing slightly as she spoke to him. This was the first time Zhou Lingfeng had witnessed Liao Lizhen display such humility in conversation. The old man, seated at the tea table, looked up and said something to Liao Lizhen, who nodded in response before quickly returning to the entrance. Upon reaching the car, Liao Lizhen gestured for Zhou Lingfeng to exit, stating, Uncle Zhao wishes to see you. Zhou Lingfeng was unsure what this meant. Could it be that Uncle Zhao believed he was a suitable match for his daughter or granddaughter due to his previous outing with Zhao Meng? Liao Lizhan led Zhou Lingfeng to the elderly man, saying, "Uncle Zhao, this is the individual who previously delivered funds to you and is currently my secretary. You are the young man who accompanied my granddaughter?" Uncle Zhao inquired. "Yes," Zhou Lingfeng nodded, sensing the unsettling smile on the old man's face. "What do you think of my granddaughter?" Uncle Zhao asked further. "I am uncertain of your intent. I merely accompanied her." With no ulterior motives, Zhou Lingfeng replied, feeling perplexed. "Did you take her to your dormitory?" Uncle Zhao's expression shifted, his voice becoming hoarse. "Indeed, it was I who escorted her to the dormitory, but this was her request. I complied with her wishes entirely," Zhou Lingfeng explained, acutely sensing the ominous air surrounding him. The old man's expression and tone were telling enough. "Who instructed you to take her to the dormitory?" Uncle Zhao inquired, though his gaze was no longer fixed on Zhou Lingfeng, whose countenance had now turned to one of anger. Liao Lizhan, perceiving the gravity of the situation, hastily urged Zhou Lingfeng, "Kneel down immediately. Prostrate yourself before Uncle Zhao and admit your fault." Zhou Lingfeng wore a bewildered expression, utterly lost. Why should he kneel simply because the old man was displeased? Was there no law, no justice? "Uncle Zhao, it was Zhao Meng who asked me to bring her to my dormitory. I understand that my actions may have transgressed boundaries you cannot abide, and I sincerely apologize. I promise I shall never act thus again." Zhou Lingfeng continued to explain. However, what he never anticipated was that Liao Lizhan, after casting a glance at Uncle Zhao, would suddenly slap his face with a resounding crack. The unexpected blow left Zhou Lingfeng's ears ringing. His mind momentarily blank. "Did you not hear me? I commanded you to kneel," Liao Lizhan shouted at him. Zhou Lingfeng glanced at Liao Lizhan and then at Uncle Zhao, yet he still showed no intent to kneel. For he was not her dog, nor would he obey her whims as if he were to lick filth at her command. Indeed, a true man must possess both humility and resolve. Zhou Lingfeng often managed to embody this. Yet today he could not yield, for he had committed no wrongdoing. With another sharp slap, Liao Lizhan struck again, but this time Zhou Lingfeng raised his hand to block her, causing their palms to collide with a loud sound. "Are you seeking death, Zhou Lingfeng?" Liao Lizhan seethed. Chapter 84, Humiliation in Life. As Liao Lizhan shouted furiously at Zhou Lingfeng, she also communicated with him through her eyes, a message he understood all too well. He realized that should he defy this woman, the consequences would not only be dire for himself but would also thrust her into an exceedingly awkward predicament. This was the reason for her reaction at this moment. Ultimately, Zhou Lingfeng knelt before Uncle Zhao, looking up at him with a pleading tone. "And Uncle Zhao, it was my error. I should not have brought Miss Zhao to the dormitory. I should not have acted in such a manner." "Zhang Yang, come here," Uncle Zhao commanded. A robust man approached and stood beside Uncle Zhao, addressing him. "Uncle Zhao, how may I serve you? Were you not just saying your shoes were a bit dirty? Have him clean them." Uncle Zhao instructed. Zhang Yang understood his implication, glancing at Zhou Lingfeng, who was kneeling on the floor, then stepped back to sit behind him, saying, "Turn around and clean my leather shoes." Seeing this, Liao Lizhan wanted to speak, but she refrained, knowing that anything she said would be superfluous and might provoke Uncle Zhao's ire, potentially creating difficulties for herself. At least she felt relieved that the predicament was not hers. Zhou Lingfeng did not turn to face Zhang Yang. He had never engaged in such actions, and this was a profound humiliation in his life. Had he known that a day out with Zhao Meng would lead to such disgrace, he would never have come. But he firmly believed that if Zhao Meng were present, she would surely speak on his behalf, preventing him from kneeling here. Yet where was she? "Liao Lizhan, is this your man? Why is he so disobedient?" Zhang Yang remarked, observing Zhou Lingfeng's inaction. "Brother Yang, I will make him comply," Liao Lizhan stammered, then turned to Zhou Lingfeng, urging Zhou Lingfeng, "Do as Brother Yang says." Quickly, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Zhou Lingfeng's lips. He recognized that at this moment, he was akin to an ant, utterly insignificant. Uncle Zhao could make Liao Lizhan behave like a servant before him, demonstrating the extent of his power in the face of such authority. Zhou Lingfeng was destined to be trampled upon. Indeed, this was his fate, yet he would not resign himself to it. As he shifted his knees, turning to confront the shoes sullied with dirt, he vowed to one day reclaim this moment, ensuring that he would be the one seated in power. As Zhou Lingfeng extended his tongue to lick the shoes, Liao Lizhan's gaze remained fixed upon him, her mind conjuring inappropriate images of their past intimacies. Recalling that Zhou Lingfeng had performed similar acts for her. "Not bad, not bad. It seems you have quite the skill." Zhang Yang chuckled as Zhou Lingfeng felt the dirt slip into his mouth, a wave of nausea rising in his throat. Yet he suppressed it, continuing to clean the shoe until it was pristine before preparing to attend to the other. However, before he could act, Zhang Yang unexpectedly kicked his face. Zhou Lingfeng fell backward. only to have a shoe pressed against his face. Zhang Yang looked down at him, laughing. You're disgusting. How can you bring yourself to do such things? Listen well, if you take the young lady out again, next time it won't be just shoe cleaning. After finishing, Zhang Yang lifted his foot and kicked Zhou Lingfeng in the abdomen, causing him to involuntarily cry out in pain. Enough, you may leave now. Uncle Zhao declared. Get up. Liao Lizhen commanded Zhou Lingfeng, who complied and stood following her toward the tea house's entrance. Upon exiting, they found Zhao Meng waiting with a thunderous expression. Without a word, she stormed into the tea house and swiftly approached Uncle Zhao, demanding, why have you done this? White Zhou Lingfeng and Liao Lizhen returned to the car, with Zhou Lingfeng resuming his role as the driver, appearing unfazed as he started the vehicle and drove away. After a moment, Liao Lizhen turned to Zhou Lingfeng, noticing the imprint of a shoe on his face, and she erupted. This is truly intolerable. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed a tissue and gently wiped the mark from his face, saying, Lingfeng, I am so sorry. I never anticipated they would demand such a thing from you. They are utterly inhumane. I know you have suffered a great injustice, but I will not allow you to endure this for nothing. I will make it up to you. Once I become the municipal party secretary, I will arrange for you to be the director. At last Zhou Lingfeng spoke softly. Committee member, I'm fine, you needn't go to such lengths. As he spoke, he took her hand and gently moved it away from his face. Although Zhou Lingfeng's expression appeared calm, his inner turmoil was tempestuous. Upon returning to the municipal committee building, they each retreated to their respective offices. Once seated, Zhou Lingfeng opened his drawer with a key, retrieved his diary, and began to pen the day's events on a fresh page. December 12, 2000, marks the most humiliating day of my life. The reason for this humiliation lies in my weakness. I am but a pawn, subject to the whims of others. Why am I in such a position? Because I lack power. Why do I lack power? Because of my origins. One's origins cannot be changed, yet fate can be altered. I vow to become one who possesses power. After completing this brief entry, Zhou Lingfeng's gaze drifted to the slightly ajar office door, and a sudden thought struck him. He seized the phone from his desk and dialed a number. When the call connected, he spoke. Director Su, it's me. Please come to my office. The committee member has instructed me to discuss something with you. Is there not anything that could be said over the phone? Su Xiling inquired, puzzled. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Just come at once, Zhou Lingfeng replied before hanging up. Although Su Xiling felt confused, she did not dwell on it and promptly made her way to Zhou Lingfeng's office. Chapter 85, Awakening the Beast Within. Listening to the footsteps approaching the slightly ajar door, Zhou Lingfeng knew someone was coming. Whether it was Su Xiling, he seemed indifferent, for he anticipated her arrival. Regardless of who it might be, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. 3 days later, Zhou Lingfeng remained engrossed in paperwork at the office when an unfamiliar number rang. He answered the call, bringing the phone to his ear, and heard the voice on the other end say, Hello Zhou Lingfeng, this is Zhao Meng, I wish to meet you. This statement came as a surprise, and Zhou Lingfeng's immediate reaction was one of astonishment. This woman had subjected him to the most humiliating experience of his life, a level of disgrace that many would likely never encounter. Although it was undeniably painful, it also ignited within him an intensified yearning for power following that experience. Hello, why are you silent? I hope I didn't dial the wrong number. Zhao Meng's voice broke through his thoughts. Zhou Lingfeng finally replied, Why do you wish to see me? I want to apologize to you in person. I never anticipated that my grandfather would treat you that way, nor Zhang Yang. Their actions were utterly excessive. Zhao Meng expressed with indignation. It is fine, you need not apologize, there is no need for us to meet. Let us leave it at that. Goodbye. With that, Zhou Lingfeng ended the call. He had no desire to be entangled with this woman any further, especially considering that their only connection stemmed from a single visit to his dormitory, which had led to such mistreatment. Needing her again might subject him to yet another peculiar experience. After lowering her phone, Zhao Meng contemplated seeking Zhou Lingfeng directly, but she was unaware of his office's location and whether he was currently there. Thus she opted to send him a message. Zhou Lingfeng, I sincerely apologize and hope you can grant me the opportunity to apologize in person. I assure you such an incident will never occur again. After reading her message, Zhou Lingfeng felt it prudent to respond to mitigate any unnecessary complications. He replied, There is truly no need for that. I harbor no resentment towards you. Please do not reach out to me again. Thank you. This response plunged Zhao Meng into a deeper state of unease. She felt compelled to meet Zhou Lingfeng regardless of the circumstances. Another call came through, this time from Liao Lizhen, instructing him to come to her office immediately. As Zhou Lingfeng stood before Liao Lizhen, memories of their previous encounter at the tea house flooded back. This woman had slapped him, viewing him then as nothing more than a mere servant. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit, Lingfeng. I have an urgent task to assign to you, Liao Lizhen began. Did I not mention that the position of the municipal party secretary is likely to be mine? However, pausing momentarily, she abruptly rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the scenery before continuing. I have yet to receive final confirmation from the provincial leadership. One step remains. Zhou Lingfeng remains silent. Observing her silhouette, consumed by a singular thought, to extricate himself from her grasp as swiftly as possible, you must accompany me to a location first, as I need to prepare certain materials before assigning you this task. Liao Lizhen suddenly turned, seizing her phone from the desk, and exited the office. Upon reaching the first floor of the county committee building, while Liao Lizhen awaited Zhou Lingfeng to fetch the car, a man approached her, smiling as he inquired, "Excuse me, are you Liao Lizhen?" Liao Lizhen turned her face away, clearly disdainful. The man smirked and shifted a bag he had been holding behind his back to the front, suddenly dousing her with its contents. Liao Lizhen screamed as she was splattered with excrement. "Comrade Liao, someone asked me to relay this message. You are merely a committee member, so do not act so arrogantly." With that, the man dashed away, leaving Liao Lizhen in a state of panic. When Zhou Lingfeng drove up beside her and saw her current state, he could hardly believe his eyes. Chapter 87. The task of training. Though Liao Lizhen was now drenched in filth and suddenly bent over to vomit, Zhou Lingfeng still exited the vehicle, opening the back door and saying, "Comrade, please get in." Liao Lizhen climbed into the car but was unable to suppress her nausea. Vomiting once more inside, Zhou Lingfeng hastily drove to his dormitory, the closest location to the municipal building. After parking, he glanced back at Liao Lizhen, who wore an exceptionally dark expression. Having wiped away the dirt with tissues, Zhou Lingfeng exited the vehicle and said, "Comrade, let us go wash up in my dorm." As they ascended the stairs, Liao Lizhen emerged from the bathroom, completely unclothed. Zhou Lingfeng suggested, "Why don't you wear my clothes for now? You can change back at home later." "No, I want to do it with you right now, here," Liao Lizhen insisted. Consequently, Zhou Lingfeng found himself engaging in an encounter with this woman, who still bore the mixed scents of soap and excrement. On his bed, having previously experienced intimacy with Xu Qi and Su Xiling, he found little enjoyment in this encounter. Instead, it was filled with discomfort, particularly when Liao Lizhen suddenly bit down hard on his shoulder during a moment of heightened excitement. Zhou Lingfeng could no longer endure the pain and cried out in agony. After driving to the car wash, Zhou Lingfeng took a taxi to the villa, where Liao Lizhen's clothing was stored. He needed to retrieve a set for her, as she was likely still in her birthday suit at the dorm. Once he delivered the clothes to Liao Lizhen, she changed right in front of Zhou Lingfeng. Observing her, he suddenly felt she had aged significantly, a reality all women inevitably face. With aging comes the loss of many things: skin's luster, visual allure, and more. After collecting his car from the wash, Zhou Lingfeng deliberately sniffed the back seat to ensure there were no lingering odors before inviting Liao Lizhen to join him. "Lingfeng, who do you think sent that person?" Liao Lizhen asked as he drove. "I am unsure, but I suspect someone orchestrated it," Zhou Lingfeng replied. In truth, he cared little about whether the individual was acting on someone else's orders. As the filth had not been hurled at him, however, given Liao Lizhen's vengeful nature, he felt it prudent to align with her sentiments. "I must find out who was behind this. I, Liao Lizhen, have never endured such humiliation," she declared vehemently. Zhou Lingfeng almost chuckled. As compared to the degradation he had previously experienced, her situation seemed trivial. Such is the disparity in perception brought about by differing social standings. They arrived at a lingerie store, and Zhou Lingfeng, having never visited such an establishment before, could instantly tell it was no ordinary shop based on its elaborate decor. After parking, Liao Lizhen instructed, "You wait in the car, I'll be out shortly." Approximately 10 minutes later, she returned holding a bag. Once seated in the car, she handed the bag to Zhou Lingfeng, saying, "These are some intimate items. When you return to the office, call Su Xiling over to try them on. If they do not fit, take her to exchange them." Although surprised, Zhou Lingfeng nodded and accepted the bag. Back at the office, he promptly called Su Xiling, saying, "Director Su, it's me. Could you come to my office for a moment?" "Secretary Zhou, are you requesting that again?" she asked. "No, the comrade has bought you something, and it's here for you to pick up." "Oh, alright. I'll be right there." Upon Su Xiling's arrival, she instinctively locked the door before turning to Zhou Lingfeng. At that moment, he had no intention of pursuing intimacy. He merely wanted her to try on the lingerie. He believed securing the door was wise, as it would prevent any unwelcome interruptions. Rising, he grasped the bag from the table and presented it to her, saying, "Inside are some intimate garments the comrade purchased for you. Please try them on now. If they do not suit you, I will take you to exchange them." Having already glanced at the contents, Zhou Lingfeng knew they were indeed provocative items, likely to elicit a strong reaction from any normal man witnessing a woman in such attire. Su Xiling took the bag and peered inside. Upon seeing its contents, her eyes widened in surprise, followed by a sharp intake of breath. Before she regained her composure, she then poured the items onto the table, reaching for a pair of lace-trimmed panties with an opening. Examining it closely before speaking up, "What does it mean that the standing committee bought me this? Don't you know what standing committee means?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired. "I don't, but I can probably guess her intentions." Su Xiling replied, fixing her gaze on Zhou Lingfeng and whispering, "Could you please refrain from watching me change?" Of course, Zhou Lingfeng nodded, immediately turning his chair away from her. Approximately 3 minutes later, Su Xiling announced, "You can turn around now, I'm done changing." Zhou Lingfeng turned back to face her, and upon seeing her attire, he suddenly gulped, almost choking on his own saliva. "How does it feel? Does it fit well?" Su Xiling asked. "Yes, it fits perfectly, but do you find it comfortable to wear like this?" Zhou Lingfeng queried, deliberately averting his gaze, fearing he might lose control and act impulsively towards those alluring garments. "Then I'll change into another set." After Su Xiling left, Zhou Lingfeng went to Liao Lijian's office and informed her that the lingerie had been tried on by Su Xiling and fit well. "Alright, tell her to train with you more during this period so she can hone her skills in that regard. I have an important task to assign her," Liao Lijian remarked thoughtfully. "Standing committee. Do you mean?" Zhou Lingfeng questioned, somewhat incredulous. "Don't pretend you don't understand my meaning," Liao Lijian retorted. "Are you suggesting she should have relations with me?" Zhou Lingfeng asked. "Yes, who else but you? This is quite plainly an opportunity for you to take advantage. And I trust your skills, remember to train her well," Liao Lijian stated. Zhou Lingfeng was left speechless, internally cursing, "This is absurd. Am I to be her pimp now?" Yet, deep down, he harbored no objections to the idea of engaging with Su Xiling. Viewing the notion of training as merely an enjoyable experience, given that Su Xiling was already proficient in that area. In the hotel, Zhou Lingfeng faced Su Xiling and said, "The standing committee has instructed me to train you. But I believe it should be the other way around." As soon as he finished speaking, his phone, which he had kept in his pocket, began to vibrate. Wei Wei was calling. Seeing it was Wei Wei on the line, Zhou Lingfeng immediately told Su Xiling, "Wait a moment, I need to take this call." Exiting the room and walking a few meters down the corridor, he finally held the phone to his ear. "Hello, where are you?" Wei Wei began. "I'm busy. Do you need something?" Zhou Lingfeng replied. "I do. Come to the police station in an hour. I guarantee you won't be disappointed," Wei Wei assured him confidently. "Could you please refrain from using that tactic every single time?" "I'm genuinely busy right now," Zhou Lingfeng responded, exasperated. "If I don't see you at the station in an hour, you can forget about our relationship. If someone bullies you, don't come looking for me again." Wei Wei concluded before hanging up as Zhou Lingfeng lowered his phone, his expression a mix of bewilderment and amusement, thinking Wei Wei was quite the eccentric, perhaps even a queen among oddities. Considering the implications of offending her over this matter seemed unnecessary. He promptly returned to the room. Without any lengthy preamble, Zhou Lingfeng directly led Su Xiling to the experience she desired, and he too found release. Although the entire affair lasted merely half an hour, it sufficed, as he needed to head to the police station. Otherwise, he could have continued indulging. At the police station, Zhou Lingfeng called Wei Wei to inform her of his arrival. "Come directly to my office, located on the 5th floor. Once there, just ask for the office of Captain Wei Wei in the Criminal Investigation Unit," Wei Wei instructed with a smile. Upon Zhou Lingfeng's arrival at the office, Wei Wei immediately stood up and approached him, arms outstretched. Zhou Lingfeng mirrored her gesture, anticipating a hug. However, as she reached him, she unexpectedly seized one of his hands and attempted a shoulder throw. Zhou Lingfeng quickly braced his hand against her back, preventing her from executing the move. Yet, Wei Wei persisted. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Lingfeng kicked her lightly on the backside, simultaneously shaking her hand free. Wei Wei stumbled forward, nearly losing her balance. "Really, Zhou Lingfeng? Do you not understand how to cherish a lady? I'm your girlfriend and a police officer, after all," Wei Wei scolded. Regaining her stance, Zhou Lingfeng chuckled and stepped closer, gazing into her eyes with affection before embracing her, saying, "Please avoid such pranks in the future. I am not one to be trifled with." Wei Wei relished the embrace, enjoying the warmth of her favored man. "I can't lose my individuality because of you. If I cease to be who I was, then I won't be the person you fell for," Wei Wei replied. Zhou Lingfeng released her and asked, "How could you ever change for someone else? Silly girl, didn't you say you wouldn't let me down?" "Of course not. Come with me." Wei Wei nodded affirmatively. The two then proceeded to a room resembling a conference hall. There, Zhou Lingfeng noticed a wall adorned with various photographs, Papers with writings and intricate diagrams illustrating connections. The sight was nothing short of overwhelming. What is all this? Zhou Lingfeng asked, his gaze scanning the photographs. This displays the network of a drug lord, Wei Wei explained. Look, your standing committee member is featured here as well. As she pointed to a photograph, Zhou Lingfeng recognized Liao Lijian's image. Upon seeing her photo, Zhou Lingfeng mused internally, could she truly be involved with drug lords? Might Uncle Zhao be one as well? Otherwise, why would he make such perverse requests of me? Besides Liao Lijian, there's also the newly appointed mayor of Jinghai, Zhao Bing. I have the impression he owes his position to the assistance of drug lords. And I suspect that the drug lord behind him could very well be Li Wu, the major figure who escaped during our previous raid. Wei Wei continued, pointing to a photograph labeled with Li Wu's name. Zhou Lingfeng scrutinized the photo, which depicted a handsome middle-aged man. I suspect this individual has returned to Jinghai. I've mentioned this to you before, yet I've been unable to locate him. Once I see him, I will undoubtedly recognize him. Even if he undergoes plastic surgery, his eyes will betray him, Wei Wei added. Zhou Lingfeng continued studying the images, noting several public officials among them. If those captured in the photographs were involved in drug-related activities, their fates could be easily surmised. Upon noticing that Liao Lijian's information was merely a suspect label, Zhou Lingfeng could not help but inquire, so you still only suspect Liao Lijian's connections with drug lords? Without any concrete evidence, yes, but I believe the person behind her is a formidable drug lord, though no definitive information has surfaced yet, Wei Wei confirmed. Why do these public officials become entangled with drugs? Zhou Lingfeng pressed, noticing the wall lacked explanatory notes. Why do you ask such naive questions? Wei Wei retorted, casting him a condescending look. Zhou Lingfeng simply responded with an "oh," continuing to examine the wall's contents. He had merely posed a casual question. In truth, anyone could become a pawn when blinded by greed, and it was evident that these officials were no exception, driven by their lust for wealth and power. I have a task for you. From now on, keep a close watch on Liao Lijian's every move, and if you notice anything unusual, report it to me immediately. Understood, Wei Wei instructed, her gaze fixed on Zhou Lingfeng with an enigmatic intensity. I am her secretary. I have always monitored her actions, but there hasn't been any noteworthy discovery yet, Zhou Lingfeng replied. She won't disclose such information to you quickly, as you're merely a secretary. Therefore, to gain further insights, I have an idea and wonder if you're willing to assist me, Wei Wei suggested, her earlier gaze now laden with intrigue. Speak up, Zhou Lingfeng responded. I need you to plant a listening device in Liao Lijian's office. Zhou Lingfeng was instantly taken aback, staring intently at Wei Wei. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, followed by a man's voice. Wei Wei, I know you're inside, open the door and let me in. Wei Wei pursed her lips and turned to Zhou Lingfeng, saying, don't say a word, let me handle this. Chapter 89, Father-daughter relationship. As Wei Wei opened the door, Zhou Lingfeng beheld a tall man in police uniform standing at the threshold. He appeared to be around 50 years old, with dark skin and bushy eyebrows, his countenance exuding an aura of sternness. Wei Wei, who is this? Why have you brought someone else here? Wei Biao inquired. His gaze fixed on Zhou Lingfeng, instantly revealing a fierce glare that compelled Zhou Lingfeng to avert his eyes. He is my boyfriend, Wei Wei replied, glancing at Zhou Lingfeng. Your boyfriend? I wasn't aware you had one. Wei Biao questioned, his attention shifting back to his daughter. We just confirmed our relationship a few days ago. I forgot to mention it to you, Wei Wei explained. Come in and we can discuss it further. Only then did Wei Biao step inside, and Wei Wei shut the door behind him. She turned to her father and continued, he is Liao Lijian's secretary. I brought him here to assist me in uncovering any connections between Liao Lijian and drug lords. Do you understand what you're doing? I've warned you before, Liao Lijian is not as straightforward as you think. Are you aware that you're playing with fire? Wei Biao's expression shifted dramatically, his voice growing fierce. Despite her father's intense reaction, Wei Wei merely smiled and said, Dad, I've told you countless times that my affairs are my own, and I won't pry into yours. So I hope you can refrain from discussing this matter further in my presence. Wei Wei, this behavior will inevitably lead to trouble. You are my daughter, and I am only looking out for your well-being, Wei Biao retorted angrily. Enough, did you not hear me? This is my own matter. Wei Wei's tone hardened as she interrupted. And now, please leave. Wei Biao shook his head, sighed deeply, and turned to exit. Closing the door behind him, Wei Wei locked the door again and turned to Zhou Lingfeng. Apologizing, I was actually planning to introduce you to my dad, but she shrugged helplessly. Please don't take it personally, my relationship with my father has always been like this, one argument leads to another. I should head back now. As for the matter regarding the standing committee member, I will keep an eye on it, Zhou Lingfeng stated. Please take this back with you and find an opportunity to install it in Liao Lijian's office. Can you manage that? Liao Lizhan said, producing an object the size of a finger and presenting it to Zhou Lingfeng. After examining it, Zhou Lingfeng replied, I can assist you, but what if we get caught? Do you comprehend the consequences I would face? Rest assured, I will bear any consequences, for I am confident that before she realizes she is being eavesdropped upon, I will have apprehended her, Wei Wei declared with unwavering conviction. Zhou Lingfeng found the arrangement for eavesdropping excessively perilous and said, Please grant me some time to contemplate this. All right, very well, I will give you 2 days, after that, I expect your response, you need not worry. Regardless of your answer, I will not hold it against you, Wei Wei replied. I shall take my leave now. Alright. As Zhou Lingfeng descended the stairs, he was about to head towards the parking lot when a police officer called out to him. Approaching swiftly, hello, I must inform you that our director wishes to see you. He has some matters to discuss with you. Rest assured, this has nothing to do with any ongoing investigations. Zhou Lingfeng understood that whatever Wei Biao intended to discuss would undoubtedly pertain to his daughter. And so he followed the officer. Upon reaching Wei Biao's office, Zhou Lingfeng observed that Wei Biao, who had been seated, immediately stood up and faced the door. After it closed, he scrutinized Zhou Lingfeng from head to toe before speaking. I know you are Zhou Lingfeng, who has been closely associated with Comrade Liao. You were previously a driver, but now you've resolved your identity issues and become her secretary, quite impressive for someone your age. Director Wei, may I inquire why you called for me? Zhou Lingfeng asked, having come here expecting feedback from him. Please have a seat, Wei Biao invited as he took his own seat. Zhou Lingfeng, however, remained standing and said, Director Wei, please proceed. It is concerning my daughter, Wei Wei. As you witnessed earlier, we can hardly exchange a few words without conflict, but she is currently entangled in a perilous situation, Wei Biao spoke earnestly. You experienced the car accident involving her. It was a malicious act targeted at her. Fortunately she survived, or I fear I would never see her again. After a brief pause, Wei Biao shook his head and sighed. I hope you can persuade her. I can see that she is genuinely fond of you, so she might heed your advice. How would you like me to persuade her? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. I would like you to dissuade her from continuing her investigation. Especially regarding Comrade Liao, as she could never be connected to any drug-related activities, Wei Biao said, his gaze drifting elsewhere, no longer fixed on Zhou Lingfeng, his previous fierceness replaced by a sense of helplessness. I will do my utmost to persuade her, but I doubt anyone can alter her convictions. However, I shall make the effort, Zhou Lingfeng responded. Thank you, you may leave now. Wei Biao gestured dismissively. Zhou Lingfeng drove away from the police station. Pondering whether Liao Lizhan truly had any illicit connections. If she were indeed involved with drug lords, his own circumstances would likely deteriorate as well once Liao Lizhan ascended to the standing committee. The drug lords would undoubtedly assign her tasks, some of which might fall upon him. Zhou Lingfeng could only hope that there was no connection between Liao Lizhan and the drug lords, and that Wei Wei's investigation was merely misdirected. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Liao Lizhan's call suddenly came through. After answering, Zhou Lingfeng heard her say, I'll be waiting for you downstairs in 5 minutes. We're heading to the villa, understood, Zhou Lingfeng replied, rising to leave his office. As he drove towards the villa, Zhou Lingfeng couldn't help but wonder if Liao Lizhan wanted him to provide her with intimate services. But if it wasn't that, then what else could it be? Upon arriving at the villa, the two ascended to the second floor, where Liao Lizhan stepped out onto the balcony to observe below. After approximately 5 minutes, a police car pulled up, and 2 officers escorted a hooded man into the villa, one seated in a chair. The officers promptly descended the stairs. Liao Lizhan turned to Zhou Lingfeng, instructing, go, and remove this hood. As Zhou Lingfeng lifted the bag off the man's head, he was met with an expression of sheer terror. Do you recognize him? Liao Lizhan asked. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head, having no recollection of the man before him, but a possibility began to dawn on him. Oh right, you probably didn't see him when he threw that filth at me, Liao Lizhan remarked, her expression suddenly turning fierce. Come on, Lingfeng, now urinate on him. Liao Lizhan turned to Zhou Lingfeng, her voice commanding. Chapter 90, Pathological Revenge. Zhou Lingfeng stared at Liao Lizhan in disbelief, while he could somewhat accept her previous request for him to cut off her brother's ear. He could not bring himself to urinate on this man, as the mere thought of it made him feel utterly nauseated. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up, Liao Lizhan urged again. Finally, Zhou Lingfeng said, Comrade, we can use other methods. We don't have to resort to this. I can't do it. Do you still wish to advance in your career? Liao Lizhan's demeanor shifted, her tone growing serious. Zhou Lingfeng felt as if she had struck a nerve, and he couldn't help but think that if he had developed a relationship with Shu Qi sooner, perhaps he could leverage that connection for a promotion. Yet, it was too late for such thoughts now. I ask you again, will you do it or not? Are you disregarding my orders? Liao Lijian's piercing gaze locked onto Zhou Lingfeng, with no other option. Zhou Lingfeng reluctantly unzipped his pants and began to relieve himself on the man before him. Liao Lijian observed with a look of curiosity, as if witnessing an ancient species, filled with intrigue. The man, with his hands and feet shackled and overwhelmed by fear, could do nothing but sit still, closing his eyes and mouth as the unclean liquid splashed upon him. After Zhou Lingfeng completed this repugnant action, he immediately turned and strode into the restroom, intent on washing his hands. Liao Lijian, however, fixed her gaze upon the man and inquired, "How does it feel?" I didn't want this either. I beg you. Spare me. I was merely following orders," the man replied, simultaneously spitting onto the floor upon Zhou Lingfeng's emergence from the restroom. Liao Lijian promptly addressed him, "Can you procure some feces?" Zhou Lingfeng returned to Liao Lijian's side and stated, "Committee member, I believe we should simply compel him to reveal the identity of the mastermind behind this. There is no need for further action, because, shut up, what do you know? Are you me? Have you ever experienced the feeling of being doused in excrement?" Liao Lijian suddenly erupted, yelling at Zhou Lingfeng as if he were the one who had sullied her. Zhou Lingfeng was at a loss for words. He recognized this woman as madness but hadn't anticipated it would manifest to such an extent. "I do not care what method you employ, go and get me some feces immediately." After a moment of calm, Liao Lijian spoke with a stern expression. Zhou Lingfeng could only nod if he were inclined to relieve himself at that moment. He could satisfy Liao Lijian's twisted desire for revenge with his own excrement, but at present, he felt no such urge. "What are you waiting for?" Liao Lijian prompted again. "Fine, I will go find some." With that, Zhou Lingfeng turned and headed toward the staircase. 5 minutes later, he returned with a bag of feces, though it was not human waste, but rather dog feces. While this still left Liao Lijian somewhat dissatisfied, she refrained from further comment and directed Zhou Lingfeng to smear the dog feces across the man's face. The man immediately retched, creating a scene of utmost disgust on that floor, the stench of excrement mingling with the odor of vomit, prompting Zhou Lingfeng to feel queasy as well. Liao Lijian, however, appeared unfazed as she approached the man and demanded, "Speak, who instructed you to do this? I will grant you one chance, fail to answer, and there will be no second." It was Zhou Hai who ordered me to do it. He paid me a sum of money." The man stammered, his face a mask of anxiety. "Who is Zhou Hai? Can you reach him now?" Liao Lijian inquired. The man then dialed Zhou Hai's number on his phone, arranging for Zhou Hai to come to their location. Naturally, through their established method of meeting, Zhou Hai was clearly a drug associate, as evidenced by his appearance and the numerous injection marks on his arms. "I know why you summoned me here. I will tell you what you wish to know, but whether you believe it is another matter." Zhou Hai said. Zhou Lingfeng was not surprised by Zhou Hai's nonchalance, recognizing that those who dealt with drugs daily had seen it all, including the euphoric highs and the ensuing illusions that rendered all else in life dull and unworthy. "Speak," Liao Lijian commanded. Zhou Hai glanced at the seated man, then at the mess on the floor, and chuckled. "I never expected you government officials to indulge in such vindictive antics. I asked you to share what I want to know, not to engage in idle chatter." As she spoke, Liao Lijian's eyes remained fixated on Zhou Hai's arms, scrutinizing the scars left by excessive injections. One day, I went to buy some powder, and suddenly a masked man appeared before me, offering me money to perform a task, saying I would receive more upon completion. "That is all I have to say," Zhou Hai replied, shrugging as if to say, "Believe it or not, you do not know that person?" Liao Lijian pressed, her face betraying disappointment, though internally she had already formed a conjecture about the identity of the individual. "I do not know." He concealed his face, and I could barely see his eyes because I had been drinking. After hearing his request, I agreed because of the money. I had no reason to refuse, especially since I wouldn't have to do any of the work myself. Zhou Hai maintained his indifferent demeanor. "Do you think I will believe your words?" Liao Lijian challenged. "I have already stated what I know. Whether you choose to believe it is of no concern to me," Zhou Hai replied indifferently. "I advise you to reveal who paid you, or the consequences will be dire. For someone like you cannot afford personal freedom at this time." Liao Lijian's gaze shifted to Zhou Lingfeng. "Now I have spoken. If you do not believe me, what can I do? Even if you were to kill me, it would be futile, for I have told you all I know." Zhou Hai shrugged again. Liao Lijian then turned to Zhou Lingfeng and instructed, "Lingfeng, take action. Show him a bit of what he deserves. I want to see if he truly knows nothing or is merely feigning ignorance." Reluctantly, Zhou Lingfeng complied with Liao Lijian's command, advancing toward Zhou Hai before delivering a powerful punch to his face. Zhou Hai collapsed, solidifying the fact that he was indeed a fragile drug user. Liao Lijian approached Zhou Hai, perhaps seeking to vent her fury, and began to kick him viciously in the head. Initially Zhou Hai emitted cries of pain, but soon fell silent, his body becoming utterly still. Chapter 91, Promotion Task. Upon seeing Zhou Hai motionless, Zhou Lingfeng immediately grasped Liao Lizhen's hands, pulling her back as he exclaimed, "Stop kicking, he may already be dead." Hearing the word dead, Liao Lizhen froze, her eyes fixed on the motionless Zhou Hai. Zhou Lingfeng crouched beside Zhou Hai, observing that his eyes were closed and his body unresponsive. Every indication suggesting he was no longer alive, but he placed his hand over Zhou Hai's nostrils and, after a few seconds, quickly withdrew it and turned to Liao Lizhen, stating, "He is dead, please spare me. I do not wish to die. I truly know nothing." The man seated in the chair suddenly began to cry out, having witnessed Zhou Hai on the floor. Upon hearing Zhou Lingfeng's words, he feared he too would be killed here. Liao Lizhen regarded Zhou Hai for a moment, then instructed Zhou Lingfeng, "Make him quiet. I will call someone to handle this." Turning away, she moved toward the balcony, retrieving her phone. Zhou Lingfeng addressed the seated man. "Stop shouting, you will not die. Do not worry, we never intended to cause a fatality. It was merely unfortunate for him." The man, however, remained visibly terrified. Given another chance, he would never risk 1,000 yuan to throw excrement at Liao Lizhen. Soon, a police car arrived outside the villa, and two men dressed casually exited. They hurried to the second floor of the villa and inquired about the situation. Zhou Lingfeng recounted the events, and one of the men instructed, "Hand me the keys, you and the committee member may leave." Zhou Lingfeng complied, handing over the keys, before approaching Liao Lizhen, who wore an expression of indifference. "Committee member, let us depart." Liao Lizhen proceeded down the stairs. As Zhou Lingfeng drove back to the municipal building, he glanced at Liao Lizhen in the rearview mirror, her demeanor one of cold detachment. He began to ponder, Liao Lizhen truly wielded immense influence. As a committee member, she could drive a municipal party secretary to desperation, even to suicide, and now, after causing a man's death, she could arrange for it to be covered up. What issues could she not resolve? Was it true that certain officials in a locality truly held absolute power? To eliminate someone could be a simple task. If so, this would underscore the insidious nature of power. If Liao Lizhen were to ascend to the position of municipal party secretary, would she not have absolute control over Jinghai City? Regarding today's events, consider it as if you know nothing. Understood? Liao Lizhen suddenly interjected. Zhou Lingfeng snapped back to reality from his thoughts and nodded. "Yes, I understand." 2 days later, Liao Lizhen summoned Zhou Lingfeng to her office. After assessing him from head to toe, she stated, "Your opportunity for promotion has arrived. I am assigning you a task. If you complete it and return, I will promote you." "Committee member, I am already content being your secretary, as I have much to learn from you," Zhou Lingfeng quickly replied. Though this was a facade, he could never be satisfied merely playing the role of a subordinate to a woman. "Do not speak such nonsense to me. If your only desire is to remain by my side in such a capacity, I would look down upon you, for I know you are not someone easily satisfied." Liao Lizhen's expression held a hint of amusement. One who has been immersed in the political arena for so many years could hardly fail to discern whether an individual harbored desires that deviated from the norm. "I shall do whatever the standing committee instructs me to do, complying fully with their directives," Zhou Lingfeng replied. "In a moment, drive Su Xiling to the provincial city, and upon your arrival at the Swan Hotel, give me a call." Liao Lizhen instructed again. "Understood, I will comply." Esteemed committee member. Do you have any other directives? Zhou Lingfeng observed Liao Lizhen closely, feeling that since the incident 2 days prior when she had caused Zhou Hai's demise, she had undergone a notable transformation, seemingly no longer wearing her emotions so openly. "This trip may require you to be away for a week, aside from your responsibility for Su Xiling's transportation. You may explore the provincial city at your leisure, as if on a vacation to unwind," Liao Lizhen stated, her demeanor remaining composed and unruffled. "Thank you, esteemed committee member. I shall ensure that all tasks are executed as per your instructions," Zhou Lingfeng affirmed before noticing Liao Lizhen gesturing for him to leave immediately. However, just as he reached the office door, she spoke once more. "Remember, once you are in the provincial city, you must not have any dealings with that despicable woman." Upon returning to his office, Zhou Lingfeng first called Su Xiling to inquire if she was prepared. After receiving her affirmative response, he instructed her to wait by the roadside in 15 minutes. While driving towards Su Xiling's residence, he called Wu Xiong. "Brother Xiong, regarding the matter I mentioned earlier, preparations can commence now, as I am en route to the provincial city." Zhou Lingfeng stated, "I am currently in the provincial city. Give me a call once you arrive, as I am busy at the moment." Wu Xiong replied, "Very well, we shall discuss further when we meet." After hanging up, Zhou Lingfeng began to mentally reconstruct a comprehensive plan. Having contemplated the intricacies of the revenge scheme well in advance. As he pulled up beside Su Xiling, he couldn't help but admire her relatively conservative attire, recognizing that her figure and poise rendered her attractive in any outfit. Indeed, elegance is paramount. How did you explain this to your husband? Zhou Lingfeng inquired as they drove. What else could I say? I merely claimed it was for official business, Su Xiling responded. You are truly beautiful. Were I in a leadership position, I would undoubtedly be drawn to someone like you, Zhou Lingfeng remarked, glancing at her. Yes, that's so. You men are all the same. For you, every woman has a certain shelf life. And once that period has passed, you grow weary, Su Xiling replied, gazing out the windshield before taking a deep breath. Are you enjoying this outing? Zhou Lingfeng asked. Not particularly. This is work, and since it is work, I shall refrain from indulging in other thoughts, she answered. Aren't you concerned that the committee member might deceive you? What if she achieves her goals and then discards you? Zhou Lingfeng probed cautiously. She wouldn't dare, for she knows the consequences, Su Xiling replied with conviction. Why not? He inquired. Because a woman who is indifferent to her own body is invincible. Chapter 92, Robbery on the National Highway. In truth, my husband and I have long since lost all affection. We have been sleeping in separate rooms for over a year, as he has long been incapable in that regard, Su Xiling stated calmly. So, I owe you my gratitude, as it is you who has allowed me to once again experience such pleasures. You're welcome, Zhou Lingfeng replied. In terms of physical intimacy, he too found his experience with Su Xiling to be unparalleled. At least for now, as he considered it the finest he had encountered. While he had been involved with Xu Qi and Wei Wei, he felt that neither could compare to Su Xiling in terms of overall experience. As for Liao Lizhan, she was beyond comparison. Zhou Lingfeng was merely pursuing other goals in his interactions with her, viewing each occasion as an obligation to fulfill. Zhou Lingfeng, if you wouldn't mind, I could be your lover in the future. Su Xiling suddenly turned to him, her expression earnest. Zhou Lingfeng chuckled softly, replying, I am not a leader. What right do I have to ask you to be my lover? Then we shall wait until you become a leader. And I will gladly assume that role, she responded, still serious. Forget it. I don't possess the fate to become a leader. However, I believe your destiny may very well change after this trip to the provincial city. Zhou Lingfeng remarked thoughtfully, gazing out the windshield. In this world, a beautiful woman willing to offer her body, endowed with a certain charm, can find her path to a smooth political career is not an insurmountable challenge. Zhou Lingfeng had always been curious about Liao Lizhan's educational background, wondering what qualifications she possessed, as his interactions with her led him to believe she had not received much formal education. Thus, it was plausible that her ascent to her current position was largely due to the sacrifices made with her youthful beauty, for she had once been a great beauty, though she had aged. Her allure still lingered. While she might not captivate younger men like Zhou Lingfeng, she undoubtedly held a significant appeal for some middle-aged, lecherous men. Rest assured, should this journey to the provincial city indeed alter my fate, I shall not forget you, for you too have played a role. Su Xiling smiled, her expression tinged with self-deprecation, for she held little hope that this trip would lead to any significant change. If anything were to change, it would merely be a promotion from office director to deputy bureau chief, which was the request she had previously made to Liao Lizhan. Thank you. As noon approached, Zhou Lingfeng parked outside a restaurant, and the two entered. Order whatever you desire. I shall cover the bill, he offered, pulling out his phone as he stepped outside. Hello, Zhou Kiki, have you eaten yet? He inquired. Brother, I've already had my meal. How about you? Zhou Kiki's voice came through the phone. I am about to eat. How is life at school treating you? Are those bullies still bothering you? Zhou Lingfeng asked. It's the same as before. They haven't approached me since you last confronted them. Thank you, brother, she replied. That's good to hear. Focus on your studies, and after graduation, consider taking the civil service exam. Alright, take care. After ending the call, Zhou Lingfeng wore a contemplative expression as he turned back towards the restaurant. Upon leaving the restaurant and continuing their journey to the provincial city, Su Xiling spoke up. Zhou Lingfeng, I have a question that I've been eager to ask, but I worry it may offend you. So I'm uncertain whether I should proceed. Feel free to ask. I believe I can guess what you wish to inquire about, Zhou Lingfeng responded. Then I shall ask. I would like to know if you have engaged in that kind of relationship with the committee member. Su Xiling queried, her gaze fixed on the windshield, believing it unnecessary to look directly at Zhou Lingfeng to allow him to respond more comfortably. What do you think? Zhou Lingfeng casually countered. I suspect you must have. Otherwise you would not have transitioned so swiftly from being a driver to becoming a formal employee in the organization department, now also serving as a secretary. Su Xiling stated bluntly. Indeed, you are correct. I am in that kind of relationship with her, Zhou Lingfeng admitted without attempting to deny it. This is quite normal. Were I to attain a leadership position, I too would seek out some youthful and handsome men for my own pleasure. Su Xiling expressed her thoughts candidly, acknowledging that her journey to the provincial city was driven by ambition for power, and what is power for if not to satisfy one's vanity and pursue one's desires? Zhou Lingfeng's perspective diverged from Su Xiling's, prompting him to nod silently rather than speak. I once heard a saying, power is the most potent aphrodisiac, ensnaring all who come into contact with it, leading them to become entranced and immersed in the allure of control, allowing them to command others and engage in endeavors they once dared not consider, such as keeping mistresses, and so forth. So, are you suggesting that once you become a leader, you would behave similarly to those you describe? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. I cannot say for certain, but I believe that if I were to acquire substantial power, I would likely lose control, for very few can resist the allure of being hunted, she replied. As they continued their conversation, Su Xiling eventually drifted off to sleep. Zhou Lingfeng took out his phone to check a message from Shu Qi, which read, Lingfeng, do you have time tonight? I would like to have dinner with you. For the sake of safety, and considering the urgent needs of nature, Zhou Lingfeng maneuvered his vehicle to a vacant patch off the road, disembarked, and walked ahead. Initially, he replied to a message from Shu Qi before attending to his pressing need. Just as he finished, he noticed several men hastening towards his car. These men were notably lean, exhibiting distinct traits of petty delinquents, unkempt and cigarette in mouth. At that moment, the engine was still running, and Su Xiling remained asleep inside the vehicle. Zhou Lingfeng sensed impending trouble and hurried back towards the car. For men had already surrounded the vehicle, all eyes fixed on Zhou Lingfeng as he returned. One man, marked by a conspicuous scar on his face, addressed Zhou Lingfeng. Where are you from? What brings you to our village? Zhou Lingfeng responded, we were merely passing through on the national highway. I had an urgent need to relieve myself. Got any money? The scar-faced man inquired. My brothers and I are a bit short on cash these days. At that moment, Zhou Lingfeng thought to himself that sometimes, if money could resolve a problem, then it was not truly a problem at all. Hence, he promptly retrieved his wallet, extracting the remaining sum of 500 yuan, and extended it towards the scar-faced man, saying, Brother, this is all I have left. Consider it a meal for you and your friends. The scar-faced man accepted the 500, examined it, and a smile blossomed on his face. He then turned to Su Xiling, still seated in the passenger seat, and asked, Is this beautiful lady your girlfriend? No, she is merely a friend, not a girlfriend, Zhou Lingfeng replied, thinking surely they wouldn't want her to entertain them. Would they? She's quite lovely, fitting my type. The scar-faced man continued, How about this? You ask her to step out and let my brothers have a feel. His gaze remained fixed on the still dreaming Su Xiling. The other men also directed their attention towards her. Brother, look, I only have this 500. With it, you could go to a parlor and each get a lovely lady to enjoy, right? Zhou Lingfeng suggested. No, that's not acceptable. The girls at those parlors are filthy. I've grown tired of them. It's been ages since I've had the chance with a respectable woman like her. The scar-faced man shook his head. Big brother, I agree. She has quite a catch. Let us not waste time chatting with this loser. Another man chimed in, his small stature belied by a lewd grin plastered across his face as he continued to gaze at Su Xiling, adding, If this fool dares to speak again, we'll take care of him. At that moment, Su Xiling suddenly awoke, groggy and startled upon realizing the car was surrounded and that several eyes were intently fixed on her. She instinctively wanted to retreat but was unsure where to go. Thankfully, spotting Zhou Lingfeng nearby, she quickly turned to him. Zhou Lingfeng, who are they? Why did you stop the car here? Su Xiling asked, though her voice was inaudible to the men outside as the windows remained closed. The scar-faced man, seeing her awaken, reached for the passenger door, attempting to wrench it open. Zhou Lingfeng swiftly grasped the man's hand, saying, Brother, I've already given you the money, and if you find it insufficient, I can check with my friend to see how much she has, and we can give that to you. What do you think? Let go of your hand and tell the girl to come down. I want to search her. The scar-faced man barked. Zhou Lingfeng understood that this time, even if these men were armed, he had to fight back, or they would not leave easily. He exerted force, seizing the man's hand and delivering a kick to his groin. As the scar-faced man cried out in pain, the sound of breaking bones echoed. Zhou Lingfeng did not afford the others a moment to react. He delivered a powerful punch to one man's face and kicked another with ferocity. With only one man left, who stood frozen in shock, Zhou Lingfeng also struck him with a heavy punch. After incapacitating the last man, Zhou Lingfeng quickly opened the driver's door, jumped in, and sped away. Su Xiling, still in shock, feared for Zhou Lingfeng's safety, having witnessed his actions and worried he might not be a match for the assailants. Moreover, as Zhou Lingfeng dealt with the last man, one had already risen and brandished a knife. This is terrifying. How did four of them suddenly appear? It's obvious they're up to no good, Su Xiling exclaimed. My mistake. I stepped out to relieve myself. And then those four approached me. I even gave them 500 yuan, Zhou Lingfeng explained. Why didn't they leave? Su Xiling pressed. Because they wanted to have their way with you, Zhou Lingfeng replied candidly. Ah, Su Xiling's face contorted with fear as she recalled the earlier scene, shuddering at the thought. Don't worry, it's all over now, Zhou Lingfeng reassured her. Su Xiling reached for Zhou Lingfeng's empty hand, grasping it sincerely. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have a full aren't you fine now. Besides, with me around, even if it costs my life, I won't let anything happen to you, Zhou Lingfeng smiled. If only you were my husband. Su Xiling sighed, lamenting life is like this, many things don't go as one wishes. After arriving in the provincial capital around 5 in the afternoon, Zhou Lingfeng parked outside the entrance of the Baiswan Hotel and called Liao Lizhan. Informing her they had reached the hotel. Good, you two go eat first, then check into the hotel, wait for my call, and remember, don't get too close to her, Liao Lizhan instructed, exhausted from a day of driving. Zhou Lingfeng had no desire to get too close, replying, understood, we'll head to dinner now. Once Liao Lizhan hung up, Zhou Lingfeng set his phone down. He led Su Xiling into the hotel, where they dined in the hotel restaurant. With Zhou Lingfeng settling the bill, after finishing their meal, they proceeded to check into a double room, with Zhou Lingfeng again covering the costs, as his task was to ensure Su Xiling's well-being. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhou Lingfeng sat on the sofa and turned on the television. Su Xiling headed to the bathroom, washed her face, and emerged, asking Zhou Lingfeng, after driving all day, would you like me to give you a massage? Sure, Zhou Lingfeng replied, straightening his posture. Strip down and get into bed. I'll give you a full-body massage to showcase the techniques I've recently learned. When did you learn massage techniques? Zhou Lingfeng inquired, puzzled. Liao Lizhan taught me. Su Xiling responded, then never mind. She instructed me not to touch you during this time, but if you don't say anything, she won't know. Besides, I'm just helping you with a massage, not anything else. Su Xiling reasoned. Zhou Lingfeng contemplated this and found it reasonable, preparing to undress when his phone rang. It was Liao Lizhan. Tell her to hurry and wash up. After her shower, she should go to room 908 on the 9th floor of the hotel. Upon arrival, knock gently 3 times, Liao Lizhan instructed. Alright, I'll tell her now, Zhou Lingfeng replied. After Liao Lizhan hung up, he turned to Su Xiling, saying, go wash up now, and afterward, head to room 908 in this building. Remember to knock 3 times when you get there. Okay, Su Xiling nodded, opening her suitcase to retrieve a set of intimate lingerie, placing it on the bed before selecting an outfit and heading to the bathroom. After emerging from the bathroom, Su Xiling stood before Zhou Lingfeng, completely undressed. As she began putting on her lingerie, Zhou Lingfeng quickly turned his face away. What's wrong? Are you shy? It's not like you haven't seen me before. You've touched me already, why be shy? Su Xiling teased as she dressed. Our relationship requires me to act this way, Zhou Lingfeng replied. Given that they were neither lovers nor married, he deemed it necessary to extend her the respect she deserved. I'm dressed. You can turn back now, Su Xiling called out. As Zhou Lingfeng turned back, she took a couple of steps towards him and asked, may I have a hug? I find myself feeling somewhat anxious. As I have an unsettling premonition that the individual I am about to meet is not of good character. Zhou Lingfeng remained silent, merely nodding before rising to his feet, arms outstretched as he embraced Su Xiling. Alright, you should head over now. If anything unexpected arises, do remember to call me, Zhou Lingfeng said, releasing his hold on Su Xiling. At that moment, Su Xiling was undeniably stunning, a true beauty. Such a woman would never lack opportunities in any era, provided she was willing to leverage her physical allure as capital. Once Su Xiling departed, Zhou Lingfeng promptly picked up his phone and dialed Wu Xiong. Upon learning that Wu Xiong was also at the Swan Hotel, Zhou Lingfeng made his way to his location. It was a space that combined a KTV, a mahjong parlor, and dining facilities. Wu Xiong and his girlfriend Xiaomeng were engaged in song, and Zhou Lingfeng observed Xiaomeng, perceiving a stark transformation in her attire compared to her previous style, leading him to briefly suspect that Wu Xiong had replaced his girlfriend. Brother Xiong, I previously shared my plan with you, but I am curious if you have gathered any information regarding that fellow, Zhou Lingfeng inquired as they settled into their seats across from one another. I have instructed my brothers to keep tabs on him. We now possess considerable insight into his character. He is indeed a lecher, and this alone is sufficient to bring him down, Wu Xiong replied. What do you mean by that? Zhou Lingfeng asked, intrigued. Frankly, this task could be assigned to Xiaomeng, but as she is my girlfriend, I hesitate to involve her. However, I find myself at a loss as to whom else I might trust with this matter, for she is the only woman I can rely on, Wu Xiong admitted, reaching for Xiaomeng's hand. Their eyes met, and Wu Mei interjected, Brother Xiong, Lingfeng is your comrade, you must assist him. As for me, I perceive this as a minor issue, merely accompanying someone for a night. Zhou Lingfeng was taken aback by her response, given that Wu Mei and Wu Xiong were in a romantic relationship. how could Wu Xiong permit Zhao Meng to sleep with the police chief? Moreover, how could Zhao Meng be so nonchalant about such an arrangement? Are you implying that you consent? Wu Xiong asked. Yes, I agree, and I am indeed the most suitable candidate, as I have acquaintances who know that man. Which could significantly streamline the process, Zhao Meng affirmed. Now, the only remaining concern is the specifics you need to address, brother. Wu Xiong nodded and turned to Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng then laid out his meticulously crafted plan. As long as Zhao Meng engages in an intimate encounter with the police chief Wu Biao, at the moment of their liaison, individuals will burst in to catch them in the act, capturing video and photographs that will serve as evidence for Wu Biao's downfall. Even if Wu Biao avoids disgrace, he will undoubtedly be compelled to vacate his position as police chief, once Wu Biao is no longer in power. His son Wu Hong, the one who violated Zhou Kiki, will lose his influential backing. At that point, Zhou Lingfeng can finally achieve retribution for his sister. Of course, this plan carries inherent risks if the evidence fails to yield the anticipated results. Zhao Meng will likely bear the brunt of the consequences, as Wu Biao will surely suspect her involvement in the plot against him. Wu Xiong voiced his concerns, stating, "What if the evidence we possess fails to topple that man? The police chief is no ordinary adversary. I fear the situation may spiral beyond our control. Rest assured, I have accounted for these possibilities, thus you need not worry," Zhou Lingfeng reassured him. As long as the evidence remains in our possession, he cannot harm us. If all else fails, we can pursue legal avenues, but this will require Zhao Meng's cooperation. I will comply, but I am uncertain about what you mean, Zhao Meng inquired. I intend for you to file a lawsuit against him for rape. Zhou Lingfeng stated, "Brother, you even have a grasp of the law." Wu Xiong couldn't help but ask, "I possess a modicum of knowledge of this." The three of them reached a consensus and began awaiting Zhao Meng's updates. That night, after Zhou Lingfeng and Wu Xiong finished their late-night meal, he returned directly to his hotel room, finding himself alone. As for Su Xiling, Zhou Lingfeng felt indifferent, believing it was not his concern. As long as she did not disrupt Liao Lijian's plans. In room 908 of the hotel, Su Xiling first shed her outer garments, revealing her perfectly proportioned figure to the man before her. After taking a drag from his cigarette, the man scrutinized her from head to toe before remarking, "Your physique leaves much to be desired, but what of your skills in other areas, sir? I believe I am still capable." Su Xiling replied, "Is that so?" The man smiled. "Then come here and demonstrate your prowess. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I shall be compelled to administer punishment." "Very well, sir. Should you find me lacking?" "I am willing to accept any punishment you deem appropriate." Su Xiling nodded, approaching the man. Chapter 95, Revenge approaches. The following morning, Zhou Lingfeng awoke early. Upon noticing he was alone in bed, he recalled Su Xiling's apparent dedication the night before. Though only she could ascertain whether her efforts had garnered her superior's approval. After finishing breakfast, Zhou Lingfeng received a message from Su Xiling. "Lingfeng, could you come up to assist me downstairs?" Upon reading the message, Zhou Lingfeng immediately surmised that Su Xiling might have endured some form of violent mistreatment. Otherwise, why would she need his assistance? He hurriedly replied, "Are you all right? Did something happen to you?" The response came swiftly, "Somewhat, but not entirely. You will understand when you come up. The sir is still in the shower. Once he leaves, I will message you." After approximately half an hour, Zhou Lingfeng received a call from Su Xiling, instructing him to come up immediately. Upon arriving at the door of room 908, he rang the bell. When the door opened, he was met with a visibly distressed Su Xiling, one hand against the wall while the other clutched the doorknob, weakly stating, "You're here, please help me retrieve my underwear and then assist me downstairs." As Zhou Lingfeng entered the room, he noticed a pair of provocative panties on the bed and remarked, "What is this for? You could simply buy a new one next time." "I cannot. The sir insisted on having this. He told me to wear it for him again next time." Su Xiling explained, placing a hand on Zhou Lingfeng's shoulder. Appearing as though she might collapse at any moment, Zhou Lingfeng took the underwear and supported Su Xiling as they made their way out of the room towards the elevator. Once Su Xiling was comfortably lying on the bed, Zhou Lingfeng observed her feeble state and asked, "What exactly transpired? Did he do something excessively inappropriate to you?" "I have never been treated like that before. His preferences are utterly perverse, especially from behind." Su Xiling disclosed, "I feel like I have been torn apart inside, and it hurts so much that walking is painful." Such is the nature of leaders. They have likely indulged in numerous women and experienced every conceivable trick. The usual methods no longer suffice to satisfy them, Zhou Lingfeng concurred. Seeing Su Xiling in such distress made Zhou Lingfeng empathetic, yet he felt powerless to change her situation. "If this continues, I fear I may not survive much longer." Su Xiling added, recalling the experience with lingering dread. You won't perish, life isn't so easily extinguished. Zhou Lingfeng reassured her. Moreover, if you do not make sacrifices, how can you hope to fulfill your desires? But sigh, this is all my own doing, Su Xiling lamented. Rest well, I will go downstairs to fetch you something to eat. What would you like? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. I have no appetite right now, I just want to sleep. Very well, take care of yourself. If you need anything, just call me. I will step out to handle a few matters. Zhou Lingfeng first visited the bank before heading to Huanan University, where he waited for about half an hour until he spotted his sister Zhou Kiki emerging. You don't have class today, right? Zhou Lingfeng asked. Right, no classes. Have you had breakfast? Zhou Kiki replied. I've already eaten. Come, let's find a place to sit and have a proper chat. As he spoke, Zhou Lingfeng playfully pinched his sister's cheek. Zhou Kiki scrunched her face in disdain, saying, Brother, I'm not a child anymore. You shouldn't treat me like this, silly girl. To me, you will always be my little sister. Zhou Lingfeng chuckled, sitting across from each other in a CAF. Zhou Lingfeng looked at Zhou Kiki and asked, How have you been feeling lately? The reason for my inquiry lies in the noticeable dark circles under my sister's eyes, a clear indication of her restless nights. It's tolerable, neither exceptionally good nor particularly bad, Zhou Kiki replied. Are you still preoccupied with that matter? Zhou Lingfeng continued to probe. When it comes to wounds that leave marks in others' hearts, mentioning them in front of the person only exacerbates their discomfort. However, facing such pain repeatedly may lead to a numbing effect, dulling the clarity of that distress. Brother, I understand you mean well, but I truly cannot move on so swiftly. As Zhou Kiki spoke, a wave of sorrow washed over her. She lowered her head, sinking into a trough of emotions. Zhou Kiki, what I have promised you will surely come to pass. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it will be this week, Zhou Lingfeng stated with a serious demeanor. As night fell, Zhou Lingfeng and Su Xiling dined in a hotel restaurant when he received a call from Wu Xiong delivering good news. Brother, tomorrow night, Zhao Meng will rendezvous with that fellow at a hotel. And you won't believe the place they've chosen, it's the Bai Yi Hotel. Wu Xiong's voice rang in Zhou Lingfeng's ear, who responded, Alright, we shall proceed according to plan. No issues, I sincerely hope nothing goes awry. For you are aware that he is the director, should anything happen neither of us would emerge unscathed. Wu Xiong expressed his lingering concerns. Xiong Go, if you trust me, please cast aside such thoughts. I wish for us to work together without such doubts in the future. Zhou Lingfeng replied, Alright brother, I understand. I won't entertain such thoughts anymore. I believe in you. Wu Xiong conceded helplessly. After hanging up, Wu Xiong sighed, sensing that this endeavor would not proceed smoothly, yet he felt powerless to do anything other than follow Zhou Lingfeng's lead. For he was resolute in his decisions. When would we be able to return? As Zhou Lingfeng settled across from Su Xiling, she immediately inquired. Not for at least a week, Zhou Lingfeng replied. The leader asked you to keep that pair of underwear. Does that not suggest a desire for another meeting? Yes, but he did not specify a time, merely instructing me to wear it again next time. I believe it will be within the next few days. Otherwise, the standing committee would not permit our prolonged stay here. Fine, I hope the leader refrains from employing the same tricks as before, Su Xiling remarked, propping her chin on her hand and gazing intently at Zhou Lingfeng. I still prefer engaging in that activity with you, as it feels unparalleled. Just as Su Xiling finished speaking, Zhou Lingfeng received a call from Liao Lizhen. He brought the phone to his ear. Hearing Liao Lizhen's unmistakably cheerful voice, Lingfeng, is that woman beside you? Let her listen. In Chapter 96, the Sea King's secretary, Liao Lizhen, referred to Su Xiling either as that woman or the shameless one. Clearly looking down upon her, Zhou Lingfeng understood that his position in Liao Lizhen's eyes was quite insignificant, merely a mutually beneficial relationship. As for her promises following her ascent to the position of city secretary, Zhou Lingfeng harbored doubts. Handing the phone to Su Xiling, Zhou Lingfeng assumed the role of a bystander, beginning to enjoy his meal. Yes, understood, standing committee member, Su Xiling assured. I will comply with your requests. After placing the phone down, Su Xiling's brows furrowed noticeably. What's the matter? Did the standing committee assign you a new task? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. Yes, but she instructed me not to disclose it to you. Su Xiling nodded, then refrained from saying anything. No, I must tell you, for you are currently my most trusted person, Su Xiling asserted. She has asked me to serve two men simultaneously, both of whom are leaders, and I am frightened. What a damned perversion. Zhou Lingfeng cursed inwardly upon witnessing Su Xiling's evident trepidation. That if you truly fear, then do not go. I can speak to the standing committee member directly, for nothing is more important than your own life. I fear they may harm you. It will be fine. The standing committee member just reassured me not to be afraid, as they will not last long. It's merely about completing the process, Su Xiling replied. Zhou Lingfeng fell silent, his disdain for Liao Lizhan intensifying. This woman would go to any lengths to satisfy her desires and thirst for power, truly a despicable individual. You will support me, won't you? We have come this far, we cannot return without completing the task, can we? Su Xiling continued, expressing concern that failing to complete the task might jeopardize Zhou Lingfeng's position as secretary, for Liao Lizhan was no ordinary woman and would stop at nothing. You must decide for yourself. This is your affair and does not concern me, Zhou Lingfeng stated. Although he had no romantic feelings for a woman with whom he had shared intimacy, he found it difficult to bear the thought of her suffering. Could you hold me for a moment? Su Xiling requested. Zhou Lingfeng opened his arms and embraced her, releasing her after about 10 seconds, then kissed her gently on the lips. Thank you, Su Xiling said. Her cheeks flushed. Su Xiling, if possible, I wish for you to remain my lover. Whenever you need me, just let me know, Zhou Lingfeng offered. Yes, I am already your lover, Su Xiling affirmed. Once Su Xiling departed, Zhou Lingfeng sat on the edge of the bed, glancing at his phone. With an hour until 9 o'clock, this hour promised to be agonizing. Just then, a call came in, relieving him of his anxious thoughts. It was Wei Wei. Hello, Zhou Lingfeng, are you still in the provincial capital? Wei Wei asked. Yes, I am. Do you need something? Zhou Lingfeng inquired in return. You should be asking me if I miss you rather than whether I am seeking you for a reason. Why, do you wish to end things? No, it's just. Zhou Lingfeng momentarily faltered, as he often found himself at a loss for words with Wei Wei, her remarks leaving him speechless. Just what? Are you unable to continue? Wei Wei teased. I called to tell you that I miss you. I miss you too. Once I return, I will come to find you right away, alright? What do you want to see me for? To sleep with me? Yes, I want to sleep with you. Very well, we shall discuss it when you return. After putting down the phone, Zhou Lingfeng was taken aback when he received a message from Shu Qi stating, Zhou Lingfeng, no matter how busy you are, you must have time to send me a message. Right, you know that your current attitude towards me is quite displeasing. Zhou Lingfeng hastily dialed Shu Qing's number and said, Shu Qing, I sincerely apologize. I have been exceedingly busy lately, please do not hold it against me. Upon my return, I promise to seek you out immediately. Alright, fine, but you must not repeat this in the future. I find myself staring at my phone every day, waiting for your call or message. If I don't hear from you, my mind begins to wander, Shu Qing chided. I assure you, I will call or text you every day from now on. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Zhou Lingfeng promptly exited his room and made his way to Wu Xiong's quarters, where the two awaited Zhao Meng's message. Chapter 97, An unexpected turn of events. Damn it, why am I only starting to feel anxious now? Wu Xiong suddenly remarked, could it be because of Zhao Meng? Because I love her. Zhou Lingfeng smiled faintly but remained silent, for he too felt a twinge of anxiety, though he did not allow it to manifest on his face. Any reasonable person would be apprehensive about the ordeal they were about to confront, subduing a department head and capturing photographic evidence of it. Who wouldn't feel their heart race at such a prospect? Brother, aren't you nervous? Wu Xiong inquired of Zhou Lingfeng. I am anxious, but I won't allow myself to lose my composure, Zhou Lingfeng replied. He recognized the importance of maintaining calm, for actions taken in a state of agitation often yield counterproductive results. Wu Xiong took several deep puffs from his cigarette before discarding the butt onto the floor and stamping on it in frustration. If I could, I would have someone tie that bastard up and film him slowly. Xiong, it's best not to entertain such thoughts unless absolutely necessary, Zhou Lingfeng cautioned. I was merely venting my feelings, as I am genuinely unsettled. I've never experienced anything like this before, Wu Xiong confessed. Zhou Lingfeng chose not to respond. Instead, he picked up his phone, glancing at the time. It was less than a minute until 10 minutes had passed. To test his ability to manage his emotions at this moment, he composed a message to Wei Wei. Do you truly like me, or are you merely toying with my affections? After sending the message, Zhou Lingfeng waited in vain for a reply. 3 minutes elapsed without a response. Wu Xiong, unable to contain his impatience, exclaimed, Why haven't we received any messages yet? It's been over 10 minutes. His gaze remained fixed on his phone, and Zhou Lingfeng stood up and addressed Wu Xiong. Let us wait 5 more minutes. If we still haven't heard anything, it may indicate something has gone awry. Something has gone awry, Wu Xiong echoed in disbelief. Indeed, he has never lacked for women. He could have any woman he desired, yet, after meeting Zhao Meng, he seemed to have genuinely fallen for her, wanting to be with her. With previous women, he merely sought physical release. Thus, upon hearing Zhou Lingfeng's words, his nerves instantly tightened. Xiong, do not panic. When I said something may have gone wrong, it does not necessarily mean Zhao Meng is in trouble. It could just as easily pertain to that scoundrel. Zhou Lingfeng reassured him, Zhao Meng is a clever woman. If she encounters a precarious situation, she should know how to safeguard herself or protect herself. Nonsense, she is still a woman, and that man is a beast. If he lays a hand on Zhao Meng, how could she possibly defend herself? Wu Xiong retorted vehemently. After checking his phone again, Zhou Lingfeng opened the door and declared, Xiong go, let us go check. Alright, Wu Xiong nodded in agreement. The two proceeded towards the staircase, as Zhao Meng and Wu Biao's room happened to be one floor above them. Upon reaching that level, they were greeted by the sight of several individuals standing in the corridor. Directly outside the door of Zhao Meng's room, an unsettling feeling surged within Zhou Lingfeng, prompting him to grasp Wu Xiong's arm and say, Xiong go, wait, something must have happened. Have the police been called? Has an ambulance been summoned? A voice cried out. It was the hotel manager, his face a mask of panic. This, I must go see. Wu Xiong asserted, shaking off Zhou Lingfeng's grip and striding ahead. Zhou Lingfeng had no choice but to follow. As they approached the door, they beheld a gruesome scene within the room. Blood smeared across the floor, a pool of crimson staining the bed, and two bodies sprawled atop the sheets, while another lay lifeless on the floor. What are you two doing here? Get back, quickly, leave this place, the manager barked at Zhou Lingfeng and Wu Xiong, attempting to shove them away. Other hotel staff joined in, urging them to vacate the premises. Why are you two lingering? What is there to see with the dead? The manager reiterated. Zhou Lingfeng quickly urged Wu Xiong, let us go, Xiong go. There is nothing to behold here. Only then did Wu Xiong follow Zhou Lingfeng away from the scene. Once they returned to their room, Wu Xiong's expression was grim, for he knew that Zhao Meng had surely met with misfortune. Although the identities of the bodies remained unclear, he was certain one of them belonged to Zhao Meng. While the man on the floor lay motionless, his throat slit and blood still oozing from the wound. This cannot be, Wu Xiong shouted, tugging at his hair in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had just witnessed. Zhou Lingfeng longed to offer comfort, but seeing Wu Xiong in such a state, he realized that words would be futile and chose to remain silent. After about 10 minutes of tense silence, Wu Xiong finally sat down, prompting Zhou Lingfeng to say, Xiong go, refrain from calling Zhao Meng. By tomorrow, we will know the truth, or perhaps in a short while, we will receive more information. The police and ambulance arrived almost simultaneously at the hotel. Zhou Lingfeng gazed out the window before stepping closer to Wu Xiong, resting a hand on his shoulder and saying, Xiong go, I must return for now, but if there is any news, please inform me. After Wu Xiong nodded, Zhou Lingfeng turned and exited the room. For both Zhou Lingfeng and Wu Xiong, it was an extraordinary night, their minds swirling with myriad thoughts. Wu Xiong's preoccupations were solely focused on Zhao Meng. Pondering how he would cope if she were truly gone, and whether he could accept such a fate without succumbing to sorrow. As for Zhou Lingfeng, his thoughts wandered to the three individuals in the room. Had they all perished? If so, did one of the deceased happen to be Wu Biao? If that were the case, it would indeed be a cause for celebration, for with Wu Biao's demise, the son of his sister Zhou Keik's classmate would be facing a life devoid of solace. Chapter 98, The Completion of Revenge. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Zhou Lingfeng arrived at Wu Xiong's room and knocked on the door, but there was no response. He then took out his phone and called Wu Xiong. Yet the call went unanswered. Just then, Wu Xiong's underlings, Chang and Gao Chang, approached from down the hallway, their expressions grave. It was evident, without a doubt, that Zhao Meng had met with tragedy. Brother Feng Xionggu sent us to find you. Sister Zhao Meng has died, and he is currently making arrangements for her final rites, Ziqiang reported. What happened? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. After gathering his thoughts, Gao Chang explained, Sister Zhao Meng met with that scoundrel director in her room. But he brought another man with him, intending to assault her together. When Zhao Meng resisted, she managed to kill both men, but unfortunately she succumbed to her injuries from blood loss. Zhou Lingfeng fell silent. Struck by an unforeseen outcome, had he not proposed that plan, Zhao Meng might still be alive, thus he felt indirectly responsible for her demise. How could Wu Xiong not harbor resentment towards him in such a situation? With this thought weighing heavily on him, Zhou Lingfeng typed a message to Wu Xiong. Xiong ge, I am truly sorry. I never anticipated things would unfold this way. Your brother Feng Xionggu has instructed us to assist you in addressing that matter today. Ziqiang added, Are we going now? Zhou Lingfeng asked, sensing the urgency. Yes, because Xionggu said he intends to return to Jinghai with us tonight. Alright, then let us head to South China University. The three made their way to South China University, where Zhou Lingfeng's anxiety grew. What if Wu Hong was not in class? If that were the case, the opportunity for revenge would have to wait. However, to Zhou Lingfeng's pleasant surprise, Ziqiang and Gao Chang, wearing masks, soon emerged from the school with Wu Hong and Lin Fengguo in tow. After ushering the two individuals into the small vehicle, Ziqiang settled into the back seat while Gao Chang took the wheel. They drove to a rather secluded location, where they summoned the two terrified students to exit the car. At that moment, Zhou Lingfeng, now adorned with a hood, strode directly toward them, approaching Wu Hong, without uttering a word. Zhou Lingfeng delivered a powerful punch to Wu Hong's face. After enduring the blow, Wu Hong staggered backward a few steps before regaining his balance, only to be met with another fierce punch, causing him to falter and collapse to the ground. Lin Fenghuo, already paralyzed by fear, covered her mouth with one hand, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at the beaten Wu Hong. Zichang and Gao Qiang stood by, observing Zhou Lingfeng's performance. Zhou Lingfeng, looking down at Wu Hong sprawled on the floor, deliberately altered his voice to a deep tone, saying, "Isn't your chief father already deceased? Why have you not taken a leave today?" I don't know you. Who are you?" Wu Hong's face was etched with fear as he shuffled backward. "You need not recognize me. The reason I am troubling you is because of your father. That scoundrel of a father. He stole my woman. I initially intended to exact revenge on him, but he is dead now, so I have no choice but to find you instead." With that, Zhou Lingfeng suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. Though it was a laugh that could easily be feigned, in that moment Zhou Lingfeng evoked a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of the character from the film Joker, for atop his head was indeed a clown mask. He quickly approached Wu Hong and forcefully stomped down on his thigh, eliciting a shriek from Wu Hong that resembled the cries of a slaughtered pig. Youth is indeed a marvelous thing. Such cries seemed so innocent and resonant. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Lingfeng launched another kick, one that nearly rendered Wu Hong unconscious. Following this kick, Wu Hong would never again have the capacity to violate any woman, for his progeny had been shattered, leaving him less than a eunuch. As Zhou Lingfeng watched Wu Hong writhing on the ground, he felt a surge of satisfaction within him, for he had finally avenged his sister. However, there was still one more person to address, a wretched woman. Suddenly Zhou Lingfeng turned and advanced toward Lin Fenghuo. At that moment Lin Fenghuo, gripped by terror, felt her legs weaken and had crouched down, her hands clutching her head, her body trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Lingfeng halted before Lin Fenghuo, gazing at her intently, and said, "Are you a wretched woman?" Zichang and Gao Qiang stood to the side, and as they witnessed Zhou Lingfeng's brutal treatment of Wu Hong, both felt a twinge of pain for him, simultaneously marveling at how much more ruthless Zhou Lingfeng was than they had imagined. "What do you think he will do to this woman?" Zichang whispered. "Will he strip her of her clothing right here?" Gao Qiang responded, "I don't know, but I believe he certainly won't let her off easily." I am a wretched woman," Lin Fenghuo stammered, her emotions having long since unraveled, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Are you still a virgin?" Zhou Lingfeng pressed on. "I am not. I am no longer," Lin Fenghuo replied, shaking her head. "Who did you give it to first?" Zhou Lingfeng continued his interrogation. I gave it to him," Lin Fenghuo said, pointing a trembling finger at Wu Hong, who was still rolling on the ground. "What is your relationship with him?" Zhou Lingfeng inquired. I was his former girlfriend." "Please spare me. I don't know you. I know nothing. Stand up and strip," Zhou Lingfeng commanded coldly, yet Lin Fenghuo remained crouched, nearly devoid of strength to rise. "I said, stand up and strip, did you hear me?" Zhou Lingfeng reiterated. Finally, Lin Fenghuo stood, her body still trembling. Observing her in such a state, Zhou Lingfeng reflected on the tragic nature of humanity when they set traps for his sister. If they had foreseen such a fate, would they have proceeded in the same manner? "Do I need to repeat myself?" Zhou Lingfeng asked Lin Fenghuo, who still showed no intention of disrobing. Only then did Lin Fenghuo begin to remove her clothing, and once she had stripped completely bare, Zhou Lingfeng seized her garments and walked toward Zichang and Gao Qiang, stating, "Let us go." However, Zichang and Gao Qiang remained rooted in place, their eyes fixated on Lin Fenghuo. "Are you coming or not?" Zhou Lingfeng asked again. Finally, Zichang and Gao Qiang nodded hastily and made their way toward the vehicle. Chapter 99. Denial of facts. "Brother, you truly opened our eyes today. We never anticipated you would be this ruthless," Gao Qiang remarked as he drove. "Everyone has their own breaking point. I am no exception," Zhou Lingfeng replied nonchalantly, removing the clown mask from his head. "If it were me, I would have killed that kid and sent the woman off to a hotel to entertain guests." Zichang interjected. Zhou Lingfeng immediately turned to glance at him, causing him to instinctively avert his gaze, prompting a hasty retraction. "Brother, I didn't mean it that way. I was just..." "Relax, your thoughts are natural, but some matters must be contemplated before action is taken. Likewise, some words should not be spoken merely for the thrill of it," Zhou Lingfeng stated, his face devoid of expression. Zichang and Gao Qiang were Wu Xiong's most trusted subordinates, and their capabilities were indeed commendable, as evidenced by their successful extraction of the individuals from the school. However, certain aspects of their conduct must change in the future, lest they bring trouble upon Wu Xiong. Zhou Lingfeng understood that attempting to instill new ideas in them now would have minimal effect, as they currently recognized only Wu Xiong as their leader. Perhaps it was best to address this matter at a later time. As the evening descended, Zhou Lingfeng was preparing to leave his room for dinner when Su Xiling entered after knocking on the door. She had changed into an entirely new outfit, exuding a distinctive beauty that was imbued with an air of nobility compared to her previous appearance. Zhou Lingfeng gazed at Su Xiling, unable to stifle his admiration. It seems you have encountered a good leader? I'm not sure. I hope he is a good leader, but I cannot be certain. This outfit cost over 3,000, Su Xiling replied, weariness etched across her face as she collapsed onto the bed. Were there not two of you last night? Zhou Lingfeng inquired, perplexed. Yes, originally there were two, but another leader took an interest in me and left with him. They probably reached some sort of agreement. As only the one who had a fancy for me returned and well, let's just say he expressed a desire for me to be his woman from now on, Su Xiling recounted candidly. Though her expression bore no signs of joy. And how do you feel about that? Zhou Lingfeng pressed. I have no feelings. I am merely fulfilling my duty. That leader is bald, short, and stout. The time was brief. And I felt nothing for him whatsoever. What if he can provide you with what you desire? Zhou Lingfeng asked. We'll see. He did ask me what I wanted, but I hesitated because I was uncertain of his true identity. I couldn't just blurt out that I wanted a promotion, could I? Has he arranged another meeting with you? Zhou Lingfeng continued. Yes, the day after tomorrow. After that meeting, we can return, Su Xiling replied. Could you give me a massage? I feel exhausted all over. Certainly. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. Su Xiling immediately rose from the bed and began to undress. What are you doing? Zhou Lingfeng exclaimed, taken aback. She smiled and said, I want you to give me a massage. A full-body massage without any clothing. Can you not do that? It's not a matter of whether I can or not. It's just that you, Zhou Lingfeng stammered, but Su Xiling had already fully revealed her beautiful form to him. However, Zhou Lingfeng felt no stirrings of desire as he could not help but recall the previous night when Su Xiling had been with another man. After shedding all her clothes, Su Xiling stated, I will wash up first to avoid bothering you. When Su Xiling emerged from the bathroom, Zhou Lingfeng looked at her but felt no physiological urge. Instead, he waited until she lay on the bed before commencing her massage. A process that lacked any professional finesse and was merely intended to help her relax. Before long, Su Xiling fell asleep during the massage, prompting Zhou Lingfeng to cease his movements and cover her with a blanket before turning to leave the room. While Zhou Lingfeng was dining, his sister Zhou Kiki called him, Brother, have you eaten yet? Her voice, laced with an unmistakable tension, reached his ears through the phone. I'm eating. What about you? Zhou Lingfeng inquired. I've eaten. I want to ask you something. What is it? I want to know if that incident was caused by you, Zhou Kiki asked. What incident? Zhou Lingfeng countered. You know what I'm referring to. How would I know what you were talking about if you don't say anything? Zhou Kiki sighed before continuing. Wu Hong, my classmate, he was beaten up and now has suffered irreversible damage below the waist. He will never. Never what? Zhou Lingfeng asked curiously, though his curiosity was feigned. He was injured down there. He is no longer a normal man, Zhou Kiki stated, her tone devoid of any joy. That's a good thing. That's just retribution for that brat. You don't even need to deal with him. Others are taking care of it for you. This is truly wonderful, Zhou Lingfeng exclaimed with delight. But are you sure you didn't have a hand in this? Zhou Kiki inquired once more. No, I didn't do it. If I had, I would have told you. Zhou Lingfeng continued his deception as he felt no need for Zhou Kiki to be aware of his involvement. What mattered was that Wu Hong had received his due punishment, and Zhou Lingfeng, as an elder brother, had avenged Zhou Kiki's grievance as a brother. Did you know? Besides Wu Hong being severely injured and no longer a normal man, another classmate of mine, Chen Fenghua, has also encountered misfortune. Oh, what happened to her? Zhou Lingfeng asked with genuine curiosity this time, as he was only aware of having taken Chen Fenghua's clothes, with no knowledge of what transpired afterward. She was hit by a car and is still in the hospital. I heard she wasn't wearing any clothes at the time and seems to have lost her sanity, Zhou Kiki revealed, her heart heavy as she spoke. How do you feel about it now? Zhou Lingfeng asked. I don't know. I feel a bit chaotic, somewhat uneasy, Zhou Kiki admitted candidly. Why would you feel uneasy? They wronged you, and now they are facing consequences. You should feel happy about that, Zhou Lingfeng said. Puzzled, I can't feel happy, although I want to take revenge on them. It's just Zhou Kiki hesitated. Don't overthink it. I truly haven't done anything to them, Zhou Lingfeng reassured her. If anything comes up, remember to find me. I'm going to eat now. By Chapter 100, The Unbearable. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lingfeng lost his appetite and opted to settle the bill before returning to his hotel room. At that moment, he received a message from Wu Xiong. Bro, I'm heading back. When do you think you'll return? Zhou Lingfeng felt an urge to call Wu Xiong but refrained, considering his friend's current mood, and replied instead, I should be back in a few days. I'm sorry, Xiongge. I didn't anticipate things would turn out like this. However, after sending the message, Wu Xiong did not respond. Zhou Lingfeng quietly opened the door and stepped inside, noticing Su Xiling still lost in slumber. He sat on the sofa and began messaging two women, Shuqi and Wei Wei. After sending messages to both, he gazed at Su Xiling lying on the bed and couldn't help but reflect on the eternal inequality between men and women in this world. Just the act of selling one's body, women can often obtain many things they desire, while men, although capable of the same, frequently find their bodies lacking in market value. This disparity was stark, especially given the limited representation of female leaders in the current political landscape. Suddenly Su Xiling opened her eyes, sat up, stretched her arms, and asked Zhou Lingfeng, "What time is it?" "It's 11 in the evening," he replied. "Wait for me. I need to wash my face. Let's go out for a walk and find something to eat." "I'm hungry," Su Xiling said, descending from the bed without any clothing, as if Zhou Lingfeng were her husband, unbothered by exposing her body in front of him. This time, Zhou Lingfeng did not avert his gaze but rather admired her physique, which was truly exquisite, possessing a golden ratio. No wonder Liao Lishan thought to exploit her for her own purposes. As they stepped onto the street, they noticed several pedestrians still about, just as they were about to cross a pedestrian bridge. They saw a group of men tormenting a beggar on the roadside. "Old man, get up. If you do, I'll give you $1, one of the men taunted. "Yeah, how can we give you money if you don't get up?" Another added. A third man snatched the beggar's bowl from the ground and struck the beggar's head with it. "You give my bowl back." The beggar pleaded, attempting to reach for it, but he was unable to stand due to his disability. "Want your bowl? Then get up. I know you can do it. Hurry up, and if you do, I'll give you $2. The man with the bowl jeered. The beggar continued to extend his hand, uttering desperate pleas. Zhou Lingfeng observed the group of young men, all in their 20s, and felt a strong urge to teach them a lesson. However, considering their numbers and Su Xiling's presence, he decided it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. In this world, there are always injustices. Some are crushed under the wheels of fate, living a life worse than death. If one cannot even grasp their own destiny, what right do they have to interfere with the destinies of others? Zhou Lingfeng glanced at the beggar and continued walking alongside Su Xiling. Just as they passed the beggar, one of the men suddenly reached out and groped Su Xiling's behind. This action caused Su Xiling to immediately halt. Grabbing Zhou Lingfeng's hand and exclaiming, "Someone touched me!" Zhou Lingfeng stopped, turned around, and surveyed the four men before addressing Su Xiling. "Was it one of them?" "Yes, it must be him," she replied, pointing to the one closest to her. "Indeed, it was me. So what?" the man retorted, his face displaying disdain. Zhou Lingfeng scrutinized the group. Under the hazy glow of the streetlights, he couldn't clearly see their expressions, but he could already smell the alcohol on them, indicating they were drunk and harassing the beggar. The man who had just groped Su Xiling was undoubtedly under the influence. "Apologize to my girlfriend," Zhou Lingfeng demanded, while also scanning the group for any potential weapons. "Apologize? To hell with that. If your mother comes, maybe I'll apologize to her." The man laughed. Su Xiling observed the group, realizing they had the numerical advantage, and quickly urged Zhou Lingfeng, "Lingfeng, forget it. Let's go, take a few steps back." "I won't get hurt," Zhou Lingfeng whispered in Su Xiling's ear. Understanding his intention, she stepped back a few paces. Zhou Lingfeng then executed a swift kick, sending the man who had groped Su Xiling crashing to the ground. The other three men were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Zhou Lingfeng to act so suddenly. Without giving them a chance to react, the former soldier seized the opportunity to take them down one by one. To instill fear, he landed several hard kicks on the thigh of the man who had groped Su Xiling, eliciting pained cries from him. The other three, realizing they were outmatched, quickly fled the scene. Zhou Lingfeng then squatted beside the fallen man and said, "Next time you drink, just go the hell home and stop harming others." With that, he slapped the man's face hard and added, "Why are you still lying there? Get up and get lost." After the man scurried away, Zhou Lingfeng picked up the beggar's bowl and returned to the beggar. Noting the beggar's feet, which were clearly deformed due to polio, he retrieved his wallet, took out two $10 bills, placed them in the bowl, and said, "Old man, it's getting late. You should head home." Returning to Su Xiling's side, Zhou Lingfeng looked at her smiling face and asked, "Why are you suddenly smiling at me?"